The world experienced a resurgence of spiritual energy leading to mutations among living creatures. Overnight zombies roamed the streets and mutated beings wreaked havoc. Deformed gods led various creatures in a dark upheaval marking the beginning of a new era for planet Earth. As a remnant of the old era armed with an autobiography from the future, I acquired the ability to devour all things and successfully pioneered a new cultivation method for this new age. I led the remaining humans in a difficult resistance against the deformed gods. At this moment I lay in the refuge I had built with a somber expression opening the red notebook before me. As expected, its content had been updated again. Since the day I first received the notebook and verified its authenticity, I knew that the apocalypse would arrive in 8 days, now on the eve of the apocalypse. I had discovered through the recorded content that each update of the diary meant that a version of me from another timeline had perished. Rather than calling it a diary, it was more a compilation of life summaries from my counterparts in different timelines. In timeline 1 I did not awaken any supernatural abilities but witnessed the battle between those with abilities and the deformed gods. The ability user was named Lin Minghai, a friend who grew up with me in the orphanage. In timeline 2 to understand the origin of the superpowers, I followed Lin Minghai closely, and unexpectedly discovered that he was not surprised by the advent of the apocalypse and he acquired the superpower fruit swiftly and accurately. In timeline 3, aiming to obtain that superpower fruit, I arrived early in the room where the fruit appeared. However, the box containing the fruit only appeared abruptly the second before Lin Minghai opened the door, as if the fruit was meant solely for him and would only manifest upon his arrival. In timeline 4, plagued by misfortune, although I successfully obtained the fruit, I was surrounded by zombies and never had the chance to consume it. In timeline 5, I finally understood what Lin Minghai's ability was and why he was so powerful. His ability, called Innocence, allowed him to absorb the essence of the dead through incineration. This could enhance his physical qualities if the deceased were ordinary people or zombies. If he incinerated an ability user, he would acquire that person's abilities. Using this power, I overwhelmingly defeated all my peers. However, as I was furiously killing to enhance my strength, the deformed god Tai Sui suddenly appeared and killed me. According to the previous timeline, Tai Sui was not supposed to appear until mid-April, yet it was only March 20th today. In timeline 6, based on previous experiences, I realized that absorbing more abilities was not necessarily better, thus I eventually optimized and chose the 4 most practical abilities. And I gathered a group of people to start researching cultivation techniques based on my powers. Meanwhile, Lin Minghai, as if he was a chosen one, not only acquired an ability to manipulate metal, but also established a base capable of housing 300,000 people, an unimaginable feat in the early days of the apocalypse. The city of Tianbei must hold some secrets. On April 13, Tai Sui emerged much later than expected. Now vastly improved, I was not someone he could contend with. However, before I could rejoice, another massive object struck me. In the next moment I turned into a mist of blood and my soul was sucked into the mouth of a sinister phantom. In the 7th dimension I encountered a talking apple tree whose fruits could enhance supernatural abilities. This confirmed my hypothesis that the mutation affected more than just humans. On April 20th, to avoid a fate similar to that of Dimension 6, I traveled over 5,000 kilometers away. Normally, I should have left the country by then, however, landmarks and signature buildings did not appear as expected. By April 29th, various signs indicated that the Earth was growing and the world was becoming increasingly unfamiliar. On May 21st, research findings proved the existence of spiritual energy leading to the birth of a new cultivation method. By June 1st, Ascension Zombie King had emerged. Even I was unsure if I could defeat it. By June 11th, as human bases fell, the few remaining powerhouses stood by idly. Our new cultivation technique, the Death Eater method, allowed us to absorb the energy released at the moment of biological death. The more deaths, the greater the power we gained. We devoured human society to climb to greater heights, making the Zombie King no match for us. Blinded by our own power, we began to hunt zombies aggressively, wave after wave of energy causing us to lose ourselves. Then, the earth cracked open and deities revived. Our speculations turned into reality once again. These gods needed the death of living beings to awaken. They took control of the world, diversifying all things and giving rise to new species that thrived on the earth. They hunted us, calling us remnants of an old era. We became the fuel for the new age. Closing my notebook, I steadied my shaken spirit, my mouth bitter with realization. We were not the protagonists, merely a prelude to a new era. Thoughts swirled in my mind. No, the distorted gods must not be revived. Information from the past 7 days floated before my eyes, constantly dispersing and reassembling, forming a timeline in my mind. At some unknown time, these distorted gods had appeared on the blue planet and fallen into a deep slumber for some reason. They would awaken after consuming a sufficient number of souls. We had to prevent a mass extinction at all costs, at least until we could defeat them. To achieve this, order must be established. What kind of force should I organize? Nations and bases seemed impractical as they could only defend a small territory and the costs of expansion and maintenance were too high. I didn't have much time. Perhaps a secret society. Those who joined would need to be leaders of various forces indirectly controlling the number of deaths. The problem wasn't finding these people, it was how to attract them to join. After much thought, I still needed to test these ideas on day 8. My gaze shifted to another section that detailed the first human cultivation method, the essence method, which was temporarily unusable because it required zombie cores appearing about a month after their transformation. Another method, the death method, built on the essence method but shifted the focus from zombie cores to the energy released after biological death, allowing me to start cultivating earlier. However, this method was a double-edged sword. Such research had to be prohibited even if feasible to control its use. After reflecting, I checked the time, March 4, 2025, 9 a.m. with only 5 hours left until the apocalypse. I got in the car and drove towards the location mentioned in my autobiography, prepared to find those two troublemakers. After previous verifications, they were indeed reliable. It didn't take long before I arrived at the spot, an old rundown alley in the old district. Two burly men leaned against the wall. I parked the car, greeted their surprised looks with a smile, and tossed them 2 packs of cigarettes. Wang Hu Lubo, right? They exchanged glances and Wang Hu cheerfully asked, "Got something for us, buddy?" I threw them an envelope. "Get in, got a job for you." Wang Hu opened the envelope and his eyes lit up at the sight of the crisp red bills inside. Without further words, they got into the car. As I drove, Wang Hu couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what's the job you have for us?" I casually replied while steering, "Just a little thing. Teach someone a lesson for me. Grab him, tie him up, and you can leave by 3 p.m. Lu Bo frowned, slightly worried. "Isn't this kidnapping? These days kidnapping isn't an easy job." I smirked. 100000. "Don't worry, you just need to bring him here and tie him up. It's just a little prank, he won't call the cops." Meanwhile, at another location, Lin Minghai sat at his desk staring fixedly at the clock. His eyes filled with excitement. Just 3 more hours. In my previous life I died during a zombie siege. Now that I'd been given a second chance, I must seize it and soar to new heights. He had confirmed that he had been reborn 2 months prior. In his past life he had only awakened a common special ability and died within 2 months of the apocalypse. But now, knowing the future, he could change his fate. Minching department store, here I come. As Lin Minghai walked with a sparkle of joy in his eyes, oblivious to the burly man following him, he turned a deserted corner. When suddenly a hand covered his mouth and nose, a strong odd smell making his head spin, and he passed out. When he regained consciousness, he found himself at an old staircase landing, feeling bound hand and foot, which made his heart sink. Did I run into robbers? I didn't have this scene in my previous life. Who was after me? Before he could understand the situation, Wang, who standing nearby, expressed with slight surprise, "The boss wasn't wrong. This guy really woke up. Give him another couple of shots on the neck." Lu Bo smirked. "All right." As Lin Minghai saw the approaching syringe, he couldn't hold back anymore and violently twisted his body, only to hear the clanging sounds. Looking down, he found thick ropes and chains wrapped around his body, with 4 handcuffs and leg shackles added for good measure. Overwhelmed, Lin Minghai exclaimed, "What's going on?" As the drugs were injected, he once again fell into unconsciousness. While outside the stairwell, I sat quietly on a chair, listening to the noises from the landing, my expression unchanging. The reason for all this trouble was that, according to verifications from my past lives, this guy was like an NPC, always mysteriously appearing whenever the fruit refreshed. This was all just to be safe. As the hands of the clock pointed to 2 o'clock, the world suddenly changed dramatically. Space seemed to be torn apart, revealing an irregular abyss filled with dazzling colors. The roar of a beast echoed through heaven and earth, accompanied by a panic-stricken scream that covered the skies, signaling the advent of the apocalypse. My gaze shifted back to a delicate wooden box that appeared before me, adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns spiraling on its surface, resembling a miniature coffin. Inside the box was a clump of condensed light, instilling an instinctive desire in anyone who saw it. The moment I picked up the fruit, it transformed into streams of light that penetrated my body. Endless torrents of information assaulted my brain as rapid transformations occurred within me. Although outwardly I appeared unchanged, my internal structure had become vastly different from that of ordinary humans. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and when I opened my eyes, my face was brimming with barely concealed joy. The person I was now, apart from the outer layer of skin, had no connection with humanity. I had gained some organs and lost others, a powerful force roamed constantly within me. And wild thoughts relentlessly bombarded my mind. Even the most insane and morally reprehensible acts could become reality if I wished, and no one could stop me. Moreover, I vaguely sensed the presence of my autobiography, unsure whether it was a boon or a bane, an experience none of my predecessors had encountered. I savored the changes as my figure gradually vanished from the rooftop. As I descended the stairs, accompanied by a chilling roar, a barely human-shaped figure attacked me. It was a zombie. Although I had been prepared, facing it for the first time still startled me. I reflexively drew my long sword and struck at the zombie. The sound was like tearing through fabric. My sword passed through its body without any resistance. Its defense is much weaker than I had anticipated, though I wasn't sure if it was due to the quality of the sword or my strength. It was my first time killing a zombie, and it took me a while to recover. At that moment I truly understood the difference between text and reality. Reading about it only reveals future developments and does not enhance one's temperament. One must experience it themselves. Eyesight activated the strange abilities within me, and in the next second black flames covered the zombie. Subsequently, a force fed back to me, tingling pleasantly as if soaking in a hot spring. Once the sensation faded, my physical condition had improved by 30%, my spiritual power by half, and the physical and spiritual power I had expended were restored. Just one zombie brought such enhancements. No wonder my former self had grown so quickly. With that in mind, I licked my lips and dragged my long sword towards the hallway of this floor. I had already glanced around. Just on this level there were more than 30 zombies. With my current physical condition, dealing with these unevolved zombies was as easy as pie. In a cramped room on the 6th floor, 2 men and a woman clutched their mouths, their eyes wide with terror as they watched zombies wander outside the window. Today was supposed to be a rare day off, and they had planned to gather here for a meal. However, the world had abruptly changed. A man who was fine just moments ago had turned into a zombie, frightening them so much that they ran for their lives, blindly ending up in this small room. They thought they heard a noise like something shattering, and the next second, the zombie at the door charged towards the source of the sound. The trio breathed a sigh of relief, their legs weak, collapsing onto the floor. The three exchanged glances, their faces pale. "I'm scared to death. What on earth is happening? Zombies are coming out. Is this the apocalypse?" Suddenly, a dark shadow swiftly passed the window, followed by a loud crash. The braver, heavier set of the group forced himself to look outside, and immediately his eyes bulged out as he exclaimed, "That guy is incredible." The others hurried over and were shocked into silence. They saw a young man in the hallway wielding a long knife, skillfully and effortlessly decapitating zombies. The terrifying creatures that overwhelmed them couldn't even get close to him. The heavier man looked from the swordsman back to himself and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. The difference between people, it's even bigger than between humans and dogs. After I cleared the 6th floor of zombies, feeling my strength surge, I cautiously made my way down to the next floor. It was crucial to enhance my abilities while there were few zombies in the building. The street outside was teeming with zombies, a terrifying number, and even I wasn't confident about breaking out without paying a heavy price. As I pondered my next move, a voice behind me called, "Benefactor, please wait." I turned to see a somewhat plump man. I stopped and pointed at myself, amused. "You're calling me a benefactor?" The chubby man earnestly replied, "It's a debt of gratitude for saving my life. If not for you, sir, how could I have escaped?" Giving it some thought, I understood the chubby man's true intention. My lips curled up interestingly. "Want to know how to be like me?" His face oozed sycophancy as he responded, "No, I just wanted to ask if the benefactor lacks a pendant. As humble as I am, I'm best at being one." I was startled by his unabashed words but recognized his cleverness. He quickly understood his situation. Intrigued, I casually tossed him a dagger. "Even a pendant needs strength, right?" Catching the dagger, his heart raced. He knew he had bet correctly. I said, "Here's a little tip. Look for a wooden box in a place swarming with zombies. It will change everything for you. If you succeed, contact me. You can still make calls in Tion Bay City for the next 5 days." I raised my hand and a series of numbers burned into the wall with black flames. Then I leapt down the stairwell, the loud noise immediately attracting a horde of zombies. I effortlessly killed one after another, glancing up at the building, where over a dozen survivors pondered their next moves, each with their own thoughts. I deliberately revealed the information to everyone, aiming to incite conflict among them. Tion Bay City is vast, but the fruit it bears is scarce. It was a small test. If they passed, I might consider inviting the successful ones into my secret heist group. There's much I need to do, and I require people to act according to my will. It doesn't matter who they are, I only care about capability. If they don't obey, they'll be persuaded by virtue. The chubby man watched as I slaughtered zombies, a glint of aspiration in his eyes. He looked down at the dagger. clenched his teeth and charged into the fray with the zombies. He knew he had to take this step sooner or later. With the big boss still around, it was time to hone his skills and later seek the fabled wooden box. Raising the dagger high, he plunged it deep into a zombie's skull, viscous fluid splattering his face. His fear dissipated in the heat of battle. Watching my retreating figure, determination filled his eyes. One day I'll catch up to you and then you'll be begging me. By this moment Li Xian had already fought his way down to the first floor. After sweeping through 9 floors of zombies, he realized that burning these creatures no longer offered him any improvement. It merely restored the energy he had expended. With the Shiyuan method now at his disposal, his capabilities had significantly surpassed those of subject number 7. However, the Shiyuan method was still a nascent technique and not yet perfected, providing only limited enhancement. Li Xian made a mental note: stronger than number 7-inch but not overwhelmingly so. Sitting in a chair, he watched the zombies outside the iron gate gulp down a bottle of water, took a deep drag of his cigarette and flicked the butt back to an unlucky zombie nearby. He then reassessed his escape route. From the main gate he would head straight for 300 meters before making a left turn into a narrow alley which used to be part of a village within the city. With his current physical condition, climbing to the rooftops would be easy. Once on the rooftops, he planned to head north, jumping from one roof to another as the streets along the way were narrow enough for him to cross. Unfortunately, the stretch of road at the main gate was too wide with few footholds, otherwise he could have leaped across it entirely. If all went well, he would arrive at his destination in about half an hour or an hour at the latest. Now it all depended on how long the zombies could hold him back. Li Xian was not worried about infection. After becoming a mutant, zombies could no longer infect them. His only concern was inadvertently drawing an overwhelming horde of zombies. However, he could turn this to his advantage given the zombies' low intelligence and poor defenses. He first went up to the second floor and, facing the opposite direction, threw wine bottles with all his might. The shattering bottles created a loud noise and released a scent that attracted hordes of zombies. After throwing 3 boxes of bottles, he took out pre-lit charcoal wrapped in plastic and quickly threw it down. Immediately he descended the stairs. With a whoosh, the charcoal hit the ground, igniting the scattered alcohol, and flames spread over dozens of meters, attracting even more zombies. Seizing the moment, Li Xian dashed towards the direction with the fewest zombies, kicking up a cloud of dust as he moved. Roaring zombies spotted him the instant he made his move, but they were too slow. By the time they reacted, Li Xian had already covered nearly 200 meters. If I can't run, I'll fight my way through. Swinging his long blade, he danced through the zombie crowd, causing a swath of death and destruction. 23 minutes later, thanks to his successful distraction with the wine bottles, he arrived earlier than anticipated. Li Xian caught his breath, his gaze indifferent as he looked upon a newly constructed residential building still in its raw state nearby. This place housed a small group of less than 20 people, mostly men. Among them, a woman moved, her hands glowing faintly, healing the wounded as her touch restored their flesh. Lu Ruyan, at last I've found you, he thought without a change in expression. He walked up carrying his long sword to the 4th floor where there was an open balcony where the survivors were receiving treatment. As he approached, all eyes turned towards him, pausing at the sight of the long sword on his shoulder. The woman, initially stunned, then overwhelmed with joy, cried out, Xian, Xian, you came for me. As Lu Ruyan approached to embrace him, Li Xian swiftly drew his sword, holding it a meter from her chest, and sneered, stay back, you cur. Lu Ruyan stiffened, her face flashed with resentment, then quickly turned to tears, adopting a pitiful look. The survivors who had just been sitting all stood up abruptly, their faces filled with disgust as they looked at Li Xian, their warning clear without words. Who is this young punk? Does he even know any manners? Kid, I warn you to behave, stop messing around and apologize to Miss Lu, they said indignantly. Their survival from the clutches of the zombies was largely thanks to Lu Ruyan's healing. Otherwise, most of them would have perished on the way. Of course, only they knew if they harbored other thoughts. Please don't be like this, I know him. It's just a misunderstanding, Lu Ruyan pleaded with a face full of apologies, her tears making her look even more aggrieved. Witnessing Lu Ruyan's demeanor, the outrage among the survivors grew louder, their faces red with what seemed like a deep-seated hatred towards Li Xian. Seeing their reaction, Lu Ruyan once again tried to placate the crowd, but her apologetic face occasionally flashed a hint of smugness. Li Xian casually cleaned out his ears, ignoring the murderous glares from the survivors, and flicked away some non-existent earwax, grinning broadly to reveal his white teeth. In an instant, he vanished from his spot and reappeared behind the woman. Drawing his sword, he slashed horizontally. With a swift cut, he severed her in half. Blood and organs spilled out as Lu Ruyan's upper body slid to the ground, her eyes still mixing apology with triumph until the end. Suddenly, the whole scene fell into deathly silence. The survivors seemed as if they had been paused, standing like statues, completely speechless. If you want to fight, just fight. If you want to kill, just kill. Why all the nonsense and this pretense of innocence? I'm sick of it. Even if you're not, Li Xian scoffed. Hey, it's the apocalypse, who is playing by the rules of a civilized society now? He said, flicking his sword tip as dark flames engulfed the woman's body, reducing it to ashes within seconds. This time his abilities not only enhanced his physical condition but also granted him a new power, psychic healer, a dual system ability combining healing and mind control. After absorbing this new information, Li Xian glanced at the statue-like crowd and sneered, power users? Ha! Only now did the expressions of the group change, their faces alternating between pale and flushed, especially the few among them with abilities who looked particularly unsightly and fearful. Nobody dared to look directly at Li Xian. It was without exception the same for everyone. After all, they hadn't yet adapted to the new era. Their thoughts and actions were still constrained by the old ways. Lu Ruyan was like this, and so were they. Failing to recognize reality, even if one had the ability, it was futile. Compared to them, Li Xian actually appreciated the fat man more. He smiled ambiguously, then turned and left. People like him, alive, brought far more benefits than if dead. Next on his list were the two siblings. Manifestation, though useless to others, was different for him. His spiritual power far surpassed theirs, not to mention his rapid recovery ability. In a world where plundering powers was not an option, this ability satisfied most of his needs. As Li Xian thought about this, he hurriedly walked away. What about the others? He couldn't care less. At most he could send them to meet their maker. As for anything else, he was too lazy to bother. Hurrying along, by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Xian had found the siblings. Along the way he met a few individuals he found interesting and gave each a bit of healing. This minor healing wasn't enough to control their souls, but it allowed him to sense their locations and conditions. That was enough for now. In 2 days, when the fruits of Tianbei City disappeared, everything would come to light. The initial chaos was a test of one's abilities, and he was ready to find these people and move on to the next step. Fong Lin and Fong Yulan, the siblings, were currently in a mall storage area where over 70 survivors had gathered. According to the information from number 7 inch, aside from the siblings, there were also 6 other power users. However, the future was always changing. Though Li Xian tried his best to avoid influencing the future, minor details like the flutter of a butterfly's wings subtly altered certain events. For instance, the fat man he encountered today wasn't mentioned in number 7's timeline. Perhaps it was because he had started out late, or maybe because he had reached the 6th floor ahead of time. Number 7 hadn't mentioned such details, and he hadn't paid attention to them, but changes had indeed occurred without his notice. It was like the lyrics of a pop song. If 2 seconds late catching the subway, could you bump into each other? If 10 steps ahead entering the elevator, who then would be missed? Though it was a love song, it was somewhat analogous. Humming the tune, Li Xian kicked open the warehouse doors, sending dustwood chips and debris flying. Bang! The people inside were clearly startled and quickly picked up their weapons, warily looking towards the entrance. Zombies? Impossible, zombies didn't have that kind of strength. A power user? With that said, their eyes collectively turned towards the center of the crowd, to the few who had led them to survive. A tall, thin man said, "It's just one person outside, everyone relax." Hearing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, trusting this man after several hours of shared ordeal. Tap, tap. A man holding a long knife walked in, the blade still marked with traces of blood. Before they could speak, the newcomer opened his mouth and asked, "Where are Fong Lin and Fong Yulan?" Hearing this, the man who had just spoken looked at the person beside him. "Lin Zi, do you know him?" "He looks somewhat familiar," replied Gao Xian. "I have a bad feeling about this." Fong Lin frowned and said, kicking the door upon arrival, "He clearly means no good." A scruffy middle-aged man added, "Who is he? Does anyone know him?" Fong Yulan's brows furrowed as she spoke. Listening to the crowd, Li Xian, expressionless, gripped his knife and approached the group. Having found the siblings, he saw no need for idle chatter. "Let's make this quick," he thought as he powered his right foot, suddenly propelling forward with the speed of lightning, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Everyone in his path was sent flying, as if struck by a massive force, clearing all in his way. The situation escalated so quickly that no one could react in time, and for most, even if they could, it would be futile. "Ouch, who hit me? It hurts. Who shoved their foot in my butt? Someone help me, I'm stuck on the forklift, it hurts so much. What does this man want? Such terrifying power. Amidst the chaos of the warehouse filled with loud noises, only two people remained silent. Because they were grasped by Li Xin, their throats so tightly squeezed that their faces turned purple. Speaking, or even breathing, was a luxury they couldn't afford. They were siblings. Stop, let's talk this over. Let them go. Don't be foolish, murder is a crime. Suddenly all the superhumans in the vicinity turned to the person who spoke, who scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I'm just used to saying that. Li Xin withdrew his gaze. He had almost lost his temper. Turning to the siblings in front of him, he saw their pleading faces and fearful eyes. He smirked slightly and tightened his grip. A crisp snapping sound echoed as two heads slumped, and black flames emerged along his palms, spreading a burnt scent throughout the warehouse. Damn you, you deserve to die. In an instant everyone was infuriated, especially the superhumans who unleashed their powers without restraint. Frost freeze, tenfold gravity, rock burst, silver binding. A series of beautiful yet deadly forces attacked. Boom, bang, manifest, shield. Li Xin didn't even turn his head, channeling spiritual energy to use his newly acquired ability. This level of attack couldn't even break his defense. He was merely testing his new powers. As the shield absorbed the hits, his internal spiritual energy waned like a receding tide, yet it held against the attack. He estimated that this ability could withstand such assaults more than 24 times before his energy would deplete. Not weak considering these superhumans couldn't use their powers that many times. Their spiritual energy was much less than Li Xin's. Li Xin's ability was far from strong. It was below average at best. Indeed, his power was not suited for combat. With a calm expression, Li Xin had chosen this ability not because he wanted to fight. What appealed to him was its convenience in manifestation and its versatility. The bombardment continued loudly around him. Deciding he had achieved what he intended in his experiment, Li Xin simply dispelled his shield. There was no longer any need to continue the charade. Everyone hold on, his ability has worn off. Gao Xian's eyes glimmered with a purple light as he stared intently at the battlefield. That little beast, I will make sure to freeze him into an ice block this time. He deserves to die. How could he kill Sister Yulan, who was so kind? My first love. The others agreed, ignoring the significant drain on their spiritual energy, and continued to exert their powers. Gao Xian, however, shut his mouth and kept observing the battlefield. Soon he realized something was amiss and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Why isn't he affected at all? From his perspective, the powers hitting Li Xin seemed as trivial as mosquito bites. Not a mark, not even a swell. Stop. Sweat beaded on Gao Xian's forehead as he loudly called everyone to halt. After calming down and piecing together the events that had transpired, he suddenly understood. No wonder he is so reckless. No wonder he completely ignored our warnings. No wonder he managed to get here. He realized that the zombies outside the mall were terrifyingly numerous. If not for that, they wouldn't be cowering here. And all the survivors in the mall were gathered in this warehouse, so Li Xin must have come in from the outside. Everything had happened too quickly for Gao Xian to consider this before, but now he realized that Li Xin's strength was probably far beyond theirs. Hold your fire, Gao Xian had to repeat himself several times as everyone was still furious. Slowly, their reason returned, and they incredulously turned their gaze towards where Li Xin stood. How is it possible that he is unharmed? The apocalypse has barely started. How can someone be this powerful? It must be an illusion. At that moment, Li Xin was shrouded in dust and only his silhouette was visible, but as power users themselves, their vision was sharp enough to see through the dust. The next second he disappeared from his spot. Before Gao Xian could react, a hand landed on his shoulder, causing him to shudder, and it took all his effort to suppress the urge to flee. Have you figured it out? Came a voice, cold and devoid of emotion. Yes, I've figured it out. Gao Xian swallowed hard, struggling to keep his composure. Then go to die, Li Xian said as he raised his arm. Gao Xian's forehead was covered in cold sweat, feeling his legs go weak. His power was supportive with no capability for direct combat. No, I can compensate. Anything you want, money, women, or resources, I can give you anything. Li Xian smiled faintly as he gripped Gao Xian's neck tightly. Fool, once I kill you, all this will be mine. At that moment, Gao Xian was truly desperate to find a way to survive, his brain whirring with thoughts. Although it had only been 3 or 4 minutes since they met, Li Xian's domineering presence had made a deep impression on him. He was absolutely convinced that if he couldn't provide a satisfactory answer, Li Xian would indeed kill him, and no one present could stop it. Suddenly a spark of inspiration struck Gao Xian, and he shouted hoarsely, I can work for you. My abilities are in my eyes. I can analyze specific details about targets useful in combat and beyond. After his outburst, Gao Xian felt the grip on his neck loosen slightly. Realizing he had guessed correctly, he continued, promising everything he could think of, nearly blurting out the color of his underwear he was wearing that day. "Well, since that's the case, I'll let you go this time," said Li Xian, his spiritual energy flowing again, healing Gao Xian. As the clarity returned to his mind, he released his hand. "What's this?" Gao Xian asked, both shocked and delighted as he sensed his injuries healing. "Consider it a reward." Li Xian smiled. "I'll come looking for you in a few days. Don T wander off." With that, he slowly walked away from the warehouse, his back unguarded, but no one dared to attack. Instead, everyone stepped back, their eyes filled with fear as they watched him leave. Gao Xian collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, when one of the power users approached and asked, "Brother Gao, shall we leave?" "Let's stay here. We need some time," Gao Xian replied. Meanwhile, Li Xian had arrived at the wholesale market, his final target located. "Storage essential for doomsday," he murmured to himself, appearing instantly behind a woman and swiftly breaking her neck without a glance at the fallen body as black flames raged out of him. Shortly after, Li Xian left the wholesale market, constantly testing his new abilities along the way. By the time he reached the shelter, he had figured out the specifics of his new ability. It was approximately 10 cubic meters in size and only consumed spiritual energy during storage and retrieval, seemingly offering absolute preservation. It couldn't store living things or be used in combat yet, but it was something he could further develop. Sitting on the sofa in the shelter, Li Xian reflected solemnly. "Finally, my initial accumulation is complete. The most dangerous and vulnerable period is behind me, and I'm a step ahead of everyone. If nothing unexpected happens, I will maintain this lead, but only on this planet, Blue Star. My greatest enemies, the crisis, are still those distorted deities." After resting for a while, Li Xian went to take a shower. Honestly, these zombies, power users and mutated creatures, were too weak. Killing them hardly improved his strength even with the devouring technique. It seemed that he had reached a certain bottleneck. Merely relying on these frail new beings was not enough to break through. It was no longer a matter of quantity but of quality. The emergence of crystal nuclei around the end of March was too late, unusually so. The spiritual energy had already appeared in the air, undetectable and unabsorbable by ordinary people, but zombies were different. Their utilization rate of spiritual energy far exceeded that of humans. Given the current concentration of spiritual energy, it would only take 3 days for the first Tier 1 zombie to appear. What was the reason that zombies couldn't advance? Li Xian pondered this question again, having studied it in every dimension from 2 to 7. Ordinary people couldn't perceive spiritual energy, but those with abilities could. Even though they didn't know what it was, they instinctively chased after this substance, or should it be called energy? No one knew. The nature of spiritual energy was too complex. Until now, our understanding of it was mostly conjecture, knowing what it is but not why it is. After freshening up, he sat back down on the sofa, his index finger stroking his autobiography, quietly waiting for 8 o'clock. Night. Li Xian stared at his autobiography, and at the stroke of 8 a sudden change occurred. He felt the autobiography vibrating. In the next instant, a strong suction force came, and the spiritual power inside him uncontrollably surged like water bursting from a dam, crazily rushing into the autobiography. Li Xian's expression changed drastically. He tried several times to control his spiritual power, but to no avail. His internal spiritual power decreased rapidly, dropping to the warning line in just a few seconds. He ran, not even bothering to open the door, crashing through it, heading towards the nearby zombies with his autobiography clung tightly to his palm, unable to shake it off. Fortunately, he had been too lazy to clear the zombies around the shelter previously, otherwise he would have had to run a great distance, and he was running out of time. Boom! He charged at an extreme speed directly into the zombie horde, merely colliding and instantly killing more than a dozen zombies, though his speed only slightly decreased. Without any hesitation, black flames enveloped the zombies, burning them, and the newly appeared spiritual power didn't linger. It was immediately sucked away by the autobiography. Li Xian forcibly stopped his sprint, plowing the ground, leaving long trails of mud, the massive noise attracting the nearby zombies' attention. Suddenly, the howling was incessant and the sound of running grew closer. His face pale, unable to wait any longer, he roared and lunged at the nearest zombie. Boom! Bang! Black flames blossomed everywhere, turning the defeated into Li Xian's strength, allowing the internal battle within him to continue. It was unclear how much time had passed. Within a kilometer radius, the area was a mess, with pits large and small scattered all around, as if a meteor shower had just fallen on this spot. Finally Li Xian stopped fighting, his face completely bloodless, looking at the autobiography in his hand, and shook his head. Little ancestor, you must be full now. To sustain his autobiography, Li Xian could hardly remember how many zombies he had killed. All he knew was that within a 5-kilometer radius no zombies had survived, each had become fodder for his autobiography. At this moment he was immensely grateful that he had seized the infinity, for without it he could never satisfy the voracious appetite of his autobiography. Although he didn't know what would happen to him if he failed to satisfy the autobiography, suddenly, after having its fill, the autobiography shone brilliantly and entered Li Xian's body. The next second a tattoo appeared on his left chest, a bound book from ancient times. He realized that the autobiography was now this tattoo. So how am I supposed to read the autobiography today? Li Xian wondered, feeling somewhat perplexed as he tried to figure out how to use it. He walked slowly back to the shelter, and just as he was about to enter he found the way. The tattoo on his chest emitted a faint light, and the next second 2 books appeared in his hands. One book was a modern hardcover just like the previous autobiography, while the other was an ancient thread-bound book from the Dragon Country. Both books were similar in that they had no titles and were covered in sky blue. Li Xian channeled his spiritual power into both books and messages began to appear in his mind. What is this? After receiving the information, Li Xian's face showed surprise. Only now did he understand the true function of the autobiography. Simply put, the autobiography now had an added feature that allowed him to personally travel to the future and return to the original timeline when the time ended. However, this could only be for a very short duration. He could only go 1 month into the future before returning due to a lack of spiritual power. The amount of spiritual power the autobiography could contain was related to his own strength. The stronger he was, the more spiritual power the autobiography could store, and thus the further into the future it could take him. Considering a trip to the future, Li Xian felt momentarily intrigued. His current predicament was the scarcity of time, whether in battle or in cultivation. His experiences were far too limited. Now this new ability of the autobiography satisfied his greatest need, not only knowing the future but also being able to visit it. Honing himself and witnessing the future's development firsthand was invaluable. Experience teaches slowly, and at the cost of mistakes. It was undoubtedly a final piece of the puzzle for him. No, wait, 1 month was too short. Li Xian took a deep breath. Traveling to the future had its costs. If used, he would not be able to witness the future for the next 3 days. Meanwhile, he also named these 2 abilities. Traveling to the future he called Anchor of Timespace, or perhaps Barrier Breaker. As for the original function, he named it Super Timespace Daily Update Aid to see the future's mighty unbeatable awesome diary, briefly called Timespace Diary. That meant he would miss 3 opportunities to deduce cultivation techniques and witness future transformations. The current situation was still unstable. He needed to find the right path and confirm that the future would not change drastically in the short term before he could travel to the future. For him now, confirming the future's path was the most important thing. Honing himself and enhancing his combat abilities came second, especially since there were no creatures that could defeat him now. With this in mind, Li Xian made his decision. First, I reviewed the Timespace Diary, hoping for a new solution this time. The autobiography ceased updating, but it no longer mattered. I had long been prepared to be discarded. On March 5, I located the individuals mentioned by number 7 and gathered them to calculate new techniques together. They were astonished, not knowing where I had acquired these techniques from. I casually mentioned they were remnants from the last revival of spiritual energy, and they believed it to be true. By March 26, crystal cores began appearing in the brains of the undead earlier than before. During this period I holed up in the laboratory, occasionally venturing out to capture people. Some were incorporated into the experiments, while others became subjects of experimentation. Sometimes I truly felt like the mad scientist from a movie. However, none of that mattered anymore. Now my most critical task was to deduce a technique, a manual that could autonomously absorb spiritual energy. The crystal element technique was merely transitional. It would not be our endpoint. Upon reading this, Li Xian's expression briefly stiffened. He hadn't expected number 8 to make such a choice, completely disregarding the dangers posed by deities. Without my prompting, the creation of the devouring element technique would be significantly delayed. Perhaps number 8 might live a bit longer. Most of the following entries were records of experiments. On April 19, there was a breakthrough in the technique experiment. Although I was not adept at research, the accumulations of the Previous 5-inch combined with the top-tier research talent in the laboratory allowed the first technique suitable for the majority of humanity to be born. I named it the spirit element technique, a popular method yet still challenging for ordinary people to practice. To be precise, ordinary humans lack a specific organ induced by spiritual energy, which I named the spirit root. Without the spirit root, one cannot cultivate, as they cannot perceive or absorb spiritual energy. However, if ordinary humans stay in areas rich in spiritual energy for an extended period, there is a possibility for the spirit root to regenerate. The crystal element technique previously allowed ordinary people to cultivate purely because the dense spiritual energy induced the formation of spirit roots. The world was evolving more and more into a realm of cultivation. On May 28, a technique tailored exclusively for me was created, designed specifically for my body, rendering it less effective when practiced by others. I named it after myself, the XIN technique. I had a premonition that in the future all top powerhouses would possess their own exclusive techniques with vast differences between them. If the absorption efficiency of the spirit element technique was 1, then the efficiency of an exclusive technique was at least 5, and such techniques could be continuously updated and corrected. The XIN technique's efficiency was 7, and it was far from reaching its limits. On June 3, I targeted the Zombie King, but unfortunately he escaped due to the overwhelming number of zombies. On June 11, there was no mass extinction of life forms and the deities remained asleep. I was quite curious about how long they would need to awaken under normal circumstances. On June 24, global communication was restored, initiated by a clever individual from the beautiful country who innovatively combined electromagnetic waves with spiritual energy, giving birth on June 28. I captured him. By July 27, the Corpse King had swept across the globe, and now only 3 countries remained unscathed: Russia, the United States, and China. It turned out he had fled to Southeast Asia. On August 6, I captured the Corpse King again. He was formidable, the only other being at the 6th tier besides myself, but unfortunately he did not understand the concept of infinity. Humanity began to catch its breath. They accelerated their construction and research in a frenzy. I think they must have guessed my existence by now, given the number of people I've captured these days. On September 9, the Research Institute completed a large number of projects consecutively. We established a theoretical framework from Tier 0 to Tier 5, and the corresponding knowledge was well developed. As for me, I remained at Tier 6. This threshold was too high. Outside the laboratory, no one had reached this realm, the highest being only Tier 5. Their understanding of cultivation was too superficial. On the contrary, inside the laboratory, there were already 3 at the 6th tier. On October 27, psychic weapons were officially deployed in combat. Those with abilities finally had weapons to wield. This marked a new threshold. The gap between the strong and the weak grew ever wider. On November 21, I developed a storage method, and now the laboratory was relocated to an alternate dimension space I had created. The world might have already changed, for there were far too many alternate dimension spaces which could not have appeared in such a short time. These spaces, attached to the blue planet, were inaccessible without specific methods. I began to explore these alternate dimensions. On December 29, I prepared to break through to the 7th tier. I could feel it. The aberrant deities were starting to stir, and it wouldn't be long before they revived. If I were to describe the path of cultivation from Tier 0 to Tier 6, it involved using spiritual energy to evolve the physical body to higher levels, a process I called psychic transformation. The 7th tier, according to our predictions, involved the elusive soul, enabling the soul to exist independently from the body, which could regenerate from a single drop of blood. The 7th tier was a sublimation of all previous stages. All accumulations of power were to be fully realized at this stage. And the 8th tier, unknown, a completely unfamiliar territory. By January 12, 2026, my attempt to advance failed, and my power was greatly diminished, almost falling back to the 5th tier. If not for the abundant foundation provided by infinity, I would not have survived. But surviving did little to help. The gateway to the 7th tier began to close because, during this breakthrough, my soul had permanently lost a part of itself. On February 13, the strength of external beings surged dramatically. The 3rd tier became common, the 4th was usual, and the 5th was considered elite. There were 4 at the 6th tier: 2 humans, 1 zombie, and 1 mutated tiger. They came for me, wanting to seize my experimental results. Now they are being studied. The progress of the experiment is accelerating rapidly. On March 4, 2026, the distorted deities revived. I did not intervene but instead hid myself. Fortunately, my research proved effective, likely because they were indifferent, hidden within an interdimensional space. I observed the world through devices I had installed earlier. During the resurgence of the deities, one man, Huang Wei, humanity's fifth rank 6, a mere civil servant before the apocalypse with unknown abilities, soared to the heavens and struck at the gods with his life's force. By April 6, 2026, the world had returned to a semblance of peace. The chaos subsided, order was restored, and 97 tribes ruled the skies, the earth, the seas, and the interdimensional spaces. Each tribe worshipped a deity of their choosing, leading to occasional frictions. On May 13, a great war broke out due to uneven resource distribution. By June 1, the first tribe was defeated. Their faith went to the victors and the losers were enslaved. On June 7, the Konghuan tribe, which governed the interdimensional spaces, discovered me, quite unfortunate for me, as they could not defeat me and thus decided to disclose my presence. The war halted and the whole world began to hunt me, unable to tolerate the existence of remnants from the old world. By June 24, the new races were strong. Nearly months old, hundreds had already reached the 6th rank, but alas, they did not comprehend the infinite. On July 7, the first rank 7 of the new races was born, who I exiled into the interdimensional space. By July 14, the ranks of the 6th had nearly been wiped out and the deities themselves took to the field. I can now confirm that deities are at least rank 8. No rank 7 could possess such terrifying power. Even with my infinite, it was futile. I was but a formidable ant. Li Xin exhaled deeply, not too disheartened, as he had long known that the rule of the deities was not easily overthrown. Not something a simulation or two could achieve. If it were that simple, he would doubt the authenticity of the deities. New law, a technique unique to him. Li Xin looked at his autobiography, silently noting the content of the technique. According to Research Note 8, he was currently at rank 1, having completed the initial phase of spiritualizing his epidermis. Due to the infinite, his true combat strength could match that of rank 3, as ordinary rank 3s had no weapons, no techniques, only their abilities and physical strength. Once these elements became widespread, the strength at each realm would significantly increase. Without external interference, the deities would revive in a year, sooner than he had anticipated. Rank 8, how could one break through? Without achieving rank 8, one could not contend with the deities. Future me, persevere. Once the path to rank 8 is clear, you can safely use the time-space anchor. Li Xin thought, his eyes shimmering as he closed them to meditate, beginning to practice the new law. Tailored specifically for him, spiritual energy. It filled the heavens and the earth. He could feel it distinctly, unevenly distributed, some areas richer than others, and nearby the place where he had just battled was where the spiritual energy was most dense. He hurriedly walked over, sat cross-legged, and meditated through the night. Of course, it wasn't that this posture was particularly conducive to cultivation, he simply wanted to adopt this pose. The second day of the apocalypse, March 5, at 9 a.m., Li Xin concluded his meditation, having absorbed all the dense spiritual energy around him. This new technique is truly tailor-made for me, he thought, having advanced to the second tier after just a night of cultivation. Next, once his body's flesh and blood were fully spiritualized, he could advance to the third tier. Unfortunately, their powers were too weak, and for a considerable time to come he would have to rely solely on absorbing spiritual energy. The soul-devouring technique, though useful, was ultimately not fully utilized, which seemed somewhat wasteful. Li Xin stood up, started his car, and sped off. He approved of the findings from Sector 8. Establishing a research institute was essential. Let me think, what geniuses are nearby? He checked his location again, pressed hard on the accelerator, and shot out like an arrow. Meanwhile, Huang Bo sat paralyzed on the ground, breathing heavily. Despite his eyes being closed, he could clearly sense the positions of nearby zombies thanks to his ability, perception. Originally an assistant at a research institute, he had been lucky the day before when the apocalypse struck, as there were no people around him. After consuming a fruit, he awakened his special ability and had been fleeing ever since. Phew, there seem to be fewer zombies now. I'll rest a bit, then move on. I'm so hungry. Haven't eaten in 2 days. Before he rested for long, his perception alerted him that the dense crowd of zombies had suddenly dispersed, frightening him into standing up and looking out the window. Then he saw an SUV, a man, and zombies furiously sprinting. Not good. Watching the swarm of zombies, Huang Bo felt his legs tremble and mentally mourned for the man. Another one's going to die. He turned away, leaning against the wall as despair crept into his heart. He wondered how long this chaos would last and how many more would die during it. Could nuclear weapons be the only solution? But wouldn't the use of nuclear weapons lead to another apocalypse? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Huang Bo, right? Come with me. Huang Bo quickly stood up, looking around warily, then saw a man, the very man surrounded by zombies. His lips moved, showing an expression as if he'd seen a ghost. Scared silly? Forget it, come here. Li Xian wasn't inclined to waste words. A golden rope, glowing and seemingly sentient, appeared out of nowhere and tied up Huang Bo, swiftly whisking him away from the spot. Huang Bo felt dazed, and by the time he regained his senses he was inside the car with 3 other people also bound and unconscious. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Excuse me, who are you, and what do you want with me?" Li Xian glanced at him, slightly amused. His biography hadn't mentioned these people's personalities. This was his first encounter with Huang Bo, and he hadn't expected him to be so composed, captured, and yet so calm and asking. He was better behaved than the previous few. As for the rest, you'll know once we get there. Oh. After Huang Bo finished speaking, he sat quietly in the car, occasionally gazing out the window, lost in thought for a long time. Li Xian glanced at him and realized why this guy had earned the praise of number 8. He was naturally cut out for research. Soon, the SUV stopped in front of a large building. Huang Bo stared at the building, slightly stunned. Was this not the very place he had worked so hard to escape from just yesterday, and yet here he was back again today? Let's go. The 4 followed Li Xian, silently entering the building. They arrived at the second basement level. This area already had some people dressed in lab coats sitting in front of computers examining data. Li Xian clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Huang Bo noticed that these people involuntarily trembled at the sight of Li Xian, and upon closer inspection many had bruised faces. He immediately thought of a possibility and shut his mouth. All first batch researchers are now present. The next batch will arrive within a week. I give you 3 days to fully understand these materials. In 3 days, I will conduct an assessment. Choose the topic you wish to research. The materials and equipment needed for your topic I will provide. Your job is to research. Li Xian paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone. No one dared meet his eyes. He continued, those who pass the assessment will be researchers, those who don't will be assistants. As for the rules of the Research Institute, they are all in the computer. Follow the rules, and of course if you don't agree with my rules, you are free to challenge me. After speaking, Li Xian snapped his fingers and heaps of materials appeared out of nowhere. However, aside from the 4 newcomers, the rest remained expressionless. Everyone, come and move these, put them where they belong. Li Xian left without any delay. Huang Bo clearly noticed that everyone breathed a sigh of relief after Li Xian left. Soon as someone came to guide them on what was required here. It wasn't long before he knew the basic information about these people. Including himself, there were 26 people, and astonishingly 20 were capable individuals. Where did he find them? In fact, not just Huang Bo was puzzled. Everyone was unsure why. Li Xian had appeared out of nowhere, abruptly capturing them and bringing them here, then providing food and drink along with what could only be described as top-secret documents, yet only asking them to conduct research. Those who had made it here were no fools. They were all too aware of the significance of the documents in their hands. But had the apocalypse not just begun? Where did all this information come from? During their conversations, Huang Bo also found out that, except for himself, almost everyone else had been knocked unconscious and brought here. According to them, Li Xian was incredibly strong. Dealing with them, he had never needed to use a second move. A newcomer couldn't help but ask, "Aren't we going to run?" The atmosphere instantly fell into a dead silence. Huang Bo looked at him, somewhat amazedly, retracting his earlier statement. There were still fools among them. Are you out of your mind? Before we could be found in any corner of the city, and now that we've all been captured and brought here, you still think about running? I suppose you haven't been hit hard enough. Do you even know how strong that guy is? All of us together wouldn't be enough to take him on. For a moment the Research Institute was filled with complaints. After the materials were put away, Li Xian did not go out again. After all, only about 30 people from Tianbei City had been documented, and after a few trips he had captured them all. Apart from Huang Bo, who was relatively easy to handle, the others all deserved a beating. Before Huang Bo's arrival, they had even organized a collective escape attempt. After that episode, they fully realized that children who cry and fuss would face the fist. After the punishment, Li Xian thoughtfully treated their injuries, healing them. Huang Bo was the only one who hadn't been treated yet. Li Xian planned to find an opportunity to beat him too. To Li Xian, the significance of the institute lay in laying the groundwork for the future. All research would be completed in the future, then handled by him, starting the next cycle. This was the fundamental reason behind all his actions. If one cycle was not enough, then two, and if two were insufficient, then even more. Eventually he would find the perfect path. What a fine apocalypse turned into a sandbox simulation game by me, Lee Xin remarked, glancing at his tattoo. However, the next iteration wouldn't yield such significant gains. He was aware that number 8 had achieved so much due to the groundwork laid by predecessors, which allowed number 8 to partially unveil the mysteries of spiritual energy and avoid some erroneous paths. Along with a bit of luck that led him in the right direction, the hardest part is always the beginning, moving from 0 to 1, which is the most challenging phase. Once there is a fundamental understanding, things tend to get on the right track. However, all the breakthroughs made previously by number 8 had been squandered and the theories had stagnated. Any further breakthroughs would have to wait until sufficient accumulation, or perhaps hope for a miraculous technological explosion. In this era, it was unclear if the theories rooted in the scientific world were still effective. Nevertheless, if he followed number 8's approach, he could survive at least a year and a half, which meant he could gather a year and a half's worth of research results every day. With continuous accumulation, like a snowball growing larger as it rolls, he was confident he had plenty of time, and he did not believe that with such an extended period he wouldn't be able to deduce the path to the 8th tier. That evening at 8, the autobiography was updated on schedule, as Lee Xin expected. There was no expansion in depth. Theoretical research remained at the 5th tier and below, with no stable method to break through to the 6th tier. Number 9 attempted to break through to the 7th tier and failed again. However, it wasn't without gains. At least the breadth had expanded, and there were more ways to apply the theories, especially in the study of spiritual energy weapons and the spiritual energy internet. It's worth mentioning that number 9 survived until August of the 26th year, but unfortunately a 7th level figure from the Sky Ring tribe was discovered, and he was found. After desperately trading his life for 2 other 7th levels, he died. Lee Xin stored the new discoveries in the computer for the laboratory's research. The construction of the psychic internet needs to be prioritized. The research items are increasing and are overwhelming. The anchor of time and space must be utilized soon, and in future the main force in research must still be myself. Undeniably, they are all geniuses with learning abilities far superior to mine, but they do not have as much time as I do. Time is of the essence to thoroughly understand these theories. Otherwise, no matter how many subspace achievements are made, they are useless if not applied practically. He sighed and buried his head in the documents, studying until 2 a.m. before falling asleep. On March 6, 2025 at 6 a.m., Lee Xin got up full of energy. After a quick wash, he created a clone to stay at the Research Institute and left the building. Although the clone was not as strong as him, being at the first level was sufficient to guard the institute at this generally level 0 time point. Following his senses, he arrived at a shopping mall, which was the location of Gao Xin and others. Number 8 had never mentioned Gao Xin, but number 9 had recorded him. Soon Gao Xin would meet someone and, relying on his own abilities, become a high-ranking official in a base, and eventually, taking advantage of the original leader's absence, usurp the position as the master of the base. That person's surname was Lin, the unlimited original master, the protagonist character from a refreshing drama script. The records of number 8 and number 9 about him only lasted until May, that is, before Lin Minghai established the base and prepared to travel. From his departure, the records about him completely disappeared. Even though the gods had revived, he never appeared. Was he dead? With a distorted deity behind him, it shouldn't be. Could I have guessed wrong? But how does this explain the previous events? Let's not reveal too much for now. Wait for the results from number 10, then make plans. Lee Xin arrived at the warehouse, where the previously kicked-in iron door was now braced with various objects. He smashed through it, confronting the astonished faces inside. He was about to speak when the murky air in the warehouse, mixed with various odors, made him frown, especially the pervasive smell of feces and urine. Gao Xin and the other ability users exchanged glances and braced themselves to meet him. "Stop, Gao Xin, come out," Lee Xin said expressionlessly and walked out, unable to stand the smell. "Brother Gao." Hearing this, the other ability users turned to look at Gao Xin. Gao Xin's expression changed and he sternly said, "Wait for me here." He knew he could not escape this ordeal but hadn't expected it to come so soon. Following Lee Xin, Gao Xin went upstairs. "May I know your esteemed surname, sir?" Gao Xin asked cautiously. Lee Xin said, offering 2 choices: first, join us; second. His voice trailed off as he slightly curved his lips. Gao Xin quickly nodded, understanding the implied meaning. "I'll join." It's either join or die, he thought bitterly. Li Xian handed him a stack of paper documents, smiling ambiguously. This is a friendly offer from the organization. Gao Xian took the documents, clutching them in his hand, not daring to look at them right away. Li Xian laughed lightly. Not going to look? Gao Xian glanced at him with a puzzled look, not daring to argue, and continued to read on. The part about the analysis of spiritual energy traits and application methods was covered in the 6th issue of the Divine Research Institute Monthly. At first glance, what was this talking about? At the second glance, wait, something seemed off. The Divine Research Institute. At the third glance, the application of spiritual energy. Gao Xian looked up in disbelief, feeling that the already mysterious figure was now shrouded in an even thicker fog. Numerous questions swirled in his mind, and he couldn't help but ask Li, brotherly, is this for real? Try it yourself and you'll know, came the reply. What will I have to give in return? You have already paid the price, Li Xian said with a slight smile. From now on, just do what you need to do. The organization will contact you when they need you. Finally, his words carried an implied meaning. The organization does not foster the useless. The higher your value, the more you will continue to receive the organization's cultivation. After saying that, Li Xian slowly walked away, his heavy footsteps echoing through the building and landing heavily in Gao Xian's heart. Gao Xian stared blankly ahead until the figure disappeared at the end of the hallway. He unconsciously clenched the documents, feeling both exhilarated and fearful. He had a premonition that he was touching upon the shadows behind the world, a truth buried in human history. Such detailed and comprehensive information could not possibly have been researched in just one day. It must have been the result of long years of study. Moreover, these documents could not possibly have been produced by just a few people. The organization must have a significant number of personnel. What exactly was the origin of the Divine Research Institute? Who was behind it? Today's society was in chaos, hardly seeming prepared for anything, so it was possible to immediately rule out the government, or at least a collective government entity. Who then was behind this? An organization completely hidden in an age of high information. The power and money it symbolized were probably beyond ordinary people's imagination. Or perhaps this organization had always been in plain sight, but its hidden secrets had not been discovered. Gao Xian could hardly imagine how these studies were carried on in an era without spiritual energy, how much manpower and resources were spent to achieve such results, and from Li Xian's nonchalant actions he realized that these documents were far from the core. What was the precursor to the Divine Research Institute? Could its members include some of the influential figures he was familiar with? Even the global apocalypse sweeping across might be linked to the institute. Thinking this, Gao Xian couldn't help but shiver. A tremendous fear enveloping him, followed by a thrilling ecstasy that made his nerves pulse wildly. He couldn't hold up any longer, collapsing onto one knee on the ground, his forearm propping him up as he dry-heaved, as if trying to vomit out the overwhelming emotions that assaulted his nerves. Amidst his suffering, a thought struck him: opportunity, true opportunity. At long last the lavish riches he longed for were within his grasp. Meanwhile, Li Xian was unaware of Gao Xian's thoughts and didn't care. He was ready to meet the portly man who, as he accurately predicted, would soon be calling him. The Institute's future champion should have seized the fruits of victory by now. It was time to move quickly. Songgu opened his eyes to find his clothes soaked in blood, as if he had bathed in a pool of it. He was on a rooftop where the open space was littered with dismembered corpses, too numerous to count. Some were zombies, others humans, but all were similarly torn apart. Clearly, whatever the cause of their struggle, he was the sole survivor. Had he won? Was this the power bestowed by his benefactor? Closing his eyes, Songgu sensed his newfound power and couldn't help but lick his dry, cracked lips. What a delightful feeling. Benefactor, I'm coming to find you, he exclaimed, reaching into his pocket only to realize his phone had been smashed when he used it as a weapon earlier. Glancing around with a twitch of his mouth, he thought better of expecting any help from here. He would have to find a phone outside. With a sigh, Songgu leapt 5 meters forward, landing far away but still stepping on corpses. He made his way to the staircase in just a few strides. As he pulled open the iron door, the very face he'd been longing to see suddenly appeared before him. Ed, benefactor, I was just about to look for you, he exclaimed in disbelief. Li Xian, slightly curious, looked up at him. Having only met twice, Li Xian wondered why Songgu was so enthusiastic. It wasn't a concern of betrayal, for Li Xian had ways of detecting traitors. Rather, in timeline number 9, Songgu had died protecting him, fighting to the very end. We're not that familiar, are we? we've been acquainted in spirit for a long time, Songgu quickly responded, observing Li Xian's expression which remained unchanged. Not like that, Songgu hastily added, sensing Li Xian's misunderstanding and rubbing his head. In frustration, I mean admiration, yes, admiration. Oh, is that so? Li Xian responded nonchalantly, clearly not interested in continuing the conversation. Come on, follow me, take this, you're now part of our institute. A benefactor? What is this institute? Don't ask, just read. Oh, okay. While benefactor, is everything written here true? Li Xian nodded slightly. As they returned to the institute, Li Xian quickly left Songgu in the car and sped off with a press of the accelerator, finding Song Ji's talkativeness a bit too much to handle. Truthfully, if it weren't for his potential usefulness in the future, Li Xian really wanted to throw him out halfway through their journey. They had already captured the person in question, and next on the agenda was to find a place for cultivation before setting off for the capital city tomorrow. The Corpse King? Li Xian was curious to see how much ability he truly had. With a flicker in his eyes, he sat cross-legged in the city center where the fighting was most intense and the spiritual energy was thickest. Utilizing a new method he began cultivating at a rapid pace. If this level of spiritual energy continued, he estimated it would take only 3 days to complete the spiritualization of his flesh and blood, thus advancing to the 3rd tier. While cultivating, Li Xian pondered over his arrangements. The situation in Tianbei City was mostly stable and the research institute was on the right track. All that was left was to check the updates on the 10th before departing. He chuckled to himself, thinking about the daily updates. Even if the butterfly effect was real, it likely wouldn't have time to take effect before he noticed it. His previous worries seemed somewhat superfluous now. The path of spiritualization he was certain of, starting from the 1st tier of skin, 2nd tier of flesh, 3rd tier of bones, 4th tier of organs, 5th tier of external crystallization to the 6th tier of consciousness spiritualization, was essentially a crude integration of spiritual energy with the body. However, this was surely not the only path. In the future, with a stronger cultivation system, he could switch paths without hopefully causing any issues. As more spiritual energy flowed into him, his chaotic thoughts began to coalesce. Li Xian immersed himself in the process of spiritualization, intently feeling and understanding some of the data he had. Something wasn't right. There was room for optimization. The density of spiritual energy was too high. Diluting it once more would allow his body to absorb it without any burden. The order of spiritualization could also be adjusted to possibly quicken the process as long as it didn't affect the brain. There wouldn't be significant harm. When Li Xian returned to his senses from his cultivation, the sky was clear with sparse stars, and by the time he checked, the autobiography had already been updated. It was already past midnight. He murmured to himself, summoning the autobiography, and began to read. He stopped his cultivation and stared at the unchanged autobiography, speechless for a long while. Despite having anticipated this moment, it was still hard to accept. The next day, he left a clone to oversee the research institute and set off alone on the road to the capital. To be precise, he was picking fruits along the way to the capital. The 7th, 8th, and 9th had already explored the map, marking valuable cities, locations, special people, and flora and fauna. The Corpse King wouldn't move soon, so he only needed to plan his route well and reach the capital before the Corpse King changed locations. There was plenty of time, and perhaps he could explore more places and find more valuable things. His plan needed the Corpse King, at least for now. Before long, he reached the nearest settlement, spent a day scouting, and finding their capabilities lacking, he chose one person to cultivate and put him in charge of this settlement. Days passed and my irritation grew in this godforsaken era, where traditional transportation was obsolete and we reverted to the most primitive modes. However, my discoveries were significant enough to soothe my wounded spirit. On April 7th, after a series of detours, I finally arrived in the capital city. Coincidentally, it was under siege by zombies. The capital was one of the few cities worldwide to restore order early, keeping zombies at bay outside its walls. Today marked the 3rd siege. Following the zombies' collective evolution, a battle that had been raging for 2 days already, I located the zombie king amidst the horde. Cunningly, although a 3rd tier, it disguised itself as a regular zombie. Navigating through the masses, I captured the zombie king and commanded it to retreat. Startled by my presence, it complied obediently. The authorities of the capital tried to contact me, but I ignored them. The time was not yet ripe. I struck a deal with the Zombie King, allowing it to summon zombies globally to form their own nation, granting it the methods for spiritual cultivation. For now, the king lacked the capability to rally zombies on a large scale and could only summon those within a limited area. I did not expect much. The world was expanding and controlling the zombies within the Dragon Nation was sufficient. I stayed in the land of the zombies researching ways to wean them off blood. Previous attempts by others were largely unsuccessful, but at least there was a direction to follow. On April 17, I revisited the capital to present them with a blueprint for constructing a psychic internet demanding that they control the death toll and unify human cities into a cohesive unit. This was challenging, especially without waging war, but I resolved to enforce compliance through sheer force. The research facility was also relocated within the zombie nation. By April 28, the psychic internet was operational and the capital began collaborating with me to establish stations elsewhere. With communication restored, unification of humanity became possible. By May 26, after lengthy negotiations and field inspections, major human settlements within the Dragon Nation appeared unified, at least superficially. Concurrently, methods of spiritual cultivation began to spread, officially ushering the Dragon Nation into the era of psychic abilities. It was only a matter of time before these practices became widespread. Most without the aptitude for cultivation had perished, and those who survived typically possessed spiritual roots. By July 12, there was a significant breakthrough in psychic weaponry. The number of cultivators in the nation surged, and these individuals who embarked on cultivation later in life generally lacked the prowess of those born with abilities. This led to a broad division within society, with innate ability holders looking down on acquired cultivators who in turn despised and envied the naturals. Despite my control, large-scale conflicts were averted, but minor skirmishes were inevitable. By October 19, the zombie issue was finally resolved. Now, they feed on spiritual energy, a feat unmatched by humans. Zombies are innately spiritual beings, albeit incomplete. They inherently traverse stages 1 through 4, but their progress was hindered due to their deceased bodies, which limited their passive ability to absorb spiritual energy, trapping them in lower stages. Initially, the pursuit of human beings was fundamentally for plundering their vitality to rejuvenate the spiritual organs within the body. Once the problem was identified, the solution became more straightforward. On November 24, there was a noticeable decrease in the concentration of spiritual energy. Even though I had anticipated this, it still caused me a headache. Before the resurgence of the distorted deities, there was a limit to the amount of spiritual energy available. Nowadays, instead of large-scale deaths, more people are embarking on the path of cultivation. There is starting to be a shortage of spiritual energy. This issue needs to be resolved soon. Otherwise, a major war is inevitable. On December 21, the first rebellion in the Dragon Nation erupted. They were still disobedient, coveting my resources, including many who had received my support. Such foolish people, always remembering the benefits but forgetting the lessons. A good thrashing brought them back in line. By January 7 of the following year, the rebellion was quelled. All the gathering places were subdued like quails, quietly resuming production and licking their wounds. My own power had already reached the 6th level, while theirs did not exceed the 5th level. I wondered from where they drew the courage to confront me. By March 4, the distorted deities had not revived. My theory was correct. This path was feasible. Unfortunately, the problem of spiritual energy remained unresolved. The only known solution was through killing. When a creature dies, the spiritual energy within is released, and for some reason this energy far exceeds what was absorbed, acting like an amplifier of spiritual energy which then feeds back to the environment, gradually increasing the concentration of spiritual energy. In other words, without solving this problem, large-scale war was unavoidable. This represents the most fundamental and intense conflict of interests in today's society, from which no one can escape. On March 8, I decided to attempt to break through to the 7th level. Before this, my strength could not be further enhanced, and within the Research Institute 5 others had already attempted this breakthrough. Although they were not successful, their experiences were worth learning from. By March 26, the attempt to break through to the 7th level had failed. The threshold was simply too high, and the smallest mistake led to failure. However, it was not without gains. In fact, I had nearly stepped into the 7th level and even managed to obtain some tissues with the power of the 7th level. Although I did not know how to achieve the 7th level, understanding some of its capabilities allowed me to deduce possible methods of breakthrough. By April 18, the concentration of spiritual energy had dropped to a critical low and war erupted, sparing no one. Only the projects in the Research Institute were not paused and continued to operate. By May 9, the war had not yet ended, but another piece of bad news had already arrived. The distorted deities had revived. Humans who looked directly at the deities suffered physical distortions and died, with only a few surviving. Zombies and special creatures were almost completely wiped out. I personally witnessed the deities creating a new race. It was a moment full of profound emotions, and meanwhile some of the 7th level tissues in my body shattered and I reverted entirely to the 6th level. With the revival of the deities, the new race spread across the globe and we retreated into the secondary spaces, which were previously known as the alternate dimensional spaces. Fortunately, the subspace was vast, allowing us, the stowaways, to barely survive. The new era was spectacular, filled with scenes that one would only expect to find in fantasy novels. However, these marvels were of no concern to us. We were merely rats that had smuggled ourselves from the old era into the new, hiding day and night in the subspace, peeking at the splendor of the outside world and stealing their information. On August 9, 2026, I learned my lesson and found a hiding place in the outside world early on. After witnessing the advancement of the Sky Ring tribe to the 7th tier, I left subspace. This breakthrough seemed to trigger a chain reaction, with one after another reaching the 7th tier. I attended their ascensions when possible. As more individuals reached the 7th tier, frictions escalated and each of their battles revealed more information. Our experience began to grow. On September 12, 2026, Songa decided to attempt the breakthrough to the 7th tier. This chubby fellow had been following me and had managed to survive until now. On September 19, Song Ji's attempt failed. His condition was similar to mine but more severe. He had fully stepped into the 7th tier, but just as it was about to end, when he was supposed to absorb spiritual energy to replenish himself, a mutation occurred. His flesh began to disintegrate, proliferating uncontrollably. His consciousness a chaotic mess beyond communication. He became a monster. He began to attack indiscriminately, voraciously devouring everything, and his intense spiritual energy drew the attention of other 7th tiers. On September 28, 2026, Huang Bo tried to break through to the 7th tier. He died in the same way as the second person to attempt this. Before the arrival of other 7th tiers, we retreated, but this also exposed some of our traces. We began to flee, avoiding pursuit by the new race. On October 26, 2026, we made new progress in dissecting the new race but still could not explain why we couldn't break through to the 7th tier. On the same day, I decided to attempt the breakthrough to the 7th tier and failed. Our consciousness couldn't ascend to transform from mere concepts of idealism into the material entity of a soul. It seemed we inherently lacked something crucial. This thing might be related to willpower. Perhaps we needed a completely new path of cultivation. I thought that the Star Spirit Race Masters of the Soul Direction might be a good subject of study. Unfortunately, I no longer had the time to investigate, because I had turned into a monster, a pile of endlessly proliferating flesh, void of consciousness, a creature like water. Li Xian solemnly closed his autobiography. The discoveries of October 10 had surpassed his expectations. A congenital defect was the reason we couldn't break through to the 7th tier. He felt an inexplicable weakness, a frustration that no one could understand, which had long circled in his heart and now nearly filled it completely. The things we lack from birth are the hardest to compensate for. Well, it's just a matter of spending more time. It will be resolved sooner or later. With this thought, Li Xian went back to the Research Institute and stored the results of the October 10 research, estimating that they would provide plenty of material for further study. He also highlighted a few key projects, urging them to prioritize these. They weren't expected to fully master them, but at least to be able to produce them. After all, the production process was well established. They just needed to follow the steps, with the only real difficulties being materials and equipment. First and foremost, the construction of the psychic internet is crucial. It's the backbone of the project. Li Xian pondered. Most of the shelter's supplies were in the institute, and he had only taken some essential items with him. Along with the items he had gathered recently, the supply of materials was more than sufficient. The better prepared he left things, the faster his alternate self in the subdimension could progress with the research. Their role was never about the present, but always about the future. Li Xian hoped they would quickly master the basic knowledge so they could assist him more effectively in the future. As he thought about this, something else came to mind and he sighed helplessly. It seemed that the use of the timespace anchor had to be moved up the agenda, otherwise, with such slow progress each time, just understanding the materials would take months. When would he be able to break through to the 8th level? Well, once the path to the 7th level is perfected and a way to break through it is found, then I'll use the timespace anchor, he thought to himself. The 8th level was still too far off. Originally Li Xian had planned to use it only when the path to the 8th level was clear, but now, with such a significant obstacle suddenly appearing on the path to the 7th level, the 8th level seemed indefinitely far away. As he entered data, Li Xian glanced subtly outside. Not far from him, a group of institute members stood in the darkness, silently watching him. He didn't mind such things, it was a minor tactic to win people's hearts. Wang Bo adjusted his glasses, his expression complex as he stared at the computer screen. Though he was too far to see the content clearly, they all knew that Li Xian was entering something crucial. In this era, each piece of data was more precious than gold. Any single document, if leaked, could cause a frenzy. Whether it was a power or an individual, they would be willing to pay a great price, even fight bloody battles for it. Initially, they were forced to come to the institute, but after seeing this data, their thoughts had changed. Such precious information was laid out before them, unguarded for them to peruse. It represented an enormous interest. It was no exaggeration to say that from the moment they accessed this data, they were steps ahead of the rest of the world. While the entire world was mired in confusion and hardship, they already had a clear direction for development. There were also abundant food supplies and invaluable materials which they had experienced enough in the outside world to understand the current state. These were things people would kill for. Now all of it was laid out before them, freely available. Honestly, before the apocalypse, they were all insignificant individuals, constantly hustling through crowds for daily meals, never noticed, like raindrops falling into the sea or leaves blowing into the forest. Although Li Xian never expressed it, this level of attention and trust was something they had never experienced before. Whatever his true intentions, the favor and benefits were real, and their initial thoughts had long since vanished. Now they only wanted to stay. Whether for the sake of recognition or for the benefits, they had no reason to leave. Songdo lowered his voice, suggesting everyone get some rest as there would be more data to analyze the next day. Everyone nodded, not wanting to disturb Li Xian, and left quietly without making a sound, though their expressions had changed. Before leaving, Songdo looked at Li Xian's busy figure, clenched his fists, and thought to himself, such a debt of gratitude I owe. From today onwards I am your man, ready to follow your lead without hesitation. One day I will catch up to your strides. It was March 7, 2024 at 6 a.m. Li Xian had made all the preparations. A clone of his was enough to guard the research institute until they collectively made a breakthrough. Every arrangement and piece of data could be communicated through this clone to the laboratory. Unfortunately, currently he could only maintain 2 clones at a time, and their physical manifestations were still too weak. This needed more research. Li Xian wondered about the direction of research for clone number 11, whether it followed the path of the star spirit race as mentioned by clone number 10, or if it was something entirely different. Li Xian took one last look at the research institute, lowered the brim of his hat, got into his car and slammed on the accelerator. The roaring of the car attracted nearby zombies and also woke up the researchers in the institute. However, when they saw the clone identical to Li Xian, they were reassured, pushing themselves to get up, having breakfast while reviewing the data. The dining area was a communal cafeteria where everyone looked through the documents, sometimes in silence, sometimes in heated debate, sharing their views on the data. Clone number 1 did not interfere but quietly sat to the side, also reading the documents. A result of clone number 9's research, the development of embodiment allowed the clone to assist in studying. Otherwise, how could it possibly learn such vast amounts of data within a few months? Despite each subspace's brief existence, the data was the product of thousands of people working over the course of approximately a year, a truly massive endeavor. By 10 a.m. Li Xian arrived at the nearest human settlement. According to clone number 10's scouting, there were no valuable abilities there. He straightforwardly found the leader of the settlement. It must be said that the leader was a keen learner. In the midst of the day he was deeply engrossed in his studies. Li Xian, expressionless, watched the 3 pale bodies on the bed in their oblivious performance, and with a kick he knocked over a table. Bang! A loud noise followed by instant silence in the room, then piercing screams erupted. "Ah, hooligan!" followed by the leader's angry roar. "Which department are you from? Do you have a death wish?" Soon the settlement's people gathered around, some of them supporters of the leader. What happened? It seemed like someone just went in there and offended the boss. This guy is done for. What do you think the boss will do to him? Put him to work, use him as bait, chop him up and feed him to the dogs, as these unrestrained discussions continued. Ordinary people nearby turned pale, stepping back, too frightened to speak. Then a voice from the room said, "Tisk," asking for it, followed by a "No, no, no, spare me. Let me go." The sounds of destruction came in waves as if a demolition team had taken up residence in the room. The eerie screams, accompanied by the crisp sound of breaking, gave everyone goosebumps. The spectators, initially gathered around, instinctively stepped back, looking at the house with fear and uncertainty, especially the younger ones, their faces pale, wanting to help but fearing they might get beaten too. Wang Xian stood at the very edge, swallowed hard, and muttered under his breath, "Has the demolition machine come to life? The house is shaking. It feels like it's going to collapse any second. What a joke! If it's going to be like this, I might as well eat them. Just my luck, I was thinking of taking them down today and taking over. Now I guess one punch from him and I'm dead, right? Definitely dead," he said, quietly shifting his body, trying to escape. The next second, boom, the house really did collapse. Dust and debris swept over everyone, making it impossible to see. Wang Xian couldn't help but stop in his tracks, turn around, and shield his face from the debris, squinting toward where the house once stood, his face turning even paler. My goodness, what kind of supernatural being is this? Reinforced concrete, no less. Scared to death, better get out of here. I've got the power now, I'll just wait for this deity to leave and then come back to take over. Thinking this, he was about to turn and run when a voice came from the ruins and a man's figure appeared before everyone. Who here is called Wang Xian? The voice was unfamiliar, but everyone knew that the man who brought down the house was the formidable figure they were dealing with. The crowd's gaze started to shift back and forth. Wang Xian? Do we have someone by that name here? I think he joined us yesterday afternoon. The dust is too thick, can't see a thing. Wang Xian's face turned green, internally screaming profanities, wishing he could find a crack to crawl into as he walked faster and faster. He had never expected that this formidable person was actually here for him. As the saying goes, a wise man does not stand under a shaky wall. It was best to leave quickly. If he had any ability to retaliate, he wouldn't be fleeing so hastily. Over here, I've found him. A sharp-eyed guy spotted him, yelling excitedly. Wang Xian felt darkness before his eyes, wishing he could chop the guy up and feed him to the dogs. So sharp-eyed, so loud. Why don't you become a detective then? He snorted coldly, ignoring everything as if he hadn't heard anything, and started to run. Bang! He felt as though he had run into a wall, stars bursting in front of his eyes, his head spinning. Wang Xian looked up, feeling his soul about to fly away. It was that guy. Damn it, how did he get here so fast? That's it, I'm done for, Wang Xian thought despairingly. Li Xian, frowning, was unaware of the drama unfolding. He grabbed Wang Xian by the scruff of his neck, dragging him like a chicken to a nearby house. Wang Xian felt his hands and feet grow icy cold, unable to help but cover his mouth as tears of humiliation rolled down from his eyes. He thought to himself, is today the day I lose my life after losing everything else? But the scene he anticipated did not unfold. Instead, he was handed a small booklet and a man's voice reached his ears. From today you are an unofficial member of our organization. I am assigning you a task to manage the people here, find ways to recruit survivors from surrounding areas, develop production and avoid killing unnecessarily, which includes humans, zombies and special animals. In return, the organization will provide you with skills which you must not reveal arbitrarily. Members will come to monitor you from time to time, and if you violate these rules, you will die and someone else will replace you. Do you understand? Wang Xian nodded like a chick pecking at rice, understanding only one thing clearly: he was not going to die today, I assure you. The task will be completed. Please have confidence in the organization, he exclaimed. As soon as Wang Xian spoke, he noticed the man fell silent, seemingly unsure what to say next. After a moment, the man patted him on the shoulder, a cool and warm current flowing through his body. For a moment, Wang Xian felt refreshed and his previous injuries began to heal gradually. Subsequently, the man led him outside and declared that starting today, Wang Xian was the leader here. No one dared to object. As the man walked away into the distance, Wang Xian realized he still didn't know his name. After pondering for a bit, he decided not to call out to retain him. He glanced at the oddly looking crowd, his expression dazed. So does this mean my objective is complete? Wang Xian thought to himself. He smashed a rock on the ground with his fist to demonstrate his martial prowess, relayed the rules as told by the man, and after receiving acknowledgments, he walked to his room and opened the booklet. What is this? Wang Xian's pupils dilated as he tightened and then loosened his grip on the booklet repeatedly. After a long while, he slowly exhaled. I have encountered a noble person indeed. Meanwhile, Li Xian continued his journey northward, leaving the settlement. Near Tianbei City, there were few places of value and most were not yet ripe for harvesting. Special flora and fauna needed time to mature. Marking them was sufficient for now. When the time was right, he would have the research institute's team take over. Currently, his tasks involved gathering data and recruiting people with special abilities. Although most abilities he encountered were not worth absorbing, the few that caught his eye included a zombie controller from Loose City. His ability was intriguing. It lacked lethality but allowed communication and even enslavement of other species, which might enhance Lee Xian's consciousness and increase his chances of breaking through to the 7th stage. Lee Xian needed to speed up. Because of detours on the 10th inch, the controller had died in the melee. Only later did he find information on this individual. Lee Xian mulled over his next moves as he reached the highway, one of the few passable highways according to the map. After this stretch he would have to travel by foot. He rolled down the car window, letting in the cool breeze mixed with strange odors, squinting his eyes as several dark spots appeared in the distance, followed by a dilapidated toll booth. Recalling his autobiography, he smirked ambiguously. Highway robbers, huh? Meeting me, consider yourselves meeting an ancestor. Lee Xian observed the traffic conditions and, confirming there was no need to slow down, pressed his right foot down hard. The engine roared and the piercing cold wind lashed at his face. Dong Yawei, smoking a cigarette and squatting on the hood of the car, chatted casually with his companions. He glanced occasionally toward the highway in trance, surrounded by the voices of a dozen brothers. That mother and daughter yesterday were really something, huh? Hey, hopefully we get a few more like that today. Aren't you afraid of dying on a woman's belly? You don't get it, man. To die under the blossoms even as a ghost, I'd be charming, he chuckled. We're born for this life, just to play with chicks. You illiterate, it's to die under the peony flowers. Alright, peony flowers. Dong Yawei glanced at them, tossed away his cigarette but jumped off the car and casually picked up an iron rod from nearby, looking towards a black SUV speeding their way. Get ready, business is coming. Hearing this, some mimicked Dong Yawei grabbing weapons, while others set up spiked roadblocks across the road. Some positioned themselves behind the barricades, ready to swarm the vehicle once it stopped. Finally, some action. What do you think is in that car? This caught everyone's attention, and a thin man with a pointed chin and monkey-like cheeks, recalling their previous loot, couldn't help but lick his lips, his eyes filled with undisguised desire. Since it's a flight, there must be plenty of food, definitely some medicines, and women too. Maybe today's haul will last us a while. Skinny's right, the cars we've stopped these days, which one didn't have these things? And those women, each more beautiful than the last. Exactly, no matter how much they prepare, it ends up prepared for us. This era is great. Before, we could never touch these women. Now I play how I want to make them pose however I want, Skinny said with a lewd smile. And those big shots, the people who came yesterday, one was an official from our town. He never used to glance at me properly. Now look, he's kneeling on the ground licking my shoes, begging for food. This statement resonated again, and they marveled at how the world had changed, genuinely praising the apocalypse. If possible, they even thought how to put it, they might even offer their hearts to the apocalypse. However, Dong Yawei remained silent, frowning at the black SUV, a sense of unease rising in his heart. He couldn't help but interrupt. Keep quiet. Anyone who can escape from the city now isn't easy to deal with. Don't mess this up. Call out those hiding inside. Don't show yourselves. Wait for us to start fighting, then ambush. Brother Dong, there's really no need for concern. Even if they were formidable, could they ever surpass you? After all, Brother Dong possesses superpowers. What difficulty would there be in handling a car full of people? They're just ordinary people at best. What are the odds they'd have a superpower user among them? And even if there were, we have over a dozen men here. He's not driving a tank. Dong Yawei's furrowed brow relaxed as he considered this. They had been watching this spot for days, stopping hundreds of people, and he hadn't seen a hint of anyone with superpowers, let alone met anyone who had even seen such individuals. Furthermore, what if there is a superpower user? There are at most 5 or 6 people in that car, while here we have over a dozen. We have the upper hand, no need to be timid. While they spoke, the black SUV had already stopped not far from them. Clearly, the driver had seen the roadblock and did not fall for it. Dong Yawei squinted and saw that there was just one person in the car. His anxiety dissipated completely, and with a twisted neck and a fierce smile, he said, just one person, time to get to work. In an instant, over a dozen men armed with sharp weapons surrounded the vehicle. Skinny Monkey, unable to contain his impatience, rushed forward, about to smash the car window when suddenly the window rolled down automatically. Lee Xian's calm face appeared before him, his tone indifferent as he asked, "What's the matter?" "Cut the crap, get out of the car," Skinny Monkey said, grabbing Lee Xian's arm, about to exert force when he felt the cold touch of metal on his forehead. He swallowed hard, his left hand involuntarily loosening its grip. "Don't move, drop the gun, are you looking for death?" The crowd shouted repeatedly, yet no one dared to advance. Dong Yawe's expression darkened. He truly hadn't expected this man to have a gun. Honestly, he wasn't sure he could stop a bullet. So you want to rob me? Li Xian said, his lips curling up almost imperceptibly. Boss, let's talk this over, please don't get nervous. Skinny Monkey was practically shaking like a sieve, his hands raised over his head, nearly bursting into tears on the spot. Li Xian seemed amused but quickly composed himself, feigning a deeply aggrieved look. I do not provoke others, but if provoked I must respond in kind. And with that he fired. Skinny Monkey collapsed in a pool of blood. Such ruthlessness tightened everyone's nerves, and Dong Yawe sighed deeply, knowing this situation was not going to be easy to resolve. That felt good, I've been wanting to say that for a while, Li Xian thought to himself, then turned the gun around, pointing and causing everyone to scatter. I've said it before, I do not provoke others, he stated. Dong Yawe quickly agreed, giving his men a covert signal with his eyes. Alright, rest assured we won't bother you, you can go now, then. Seeing Li Xian actually holster his pistol, Dong Yawe's heart leapt with joy and he rushed to Li Xian's side, shouting, attack, kill this bastard. Dong Yawe did not see the mocking look that briefly flickered in Li Xian's eyes. If he could turn back time, Dong Yawe would definitely slap his earlier self. How long did the fight last? 5 seconds? 10 seconds? He couldn't remember. All he knew was that he had just frozen Li Xian in place when the next moment he was knocked down by a punch, followed by the sound of thuds as his brothers fell to the ground groaning in pain. The whispers of the devil echoed in his ears. You seem to have tied up quite a few people. What do you think would happen if you let them go now? Dong Yawe's pupils dilated with terror as he grasped the hem of Li Xian's trousers. Li Xian stopped, turned his head to look at Dong Yawe and smiled gently, then he withdrew his foot and suddenly raised it high. Bang, crunch, a spine-chilling crushing sound erupted. Ah! Dong Yawe's agonizing scream echoed. My hand, should be quiet, Li Xian placed his index finger on his lips, his voice soft yet heavy like a hammer striking Dong Yawe's heart. Startled, he quickly covered his mouth, but the movement tugged at his fractured wrist, almost causing him to cry out again. Clenching his teeth, he stuffed his intact left hand into his mouth to silence himself. This thought flashed through Dong Yawe's mind as he watched Li Xian walk towards the service area, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Summoning his strength, Dong Yawe moved to the side of the car, his remaining sense of loyalty making him shout, Go, leave now. It'll be too late when he comes back. Then he opened the car door, and just as his buttocks touched the seat, an irresistible force struck from behind. Thump, his head struck the concrete floor, his vision swimming with stars, his heart sinking. Dong Yawe struggled to his knees, each movement pulling at his right hand, causing heart-wrenching pain. His face twisted in agony, he tried to open his eyes wide, scanning his surroundings. His fallen brothers writhing on the ground, the stern face of the man next to him, and the crowd rushing toward the service area, their faces ferocious, resembling a horde of zombies. It's over, he murmured, then turned to look at Li Xian. Anger flooded the despair in his eyes. Dong Yawe pointed at Li Xian, his voice hoarse with rage. It's all because of you. Why did you have to come here? You ruined my life. But before he could finish his sentence, the hand pointing at Li Xian was broken. Snap, a soft crack. Li Xian, using his hand like a blade, sliced through the wrist. Splurt, blood spurted out. The intact left hand appeared in Li Xian's hand. Following the ideals of the new era's good youth, Li Xian believed in returning things to their rightful owner. He started with the fingers, then the palm, gradually stuffing them into Dong Yawe's mouth, even worrying that he might struggle to chew, personally pinching his jaw to help him chew and swallow. They're now at s quiet. If you don't have the strength, don't speak carelessly. See, now you can even curse. Li Xian watched as the crowd surged forward, stepping back to hand over the stage to them while he moved to the side, preparing to activate the devouring essence technique. Hatred, despair, anger, these negative emotions were the favorites of the devouring essence technique, he quietly observed. The crowd, nearly 100 strong, overwhelmed the dozen or so bandits. Screams mixed with cries of collapse, curses of vengeance, bursts of rage, and the sounds of smashing and crashing, like a symphony, exquisite and stirring the soul. Soon the screams were drowned out by the uproar. Blood seeped through the gaps in the crowd, speckling the cypress road below. Bits of flesh mingled with bone fragments landed on people's faces, clothes and trousers. Vitality along with spiritual energy merged into Li Xian's body. After a hearty meal, his next destination was Lu City. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He had taken all the benefits he wanted and it was time to leave. He had no interest in staying to listen to these people sing praises. He was simply doing what interested him. Whether this act was good or bad in the eyes of the world, he didn't care. Li Xian had always been a believer in power, ceaselessly pursuing it. Power allowed him to do whatever he wished, power silenced all who opposed him, power rewarded those who chased after it. In the past, this power was called money, authority, or organization. Now power had returned to its essence, violence, the kind that could destroy the world. As the roaring sound accompanied him, Li Xian drove away from the scene, leaving a momentarily quiet crowd behind. They watched him disappear into the distance, perhaps grateful for his arrival, perhaps resenting that he came too late, or perhaps regretting that they could not leave with him. However, whatever they were thinking, it had no influence on Li Xian. His gaze remained forward, the afterglow of the sunset reflecting in his eyes. Night fell at 6:35 p.m. Li Xian's car stopped in a small town, ignoring the zombies attracted by the noise and quickly left, shaking them off. Grow a crystal nucleus soon, otherwise it's not worth killing you, he muttered as he glanced at the wandering zombies. Although he was reluctant to take lives due to the resurgence of divine spirits, he was clear on one thing: the revival of the gods was inevitable and he was just trying to delay it. Therefore, when it was time to act, he showed no mercy. He arrived at a hotel that used to be the town's most luxurious and finest. Now it was covered in blood, with various corpses strewn about, and the air was filled with a foul smell. Li Xian calmly stepped over the bodies and made his way upstairs. Lucidity was not yet in sight, and as night had fallen, he planned to find a place to rest and take a bath. Reaching the top floor, he took out the key card obtained from the front desk, and with a beep, the door opened. The room was still dark. After all, it had been days since the apocalypse began and most places had lost water and power. He was satisfied that the door could open. Though he could have kicked it in, it wouldn't have been comfortable to sleep that way. There were also dead people here. Li Xian shook his head, opening room after room until he finally found a clean one. He closed the door, flipped his right hand, and a pale yellow desk lamp appeared in his hand, which he turned on and placed on the bedside, then conjured another for the bathroom. With his current spiritual power, and not to mention just 2 lamps, he could afford 10 times that. The light illuminated the bathroom like a real lamp would. As expected, there was no water, but that didn't matter. Although there was no tap water, Li Xian had his own source. Although a bit heavy, it is essentially water and drinkable in necessary moments. However, it's not for everyone, as those lacking sufficient strength could be crushed internally by its weight. Li Xian reached out with his right hand, disappearing it halfway into the void, and when it re-emerged, he was holding a bottle of shampoo and shower gel. Indeed, quite convenient. After taking a shower, noticing that there was still some time left, Li Xian effortlessly manifested a thought holder in his hand. This is the marvel of materialization. As the name suggests, it involves bringing any previously seen object into physical existence, and it can even simulate some common supernatural abilities. However, the strength of the manifestations is limited by the spiritual power and usually falls short by 30 to 60% compared to the original. In the hands of the original owner Fong Lin, it was merely a supplementary ability, but Li Xian is different. His unlimited means truly boundless, unlimited strength, spiritual power, and supernatural abilities, embodying a triply infinite truth. His spiritual power far exceeds that of his peers, maximizing the potential of this ability to nearly 98% similarity with the original non-spiritual energy-based technological creations. The only downside is that greater power requires more energy, and in a world mostly populated by ordinary humans with minimal internal energy, it's hard for him to continue growing in strength. It's not like he could annihilate everyone, right? Doing so wouldn't just marginally increase his power, it would also potentially hasten the awakening of the deities. As time slowly passed, the tattoo on his chest suddenly heated up and then returned to normal as Li Xian cut off the spiritual power supply, causing the thought holder to vanish. He understood this meant an update to his autobiography. The night passed uneventfully, and the tattoo disappeared just as silently as it had updated. Fortunately, he could still review the past entries and continue playing his video game to pass the time. Around 1 in the morning, 4 people arrived on his floor and settled into the room next to his. He heard them arguing but didn't pay much attention. The next day, mysteriously, they were found dead in their room. He checked the room and noted a high concentration of spiritual energy. Among their belongings, he found a statue that gave him an unsettling feeling. He ultimately decided not to take the statue with him but called Wang Xian to handle it, advising him to study the statue closely as it held secrets that could merit rewards from their organization. By noon, he had reached Lucheng. Arriving in Lucheng meant he was not far from his hometown. The previous visitors had already moved away, leaving no trace. It was unclear whether they had turned into zombies or had been killed. This time he had to head there earlier. After all, one must return to his hometown after achieving success. Quickly dealing with Zhao Jin and acquiring the soul communication, he headed straight for his hometown. On March 10 he reached his hometown. Thankfully they were all still alive. My dear clan members, you are all still alive. I'm truly overjoyed. On March 11 I was devastated to hear that our clan members had perished. I was inconsolably upset. However, by March 17, the emergence of the psychic internet changed everything. Base stations were set up nearby and the psychic internet has undergone several updates since. Now it no longer requires external devices. Anyone with psychic powers can connect to the internet in a special way, though initially it only had the capabilities of early telephones. Unfortunately, the burden on psychic energy is high. While I can use it myself, others still need external devices for now. On April 1 I arrived in the capital. It's hard to say whether I was too late or too early because the last zombie siege had just ended a few hours earlier. With the right information it was easy to locate the zombie king, who was still only at the second tier. I quickly subdued him. Leveraging my ability to communicate with souls, I engaged in a friendly negotiation with him. The following day I met with the representatives of the capital. After overpowering everyone there, I initiated a second round of peaceful and constructive talks. Both parties were satisfied except for the unfortunate demise of over 100 people. By April 6 Wang Xian had died. To be precise, he had been dead for a while. I checked the records and found that he died mysteriously in his room 5 days after retrieving a statue. Interestingly, the statue had disappeared and it was unclear who had taken it. By April 29, the psychic internet had spread nationwide, temporarily putting an end to the chaotic separatist movements. The capital remained the leading authority, ostensibly overseeing all national bases. Zombies, commanded by the Zombie King, were distributed across the original cities, feeding on psychic energy and giving rise to many zombies that regained consciousness. Research institutes hidden in the shadows were actually controlling the capital, the bases, and the Zombie Kings. As for me, I controlled the research institutes and spent my days engrossed in cultivation. I've tasted power, it's uninteresting and insubstantial, far less comforting than the security that strength provides, thus I largely stayed out of matters, merely directing them to gather resources for me. Peace was briefly restored in the Dragon Nation thanks to the information I provided. Research at various bases advanced rapidly, yielding frequent breakthroughs. The research institutes prioritized addressing congenital defects as their primary project. By May 16, after observation, it was confirmed that the world had not expanded. As before, as long as the death toll was controlled and did not reach a critical point, the world would not begin to expand. On June 18 I thought of a method to accelerate my research. However, by July 29 the method had failed due to a lack of cases and data. By December 19 the concentration of psychic energy had significantly decreased and all parties, already restless, could no longer be restrained. On December 25 they quieted down. Major powers began researching how to restore psychic energy. By March 4 of the following year, the problem with psychic energy had not been resolved, but another piece of news arrived. The statue had been found. I did not attempt to touch the statue but instead handed it over to the capital's researchers. On April 7, 2026, it was discovered that everyone who had prolonged exposure to the statue had died. Data analysis suggested that ordinary people would die within 1 to 2 days after contact, while those with abilities could survive longer, depending on their strength. Additionally, the statue had another peculiar trait: it detested the phrase being alive. It was confirmed that within a 20-meter radius of the statue, any living creature that uttered the words being alive would instantly die regardless of the language used. On June 14, 2026, under my protection, the first person who failed to break through to the 7th tier but survived appeared. His name was Songgu and his body partially possessed the characteristics of a 7th tier individual. The institute began studying him. By August 17, 2026, I could sense massive figures preparing to cross through space and descend upon Blue Star. There was no stopping them. On September 15, 2026, the gods revived. Unlike before, they did not create new races. Instead, they began to hunt us down personally. I finally glimpsed part of the truth about the statue. It originated from a distorted deity. At the moment of revival, the statue broke free from control, which explained why I had made no progress. Unfortunately, I died. I'm sorry that I cannot reveal the true name of the deity to you, and before you reach this level, do not seek any knowledge about the gods. It is dangerous, and even the gods might revive prematurely due to this. Not just me, all living beings died and our consciousnesses were absorbed by the mouths of the gods supplementing their bodies, I realized that their powers had not yet peaked. They needed our consciousness to compensate, and possibly they appeared at the earliest possible moment they could revive. Li Xin frowned, feeling the urge to curse. These gods, are they not insatiable? Isn't it enough that so many have died? He genuinely felt a headache coming on. He had thought it sufficient to just buy time, but now with too few deaths, they came out to take matters into their own hands. It seemed that suppressing war forcefully was futile. Control number 11 was already perfect, with influence radiating throughout Asia and even parts of Europe. But who could have expected that they would simply quit playing and overturn the table? No, a change of strategy was needed. Perhaps allowing wars to erupt on a smaller scale might extend the time, or maybe continue to expand influence, covering the entire world to prevent the gods from reaching the minimum threshold needed for revival. Control number 11 lasted until September 15, 2026, marking the latest date of the gods' revival so far. Various thoughts flashed through Li Xin's mind as he looked towards his neighbor. The revival of the gods was still a distant concern. The pressing issue at hand was how to deal with the statue. Though he could simply walk away, this statue originated from the gods and represented the only way he could currently interact with them. Gods were at a minimum of the 8th tier. Fully deciphering the statue might reveal insights into the 8th tier path, or at least deduce the capabilities of that tier. With appropriate containment measures already in place, safety wasn't a concern. Li Xin pondered for a moment before deciding to take the statue with him. He pulled out a satellite phone from his storage space and dialed a number. The call was to Wang Xian. After briefly explaining the situation, he hung up. The satellite phone was something he had scavenged in Tianbei City, acquired on the 7th while he was taking someone to a research facility, picked up in passing. For him now, it was like having a cheat that allowed full map visibility in a game, clearly showing where treasures and dangers lay. With numerous updates, it had already marked most of the famous treasures, dangerous places, and powerful beings, supplemented by consistent collection of past intelligence. Speaking of the Dragon Country alone, there was little he didn't know about except for hidden items like the statue. Could this be considered a stroke of luck? He chuckled to himself, thinking how a moment of laziness had led him to discover such an object. Perhaps he should place a couple of cameras next door to see how they died. Time slowly passed as he waited. Footsteps sounded. Li Xin sensed clearly that 4 people were approaching him. Stopping to his left, the tablet in his hand displayed the situation in the next room. Li Xin didn't look at it but tossed it aside, letting the tablet continue recording. The statue could not be in contact for long. Even indirect knowledge through film, text, or other media could be lethal. Ordinary people could only withstand 2 hours of exposure at most, and as per containment protocols, each person's contact time was limited to half of their own threshold. Once that time was reached, isolation was mandatory. Inside the isolation chamber, a loop of various media such as films, texts, and music needed to be played to scramble the brain's ability to think, while the isolated individuals had to engage in extensive physical exercise with mechanical assistance. The entire isolation process lasted 3 to 7 times longer than the contact time, and that was just the first step. Upon leaving the isolation room, there were further procedures to reduce the impact. Li Xin had already determined that many pieces of information with mysterious powers wouldn't affect him if learned through autobiography. However, if revealed in the real world, those powers would entangle him. Perhaps autobiography shielded him from these forces. Until everything settled, Li Xin would not personally interact with such powers. A night passed peacefully. The next day when he woke up, the life essence next door had already dissipated. Without any delay, Li Xin waved his hand to cancel the spiritual power supply and met Wang Xian on the first floor. "Brother, my real brother," Wang Xian shouted as if he had seen his own father. He never expected that Li Xin would contact him so quickly. Upon receiving the call, he immediately grabbed a car and rushed over. The main reason was Li Xin's capabilities, the martial arts techniques he possessed, and the profound implications behind those techniques. The apocalypse had only started a few days ago, and they were still unclear about the situation. Yet Li Xin had already developed a systematic set of techniques. "You say you have no backing? Who would believe that?" Wang Xian admitted that he had raised his voice earlier, and now he deeply realized his mistake. If he were to summarize his feelings in one sentence, it would be a strong leg to cling to. Li Xin glanced at him and casually tossed a stack of documents his way. "Here are the relevant materials. After you've gone through them, head to the rooftop for containment. Once containment is complete, deliver them to Tianbei City. The address is included in the documents." After all this, your reward will be waiting in Tian Bay City. Just mention my name, Li Xian. Understood, brother Xian. I guarantee the task will be completed. Wang Xian responded with a seriousness as if he were about to join the party. Li Xian smirked slightly and pulled out a handgun and 2 magazines from thin air. Here for your protection. Thank you, brother Xian. I will not fail this mission. Wang Xian took the gun with joy, yet surprise flickered in his eyes as he had not noticed from where these items had appeared. Is this brother Xian's ability? It doesn't quite seem like it, or is it a product of some research institute? After giving these instructions, Li Xian drove off. He needed to make a trip to Luqing. If it hadn't been for this little episode, he would probably have already arrived by now. Time passed quickly and soon it was noon. Li Xian's car was parked outside the city. After all, there were many zombies inside Luqing. In case his car got damaged, he would have to find another. He chose a path with fewer zombies and charged straight through, using the cars along the roadside to leap 3 stories high, grabbing onto a bedside, swinging forcefully to reach even higher floors. After repeating this maneuver 3 times, Li Xian reached the rooftop. The gathering place was in the eastern district of Luqing, where there were many buildings. Moving from rooftop to rooftop was faster. Traveling on the ground required detours and occasionally dealing with zombies, so it was far less efficient than moving from rooftop to rooftop. With each leap, Li Xian moved with the lightness of a bird jumping over streets and alleys. Finally, with a powerful leap, he landed on the rooftop of the gathering place, smashing the concrete floor and exposing the internal reinforcement bars. 5th floor, better get there quickly before they get frightened by the noise and run off. I am not in the mood to chase after them. The 5th floor was part of a hotel with many rooms to accommodate their group of over 100 people. More precisely, the 5th floor was usually where they held meetings and distributed tasks. At that moment, apart from 30 people who had gone out to collect supplies, the remaining members looked up in shock and confusion. What was that noise? One of them asked, his voice dry. Unfortunately, they didn't have much time to think further as the sound of footsteps approached rapidly. Each step resonated in their hearts like a heavy hammer, sending their thoughts into turmoil as they imagined what their visitor might look like. Just touching down seemed to make the entire building tremble, as if an earthquake had struck. What could the approaching figure look like? A 3 or 4 meter tall muscle-bound maniac with a face full of horizontal flesh, or a huge monster with a fierce face and multiple arms and heads? In their minds, apart from these monsters conjured up by imagination, they could not find anything comparable in reality. Whether they found it or not, they still had to face a reality. No matter what the entity was, it was now heading straight for them. Their nerves had been on edge since the apocalypse began, and they had reached the point of being on high alert. Fear, a bone-chilling terror, swept over them like a flood. The dam built by reason burst at the slightest touch. These images, from their appearance to their disappearance, lasted only a moment before being replaced by deafening noise. Some screamed in confusion, some backed away attempting to hide in rooms, some covered their faces with paintings and squatted down, while many more rushed toward the other end of the hallway. Suddenly, the spacious corridor became crowded, filled with screaming, cursing and crying. Move it! Are the people ahead even alive? Hurry up! He's coming! Everyone calm down! Calm down, I'll calm your mother. Shut your mouth or I'll rip it apart. I've had enough. Go to hell, this stupid godforsaken world. A skinny man roared, his eyes bloodshot and his fist raised high. Bang! His fleshly fist hammered onto a fleshly head. It was like the first domino in a line falling over. The situation underwent a drastic change. Screaming, cursing, venting, and the sounds of smashing and crashing echoed anew. This noise, though similar to before, was different. What were they venting about? Clearly only they knew the answer. Li Xian had no idea what was happening. He had just come down the stairs when he saw a mass brawl that was as lively as a festival, with fireworks and drums blaring. Tisk, even November 11th doesn't get such a reception. Just because I arrived a bit late and took a shortcut. Spectacular. Li Xian couldn't help but applaud their performance. It was so professional, so real. Brains were even spilling out. Look at that acting, far better than those in domestic entertainment. He smirked, walking leisurely forward, and punched the wall. Cracks spread like a spider web and a hole the size of a head appeared. Bang! For a moment that explosive sound filled everyone's ears and they stared blankly at him, the chaotic scene falling into an eerie silence. Li Xian said cheerfully, so which one of you is Zhaojin? Speak up and there's a reward. Spout nonsense and you'll eat my fists. The crowd's gaze shifted from his fist to the alarming hole in the wall, and they silently stepped back, revealing a man sitting astride a corpse. the man instantly sobered up, his face filled with terror, and he scrambled to his feet, attempting to flee. A golden rope shot out from nowhere, instantly binding Zhao Jin and dragging him in front of Li Xian. His back was already scraped raw, a long trail of blood marking his path. Before Zhao Jin could speak, his vision suddenly darkened and his body felt lighter than ever before. That was his last thought. The head rolled on the wooden floor, following the blood trail, coming to rest beside the corpse. Black flames surged forth, engulfing the head, body and blood trail, completely erasing them from existence. The crowd watched dumbfounded, either drained of all emotion from the recent brawl or struck dumb with fear. They showed no reaction, like a group of puppets. There were no emotions, no signs of life, yet they were still alive in a literal sense. But were they truly alive? It seemed as though they had died perhaps some time ago, with the stench of decay lingering in the air. Li Xian ceased his yuan devouring technique and glanced at the people around him before heading back the way he had come. Tiny faint noises began to whisper in his ears, rustling softly. He knew he could silence them whenever he wished, as Li Xian marshaled his spiritual power and touched one of the whispers. The sound grew louder, transforming into a language he could understand. Hungry, so hungry. Following the sound, he saw a zombie. He nodded thoughtfully. It was time to train. This ability was entirely different from his previous methods of control, but fortunately, there was no shortage of ways to practice. As he walked toward the outskirts of the city, Li Xian experimented with his new ability, trying various approaches. He discovered that different species had distinct voices, and he could identify the species by their sounds, a rather obvious observation. The sensations were indescribable, deeply mysterious. He could even discern if a being was a power user and their level of mastery through their voices alone. Li Xian began communicating with these creatures. The zombies were dull, mostly repeating the same few phrases over and over. Birds were foolishly simple, their brains seemingly stuffed with feathers. They couldn't speak while flying, and once they started talking, they couldn't stop. Insects were too busy to respond, constantly evading predators and searching for food. Fish, contrary to having a 7-second memory, actually remembered quite well and were quite chatty. They seemed unaware and unconcerned about who was talking to them or how the conversation was happening. Li Xian, always with a smile, was immersed in these exchanges. Although what was spoken was nonsense and his questions were equally nonsensical, he found great joy in it. Settling into his car, Li Xian wasn't in a rush to leave. Looking over at a nearby bush adorned with a few small flowers, he beckoned with his right hand and 2 sparrows flew into the car, chirping about their recent experiences. He listened patiently and in the end released 2 streams of spiritual power into their bodies, deepening his connection with them. Li Xian knew he could control these sparrows directly whenever he wished. However, he waved his hand, watching as the sparrows ascended into the sky. After staring blankly for a while, he bowed his head, ignited the engine and sped off from Lucheng. He was quite satisfied with his gains from this venture. Not only was it practical, but it was also fun. Next, he was heading back to his hometown, a journey of just over a day. It's been years. I've missed you all so much. My dear kinsfolk, I imagine you would be quite delighted to see me return. After all, the child who disappeared after committing a murder has come back. Let me ponder, how will you treat me now? Will it be like before, locking me in a dark room, or perhaps tying me up and beating me? I'm quite looking forward to it. Li Xian drove his car, moving forward on the road, only stopping when he passed by gatherings. Each stop was brief, usually involving the elimination of the existing leader, appointing someone else, imparting martial techniques, healing them, lightly controlling them, replenishing supplies, and then leaving directly. Having accumulated such power, he had become disdainful of many things like technological creations. Apart from massive weapons like nuclear arms, he found little else impressive. The people he chose were also carefully selected, either those who had been verified by the future as unlikely to betray, or those who were exceptionally outstanding in certain aspects. Speaking of abilities, as his horizons expanded, only a very few special abilities could catch his eye. From his current perspective, the ability Weak Water seemed quite inferior, being merely a physical force. It was useful at lower tiers, but once reaching the 6th tier, its effectiveness became quite ordinary. The 6th tier involved the consciousness level, and mere physical attacks could hardly damage consciousness. The route for number 11 had been decided, lacking anything that could pique his interest, so Li Xian briskly changed his path, always ready to communicate with all things to discover if there were any special items nearby. There were indeed finds. For instance, a kilometer away, there was a vine that grew stronger by devouring living creatures, or 300 meters away, a mutated tiger that had escaped from a zoo, or a capable person emerging from a nearby gathering. Unfortunately, Li Xin was not impressed. He simply noted these down, augmenting his database. To be harvested later when needed, fruits also need time to ripen. He was not surprised, or rather he would have been surprised if he had actually found something noteworthy. He would have doubted the strategies of the previous individuals. How could they have missed such valuable information? Time slowly passed during the journey. In the blink of an eye, it was evening again. Li Xin parked the car, retrieved his clone that had been studying materials in the back seat, took out his autobiography, and began to read. After 2 hours, he looked up, summoned his clone, transferred the previous records from the autobiography, and handed them over. Since the autobiography had mutated, it had gained a new effect, storing previous contents of the autobiography, no longer requiring them to be printed out as before. The harvest on number 12 was mediocre. In July, the deities had revived, and the intensity of the war had not been fully grasped. Even if it had been, it could have only prolonged the struggle by a month at most. Fortunately, this time the deities were satiated and did not personally intervene, allowing research on the star spirit race to finally begin. However, being in a weaker position, it was difficult to collect bodies of the star spirit race or capture them alive, but some initial discoveries were made, as well as more efficient methods of capturing the star spirits. This time on number 12, many races were not studied in time before the outbreak of the 7th tier, which was a pity. Are there no other races besides the stellar spirits capable of solving the 7th order problems? Li Xin had no intention of sleeping. Instead, he drove through the night. Route 12 had already been traversed and all pertinent information had been recorded. There was no need to go through it all over again. Taking the highway would be faster. Moonlight streamed through the glass, illuminating his face. Memories flooded in like the tide. In the year he turned 7, his father died in an accident. It was only later that Li Xin learned that his father had encountered a police checkpoint while delivering goods to a buyer. In an attempt to evade pursuit, his father had taken a side road and met with a fatal accident. At that time, the 7-year-old Li Xin wasn't saddened. He wasn't originally from this place. 3 years earlier, his father, having failed in business, had brought him back to the remote mountains to take over the village operations. Over these 3 years, he watched his father gradually spiral downward. Their time together diminished, growing increasingly estranged. They always assumed Li Xin was too young to understand their actions, so they never avoided discussing their affairs in his presence. However, having lived outside, Li Xin could discern right from wrong. He had tried to persuade his father in private, to no avail. After that, he shut his mouth, choosing instead to observe and listen. He began to detest his father, the mountains, and the filth of this place. After his father's accidental death, Li Xin became even more of an outsider in the village. The local children couldn't grasp his way of thinking and instinctively sensed his repulsion, leading them to shun him as well. The malice of children is pure, unbound by the complexities of reality. They do not distinguish between pettiness and morality, often acting more viciously and directly. They use every means at their disposal to achieve their desires. This period lasted until he was 11 years old, during which no one intervened unless Li Xin was on the brink of death. After recovering, the cycle would begin anew. In the spring of his 11th year, a long-planned accident occurred, and the Forgotten Mountain village was discovered by outsiders. The winds of reform took a long time to reach these deep mountains. During this period, the transactions and events behind the scenes were unclear to Li Xin. He only remembered that before the arrival of the reform winds, the outsiders in the village gradually disappeared, their traces slowly erased. Meanwhile, a few people from outside came in to correct their practices. Once the reform arrived, they transformed, becoming members of the new era. All smiles. Li Xin couldn't accept this reality. For the first time, the usually rational boy was overtaken by impulse. That summer, a flood similar to previous ones occurred. However, this time, the flood claimed 4 lives. The nearly 70-year-old tribal chief, a 13-year-old boy, a government official who had come to register the villagers collectively, and 11-year-old Li Xin. 4 people vanished. Later, the bodies of the 3 individuals were retrieved, but the youngest among them was nowhere to be found, not even his corpse. Everyone assumed he was dead. Some felt relieved, others disappointed, and a few disdainful. However, Li Xinfu was incredibly fortunate and survived. A kind-hearted fisherman found him and took him to a hospital. With no household registration and Li Xin withholding any information, the hospital sent him to an orphanage where his registration was eventually established. Coincidentally, the city where the orphanage was located was near the deep mountains. The flood hadn't carried him far from the mountains, nor had it taken him away from the human world. During his recovery, he began to engage with education, starting school a year later than usual. He spent his 5th and 6th grade at the orphanage's elementary school, followed by 3 years of middle school. After graduating from middle school, he applied to a high school in Tianbei City. He managed to pay for his tuition and living expenses by working part-time jobs, stubbornly completing his high school education without seeking financial aid for impoverished students. Upon reaching university, although it was just an average undergraduate program, his life changed dramatically. Now of legal age, according to his identification card, he had more time and opportunities to earn money. Unlike his precarious financial situation in high school, he was almost ready to abandon his studies, fully immersing himself in earning money, as the security that came from academic achievement couldn't compare to the tangibility of money. Thus, shortly after graduating, he had saved over 50,000 yuan even after covering all his expenses. This lifestyle continued until he wrote his autobiography. It was then that Li Xian's inner world shifted. He found a sense of security that money couldn't provide. His obsession with money transformed into a fervent pursuit of power, or perhaps these two desires were fundamentally the same. Lost in his thoughts, Li Xian's expression remained unchanged as he tapped his index finger on the steering wheel. He didn't reject his past self, despite how weak, naive, suspicious, and impulsive he had been. That person was still him. It was these unusual experiences that shaped the person he is today. Lighting a cigarette, the pale blue smoke drifted out of the car window, dispersing quickly with the wind. Li Xian was not one to drag his feet. Whatever he wanted or intended to do, he did without delay. In the past, he had to be cautious about the future, holding back from acting too recklessly. Now, the societal shackles that were gradually binding him seemed to disappear before fully taking hold. Suddenly, the sky roared with thunder and lightning, and large raindrops pattered loudly on the ground. The lightning in the distance reflected in his eyes, and with a smile, Li Xian floored the accelerator. The black SUV sped through the rainy night until dawn, when he finally stopped at another gathering spot. Perhaps it was the anticipation of nearing his hometown that made him restless, leading him to act without restraint and inadvertently kill 2 more individuals. But that was a minor matter. Time seemed to crawl as he waited. Li Xian had never felt time pass so slowly. Maintaining a nearly reckless speed, he didn't reach his destination until evening. His clan had long since moved out of the deep mountains, yet they still lived far from the city, not far from the mountains, with a concrete road leading directly to the village. At the village entrance, about a dozen zombie corpses blocked the road. Li Xian didn't care as he walked into the village, stepping over a corpse with his umbrella in hand. The village mostly consisted of self-built houses, each decorated in a different style: European-style villas, traditional Chinese courtyards, and modern apartment buildings, each with its own unique character. However, the place was eerily quiet, the only sound being the raindrops hitting the ground. To any ordinary person, it would seem as though no one lived there. Holding his umbrella, Li Xian didn't stop for a moment, his pace quickening until he stopped in front of a large European-style villa. His relatives were all there. He smirked sarcastically, lifting his foot high as he approached. Inside the spacious villa, a pot of white rice porridge simmered on the stove, filling the air with the scents of medicinal herbs, various ingredients, and spirea flowers. Sounds of different kinds mingled together, creating a symphony-like atmosphere. Li Gui sat on the sofa board, playing with a dagger in his hand, pondering his next move. With the apocalypse upon them and all structures in disarray, the top of the ecological niche was now vacant. He could foresee that the coming world would be one of fierce competition. He too wanted to strive for unprecedented glory and wealth. Suddenly, a loud bang. The heavy door fell to the ground, the smooth and expensive floor tiles cracked and debris scattered everywhere. The deafening sound woke everyone up, pulling them back from their dreamlike state and from their nightmares. The bright grains of rice all turned towards the door. A young, unfamiliar face appeared before them. The men thought, "It's a man." The women thought, "It's a man." Li Gui glanced at the fallen door and then at the unarmed man, smiling and extending a heartfelt invitation. "Hey buddy, join us," he said confidently. Then everyone saw the man's expression change as he stepped forward. Their hearts leapt with joy, thinking, another master joins us." The women closed their eyes, their tense bodies finally relaxing. The man put away his umbrella, tossed it outside the door, and stepped on the broken tiles, speaking softly. "Li Gui, after so many years you don't recognize me?" "And Li Ping, Li at Aunt Huang, third uncle, Aunt 7, fourth aunt, grandpa 3, he recited name after name. The people of Shamli village were puzzled, scrutinizing his face, trying to discern which of their brethren he was. Before they could recognize him, Li Xian had already reached the end of his list. "My dear relatives, long time no see. I've missed you all dearly. Li Xian smiled warmly, touching the neck of the man beside him. Just as the man began to smile, his expression froze. His head now in Li Xian's hand. He slammed the head onto the ground with such force that the non-elastic head burst open, only to be caught again in Li Xian's hand. Li Xian looked up, his smile bright and clear. Fellow clansmen, do you like this gift I brought for our meeting? Silence followed, a deadly stillness. It was as if time had paused at that second, except for the headless body that thudded heavily to the ground, blood flowing freely. This sound snapped everyone out of their shock. A scream erupted, piercing through the air. Who are you? A madman, a madman. Get your weapons, kill this bastard. We have so many people here, we are not afraid of him alone. Anyone who dares to kill one of ours, even if you have superpowers, you must die. Li Gui, comparatively calm but with eyes bloodshot and veined, looked on. The Shanli village had always been ruled by clans highly valuing blood relations. Now, seeing his own brother brutally killed in front of his eyes, he wished he could tear Li Xian apart. At this point, he didn't care why Li Xian knew their names or from which family he might be. From the moment Li Xian had started killing, he no longer deserved to be part of Shanli village. However, as the current leader of the village, Li Gui did not wish for more family casualties. Suppressing his rage, flames erupted from his fists as he shouted, "Those without superpowers, go upstairs and get guns. Those with powers, follow me. I don't care whose child you are. From today you are erased from our family records. Everyone, let's take down this beast." No sooner had Li Gui spoken than he surged forward, flames blazing around him. The crowd sprung into action. Some clumsily got up and hid, others quickly ran upstairs, and some revealed their own supernatural abilities as they charged at Li Xian. Die, Ice Seal. A layer of frost formed on Li Xian. Rock Smash. Fist-sized rocks appeared out of nowhere, hurtling towards Li Xian. Full metal body. A man's skin turned hard, reflecting a metallic sheen. Tenfold strength, a man shouted, though without any special effects. Apparently he hadn't paid for the upgrade. They roared and screamed, rushing towards Li Xian. Then they watched wide-eyed as Li Xian vanished from sight. The next moment a cry of pain drew their attention. As they turned towards the sound, Li Xian had replaced the clan member who had been there just moments before, not even having touched the ground yet. Following this, like a glitch in a video game, Li Xian disappeared and reappeared instantaneously, each appearance marking another clan member grievously injured. By the time the first clan member hit the ground, 5 others had already been flung away. Damn, we're in trouble now. Li Gui's pupils shrank, realizing they had bitten off more than they could chew. Before he could react, a fist loomed large before his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Li Xian's moves were simple and unadorned, smashing heads with his fists, kicking stomachs, occasionally engaging in brutal brawls like a street thug with no finesse, relying solely on brute force. Within seconds, the ground was filled with moans of pain, many unconscious. Just as those heading upstairs to get weapons reached the staircase, they were confronted with the sight of Li Ping almost embedded into the wall. Shocking, unimaginable. What on earth had happened? Everyone stared at Li Xian, dumbfounded, unable to believe what was unfolding before their eyes. Li Xian rubbed his wrist, kicked over a sofa, and stepped on Li Gui's head. "Listen up and kneel down quietly," he commanded. After a 2-second pause, there was no response. Li Xian pressed harder on Li Gui's head, his shoe intimately contacting his face, and with his right hand he reached into the void and pulled out a rocket launcher, shouldering it and aiming at the crowd with a benign smile. RPG, no, please don't, here we come, please don't get agitated, big brother." Moments later, the people of Shanli village were all kneeling before Li Xian, many with bruised faces and blood-stained bodies there. Clothes barely covering their private parts, as these were just grabbed at the scene. Beside Li Xian, a group of women either squatted or sat. Their clothes, though not beautiful, were intact, selected by themselves at Li Xian's instruction, adequate to cover their bodies. Li Xian remained silent, sitting in a chair as if lost in thought. Of course this chair was clean, a fine one brought down from the 3rd floor. He suddenly felt bored, considering these people mere beasts. The scene that unfolded when he first opened the door was still vivid in his memory, although he had read about it in his autobiography. The reality still shocked him. What's the difference between these and uneducated beasts? Oh no, they're even worse, he thought. This moment also revived some deep-seated memories of a similar scene, only that time it involved just a few women. Reportedly, those women were returned goods, unable to be sold at a loss. After that day he never saw those women again. Li Xian glanced at the opulent villa and scoffed internally, not at the victims, but at this absurd and magical world. He recalled a science fiction novel he had once read and deeply agreed with the philosophy of one of its villains. If it were me, wouldn't I need a device to press a button every day to save this? Is there really any other way without the intervention of a higher power? If it were me, how would I intervene and solve this? Perhaps next time I'll try it myself to reshape society as long as it doesn't hinder my research. Speaking of which, his autobiography seemed to have been updated. He'd check it out after resolving this situation. Logically, since he had this thought, so should entity number 13, he mused, continuing to toy with the rocket launcher in his hand, not sparing a thought for the fate of the people before him. To be precise, it was a materialized rocket launcher, almost identical in effect to the original, albeit draining his spiritual power. What Li Xian didn't realize was that every movement he made with the launcher tugged at the hearts of the crowd. Li Gui felt like he was shattering. "Big brother, if you're going to kill or maim, just give the word. Please don't keep me hanging," he pleaded, knowing well that there was no escape for him and his companions, and their fate now depended solely on Li Xian's words. Now he just wanted to know his own fate, whether it was life or death. He was resigned to it. All he wished for was a swift end to this clear wait for a conclusion. Thus he spoke up, "Make your decision to kill or to maim, just make it quick. I am at your mercy." Li Xian came back to his senses, glanced at the crowd united in their hostility and smiled. "How about this?" he said. "I give you a chance. Today, only one of you can walk out alive. As for who, that's for you to decide." Silence ensued. No one responded. Everyone understood Li Xian's intention. It was an overt naked scheme. Li Gui paused for a few seconds, observing the still crowd, and smiled contentedly. "You must be dreaming," he said. "We people of Shanli village would never betray our family or stab our brothers in the back. Our survival is based on this foundation. It's not something you can shake with just a few words." "Oh really?" Li Xian glanced at him, feigning pity as he shook his head, then casually drew an AK and aimed it at someone's forehead. Bang! The bullet lifted the skull cap, spattering white, red, and yellow viscous substances. Damage! Ugh! The shocking scene stunned everyone present. Li Xian flexed his wrist, pressing the gun against Li Ping's forehead. "How touching," he remarked. "I believe you too would be willing to sacrifice your life for others, wouldn't you?" Li Ping swallowed hard, feeling the warm muzzle against his forehead, his heart-pounding eyes fixed on Li Xian's finger. Watching the finger slowly contract, pulling the trigger back, he could almost hear the mechanical clicking, click, click, click. The sound grew louder, and he was acutely aware that when it reached its peak his life would end. Splat! A metallic palm pierced through Li Gui's chest, bringing out fresh blood and bone. Anger from betrayal, fear for his life, and a surge of adrenaline filled Li Gui's brain. At that moment everything else became irrelevant. His only thought was of revenge. "Li Ping, go to hell!" The two grappled. Li Gui trapped the hand with his chest, preventing Li Ping from pulling away, knowing well that once the hand was free he would die instantly from excessive bleeding. He knew he was beyond saving, but while he still had the strength for one last fight, he was determined to drag the traitor down with him. However, that metallic sheen on the skin drove him to despair. His flames could not break through this defense. He felt his strength waning, life swiftly ebbing away. Li Gui, with a venomous look, spat bloody sputum on Li Ping's face, his voice as chilling as a ghost from the netherworld. "Traitor, you will go to hell, and you won't live much longer than me." With it, he bit into Li Ping's neck, his body gradually stiffening. Thus, this sudden brawl ended in just a few seconds. Li Ping closed his eyes, calmed his racing heart, and mercilessly kicked Li Gui away. He stood up, his eyes burning with fury as he faced the crowd filled with resentment and venom. It seemed the great provocation had pushed him to his limits, causing him to shout hoarsely, "Why do you all look at me like that? I just want to survive. What wrong have I done? How can you judge me like this?" Li Jing's voice cut through the air coldly. "Have you forgotten how our ancestors taught us? You are a traitor, you killed your own brother. All for a false promise. You are a traitor, a shameful traitor. You don't deserve a place in our family records. Die, traitor." Li Ping's expression twisted grotesquely as the repeated cries of the traitor assaulted his mind. Seizing a wooden stick that had appeared from nowhere, he lifted it high. "You all deserve to die." In an instant, a fierce melee erupted involving dozens of people. Li Xian, watching the scene unfold with pleasure, reveled in this kind of self-destructive spectacle. To him, their so-called perseverance, unity and brotherhood only added intrigue to the drama, making it all the more captivating. When the facade of unity, which was really a shackle, was torn away, it revealed the true nature of people at that moment. This, to him, was beauty. He loved the authenticity, irrespective of whether such genuine displays were good or bad by societal morals. He appreciated them deeply. The battle grew more intense, spreading further and wider. the captured women. With nowhere to run, huddled near Li Xian, the only safe place, they watched him carefully, trying to discern their fate from his expression. These hellish days had dulled their personalities, making them far more adept at reading subtle cues than ordinary people. They dared not act without permission. Those who hadn't learned this lesson were already dead. Unfortunately, even by the end of the battle, they remained clueless about his intentions. To them, Li Xian was like a dense fog obscuring their vision, allowing only a vague silhouette to be seen. Among the corpses and blood, the victor, Li Ping, shakily stood upright and approached Li Xian. His capabilities had proved overwhelmingly powerful at this stage. Despite his severe injuries, he had indeed survived. Li Xian clapped his hands, the sound echoing sharply. The women behind him instinctively mimicked him. Li Xian turned, his brow furrowed, asking, "Haven't you left yet?" A woman in red took a step forward, her voice trembling despite her efforts to speak forcefully. "You mean we can go now?" After a pause, she bit her lip and hesitantly added, "Do you really not need us anymore?" Li Xian couldn't help but laugh. "Need you? What do you have that I would need? You think your flesh would earn my protection? Or is there something extraordinary about you that would make me want to keep you?" His voice paused, waiting for their response, until he heard a very faint whisper, "My thunder is loud." He completely lost his patience. "Wake up, you are worthless in my eyes." As he spoke, he scanned the crowd with a sneer, dismissing them as merely ordinary females fit only to satisfy the physical needs of males. Li Xian's expression turned cold. Without looking back, the roaring flames engulfed the villa, burning the bodies to ashes. A voice devoid of any emotion, as if stating a fact, came from the sea of fire, "Leave, you're wasting my time." The women left. Some showed anger, others disappointment, and a few appeared thoughtful. Perhaps this incident would awaken some to pursue the path of the true strong. Perhaps some would grow to hate Li Xian, and perhaps others would revert to their old ways. But all this was irrelevant to Li Xian. He didn't care. He looked at Li Ping, who was severely injured and could hardly speak, and casually administered a healing. The thick spiritual energy healed Li Ping, keeping him alive, barely preventing death on the spot. "Looking at you, is there something you want to say to me?" Li Ping lifted his head, uncertainty flashing in his eyes. "Who are you really?" Li Xian raised an eyebrow but did not refuse. "Li Xian from the village of Shanli." Like a deflated balloon, Li Ping collapsed to the ground, his eyes empty, and after a while he managed a bitter smile. "So it's you. I thought." Li Xian cut him off, uninterested in hearing more. "Is this your last word? If you're done, I'll send you to join them." Li Ping looked up, not surprised. He had always known that Li Xian might break his word, but what could he do? He had no choice but to bet that Li Xian would keep his word. Sadly, he had guessed wrong again. He looked into Li Xian's eyes, his voice soft. "Those years, it was our fault." Li Xian suddenly laughed. "Why would you think I need your apologies? Your apologies are worthless to me." He leaned close to Li Ping's ear and whispered, "Do you know how your elder brother and your grandfather died?" Li Ping's pupils shrank in disbelief, his recently kindled guilt and regret instantly vanishing, his eyes reddening on the spot. Li Xian's lips curled up. "You guessed right. I deliberately led them there and I personally pushed them down." "You bastard." Li Ping was initially furious, but remembering the scene just before, his anger gradually subsided as he spotted a loophole. "Then your plan wasn't successful. They dragged you into the flood with them. How do you know it was they who pulled me in?" Li Xian's voice was thick with amusement, yet it chilled Li Ping to the bone. "I jumped myself, from the beginning to the end. They never knew I was behind it." "Why?" Li Ping was even more baffled, instinctively thinking Li Xian was lying to him. "If I had not jumped with your recent loss, how would you have vented your anger on me? Even if you didn't know it was me, you would have acted that way, right?" Li Ping was speechless. "You were like a bunch of borers. If I don't take this chance to leave, when else could I have escaped from you? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Li Xian sneered. "Whether alive or dead, I can escape from you all right." After saying this, he gave Li Ping one last look before forcefully striking his crown with a palm, waiting for the orb of light to disappear amidst a burst of intense fire. He then walked out, finding the umbrella that had been left outside now neatly placed at the door. Taking the umbrella, Li Xian left the villa, pulled out a rocket launcher, and aimed at the building. Bang, bang, bang. The grand villa was reduced to nothing under the barrage, leaving only rubble and dust covering the ruins. The stirred-up dust rose with the wind and vanished from sight. Half a day later, on March 11 at 3:45 p.m., Li Xian's car stopped in front of a broken road. He knew that it would be a long time before he could drive again. The experiences of the 13th had already proven that the roads ahead were not suitable for vehicles. It had only been a few hours since he had dealt with Shanli village. The events of the 13th were similar to those of the 12th. There were highlights, but they were hardly breakthroughs. Another problem was emerging. Too much knowledge in too little time. Often, just as they began to grasp new knowledge and started research, the gods would awaken again. In this situation, research into the new era had hit a deadlock. Knowledge was accumulating too rapidly, and without significant technological advancements, this problem was almost unsolvable. Just like on Earth before the apocalypse, each academic field was vast as the stars. By the time one finished learning a discipline, they were already old, with declining physical functions, making further progress difficult. However, I have the barrier breaker, which can somewhat circumvent this issue. Dragging this out was no longer feasible. Given the current pace, the gains from 3 updates were far less than from a single previous update. With benefits declining, rather than waiting idly, it was better for me to start early, sacrificing 3 updates in exchange for future breakthroughs. Li Xian walked through the jungle, his eyes flickering slightly. He had anticipated this issue but hadn't expected it to arise so soon. After reviewing today's updates, he would head towards the future. It was foreseeable that in future research I would be the main contributor. No matter how talented they were, they would need time to learn. Only able to assist me, this gap would only widen over time. Power would return to me alone. Now the collective strength would also be mine. Li Xian's mind raced with thoughts as he walked, not pausing for a moment. With the car broken, he planned to find an alternative mode of transport. Though he could move faster than any vehicle, he was here for a leisurely journey, so why endure the hardship? Start enduring now, suffer for a few months, and then enjoy a few months of ease later. According to the records of the 13th, there was a mutated spotted deer nearby, ordinary in all aspects except for its exceptional speed, likely due to a speed type ability. They had long known that supernatural abilities were not unique to humans. Zombies, animals, and plants could awaken them too. These beings didn't even need to consume any special fruit to gain abilities akin to supernatural powers. It was their innate advantage. Li Xian's gaze fixed on a sick deer not far from him, which was drinking from a lake. The deer, over 2 meters in length and as tall as a man, had a smooth and glossy coat and antlers with 6 tines on each of the 2 sets. Golden ropes suddenly appeared out of nowhere. With the speed of lightning, they flew towards the sick deer. Just as the deer thought to flee, before it could even move, it was tightly bound, falling to the ground with a thud, its eyes full of confusion. A figure emerged from the woods. The deer whimpered, lowering its head. Animals have a far greater sense of danger than humans, and fully bound, it felt a deep crisis looming. It then heard a voice. "Ah, you do have some spirit. From today onwards you will follow me. Your name shall be Mei Ling." It was the first time the deer understood human speech. A warm flow spread throughout its body, igniting an unprecedented desire as it instinctively chased this new energy. Its head buried into the bushes and the ropes disappeared. The sick deer stood up, looking straight at Li Xian, and slowly lowered its body. Li Xian stepped forward and seated himself. "Let's go," Mei Ling neighed softly, heading in the direction Li Xian pointed, its agile body moving through the jungle. Songgu drove northward. The construction of the psychic internet had been successful, and he was now transporting materials and setting up stations along the way. The most challenging aspect of the psychic internet was its development. Once the technique of encoding spiritual energy was mastered, it could be utilized. Although their understanding was not complete, they could still replicate the work. They would have needed more time to resolve some issues, but a batch of new data that had arrived a few days prior resolved all problems instantly. Following orders, the Research Institute's staff began setting up stations everywhere, with Songgu responsible for the north. Although Li Xian was not at the institute, his proxy was, and it could issue tasks with his permission. The institute had recruited many people as external staff on his authorization. Otherwise, just producing the stations would take a significant amount of time, not to mention the subsequent tasks. Songgu glanced at a station from the corner of his eye. It was an inconspicuous black box. He mused, "Indeed, I am merely at a branch. The psychic internet, it has been only a few days, and it's already complete. I wonder what kind of geniuses are at the headquarters. Their research progresses so rapidly. Just yesterday they sent research I hadn't finished reviewing, and they've already resolved it. Truly monstrous. Or perhaps these studies aren't only sent to our branch. It makes sense, such a powerful organization couldn't possibly have just this one branch. It's a pity such unfinished research appeared only once. We witness it again. Afterward, all the data that came were complete." A notification sound beeped inside the car. Songgu picked up the black box and arrived at the designated location, where he used his ID to activate the box. A cold electronic voice announced, "Researcher identity verified. Activation of station number 137 complete. Please follow the standard procedure to break the auxiliary box and install the main station." Officially, Songgu took out a smaller box included with the main one, crushed it firmly, and released the encoded spiritual energy. He buried the main station within this processed spiritual energy and swiped his ID once more. A beep sounded. Main station activated, beginning encoding of surrounding spiritual energy. Researcher, please input the activation spirit power. Songgu didn't wait for it to finish speaking and began the process. After inputting the spirit power and securing the station, he turned and headed back to his car. As long as the station remained undisturbed in the coming days, the encoding process would continue automatically. Driving forward for about 5 or 6 hours, Songgu suddenly stopped the car. A large cicadere stood in front of the vehicle, but his gaze was fixed on the man riding on its back. "Brotherly, my benefactor," he exclaimed as he ran out of the car holding a black box and a snakeskin bag. "You've worked hard." Li Xian took the bag, stowed it in his storage space, took out the black box and handed the bag back to Songgu. Li Xian patted Songgu on the shoulder, infusing him with spiritual power, which accelerated his cultivation progress by at least 10%. Other people's spiritual power wouldn't have this effect, typically being rejected by the body, but Li Xian's was special, perhaps due to its boundless nature. It was not affected. Songgu savored the changes in his body, and when he regained his senses, he realized that Li Xian had already left, which annoyed him slightly. It is not easy to meet my benefactor, and after only a short conversation, he even gave me such a generous gift. Songgu racked his brain and recalled an ancient poem. Is this what the ancient poem meant by "the immortal touches my top, I receive long life upon tying my hair"? After securing the station, Li Xian quickly retreated. Songgu, known for being talkative and secretive, had already seen this. Had Li Xian not cleverly altered his clone's appearance and had the clone pose as a special envoy from headquarters, he would have encountered serious trouble. Now lying on the back of the cicadere, Li Xian took out his autobiography. Today's content has been updated. With the station secured, the autobiography paused, but it was still possible to review past materials. Li Xian decided to carry on with the will of number 13, pursuing a collective path without hindering research. April 1st, as usual, I came to the capital, subdued the corpse king, fought the noble families, but this time I decided to step out from behind the scenes. April 3rd, the capital surrendered, and I became the sole voice of the nation. Under my guidance, numerous research institutes were established and various bases were brought under control. April 18th, being a leader is truly troublesome. There is so much to manage, and those bases had numerous tactics up their sleeves. Even though number 13 had defeated them once, they still managed to come up with new tricks in the second round. Fortunately, I acted early, as their research was only just beginning. On April 29th, the conquest of all major domestic forces was completed, albeit 5 days slower than my previous attempt. Darn, the second playthrough is so tough. By May 6th, the desperate plan named Skirich was officially implemented. Human settlements began to consolidate mainly around the central plains, abandoning the peripheral territories to be overtaken by zombies. By May 19th, the suppression of supernaturals had officially begun. We utilized the coding technology of the psychic internet to alter ordinary people's memories, making them forget the existence of supernaturals. We only modified memories concerning the existence of supernaturals, as that was all we could manage. Thanks to the extensive list provided previously, I clearly knew who were the powerful supernaturals and who had special talents. As long as they became extraordinary, they could be studied. For ordinary people, letting them return to their previous lives seemed like a good choice. On July 8th, it became apparent that the coding technology had flaws and couldn't permanently shield humans, hence a second modification began. By August 19th, the technology failed again and numerous cases of brain death emerged. I decided to take drastic measures. On September 3rd, a capsule was introduced composed of coded spiritual energy internally. We claimed that this medication could prevent brain death and provided it free from our base. Every 2 weeks, everyone was required to consume a capsule at designated service points. On September 9th, a special task force swept through Europe, accompanied by one of my avatars, to subdue, suppress, and control the supernaturals, implementing the ultimate plan Skirich. I discovered their churches had something intriguing. They were studying secrets related to consciousness, which they referred to as magic or witchcraft. However, this path was far from refined, merely in its nascent stage. No wonder I had never encountered it before. The complexity was immense, and it seemed that they hadn't figured much out before the resurgence of deities. Nevertheless, it was significantly insightful. On November 24, it was proven that as long as special spiritual energy was timely replenished, the previous issues wouldn't recur. Moreover, under controlled circumstances, the consumption rate of spiritual energy significantly dropped. However, the problem with zombies remained unsolvable. They required too much spiritual energy. Given their vast numbers, I couldn't possibly eliminate them all. On December 25, Christmas Day, amidst this major Western festival, the global unification and the supernatural isolation plan was officially completed with the establishment of the organization encompassing all supernaturals, the Star Alliance. Our memory erasing capsules were perfected. All ordinary people had forgotten the existence of supernaturals. They were aware of zombies and the apocalypse, but completely oblivious to the supernaturals. To be honest, I'm having some regrets. These objects are simply too problematic, hidden, and difficult to detect, indestructible, and each requiring unique containment methods. Every time we secure one of these special items, it costs us the efforts of dozens of researchers. What's more, this issue cannot be disclosed to the public. Their information is contaminating even if only some traits of the objects are involved. Therefore, they can only be referred to by code names. All data is highly classified, and the higher the rank within the Star Alliance, the greater the capabilities and the more information one can access. Those lacking sufficient ability upon learning of these items would face death. The only relief is that the memory erasure capsules still work, and thankfully, the Star Alliance has significantly advanced this technology. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lasted until now. On February 17, 2026, which is today, the Spring Festival, our catalog of special items has reached the number 0125, but only 36 have been successfully contained. With a significant reduction in Star Alliance personnel, we've been forced to recruit some of those who have encountered these special items, all of whom possess extraordinary talents. Meanwhile, more people within the Star Alliance have tried to break through to the 7th level. Without exception, all have failed and turned into monsters. This direction of containment was completely unexpected, but it is the correct method, as it at least delays their revival, allowing us to live a bit longer. By April 18, 2026, it was over. We encountered a containment item too strong and too bizarre. Almost the entire Star Alliance was wiped out, with almost no one left capable of going out for containment. I barely escaped with half my life, and now I am barely clinging to my last breath. Its power, no, his power was too strange. The injuries it caused are incurable. The Star Alliance is finished. Now only a few thousand children remain who are not yet grown. They should grow under my protection until they can stand on their own. As of April 21, 2026, I failed to stop them. Watching them leave the headquarters, their frail bodies, their weak strength, all of them together couldn't match the force of one punch from me in my prime. Tears welled up in my eyes. I admit people are changed by their circumstances. If it were the old me, I probably wouldn't have gotten involved at all, yet now I find myself saddened because of them. I remember each of their faces, where we found them, the way they looked at me initially. Now the earliest group I knew is dead, and those who came after are about to die. On May 8, 2026, the Star Alliance was extinguished. The last person died in front of me. He asked me not to go out. He wanted to know why these things appeared. I knew him, Wu Xan, 19 years old, who joined us after his girlfriend died at the hands of one of the containment items. June 19, 2026, I sat at headquarters watching through the large screen as the containment subjects slaughtered living beings. The policy of Juwadi Tian Tong was effective. From the performance of these subjects and the data collected previously, it was clear that the resurrection of deities required not only a quantity but also quality. Currently lacking in quality, they compensated with quantity. I could guess that their resurrection was near, otherwise they would not engage in such a massacre. The more ferocious they became, the happier I was. They were not gods, they were merely creatures with greater power. We must continue this policy. It is working. Failure only means we are too weak. We control, we contain, we protect. June 26, 2026, the deities resurrected. The end of the document. Li Xin sighed deeply as he looked at the last few pages. He was mad, a paralyzed madman screaming under the earth. With the death of people, everything ends, let alone things that haven't happened yet. Li Xin wasn't overly sentimental. Instead, he turned his attention to pondering the recent updates. In fact, he didn't need anyone to tell him how crucial this attempt was. It was the longest lasting one to date. Facing containment subjects endowed with the power of deities was certainly better than facing deities themselves. The methods of collective breeding, extraordinary isolation, and the monitoring of the world by the Star Alliance were interesting. This path was viable. For these containment subjects, Li Xin had a unique advantage. Looking at his autobiography, which contained a stack of information on containment subjects, the corners of his mouth twitched into a slight smile. They were merely a group of pseudo-gods. His perspective on deities had completely changed, especially after the recent encounters where deities intervened personally. Li Xin saw humanity in them. Deities with personalities were no longer fearsome. Of course, this was only his view. He always believed that natural entities existing like laws were the true deities. Personified deities in his view were cliché. As for their strength, he made no judgment. Those with desires and thoughts, those swayed by mundane affairs, were merely human. If they were deities in that sense, Li Xin might indeed be powerless, but they were just powerful humans, and that was manageable. Humans had weaknesses, desires led to flaws. He might be helpless against deities, but against humans he still had some tricks up his sleeve. Now he could be certain that the pseudo-gods greatly prioritized their resurrection, which meant that his efforts so far had borne fruit. Li Xin's smile faded as he activated another tattoo, the barrier breaker, initiate. As the primary subject, he distinctly felt the shift in space and time. Everything around him looked exactly the same, yet he knew he had entered another dimension. 4 months and 6 days had passed, and he could return to the main timeline at any moment. Li Xin's eyes flickered as he patted Mei Ling and walked toward the horizon, simultaneously summoning another clone to acquire knowledge while his original body practiced cultivation. He communicated with a clone far away in the research institute, transmitting the data on memory erasure technology. This was his first use of the barrier breaker, and he couldn't be sure what would become of this world after his departure. Would it disappear or continue to exist? Would his departure cause the Li Xin of this timeline to vanish? These were uncertainties, so he prepared for both possibilities. Moreover, if he left, could he take anything else besides this knowledge and experience? For example, my cultivation level. Li Xin's eyes flickered with thoughts as he chose a suitable path based on the information he had gathered before. This time he was prepared to follow the process step by step, to personally experience how to conquer the Dragon Nation with the least cost. 4 months is neither too long nor too short enough for him to initially complete the ultimate heavenly connection. Mei Ling moved quickly, passing through one gathering area after another, and Li Xin continuously recruited potential strong allies. In the blink of an eye, it was March 30th. The crystal cores had appeared a few days ago, though they emerged at different times in different regions. With the crystal cores, not only did the zombies' strength greatly increase, but humans also found a stable way to enhance their own powers. At this moment in the capital, the second zombie siege erupted. Endless zombies continuously assaulted the city walls. Above the walls, an array of weapons bombarded in turns. The booming sounds were incessant, and the smoke of gunpowder filled the air. Most of these zombies were of the first order, with a few of the second order occasionally appearing. They had only initially completed the spiritualization of their skin, which was far from sufficient to withstand firearms and ammunition. The capital, being the national hub, had strong armed forces. At the first sign of the zombie outbreak, they suppressed the zombies forcefully with weapons, gradually driving them out of the city. Taking advantage of this time, the authorities in the capital began to extensively resume production, vigorously manufacturing weapons and building walls, actively preparing for war. This moment was what they had been preparing for. Inside the command center, it was crowded with people. A middle-aged man in military attire, using a recently made communicator, connected with the frontline commanders, delivering orders and the accompanying demands down the chain of command. The command center was in chaos. The sky was now clear, the Air Force was ready to depart. Don't hold back, bomb the hell out of them. The rockets should not relent, bomb wherever there are more zombies. Don't let these bastards live. Logistics. Where the hell did you go? Zone 4 requests support. 5 second order zombies have breached the defense line. The superpowered special forces team, hurry to Zone 4, 5 second order zombies. The reserve team has completed its third check and is ready to deploy at any moment. Change out the brothers who just went in. Yes, Commander. The middle-aged man watched the big screen, continuously pondering. This level of battle was not considered major, and the extraordinary powers were still within control. He wasn't worried about losing. His only concern was not performing well in this fight. The capital is the nation's foundation, and this war was happening right in the capital, a very special location. Many methods could not be used, yet the battle had to look good. In any case, the goal was to destroy as many zombies as possible to prepare for future strategies. With nearly a month of communication lost, who knows what chaos had unfolded locally. The middle-aged man did not ponder further on the matter, as such topics were somewhat taboo. Wait, what was that? His gaze fixed on something at the rear of the zombie horde. A black spot suddenly appeared. Following that, the black spot plunged into the mass of zombies and the surrounding undead fell like wheat before the scythe. Tech department, zoom in on that area. Quickly, he gasped, his breathing quickening. As the technicians adjusted the controls, the image on the screen gradually enlarged, a figure emerged into their view, his features becoming clear. The next second, several voices erupted in the command center. Damn, hurry, check the identity of this person. What level of power does he possess? How is he so strong? Look, he just killed several second-tier zombies with a single punch. The middle-aged man watched the screen intently, his eyes deep with thought. Variables, he mused. Appearing now, is he friend or foe? And what exactly does he aim to achieve? He did not believe that humans necessarily had to help each other. Even now, as the apocalypse loomed immediate, were there not still those who would stab you in the back? Li Xian was not in a rush to capture the zombie king. He intended to use these zombies to hone his combat skills. More precisely, it was about seizing the right moment. Thus he had not been using his full strength. Otherwise, the fight would have ended long ago and he could have simply taken the zombie king. He wasn't sure if he could take away the king's cultivation, but the experience and memories were definitely transferable. These were his foundation and his primary objective. This is what training is, Li Xian thought, where he could fight if he wanted or end at any time he chose. That was best. Suddenly, he saw over 200 second-tier zombies breaking through the mass and charging towards him. He immediately understood that the zombie king was behind this. That sneaky zombie king, he scoffed, barely killed 100 zombies and already can't take it. Li Xian didn't mind. It just meant he had to exert a bit more effort. Another 20 minutes passed and the zombie king's face turned dark. Hiding among the zombies, he watched Li Xian incredulously. What the hell? How are you so strong? My minions, my second-tier zombies, gone like that? What a loss this time. He looked up towards the direction of the capital. Under the barrage of artillery, the zombies couldn't even reach the city gates before being blown apart. Only the second-tier ones might have scaled the walls. Glancing back at Li Xian, the zombie king sighed. No chance this time. Facing threats both in front and behind. Especially the latter, the zombie king lacked those high-damage weapons. With so many minions failing to prevail, his own chances seemed slim. But at least the lower-tier zombies had been significantly reduced, lessening the burden of his powers. Retreat, Li Hua called back the second-tier zombies, retreating under their protection. As for the ordinary zombies, he wasn't concerned letting them retreat on their own. Despite being a zombie, he possessed intelligence from the very beginning. Unlike the mindless undead. Moreover, from the moment the apocalypse began, he had gained the ability to control zombies, with stronger abilities allowing control over more undead. Although this attempt was a failure, it didn't really matter to him. He had never expected to win. Controlling zombies was useful, but it put a great strain on his soul, which had been manageable before they acquired crystal cores. Now, with the pressure greatly reduced, he felt much relieved. Muttering to himself, Li Hua turned his head. Inadvertently, his brow furrowing, Li Xian unexpectedly had spotted him and was now heading his way. Despite trying to change his position several times, he couldn't shake him off. Meanwhile, in the area where the fight had taken place earlier, black flames were raging. Has he noticed me? Li Hua's face darkened. He couldn't afford to expose his presence, not yet at least. He feared that one day, while asleep, a nuclear bomb might just drop on him. Throughout these apocalyptic days, he had visited other places where nuclear bombings had occurred, but their impact was significantly less severe than before, especially the radiation. It was only in the capital city that he dared to attack aggressively. Based on his understanding, these officials would never dare to use nuclear bombs at their own doorstep. Really seeking death. I didn't want to deal with you, but you just had to come closer, Li Hua muttered to himself as he recalled Li Xian's combat abilities. Estimating his strength, he was strong, but there was a limit. However strong you might be, could you compare to my zombie army? Even though many were killed, the number remaining was still formidable. My minions, attack, kill him, he commanded. On the other side, inside the command center, everyone was stunned by the sudden change. The zombies, which had just been fiercely advancing, suddenly turned and headed towards a man who appeared out of nowhere. This shift was completely unexpected. What's happening? Why did the zombies suddenly change their target? "Don't ask me, I am just as clueless," someone replied. "That guy is done for. With so many zombies, he might not even leave a trace behind. Should we save him? After all, he was trying to help us. How can we help? With so many zombies, our people can't break through. Let alone rescue someone. Head, what's the matter? You've had enough of your position. If he survives, looks like we might need a new team leader," someone joked, plunging the room into silence. After a long pause, a younger man shrugged indifferently. "He is just a nobody. If he dies, he dies. Who would bother us over him?" A middle-aged man glanced at him, his expression a mix of frustration and disappointment. "Yi Chen, you really itch for a beating," saying whatever comes to your mind. "Uncle, relax, we're all family here," Yi Dingwa replied, then fell silent. After saying so much, further scolding would imply not treating them like family. Sighing, Yi Dingwa looked around, his voice deep and serious. "Gentlemen, why would the zombie horde suddenly change like this? It was explainable when they were besieging the capital, but now targeting a single person. Could someone be controlling them?" The matter demanded urgent investigation. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he declared, "Whoever stands in my way dies." Turning his gaze to the large screen, his eyebrows knitted together in concern, the question loomed: to save or not to save this person, with an unknown origin and a suspiciously timely appearance? It was challenging not to harbor doubts. "Wait, what's this?" Before he could make a decision, the screen displayed a dramatic shift, causing his pupils to dilate in shock as he cried out. All eyes turned to the screen, gasping in unison. Amidst the encircling horde, Li Xian threw a single punch, sending a powerful force that catapulted a zombie directly in front of him into the air, the momentum carrying through and scattering an entire swath of zombies. The scene cleared instantly. Li Xian's eyes locked onto the Corpse King. He had thought this ordeal would allow the Corpse King to escape, but crazily, the creature had dared to return and surround him. With such a vast number of zombies, he dared not take any chances. A single misstep could lead to a fatal scratch. This was the extent of his strength now. Judging by the number of zombies he had just slaughtered, at most they could scratch his skin. It saved him some effort, indeed. With a powerful kick, he leaped over 30 meters, landing atop a zombie's head. Without pausing, he used the zombies' heads as stepping stones, darting through the crowd, each head bursting under his weight. This scene was somewhat gruesomely spectacular. Li Hua's face turned utterly dark in that moment, and he no longer cared. He just ran, cursing wildly in his mind. "Damn it, you're this strong, and yet you toyed with a second-tier zombie back and forth. Were you mocking me? It has been 25 years. Playing possum is so outdated, you bastard." Suddenly, a voice rang out beside his ear, freezing him in place. "Head caught you, run again and I'll blow your head off." The tide of zombies receded, but their questions remained unanswered. Who was that person who was controlling the zombies behind the scenes? These and other questions swirled in everyone's minds. Yi Dingwa could only offer a wry smile. At least now he didn't have to ponder whether to save that person or not. Organize the cleanup of the battlefield, keep the crystal nuclei secured, tally the battle damage, treat the wounded, and be generous with the provisions. That's it then. With a sigh he added, troubled times indeed. With that, he left the command center, his normally upright figure slightly stooped. Elsewhere, Li Xian, holding the Corpse King like picking up a small chicken, arrived at a desolate area and casually dropped the Corpse King on the ground. "Cough cough, who are you really?" Li Hua asked, both shocked and angry, yet too timid to show his anger, merely sulking secretly. Li Xian glanced at him, his background already thoroughly investigated, aware of the best way to make him obedient quickly, but it was too slow. With power at his disposal, he preferred to act on his whims. As for whether he would be loyal, Li Xian did not care. As long as the Corpse King did his bidding, that was enough. "You have two choices," he said, the blade of his sword pressing against the Corpse King's throat, his voice icy and unmasking his lethal intent. "1. Work for us, become an unofficial member of our organization. 2. Before he could finish, Li Hua hastily agreed. 1. Believing it better to live badly than to die well, he was convinced that there was hope as long as he lived. Death meant the end of everything. Li Hua was tasked with an overwhelming mission: to command all the zombies in the world, starting with those within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. He expressed his concerns. "But I don't have the power, there are too many zombies." One of his associates handed him a specially developed technique suited for his unique ability. "This method, according to our calculations, could triple the number of zombies you control." Surprised, Li Hua asked, "For me?" His expression remained unchanged, but Internally, he was skeptical. He had kept his secrets well hidden even from the capital. How could this obscure organization know so much? Opening the manual, Li Hua read the first page, then closed it, rubbed his eyes, and opened it again. It's all a blur. How is this possible? He thought, clearly lacking confidence, yet he found it hard to believe. When did they learn so much about me? There are things in here I didn't even know myself. Despite his doubts, everything written seemed logically sound. It dawned on him that his supposedly undetectable secrets might have always been visible to others. Li Hua looked up at Li Xian, hesitated, then decided to keep silent. He could sense that the previous threats were not in jest, they were deadly serious. He knew that if he disagreed, the sword would likely behead him in the next instant. Fearing for his life, he thought it best to leave. Can I go now? Someone will deliver machinery and materials to you later. Follow the instructions to assemble it, Li Xian said, indicating the importance of future decisions. Just like that you want to leave? Li Hua stammered, no, of course not, forcing a flattering smile, which was particularly grotesque on a zombie's face. Li Hua tried to appease Li Xian, who responded by slapping him on the head and commenting emotionlessly, "That's an ugly smile." After speaking, Li Xian turned and walked away. Rubbing his head, Li Hua felt like crying but couldn't. Blame me for the ugly laugh, all zombies look like this. Watching Li Xian's retreating figure, he clenched his teeth and followed. The two navigated through ruins that once housed a large shopping mall, now reduced to rubble after repeated bombardments in the apocalypse. For a while neither spoke. Impatient, Li Hua broke the silence. Boss, is there something you wanted to ask me? Have you ever thought about the future of your species? Li Xian suddenly asked, veering off topic. My species? Do you mean humans or zombies? Do you consider yourself human? Why wouldn't I? I've always been human, just with some physical mutations, Li Hua retorted, justifying his actions as historically consistent with human behavior during chaotic times. But they don't see it that way. You are now a monster. Li Hua took a deep breath, believing that things would eventually be resolved. Extraordinary powers will change all this, he said. Li Xian remained silent. Judging from several past attempts, his efforts had always been in vain, with humanity never acknowledging him. But until then, you are still a zombie, Li Xian declared. You are the born king of zombies. They will instinctively follow you. You should take responsibility for them. They are merely tools, Li Xian continued, his voice indifferent. Imagine how sad they would be if they knew their king viewed them this way. Li Xian glanced at him, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Did you seek me out just to say these things? Li Hua asked. No, I came to discuss future arrangements, Li Xian replied, his curiosity piqued. He wondered if revealing some other news might change things. Ruling over humanity is impossible with just you. The inherent flaws of zombies doom your social structure to be incompatible with humans. You can only exterminate or domesticate them, Li Xian explained calmly. Have you ever considered one thing, whether there are more zombies or humans in the world now? Li Hua's eyes flickered, sensing what Li Xian was about to propose. What do you mean? I want you to establish a zombie nation governing over most of the blue planet. How about that? Are you interested? Li Xian looked at him with a half-smile, slowly uttering, the future king of zombies. Li Hua felt shamefully tempted, especially by the phrase governing over most of the blue planet. No ruler in history had ever achieved such a feat. A zombie nation? Humans won't agree to this. Li Hua quickly regained his composure. They'll have to agree since the emergence of the crystal core. They no longer have a say, Li Xian whispered in his ear. Soon the whole world will unite, all humans will converge. By then, except for a few human city-states, the rest of the land will be unclaimed. And I can assure you no one will trouble you. Li Hua's mouth fell open in shock and excitement. What exactly are you planning, uniting all humanity? You'll know in time, Li Xian said. For now, thoroughly understand the information I've given you and then lead your zombie army to rule the world. Li Xian then left. The king of zombies stood still, lost in thought. Rule the world? With you here, how can I truly rule? Yet it was a good opportunity to use this organization's power to advance his own plans sooner. Yi Dingwu walked down the street, unable to hide his fatigue. He had just returned from a meeting with the monarch. Interacting with such a character was exhausting. Every word, every action had to be carefully considered. Even though he was currently the highest-ranking military officer in the capital, it was still the case, despite his subordinates' apparent loyalty. Who knew who had sent them? As the current pillar of the Yi family, he was privy to many secrets, such as how each monarch would place their people in the army, their identities incredibly hidden, known only to the monarch himself. This practice originated from a political event 200 years ago when the Dragon Nation faced a foreign enemy. A top military leader backed by foreign forces attempted a coup. He almost succeeded if not for a spy the monarch had placed long ago who misled the leader at the crucial moment. Since then, each monarch has paid close attention to the military, never allowing such an event to happen again. Over the past 2 centuries, a daring figure emerged whose fate was sealed within a day. Plotted in the morning, captured in the afternoon, and executed by evening. This incident profoundly distanced the military's high command from the political core. General Yidingwa rubbed his temples and had barely taken 2 steps when his communicator buzzed at his waist. General Yi, the man from today's battlefield has arrived. What? Bring him here immediately. General Yi stepped onto the city wall and looked down at the young man below. So he requests to enter the capital city. Yes, we were uncertain about this decision. Hand him the walkie-talkie. Yes, in recent times a new type of material had begun to severely disrupt existing communication systems, and walkie-talkies were among the few devices still functional. Other devices were too costly to produce, and with transportation cut off, raw materials were hard to replenish. Watching Li Xian take the walkie-talkie, General Yi cleared his throat. Hello, I am Yidingwa from the capital city. Li Xian, I know you, a man from Tianshui City. First, I want to thank you for your assistance today. General Yi paused for a few seconds before continuing. What brings you to the capital city? Cooperation. Li Xian wasn't surprised. It was normal for the capital to know his identity since the national registration system was there, and with current technology, finding someone wasn't difficult. Cooperation, please elaborate. General Yi's eyes flickered, recalling the astonishing scene earlier that day, yet he did not refuse. Won't you invite me in? This isn't a proper way to treat a potential partner. General Yi pondered for a moment, then set down the walkie-talkie. Have the weapon systems and personnel congregated yet? General, all are in position, ready to strike at any moment. He nodded and picked up the walkie-talkie again. I apologize, but given the current situation and without orders from the highest authority, I cannot comply with your request. How about this? Let's meet at another location to discuss in detail. That works. Seeing Li Xian did not refuse, General Yi breathed a sigh of relief, turned off the walkie-talkie, and as he walked he said, stay alert. If he makes any suspicious move, do not hesitate to strike fully. But a soldier must follow orders. His individual power is too overwhelming. Once inside the city, many of our strategies become unusable. This is the only way. General Yi took one last look at the city, gazing towards the monarch's location, lowered his hat brim, and walked out alone. The 2 men talked as they walked, quickly reaching the designated spot 5 kilometers from the capital. Li Xian spoke with a half-smile. Brother Yi, you all seem very wary of me. It's our duty. With your kind of power, if you entered the city they would be restless. It is indeed my honor to be considered for this. Given the global shifts and the tensions that everyone is holding, any slight protrusion can trigger reactions. Yidingwa shook his head and did not continue on this subject. Speaking of which, what do you mean by cooperation? Take a look at these first, Li Xian said with a smile as he pulled out a stack of documents. Yidingwa glanced at him, found a place to sit down promptly, and began flipping through the documents. He had barely finished the first page when he suddenly stood up, his voice deep and serious. Young man, are these documents for real? His knuckles turned white as he gripped the papers. The page detailed a technology called psychic internet. As a military man, he was acutely aware of the importance of this technology. If this is true, I will personally push forward this cooperation no matter the cost. It could even affect the unity of the nation. Of course, all the theories and operational steps are right here. If you don't believe me, I have samples here as well. Li Xian then took out 2 base stations and a document. Yidingwa didn't waste any words. He took out his walkie-talkie and spoke a few sentences. Soon 2 heavily armed soldiers arrived at the scene, took the operational steps and samples, and left. Li Xian watched quietly, his face wearing a faint smile. His gaze lingered towards the capital, wondering if his physical self had already made it there. After the soldiers left, the 2 men resumed their conversation. The Yidingwa seemed somewhat distracted. About an hour later, the walkie-talkie rang. After listening to the other side, Yidingwa put down the walkie-talkie and looked sincerely at Li Xian. Young man, I can represent the authorities in the capital to agree to this cooperation. What are your demands? Suddenly Li Xian smiled. I'm afraid your position might not be sufficient. Yidingwa frowned, but before he could speak, the walkie-talkie rang again. This time a sharp, panicked voice came through. General Yi, something's wrong. A wave of unease surged through him and he asked anxiously while flaring his nostrils, calm down, what exactly happened in the capital? the scene shifts back to 1 hour earlier. In the capital, influential figures from the political, military, and scientific communities gathered in the council hall watching the screen in front of them. Displayed was the ongoing conversation between Yidingwa and Li Xian. A military general stood up, distributed documents, and explained the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, the person currently with General Yi is the mysterious individual who appeared today and caused the undead tide to recede. According to our investigation, his name is Li Xian, 24 years old, with unknown parents and birthplace. He was found severely injured at the age of 11 and was taken in by the Sunshine Welfare Institute in Tianbei City. According to the data department, his abilities are extremely powerful, and if he enters the city, it would be difficult for us to suppress and control him. As the video of his battle today played on the large screen, some had seen it before, while others were witnessing it for the first time. Due to the special circumstances, no discussions took place. Instead, everyone watched quietly. The video ended, signaling the end of the preliminary phase. Everyone knew that the sudden gathering was not just for this. Just recently, this individual had unexpectedly visited the capital requesting cooperation. To ensure the safety of the capital, General Yi had gone out of the city alone to negotiate. During the negotiations, the other party presented a set of documents. A screenshot appeared on the big screen capturing the perspective of Yi Dingwood, clearly documenting the content of the data. Everyone held their breath, staring intently. Suddenly, a military major general exclaimed, and others couldn't help but shout as well. A psychic internet, spirit energy coding technology, my god, who are the forces behind him? So they call this substance spirit energy, huh? How could their research progress so rapidly? It hasn't been long at all. We must get our hands on this technology, it is crucial. Cough cough, everyone please quiet down, the authenticity of the data still needs to be verified. Sun Ning looked towards an elderly man, Dr. Yang, the pillar of the scientific community. Dr. Yang, with your expertise, do you think this data is real or fake? Dr. Yang shook his head. Instantly, the lively meeting room fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, feeling as if their faces were on fire. Dr. Yang gave a wry smile, realizing they had misunderstood. The opposing side's research is too advanced. We are far from reaching this stage. Just by looking at the data, we cannot be 100% sure, but if we can obtain the specific data, we can start experimenting immediately. Sun Ning carefully chose his words, fearing the old man might say something startling again. So you mean to say that the data is probably correct, but because our research progress is a step behind theirs, we can't confirm it yet? After a long and complicated sentence, Sun Ning felt like cursing. He thought to himself, hey, do you like my long and tedious sentences? Well, I don't. Dr. Yang was stunned for a while before he finally understood and nodded. Seeing Dr. Yang nod, everyone's hanging hearts finally settled. At that moment, the monarch, who had been silent, tapped on the table. Let's move on to the next agenda. What shall we trade with him? The latest results from the lab. If others have researched this far, would they be interested in our results? Weapons. What, you want to give him a nuclear bomb? Then a truce. Offer him honors and power, because after all we might still need to deal with him and the forces behind him in the future. It's feasible. Honors can be given. Power start with a nominal position, titular, without actual power, until we confirm the situation, then gradually delegate real power. I reserve my opinion. Where is there extra power to distribute to him? Inside the meeting room, the leaders of various powers argued heatedly, even banging on the table and spitting as they spoke, as if they were about to break into a full-blown fight. The monarch, long accustomed to such scenes, sat alone at the head of the table, sipping tea with a smile. Yet if one looked closely, it was impossible to glean any useful information from his smile. A hand rested on his shoulder and a young voice came through. Old man, would you like some more tea? No. The monarch instantly sobered up, stiffly turning to look. It was a face both familiar and strange, making his heart skip a beat. How did he get in? Wasn't he still 5 kilometers away? What were the guards doing? What about the R&D department with its hefty budget? What have they been up to? Almost instantly, everyone else noticed Li Xian as well, their faces ghostly pale, eyes darting between the cheerful pair on the screen and Li Xian, who was casually resting a hand on the monarch's shoulder. For a moment, there was a surreal feeling of time and space being out of sync. Someone was about to pull Li Xian away when they were stopped and scolded by the person next to them. Are you mad? The monarch is still in his grasp. Suddenly, everyone realized the gravity of the situation, their hearts leaping to their throats. They quickly understood that a forceful approach was out of the question. Any carelessness could lead to the monarch's demise. They had to play it soft. Young man, calm Down, let's talk this through. Right, young man, does your organization need anything? Just ask and the Sue family will fully support you. Yes, exactly. Buddy, what can't be settled with a good talk? After all, we've just met, there's plenty to discuss, everything can be negotiated. The monarch, experienced in handling crises, quickly regained his composure. A brave and resourceful young man, he commented, seemingly unbothered by his own hostage situation. You must have agreed to ye Dingwick's terms on purpose, traveled all this way just to lower our guard, then brought out that document to gather us here, aiming to trap us all at once, the monarch narrated calmly as if he wasn't the one being held. But your plan is too reliant on luck. We might not have gathered here at all. I'm curious, what would you have done if we hadn't assembled? Li Xian's tone was cold. It would just take a bit more effort. Enough with these games. My aim is simple. The capital will be under the jurisdiction of our institute. What? Impossible. Rebellion is a serious crime. Think it through and be careful not to be used as a pawn. Li Xian ignored them and continued, we won't interfere with the day-to-day management of the capital. Things will remain as they were before, but on the contrary, we will help the capital, unifying the whole country. Don't try to fool us with such talk. We're all old foxes here, no need for fairy tales. Your ambitions are too grand. Even if what you say is true, how can you guarantee it? How can we believe you? Li Xian glanced at the most outspoken critic and, with a wave of his hand, the man was crushed like he had encountered a hydraulic press, turning into a flat red mass of flesh. Li Xian, growing impatient, demonstrated his power. He opened his right hand, made a gripping motion, and elevated it. Moving in sync with his hand were all the people present. They floated in the air, their feet dangling 3 feet off the ground, faces turning crimson as if invisible hands were pulling them up by there. Next, Li Xian spoke coldly, you seem to have misunderstood. This is not a negotiation, old men, times have changed. The law of the jungle, you should understand it. Seeing a few on the verge of passing out, Li Xian finally released his grip. Thud, 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 people floated through the room, dropping to the ground like dumplings. They breathed heavily, trying to alleviate the pain of suffocation, cursedly questioning why this place was built so well. The soundproofing was so exaggerated, could no one hear them? Or had the people outside already been dealt with? Ali Xian smiled as he looked at the senior executives, his tone gentle yet devilishly whispering, next, let's discuss the details of our cooperation, such as how you should cooperate with us. Correspondingly, the results from our research institute will also be disclosed to you, Li Xian hinted with purpose. I have never lied to you before, he added. Yi Dinghua hurried back to the capital, his face grim. He knew he had been thoroughly tricked. Arriving at the council hall where the executives hadn't left, he saw that man sitting at the head of the table, a slight smile curling at his lips. In contrast, the other executives either hung their heads low or had sullen faces, except for the monarch, whose expression remained unchanged. As an old partner for many years, Yi Dinghua could easily read the annoyance and sorrow in that demeanor. He surveyed the room, realizing he was powerless to change the situation, deeply looked at Li Xian, wanting to say nothing, and sat down with his arms crossed. Once everyone was present, Li Xian tapped on the table. Songge stepped forward, distributing the plan books and materials. He had arrived in the capital early under Li Xian's command. I dislike pointless talk and don't care for bickering. Here are the arrangements for the next month. The corresponding technology will also be provided to you, Li Xian stated. The council hall fell silent again, filled only with the sound of flipping pages and the barely suppressed astonishment of the attendees. After a long while, the monarch, who had reviewed the plan several times, put down the materials, his expression complex as he looked at Li Xian. This is indeed comprehensive, covering all bases. Such a massive and complex plan must have taken a lot of time, he commented without expecting an explanation. Does anyone have objections to this plan? If not, implemented as soon as possible. I want to see troops advancing the day after tomorrow at the latest. The executives looked at each other, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes, a kind of despair where no faults could be found. Sun Ning massaged his temples, speaking first. Is this intelligence accurate? I can get my hands on intelligence from the capital city, let alone theirs, Li Xian replied. Then I have no objections. With such detailed intelligence, I have never fought such a transparent battle. Who is really behind you? Your intelligence capability is too exaggerated. From the intelligence, their progress is far behind ours. The capital still holds the dominant position. Mr. Li, this information is too advanced. Our R&D department hasn't reached this level yet. There could be issues in production. Don't worry about that. The people from the research institute are already on their way to the capital. They will assist you, Li Xian assured. Li Xin tapped on the table and said, "Since no one has any objections, let's instruct the people below to proceed." "What, you mean, before everything is accomplished, I suggest everyone should stay here for now," Li Xin continued. "I certainly don't want to wake up one day to find a nuclear bomb exploding over my head. You agree, right?" After some negotiations, most of the senior officials stayed in the council hall, with only a few military generals leaving as they needed to carry out combat missions. The rest, acting as hostages, would remain in the council hall until the end of this campaign, with all affairs to be conducted from here. Fortunately, the council hall was large enough to accommodate so many people, and arrangements were made to deliver supplies. Meanwhile, the research institute arrived in the capital with a large number of finished base stations, and batch after batch of soldiers equipped with these stations headed out as vanguard troops across the country. Since remote warfare was the strategy, establishing a communication network was a priority. The vanguard troops also had another critical task: to verify the authenticity of intelligence. The capital, one of the few cities in the Dragon Country that remained intact, began to demonstrate its power. Numerous devices were being manufactured and assembled simultaneously. Special squads targeting various congregations began assembling and training. The R&D department worked fervently, eager to absorb knowledge and learn from the researchers like students to a master. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. The smooth mobilization and progress could be credited to the capital's efforts. From driving away zombies, the city's leaders had anticipated future warfare, hence war mobilization and motivation had never ceased, and it could be said that they were always in a state of war. This arrangement suited the interests of all powers involved, and while there were many siphoning off resources, none who dared to obstruct survived, apart from the unease among the senior officials in the council hall. No one felt puzzled. The masses were already prepared, especially the lower-class citizens. This might be one of the rare opportunities in their lives to cross social classes. In fact, apart from some core members, no one in the capital knew that its leaders were now effectively under house arrest, with all their basic needs confined to the council hall. This was kept secret, firstly to maintain stability and avoid disrupting the upcoming war, and secondly because it was too embarrassing. If this situation were to leak, it could severely impact their prestige and make the public doubt the capital's strength. Li Xin did not leave. Instead, like the R&D department, he was learning and absorbing knowledge. With time being critical and tasks pressing, he took this opportunity to fill gaps in his own knowledge. His other four counterparts were not idle either. Each pored over different materials, voraciously soaking up knowledge like a sponge thirsting for water. As time moved closer to the set date, Yi Dinghua walked in. "Everything is ready, we can march at any time. How is the coverage of the communication network?" The vanguard troops were advancing, and the surrounding cities had been brought within the network's coverage. Li Xin looked up, and everyone turned their gaze toward him. "You guys can make the decision on this matter, just contact me if you encounter any issues you can't resolve," he said indifferently. Detailed plans and materials had been given to them, and if they couldn't win with those, Li Xin had nothing more to say. After all, they were famous generals of the modern era. If they couldn't dominate in such a situation, what could he possibly do? This wasn't even the main timeline. He couldn't be bothered to exert himself by stepping into the fray personally. The people exchanged glances, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. "Isn't this task one of your organization's important missions? Why do you seem even less anxious than us?" the monarch asked, looking thoughtful. During the past 2 days, he realized he still couldn't see through Li Xin. If one said Li Xin was ambitious, it wouldn't quite fit. He didn't care whose hands held the power, completely indifferent to their presumptuous actions. Li Xin seemed only interested in outcomes, spending most of his time studying, and he disdained worldly concerns. But calling him a scholar wouldn't quite fit either. Aside from his love for learning, nothing else matched. His style of conduct was extremely domineering. He didn't care about others' opinions at all, as long as his goals were achieved. A thorough utilitarian, that was person number one's assessment of Li Xin. Such a man is difficult to deal with. The monarch sighed inwardly. Advance and reclaim the Dragon Nation. Soon after, a mighty army departed from the city gates, splitting off towards their respective destinations. "Huang Xiao, you really want to agree? Agree my ass. They think they can make us surrender just by spouting nonsense. The capital? What does the capital even mean?" Huang Boyu cursed with a cold expression. Not long ago, they had received a letter from the capital, ornate and complex, but after examining it thoroughly, the main ideas were clear. First, they were to disarm. Second, their armed forces were to be reorganized under the capital's command. Third, unconditional surrender. It was an outrageous demand. Did they really think the capital was still what it once was? I think the grown senile Huang Boyu grew angrier the more he thought about it. He had worked hard to build his troop, and now just by word of mouth they expected him to give up. Impossible. Yet many below did not wish to fight against the capital. Lu Hui hesitated to speak. After all, they represented the legitimate authority. Legitimate authority, my ass, Huang Boyu shouted, his eyes red with anger. You re-confused too. In this era, independence is the only way forward. What can you achieve by following the capital? Nothing but being a wage worker. Huang Xiao. Lu Hui sighed, looking at the furious Huang Boyu, said nothing and walked out alone. As he stepped out, a middle-aged man in military attire approached. Sir, what did Huang Xiao say? Lu Hui patted his shoulder, his tone mournful. Huang Xiao is gravely ill. He suddenly showed symptoms this morning and died in his bed. This is our sorrow. Lu Li, go and take care of Huang Xiao's body. Lu Li, with a thoughtful nod, wore a mournful expression as he lifted the rifle in his hand and stepped forward. A dull gunshot echoed. Lu Li emerged, cradling Huang Boyu in his arms, and sighed deeply. Huang was treated too cruelly. Huang has been kind to us. We cannot fail our benefactor. Pass the word, give Huang a grand burial. The commander truly has the heart of a Buddha, his subordinate acknowledged, watching Lu Li walk away. Lu Hui's face, however, lost all expression as he sneered. Foolish. With our strength, using our heads to fight against the capital is suicidal. You may want to fight to the death, but using our lives as stakes is something I cannot agree to, and neither can our brothers below. Lu Hui adjusted his appearance, put on a pleasing smile, and returned to the room where Yidingwa was sitting in a chair. Generally, after discussion, we have decided to return and will comply with all arrangements from the capital. Good, then, according to the agreement, incorporate 60% of your personnel into the expeditionary force. The remaining personnel will stay here under the capital's arrangements to rebuild civilization. You will be in charge of these matters. Thank you, General Yi. Another base reclaimed. Zhang Ji was a staunch, hawkish general who completely rejected the capital's demands. Within this base, his word was law, partly because of his status. Before the apocalypse, he had been the ruler of this city. Additionally, his strength was formidable. Having awakened special abilities, he was now at the second tier peak, with a loyal group of soldiers under his command controlling the base's affairs. Fight, only the victor is the boss, Zhang Ji declared resolutely. Starting now, prepare for full-scale war, dig trenches, build high walls, and also send envoys to Linjiang City and Jinhua City to form an alliance against the capital. I have received information that the capital is engaging on multiple fronts and will not commit many troops to our battlefield. Fight with confidence. The situation unfolded as he predicted. The capital's equipment was indeed superior, but they were outnumbered, resulting in a back-and-forth battle. Where are the reinforcements from Linjiang City and Jinhua City? It's been 3 days, Lord. News from Linjiang and Jinhua. They've had traitors within, and the reinforcements they sent were ambushed by the capital. They are now investigating spies within their cities and cannot assist us for the time being. Furious, Zhang Ji trembled with rage. Damn it! War is all about resources, and our base is newly established, severely lacking in supplies, especially modern weapons. We're just relying on old stock, and we were not a military zone originally. Where did we get so many weapons from? In contrast, the capital has ample weapons and ammunition. Their supplies seem inexhaustible. Keep fighting. I refuse to believe the capital can last much longer. With that, Zhang Ji stormed off. Back at his quarters, he quietly gathered a few trusted aides. Let's prepare to retreat. The route has already been planned. Without reinforcements, we're definitely losing. Yes, General. That night, a team of about a dozen people left under the cover of darkness. Barely half an hour out of the city, bang, a bullet hit the ground in front of them, kicking up dirt and dust. It's over, we've been discovered. Zhang Ji's face turned ashen. He no longer wanted to think about who might have revealed their route. It was certainly someone among them. He had personally planned this route and only shared it with those present. Little did I expect that I would misjudge a situation one day. Zhang Ji gave a wistful smile. Suddenly, over 100 soldiers appeared, fully armed, with more than a dozen red dots targeting them. We surrender, surrender, Zhang Ji shouted loudly. At this point, survival was the priority. Revenge? That would have to wait until they were alive to seek it. The next second, a series of gunshots rang out. Several powered individuals fell almost simultaneously. Zhang Ji's eyes widened as he collapsed onto the muddy ground, a hole in his forehead. Another base was reclaimed. Xu Zhang stood at the city gates, his smile warm, welcoming the troops from the capital into the city. When he had received the letter from the capital, he had already entertained the idea, although most people in the city disagreed. It had taken him considerable effort to achieve this goal. General Su, it's me Zhu Zhang, I once served under you as a company commander. The troops from the capital had arrived at the gate, fewer in number than expected, just over 100, leading them was Su Ningen. I remember you, I was the one who transferred you here, and to think you're now in charge of a base, haha, all thanks to General Su's keen eye for giving me this opportunity. You are truly my benefactor. Zhu Zhang laughed heartily, gesturing for them to enter. General Su, shall we go into the city to talk? Unexpectedly, Su Ningen sighed and refused. Zhu Zhang, it's been many years and you've completely changed. His tone was one of disappointment. If it had been the old him, he would have already gone in. After all, who would have thought that an old colleague would harbor such sinister intentions? General Su, what do you mean by this? Zhu Zhang felt a sudden chill, trying to stay composed. Attack. Suddenly, snipers hidden in the shadows opened fire, turning Zhu Zhang into a sieve and startling the hidden forces within the base. Instantly, both sides began to exchange fire. The sounds of gunfire and special abilities were incessant. At that moment, an unknown special ops team that had infiltrated the base launched a surprise attack. Another base was captured. Back in the capital, in the council hall, the high-ranking officials were swamped with work. The generals took care of the battles, frequently sending good news. However, problems arose as well. It's an ancient truth that conquering territories is hard, but defending them is even harder. The coordination and management of various sectors were extremely troublesome, especially since Li Xian had specific demands. First, there was a mass relocation with plans to rebuild cities within a designated area. Fortunately, they didn't need to worry about the site selection as there were already comprehensive plans in place. What was the hardest part? Mobilization. Ensuring everyone moved was a monumental task. With so many people gathering, not to mention anything else, the basic daily necessities consumed were astronomical. Not to mention, the more people there are, the more disputes arise, leading to utter chaos in public security. Suppressing these issues forcefully isn't an option. More gentle methods must be employed instead. Next comes the challenge of transporting supplies. Only segments of the railway are operational, as many tracks have been damaged. Using aircraft is even less feasible. The skies are filled with mutated creatures that will force you to crash if you dare to fly. The only solution is to use a combination of transportation methods, trains where possible, vehicles where not, and human carriers as a last resort. Aside from these logistical nightmares, there are myriad other problems that need addressing. Rebuilding civilization is not just idle talk. It consumes their every day, leaving them frazzled and overwhelmed. Except for Li Xian. What is he up to, you ask? Studying, reviewing materials, conducting experiments. He stays completely out of governmental affairs for a simple reason. Li Xian is not adept at these matters. Being an outsider trying to direct insiders often leads to mistakes. Furthermore, since it's not his main mission, he remains unconcerned and unapologetically assumes the role of a hands-off manager. He continues to examine the integration of spiritual energy with physical matter. It's crucial to note that spiritual energy reacts uniquely to certain patterns which have already been identified. Moving forward, the task is to extract these patterns' characteristics and center further exploration around them. This is a groundbreaking technology, spirit patterns. Each pattern requires thorough experimentation to fully understand its effects and how to enhance them. After delegating his instructions, Li Xian, along with the research team, delves into the laboratory. To be precise, it is one of his clones entering the lab, looking entirely different from him. His original body is still out battling. From the beginning, Li Xian's original form has never appeared before them. Whether it was luring Yi Dingguo away or taking the high officials hostage, it was always a clone. The only time his original body was used was on the battlefield when he captured the Corpse King. Now 4 clones handle the acquisition of knowledge while the original body accumulates combat experience and hones his abilities. To this day, he has yet to find a way to seamlessly switch abilities, preventing him from fully unleashing limitless potential. If all special abilities in the world were in my hands, how powerful would that be? He wonders, is this limitation due to the inherent nature of his powers or simply because his strength is inadequate? At least at the 6th tier, this remains unresolved, and what lies beyond is unknown. Recently, he has absorbed several special abilities, all to satisfying effects. His criteria for choosing abilities are straightforward: they must either be powerful or unique. Currently, Li Xian possesses 18 special abilities, and there are none left within the Dragon Nation that catch his eye. Considering the time, the unification of Dragon Nation is almost complete, and it's time to venture into foreign territories. the troops should be nearly assembled. Li Xian wipes the blood from his hands and heads towards the Eurasia border. Beep beep, a message arrives through the spiritual internet. It's from Li Hua. Boss, I can barely hold on anymore. Tell me more. Recently, there have been too many zombies to control and it's driving me insane. Didn't I tell you to change your approach already? Yes, even if only controlling the leader of the zombies, it's getting too overwhelming. There are simply too many of them. Li Xian furrowed his brow. The zombie king was his key asset in conquering the globe. How could it falter now? How far does your territory extend? All of Southeast Asia, Li Hua stated matter-of-factly, and now I'm preparing to move towards the Middle East. Zombies don't go about things in a roundabout way. They follow the rule of the strongest. They ally with the strongest leader, which makes interactions among them much more straightforward compared to the deceit and intrigue in human society. Being a natural-born zombie king, his presence alone commanded submission wherever he went. The only challenge was the logistics of travel. Before he knew it, he had subdued all the zombies in Southeast Asia. Have you ever thought about taking a break? Li Xian said exasperatedly, now understanding the situation. Subduing so many at once, it was bound to be overwhelming. Does the zombie king not think things through? Can I stop? Of course, focus on refining your technique and quickly convert the zombies into your strength. Li Xian then gave some precautions and disconnected from the psychic internet. Li Hua's technique was unique, developed entirely around his special abilities. The more zombies he controlled, the greater the enhancement to his power. It sounds mystical, but in practice it involved drawing some spiritual energy from the subdued zombies. For example, if a zombie absorbs 5 units of spiritual energy daily, 1 unit would be transferred to Li Hua upon subjugation. However, this transfer incurs losses depending on the distance between them, the difference in strength, and the level of control. The contribution of 1 zombie might be insignificant, but what about 100, 1,000, 10,000? In today's world, where zombies are most abundant, they are enough to propel him to the pinnacle of power. Li Xian mulled over these details, but wasn't particularly concerned. Instead, news from Tianshui City caught his attention. Lin Minghai, who had returned from his training, was leading Tianshui City in a resistance against the capital. Wasn't he missing for a while? Why has he returned now? Li Xian paused, looking towards Tianshui City with a mix of curiosity and indifference. Should he go and investigate? He felt that there was something secretive about this man. Instead of appearing in person, he decided to send an avatar to assess the situation, keeping a safe distance. Li Xian then recalled the current state of the war, so only a few bases left before unifying Longwa. He thought Tianbei City would be a tough challenge, but the others were just a matter of time. At the so-called Child of Destiny, without your original powers, how much can you really achieve? It was time to wrap things up quickly. Meanwhile, the expeditionary forces could now set out. One batch to Southeast Asia, another to Europe, and as for the American continent and Australia, those could wait until Tier 6. Simultaneously in Tianshui City, Lin Minghai, who had been absent from the scene for a long time, stood atop the city walls, watching the troops below with a complex expression. How has the capital become so powerful all of a sudden? Lin Minghai's expression turned grim. Lin Minghai had been seeking fortunes abroad, armed with memories from a past life that revealed where treasures lay hidden. But before he could explore many places, he witnessed the fall of a base, something that had not occurred in his previous life. After some investigation, he discovered it was the troops from the capital. Worried that his own stronghold might be targeted, Lin hurried back, arriving at Tianbei City just before the capital could make a move. Why had so much changed? Lin's brow furrowed deeply. His past life memories, once his most reliable asset, had failed him again, and he began to suspect that perhaps someone else had also returned to this time. This was the third discrepancy he'd encountered. The first anomaly had been an inexplicable kidnapping that cost him the special ability he desired. He had to settle for a second choice, a rare composite ability called the 5 Elements Rotation, which allowed him to control the 5 fundamental elements of the universe. The second discrepancy arose when several notable figures from Tianbei City mysteriously vanished. Lin searched extensively but found nothing. Similar disappearances were happening elsewhere too. In his former life, these were renowned powerhouses. Some had died under bizarre circumstances, others just disappeared without a trace. Initially unclear about what was happening, the sudden rise of the capital city brought him some understanding. If someone indeed had been reborn and returned with him, they were most certainly in the capital. But who in the capital could it be? The intense battle beneath the city walls disrupted his thoughts. Looking down, he saw both sides were still locked in a stalemate, exchanging blows relentlessly. With a cold snort, Lin charged down into the fray. Foolish. After the capital's forces retreated, Tianbei City did not pursue them but instead cleaned up the battlefield and withdrew back into the city, adopting a defensive stance. Not far from Tianbei, a young man leaned against a tree, meticulously recording Lin's abilities, a composite ability that's quite rare. Based on Lin's performance on the battlefield, the young man noted that Lin could manipulate metal, water, soil, and fire, and even directly usurp material summoned by others. The recorded details categorized the elements as metal, water, earth, and fire. 4 of the ancient 5 elements theory were confirmed, leading to suspicions that Lin might be concealing his full strength, possibly controlling all 5 elemental materials. The power of the 5 elements, quite formidable indeed. The young man named Huang Ziming stopped jotting down notes, pulled out a device resembling a smartphone, and uploaded the data he had gathered. A notification sound chimed. Ding, your task is complete. You have earned 50 points of war merit. The device displayed. Continuing note: this task is ongoing. You may choose to continue. The requirements for subsequent tasks are the same. Without hesitation, he opted to continue the task. The war merit system had been established just before the capital's expeditionary force had set out, temporarily replacing the existing currency system. Completing certain tasks earned war merits, which could be exchanged for goods, information, or promotion opportunities. This task is quite valuable, Huang mused. It hasn't been long and I've already earned 50 war merits. On the battlefield, that would require eliminating at least 5 second-tier combatants. What a lucrative assignment! With 2,000 war merits, one could acquire a technique manual. If only there were more tasks like this, he sighed, his figure gradually fading from the spot. According to the spiritual internet, the next assault was scheduled for the following day, then he would return to gather more intelligence. On the other side, Li Xin received the intelligence report, control over the 5 elements. He frowned, something wasn't right. According to the autobiography, the last time Lin Minghai appeared, his special ability was to manipulate fire. Was it a case of awakened abilities differing, or had Lin Minghai been deliberately concealing his true power? This piqued Li Xin's interest. For him, most of the world was transparent, with very few things unknown to him except for knowledge, which always remained an enigma. Hence, he was deeply interested in learning. It represented the unknown. Other matters hardly caught his attention. He already knew their origins and consequences and just needed to proceed methodically, as everything would unfold as he anticipated. Now, an unfamiliar issue had emerged, making things quite intriguing. Lin Minghai, if you truly have gods backing you, how would you handle the statue? Li Xin's lips curved upwards. The statue possessed characteristics of a deity, and you were a flag-bearer for the divine. He was curious what sparks would fly when you both collided. Perhaps through this he might glimpse the relationships between gods, the deity behind the statue, the deity behind Tianbei City. With a glint in his eyes, Li Xin released a task on the psychic internet. It wasn't long before the task was accepted by Yi Chen. Yi Chen, he recalled, had been chopped into 18 pieces in the 13th spacetime for provoking number 13, causing the Yi family to remain unsettled. Suddenly accepting my task, what are you up to? A gesture of goodwill? A probe? No matter, at worst a single slap could end it all. He was but an ant. After grabbing the task, Yi Chen didn't hesitate. He resigned from his current position and headed straight for Tianshui City. The item required for the task was near Tianbei City and he needed to retrieve it. He didn't expect that this person would issue another task so soon. Last time he was too slow. This time he wouldn't miss his chance. He remembered his uncle's warning before setting out. Remember, keep your temper in check. Li Xin is not someone you can afford to provoke. He is now the de facto ruler of Jing City. Remember what you said back then. If he hadn't risen to power, you wouldn't need to worry. But now, if what you said at the staff meeting leaks out, he will indeed kill you. At the time, Yi Chen, unconvinced, had asked, but did I really say anything wrong? I merely stated the facts as they were. Does that merit death? Remember your Uncle Wan? Just because he spoke out of turn, Li Xin crushed him into a pulp right in front of us all, let alone you. Every time Yi Chen recalled these words, he spent sleepless nights, desperately seeking ways to make amends, all to no avail. First, he couldn't reach Li Xin, and second, he was completely unaware of Li Xin's preferences. What he feared most now was not receiving honors after the war, but rather encountering the crushing force of an overwhelming poem first. Now that there was a rare opportunity to get in touch with Li Xin, Yi Chen was determined to seize it. He raced all the way, managing to Arrived near Tianbei City before the expeditionary army launched their second siege, he obtained a statue from Wang Xian and headed straight for the camp. After explaining his purpose, he joined the expeditionary force. The command was given: attack the city. The second siege lasted for 6 hours. Due to a shortage of ammunition, the expeditionary army decided to retreat to replenish their supplies, and Yi Chen left with them. Lin Minghai rubbed his temples and ordered his subordinates to clean up the battlefield. Soon after, his men brought him a report: a statue. Why would they bring a statue to battle? Lin Minghai was puzzled and did not understand, but he did not concern himself with such trivial matters. He ordered his subordinates to throw all the spoils of war into the warehouse and hurried back into the city. As he left, two individuals from different directions smiled subtly. Time passed, and soon it was deep into the night. The defenses of Tianbei City were not weakened but were instead fortified even more. Since ancient times, the night had always been the best time for surprise attacks, and countless skilled soldiers had fallen during the night. Now, in times of war, they dared not be negligent. 4 groups of personnel took turns to rest and patrol. Near the warehouse, 5 soldiers stood guard. Tianbei City was one of the 8 major battle zones with a sufficient standing army, which was why they had been able to hold out till now. What is the higher command thinking, insisting on fighting with the capital? They are so strong. How can we possibly win? A young soldier sighed. Su, stop complaining. Be careful, the walls have ears. Just focus on your duty, another soldier cautioned. Su Ziyuan grumbled discontentedly. Oh, come on, uncle, who knows how many are cursing them now? I really can't stand it. So many of our brothers died because of them. They are all raised by a pack of bitches, their decisions, and yet we pay the price. I joined the army to serve our country, not them. Alright, I know what you all think, but what can we do? We are weak, and even if we wanted to surrender, the capital has to believe us. Uncle, who sighed deeply, then continued to counsel, just hang in there for a while longer. I reckon the higher-ups won't last much longer either. We're just in charge of the warehouse here, and there isn't much ammunition left in the military supply depot. Su Ziyuan snorted coldly, wanting to say more but stopped himself after looking at Uncle Hu. After a long while, he hung his head in despair, saying bitterly, Uncle Hu, can we really last until then? Uncle Hu turned to look at him, his face breaking into a naive smile. We will, as long as we're alive. There's nothing too difficult for you. Uncle Hu's lips moved, repeating a phrase, as long as we're alive. Before he could finish, he fell straight down with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, there was dead silence by the warehouse. The 4 men stared in disbelief at Uncle Hu, still hearing the sound of his fall. Thud. It seemed to land right in their hearts. Su Ziyuan was trembling all over. He threw himself on Uncle Hu, frantically performing CPR, and screamed hoarsely, Uncle Hu, wake up! Wake up! Quick, notify the superiors, there's a special situation, enemy attack, enemy attack. Soon the commotion by the warehouse drew attention. A batch of soldiers came over, scanning the surroundings cautiously with their equipment. The military doctor, clad in a white coat, rushed over, panting as he asked, What happened, Sister Yi? Come quickly, save Uncle Hu. Su Jinyan's eyes were red-rimmed, holding back tears. Move aside, let me handle this. The doctor pushed him away, placing his hand under Uncle Hu's nose and then on his neck, his expression growing more solemn by the second. Su Jinyan watched the doctor's actions, his heart sinking deep, a strong unease surging within him. Finally, the doctor stood up and shook his head. Mourn him. The patient has already passed away. Su Jinyan grabbed the doctor's shoulder, his eyes reddening as he roared, Impossible. How could Uncle Hu die? He was just bragging and joking with me. How could he just die like that? Calm down, someone said. As Su Jinyan was eventually pulled away, he slumped beside Uncle Hu, silent. The people who came to investigate the incident observed his state but did not disturb him, turning instead to question 3 other individuals. The trio narrated what had just happened, leaving everyone listening in stunned silence. This is too bizarre, isn't it? Just talking and then he drops dead. Could it be a recurrence of heart disease? Uncle Hu was very healthy. His body was in great shape. Su Jinyan yelled out before bowing his head again. The investigators glanced at him, pulling up recent surveillance footage, commenting as they watched. Repeat what was said before, what they had mentioned. A soldier with a good memory confidently recounted. Su, stop complaining, be careful, the walls have ears, just focus on your duty. Enough of that. Okay, outside. The investigators glanced at the 2 men nearby. Their thoughts are dangerous. Well, sure, as long as he's alive. The voice abruptly stopped. The investigators frowned and turned their heads. At the same time, a thud was heard. Instantly, the place was in uproar. Everyone instinctively moved away from the spot, looking in horror at the 2 dead bodies and the one sitting, whose meddling from the shadows. using such despicable powers? Aren't you afraid of retribution? One of the investigators shouted, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Powers? Are these superpowers? Of course, there are superpowered individuals now. Who knows if it's some vile smoke-emitting power? All of you, come out. Cowards hiding behind the scenes. Su Jinyan, who had been still until then, also stood up, furious to the extreme. Everyone began to act, attempting to find the hidden superpowered individual. The investigators and others quickly intervened, preventing them from leaving. Everyone, please wait a moment, this matter is of great importance. I will go notify the city lord right away. When Lin Minghai arrived at the scene, many people looked uneasy. After all, no one feels good being under suspicion. Lin Minghai's demeanor was calm, asking for the scene to be recreated. Su Jinyan eagerly volunteered, determined to expose the person behind the sabotage. Lin Minghai focused intently, observing the energy fluctuations around him. He knew the most crucial moment was upon him. It will be fine as long as we're alive, he assured himself silently. Just then a loud thud echoed. Found it, in the warehouse, he exclaimed. With a scoff he shouted, found you, now come out. With a gesture of his right hand, the warehouse doors flung open. The source of the energy fluctuations he had felt earlier was right inside. Excellent, finally caught you. The city lord is mighty. Cheers and jubilation filled the air, and nobody spared a glance at the three bodies lying on the ground. Suddenly a booming sound enveloped the area. Lin Minghai felt as if he heard thunder rolling, a sound that reached deep into his chest, making his head spin as blood trickled from his nose. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Behind him, over 200 people fell lifeless, their dark blood pooling and flowing on the concrete. This seemingly real yet surreal thunder continued to spread, causing everything it touched to fall lifelessly. Across the vast city of Tianshui, sounds of bodies hitting the ground resonated, the thunder still spreading. Another sound emerged, resembling the howling wind, piercingly sharp. An invisible fluctuation affected the real world, causing space itself to wrinkle. It wasn't until dawn approached that this invisible battle concluded. With it ended all life within a 10-mile radius centered around Tianbei City. Only a few expeditionary forces were spared, but whether they were dead or alive, for the people of the capital, the last obstacle had been removed. In other words, after a month and 19 days of division, the Dragon Nation was unified once again. Upon receiving this news, Li Xian felt a mix of surprise and inevitability. Is it over just like that? That was abrupt. Indeed, gods are dangerous beings. Their remnants alone could kill so many, he mused, perhaps implicating they had acted together in taking lives. After all, they've done shameless things before, this wouldn't be too far off. Li Xian stood up and tapped on the table. The high-ranking officials in the council hall turned their attention to him. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dragon Nation is unified. Next we take on something big. The monarch looked stern. Are we setting off now? Of course we don't have much time, Li Xian said, his expression inscrutable. According to the agreement, 30% of the troops would remain within the borders while the rest would embark on a campaign sweeping across the Eurasian continent. Can you tell us why? The monarch inquired. From the beginning you've said we're short on time, but what exactly is the reason for such urgency? Li Xian's eyes flickered. He realized he might have been too reserved. This is merely a trial. When the time comes, I will return to the main timeline and all of this will become a potential future. As a trial, why not be a bit more reckless? Although he couldn't disclose everything, he could hint at some aspects. Have you ever considered the origin of this apocalypse? The sound of chairs scraping against the floor filled the room as the monarch stood up, his chest heaving. Do you know, it's just a guess, Li Xian said, his left hand motioning for silence, calming the council hall as everyone awaited his next words. There is something you all must know. Behind this event are an unknown number of powerful beings, their strength unimaginable and shrouded in mystery. The incident yesterday in the city of Tianshui was caused by two individuals. Among them, Old Master Ye's eyes were red as he clenched his fists. His favorite grandson had died there. As for their motives and specific details, we do not fully understand. Li Xian has concealed some information. After all, explaining such matters is too troublesome. However, through analyzing the current situation and studying some special cases, we have reached a conclusion. They seem to be guiding us to kill living beings. The reasons are unknown, but well, whatever the enemy wants to do we oppose, and whatever the enemy opposes we support, Li Xian said with a smile. Is that the reason? The monarch asked. That reason is sufficient. You should know the power. Last night, that was merely the aftermath of their confrontation. Imagine if one day they directly confront us, what would the scene be like? Understood, the monarch replied, giving him a deep look, knowing for sure that Li Xian was still withholding some information. But he was satisfied. Based on their interactions over this period, he had never expected Li Xian to reveal everything. With Li Xian's current control over the capital, he could easily bypass them and issue orders directly, yet he still shared some information with them. Was it to win people's hearts, or was there another reason? Since there are no objections, then let's issue the orders. Conquer the Eurasian continent, sweep through the Australafrican continent, and dominate the Americas to achieve the grand unification of the blue planet. At that time, everyone present will be recorded in history books, admired by future generations. Li Xian's persuasive voice rang out. Meanwhile, in the city of Tianbei, the investigation team sent from the capital had arrived. Huang Bo, assigned by the Research Institute, also began his research. He was not concerned with the physical condition of the deceased, the geological changes, or the various impacts of the fight on the real world. His sole concern was the fluctuations in energy. This was the only instance where divine power had leaked into reality, and Li Xian took it very seriously, specifically sending Huang Bo there. His special ability was perception, well suited for this task. The concentration of spiritual energy was 5 to 8 times higher than in other areas, increasing the closer one got to the center of death. This was probably due to the massive death of organisms, leading to a temporary increase in spiritual energy expected to return to normal levels within 10 days. Another type of energy existed in the space. Well, calling it energy might not be appropriate. It couldn't be used like conventional energy sources, like a locked door that only those who can pick locks can utilize. Huang Bo analyzed while making records, or rather, this was a type of high-level energy that we have not yet mastered. Notify the Research Institute to record all the information about this energy. Huang Bo uploaded all the information and soon received a reply from Li Xian. Continue observing and try using various methods for analysis. Detailed methods and information are below. After replying to the message, Huang Bo continued walking within the city of Tianshui. To be honest, because the incident happened so suddenly, they were completely unclear about what had occurred at the time. Fortunately, the scene of the conflict was not destroyed and everything was well preserved. Otherwise, the investigation would have been more troublesome. The special energy density here is very high, much higher than in other places. Could this be the source? Huang Bo paused in front of a warehouse. After his inquiries, he was able to confirm that this was the area with the highest density. The researchers from the institute had not yet arrived and many instruments were still en route, so he had to use other methods to conduct his analysis. He activated his spiritual power and came into contact with this energy. This was the most common and simplest method of analysis, the spiritual power immersion method. By observing the energy's reaction to spiritual power, a preliminary analysis was performed, mainly used in the development of spiritual energy weapons. After all, spiritual power is the transformed essence of spiritual qi, and there are significant differences between the two. Many things undergo various mutations under the catalysis of spiritual qi. If these mutations react to spiritual power, it indicates that they can be activated by spiritual power and become basic spiritual energy materials. Huang Bo was not hopeful. This was merely a trial born out of having nothing else to do. The current methods of analysis almost always relied on instruments and various materials. He just didn't want to wait idly. The next second, the energy reacted to the spiritual power and the reaction was extremely intense. Huang Bo was astonished by the level of reaction, which was comparable only to a special type of steel found in the Research Institute, the highest grade of spiritual energy material, energy that reacts to spiritual power? Isn't that an effect exclusive to spiritual qi? About half a day later, a scientific research team of nearly 100 people arrived at the scene, began setting up their instruments, and started to analyze in groups. The team included personnel from the Research Institute and from the capital. Almost every few moments, someone would exclaim, "Wow, this reacts too. And this, how can it react to everything?" Huang Bo's expression grew more serious and he felt a great fear. After receiving the report, he decisively submitted it upwards. Hopefully, headquarters could resolve this. It was too strange to react to every substance like this. Upon seeing Huang Bo's report, Li Xian was not surprised. Among the team sent to investigate, one of his clones was present and had already known the situation on site. Interesting, it has no limits and can merge with anything, a universal energy, but what's its use? It merges, yet there is no slightest enhancement. Is this the energy used by the 8th tier? Li Xian's lips curled up in a smile, knowing that he had just added another task to his agenda. Meanwhile, at the border of the Dragon Nation, an endless army, neatly arranged, crossed the border. Yi Dingwa, as the chief in charge of the Eurasian battlefield, led his direct troops to the battlefield. Their first target was the entirety of Southeast Asia, a region where the zombies had been controlled and would not interfere with their warfare. With their current strength, conquering Southeast Asia was only a matter of time. Once the transportation network was fully established, their progress would greatly accelerate, eliminating wasted time on travel. Where is the vanguard? How is the base station deployment going? General, we have reached the first major assembly point. The number and strength of personnel are consistent with the intelligence. The deployment of the base station is progressing. Have the obstacles on the roads been cleared? Clearance is underway, and at the current marching speed, it should be completed before the main forces arrive. Damaged road sections were being filled with psychic sponges, which could support heavy traffic for a short period. Yi Dingwa nodded, a flash of cold light in his eyes. Pass my orders. Target everyone on the kill list except no surrenders and eliminate any obstacles during the operation. Yes, Yi Dingwa continued forward, his eyes filled with deep suspicion. He couldn't understand who exactly was behind Li Xian, who not only knew domestic intelligence but also had clear insights into international affairs. Has the apocalypse had no effect on them? Why was their intelligence so precise? To gather such extensive intelligence in a short period of time was not something a small force could achieve. Why had they never shown themselves before the apocalypse? There was even no record of them in the national intelligence databases. It is said that the more people involved, the harder it is to keep a secret. In the highly informational era of the past, it was nearly impossible for a significant organization to leave no trace. Yi Dingwa had once thought it impossible, but now it seemed otherwise. Now they called themselves the Divine Research Institute, but what was their name before? Which global behemoth were they? As a general, he had to consider one thing. If one day they became enemies, how would he face this giant? There was no chance of winning unless a peerless genius emerged from their ranks who could overpower the opponent in individual strength. He had not believed it before, but now it seemed that individual strength would dominate warfare, diminishing the role of armies. Yi Dingwa's eyes churned with undercurrents. In recent days, both the capital and those bases had been fostering individual powers, hoping to discover a true genius. Unfortunately, their results were poor. True geniuses were pitifully rare on the path of cultivation. In contrast, the Institute's representatives overshadowed them in quality. Was it luck, or had the Institute simply outpaced them? Given their intelligence capabilities, the latter seemed more likely, given the current situation. The Institute's power would only grow, and they had no means to destroy it. The capital knew too little about the Institute, aware only of a headquarters, while those who came were merely branch members. They couldn't just resort to global nuclear cleansing, could they? Moreover, in today's era, the effectiveness of nuclear bombs has greatly diminished. Their radiation effects are diluted by spiritual energy, rendering them now no more than large explosives. This has been tested in actual combat. In other words, they can't even achieve mutual annihilation. Whenever Yi Dingwa sees these conclusions, his heart fills with desolation, seeing no chance for a turnaround. A nation no longer, he laments. He watches the advancing troops, his eyes filled with complex emotions. The reason he agreed to the expedition was not only to buy time, but also in hopes of finding an opportunity to turn the tide. Blue Star is vast. Even powerful laboratories can't cover everything, right? There must be something they've overlooked. Yi Dingwa didn't notice that a member of the Special Forces team he had just walked past had turned to look at him, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The war had begun. Smoke from gunfire filled the skies over Blue Star. Li Xian sensed the smell of death, as well as his chance to advance to the 6th level. May 30th, this was a special day. Asia, the largest continent on Blue Star, had achieved unification. The Dragon Nation's forces split into two groups. One headed directly for Europe while the other made its way to Africa via a detour. The seas were dangerous too, but with dozens of inventions tailored for various scenarios, there would be no major problems during short-distance voyages. Li Xian's research had also made a breakthrough, that special energy could finally be harnessed through a technique called spiritual energy encoding. To say it was merely used wouldn't be quite right, rather, it allowed the special energy to influence reality, no longer merely a shadow observable from afar but untouchable. The Research Institute referred to this as breaking through a high-dimensional barrier. Only by breaking this barrier could the special energy begin to interact with the real world. The theories and operations involved were too complex to explain simply, but in essence it involved in coding a segment of spiritual energy and then integrating it with the special energy, potentially breaking the barrier between it and the real world. Until now, the special energy could only be seen through specific means and had no influence on the real world like an observer from a higher dimension. Indeed, spiritual energy was likely also a higher dimensional force, let's just call it that for now. Only a force of the same level could break through the barrier. Now that this problem had been solved, it was time to initiate the next phase of practical research. Li Xin, with joy in his eyes, immediately issued tasks involving all researchers to study this energy. The practical research primarily used a method known as imbuing. The principle was simple: special energies, including spiritual energy, possessed a characteristic that could potentially alter the properties of the materials they came into contact with. The imbuing method exploited this by simply placing various objects near the energy, monitoring the extent and effects of the changes, preserving the benign transformations and destroying the malignant ones. There's nothing technically demanding about this, just throw it in and observe. Most other research methods are much the same, mainly capitalizing on the unique properties of new energy to conduct further more intricate and challenging studies. Li Xin let out a long sigh of relief. Over this period he had gained a lot, previously only able to watch, unable to participate in experiments personally, lacking real-time feedback, which slowed his understanding of the knowledge drastically. Now, with hands-on practice, the knowledge from texts transformed into tangible experience and his progress skyrocketed. He had already grasped nearly half of the knowledge from his previous autobiographies, mastering the basic theoretical knowledge. This was crucial. A solid foundation meant learning subsequent content could be twice as effective with half the effort. However, time was running out. He had entered on March 11, allowed to stay for just over 4 months and 6 days. Now at the end of May, only a little time remained. It seemed the ultimate Skirich plan would have to stop here. Standing up, Li Xin had been contemplating these past few days on how to maximize the use of the barrier breaker. His stay was limited to just over 4 months and 6 days, with his primary goal to accumulate experience and knowledge. So, what knowledge and experience did he need most urgently? The power of the gods was too advanced and obscure for him to tackle at his current level. He had already thoroughly understood the path from the first to the sixth order. Conventional methods wouldn't allow him to witness the descent of new races, nor to study their bodies to find the path to the seventh order. Yet he recalled something: an individual who had merged with a deity before dying, gaining immense knowledge. Could he do the same? After some thought, Li Xin decided against it. After all, this was his first time using the barrier breaker, and he was unclear about its limitations. If he accidentally brought back the power of the gods to the main timeline, it would be catastrophic. Knowledge could be transported back, but the knowledge of deities was particularly sinister and could impact the mind. He remembered well the fate of those who had embraced the gods, turning into madmen who did nothing but praise the deities. He couldn't be sure whether the barrier breaker would eliminate the negative effects, allowing him to bring back only the pure knowledge. In his case, he could afford to make limitless errors in the future, but a single misstep in the main timeline could be irreversible. Unless absolutely necessary, he must not contact the deities. This was Li Xin's advice to himself. Now, only 2 things were paramount. First, to continue with the previous plan and complete the accumulation of knowledge. Second, to attempt to break through to the seventh order. He wanted to personally experience what exactly was missing from the path to the seventh order. If there were congenital defects, he could discard this body altogether and completely transform into a new race. Li Xin's thoughts flowed in his mind. The last option was something he would not resort to unless absolutely necessary. The new races were directly evolved by the deities, and who knows what traps might be hidden within. As he waited, time quietly slipped by. Comparatively, this period was tranquil. The strength of the expeditionary forces from the outer realms was already akin to a dimension-reducing blow. From equipment to individual strength to the number of troops, all were overwhelmingly superior, often resulting in immediate surrender upon arrival at a new location. The only trouble was the post-surrender management. Due to Li Xin's demands, the expeditionary forces did not dally but instead adopted a high-pressure policy, forcing the population to participate in relocation and city construction. Currently, the relocation process within the Dragon Kingdom has been completed, and the count of the remaining population has already been reported. There are still 1.43 million people left in the Dragon Kingdom, mainly from rural and suburban areas. In the case of former major cities, except for the capital, which still has a relatively large population, almost every other place has been nearly wiped out. in cities that once held millions, only a few hundred people survived. Furthermore, due to human conflicts and slavery, the population number rapidly decreased until it stabilized after unification. However, it is foreseeable that in the coming years, the population will only decrease and not increase until the emotional wounds of humanity are healed and a significant number of newborns arrive. The situation in foreign territories is not much different, with the most severe being the neighboring country Asan, originally plagued with chaos and law and order. Coupled with the apocalypse, its population of 1.6 billion dwindled to just a few hundred thousand. The nearby island nations and Han Nation are essentially extinct. As for Africa, the situation is even more dire. Not only is there an abundance of zombies, but also a grotesque number of special animals, according to estimates from the Capital Statistical Bureau. The total number of global survivors combined does not exceed 13 million. The remaining over 7 billion people have mostly turned into zombies. This is the most direct loss humanity has faced due to the apocalypse. As for the economic aspect, it is incalculable. It is worth mentioning that humanity's nuclear power stations are basically scrapped now, with numerous nuclear leakage incidents occurring, but these have not had much impact since spiritual energy has mitigated the effects of nuclear radiation. Currently, apart from the Americas, which have not yet been incorporated into the territory, the rest of the areas are merely finishing up. Reconstruction work is vigorously underway, such as in Europe at this moment. Huang Ziming was driving around, rescuing books throughout the streets. "Oh, this task is so troublesome," he lamented. Most of the libraries had been destroyed. If it weren't for the high rewards, he would have quit long ago. "Ah, here are a few books, fairy tales. Never mind, I'll take them back anyway. Aren't there any books with more professional content? I mean, who has the mood to read novels at a time like this?" Huang Ziming complained while he collected the books. This was an official task aimed at rebuilding civilization, requiring these idle personnel to search the outside world for buried books of all types, though the rewards varied. Books in literature, philosophy, and arts offered few military achievements as rewards. On the other hand, books on sciences, especially those involving mechanical engineering and urban construction, offered much more substantial rewards. Huang Ziming fully understood this measure. After all, to rebuild civilization, professional expertise was necessary. With so many people dead, there was an urgent need to train a new batch of professionals. After collecting the books, he turned to get back into his car and saw a couple watching him from a distance, hesitant to approach. Upon closer inspection, he didn't find any identification from their base on them. "Oh, it turns out they are unregistered newcomers. What a surprise find." Huang Ziming hurried over excitedly. The base had a huge demand for personnel. Bringing in a new recruit always came with a reward. Ordinary people had their own value, as did those with abilities, but the most sought after were individuals with specialized knowledge. Due to these unique circumstances, there were quite a few people in the base who specialized in seeking out hidden individuals from every nook and cranny to bring them into the base, and they were humorously called gold diggers. Huang Ziming turned on his portable translator and switched through various languages to ask questions, finally getting a response. When he switched to German, following protocol, he first inquired about their identities before the apocalypse, then whether they had any special abilities and whether they were willing to join the base. Finally, he registered them officially. Generally, after such a long period of hardship, very few would refuse the offer to join the base, except for some ambitious individuals with abilities. After completing his inquiries, Huang Ziming's face broke into a broad smile. "So you're saying you were both scientists before the apocalypse and you've awakened superpowers afterward?" "Yes." With this couple and a car full of books, Huang Ziming returned to the base. In all of Europe, there were only 2 bases, not because of a high population but mainly because the area was too vast. Having only one base wouldn't guarantee adequate supplies when personnel ventured out, and building too many would waste resources. According to calculations, 2 bases were currently the most suitable. This wasn't just the case in Europe but in other conquered territories as well, where a total of only 10 large bases existed. Here we are. Welcome to base number 7. It was July 5th, only 12 days left until the return to the main timeline. Li Xin sighed, realizing that some things can't be forced no matter how much time one spends on them. His understanding of divine powers was still minimal, but now he had more important matters to attend to. Advancing to the 7th tier, he had already reached the peak of the 6th tier, and the spiritual energy stored in his 4 avatars also reached this peak, serving as a reserve energy source for the breakthrough. He had recalled all his avatars, now gathered at the 4th base. due to his arrangement, this base had the most people. If he still experienced a shortage of spiritual power during the breakthrough, he was prepared to resort to a massacre using the energy released at the death of living beings to propel himself to the highest level. Several in the annals of history had done so. According to their research, advancing from the 6th to the 7th tier involved the soul, a level known previously as consciousness. The first tier involved the skin's energization, the second the flesh, the third the bones, the fourth the internal organs, the fifth the external crystallization, the sixth the energization of consciousness, and the seventh the transformation of consciousness into the soul. The path of spiritual cultivation through these 6 tiers was a meticulous process, like the method of chi permeation, allowing the high-dimensional power of chi to alter the body. However, the 7th tier was different. It involved committing all of oneself to the breakthrough process in a short period of time, where success meant the birth of the soul and failure meant death. Li Xian possessed profound capabilities, and though advancing to the next level wouldn't lead to his demise, it would permanently seal the path to the 7th tier. This peculiarity of the 7th tier required the aspirant to be entirely intact, as any damage could prevent the breakthrough. During the breakthrough, a powerful force would consume everything about the breaker, oscillating between life and death to uncover the mysteries of the soul and transform oneself. Li Xian was strong enough to survive the backlash of a failed breakthrough, but his already consumed body could not be restored. He set out to experience what the 7th tier was like, thus leaving the council hall where, after the unification of Asia, he had released all the high-ranking officials and stayed behind. By then Li Xian was already at the 6th tier. Even a nuclear explosion right in his face would only leave him slightly disheveled. He had once tested a nuclear bomb on himself, which failed even to breach his defenses. In other words, no human weapon could kill him anymore. At the 4th base, unnoticed by others, 4 individuals silently arrived at the center of the base. Following ancient records, they began placing various auxiliary materials and using spirit rune technology to draw several patterns on the ground designed to stabilize energy, soothe the mind, and gather surrounding spiritual essence. The spirit rune technology was still immature, limited by the instability of the materials, yielding only temporary effects before stopping due to material damage. It was only because of some newly discovered patterns in the last few days that they opted to use spirit rune technology for this breakthrough. As the designs were about to be completed with just 1 stroke left, they stopped. Providing the final stroke would activate the spirit runes, but leaving it incomplete meant the material degradation would remain minimal. They paused not long before Li Xian arrived at the site. The 4 individuals approached him, and in an instant a brilliant light shone. When the light faded, only Li Xian remained. Feeling the tumultuous spiritual energy within, he hurriedly used his spiritual power as a brush to complete the final stroke, causing winds to whirl up as the gathered spiritual energy intensified. His previously chaotic mind calmed, and the surging spiritual energy within him became restrained, obediently staying within his body. Li Xian sat at the center of the pattern, focusing his consciousness and spiritual power to break the invisible shackles. Boom, bang, clang. Realistic yet unreal enormous sounds echoed in his mind, and the restrained spiritual power began showing signs of disorder. Li Xian, undeterred, continued his assault with a cold gaze. Crack. A faint sound of fracturing, followed by increasingly intense breaking noises like twigs being snapped, resounded. Bang! The stubborn shackles were thoroughly broken through. His consciousness began to ascend, entering a vast white space that seemed empty yet encompassed everything, his mind falling into chaos as if intoxicated. He gained new insights into this realm, yet it felt like there was a veil he could not pierce. Through almost grasping the truth but never truly reaching it, an invisible force propelled him towards higher realms. As his spiritual power burned, no one knew how long this ascension took. His consciousness grew angry, tormented by the sensation of nearing yet never touching the truth. No matter how he raged or screamed, the vast white space remained unaffected, as if he did not exist there. The invisible force began to wane. In the real world, Li Xian manipulated his body with a chaotic consciousness, making the entire process awkward, as if he was using this body for the first time. There was a strange unfamiliarity to his movements, a sort of unaccustomed beauty. He decisively levitated, rising into the air while the screams and shouts around him became indiscernible noises. Now, he was not only far from that otherworldly realm but also detached from the real world, his consciousness trapped between 2 worlds. Li Xian raised his hand, and in this state, 37 different powers activated simultaneously, achieving the state he had long dreamed of. The skyfire blaze. Black and red flames spread across the land, causing massive death among living creatures, the energy from which flowed into Lixian, supporting his breakthrough. Meteor strike. 3 meteors traced a brilliant arc across the sky, crashing heavily onto the base. Technique of shadow control. All the survivors were frozen in place, unable to move. One after another, powers were unleashed, covering the base until no life remained. Lixian's body also moved, flying at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, arriving at the nearest zombie nation. Carbon decomposition, intelligence stripping, superpower annihilation, infinite. This densely populated zombie nation was extinguished. 70 million zombies perished in a sea of fire. Meanwhile, the other 9 bases received a message. A person of unimaginable power was rampaging near the 4th base. At the first base, formerly known as the capital, the senior leaders gathered together, their expressions grave. What has happened to him? Such terrifying power. Thankfully we did not strike against him. The biggest question now is, how do we make him stop? Has he gone mad? It was he who told us to reduce the killing, and yet he is the one slaughtering now. At the 3rd base, the rulers were nearly frantic. Who is he? Oh, damn it, make him stop. Why is he heading this way? At the 5th base, now a research facility, the elder members sat in the council hall watching in disbelief. They all knew Lixian, the sole master of the institute. Benefactor, what has happened to you? Hurry, check the records, analyze the condition of the city lord. Move quickly, something terrible has happened. Zombie nation. Li Hua, using his abilities, watched Lixian, whose condition seemed quite dire, his brows furrowed. Surprised by the other's strength, he also worried about potential repercussions for himself. After all, he was not far from Lixian. Well, I don't know what he's up to, but if it's just killing zombies, let him do it. With that thought, he directed the nearby zombies towards Lixian, continuing to observe through them. Regrettably, although now a 6th order, he was far from reaching the peak, and the elusive bottleneck had not yet appeared, naturally obscuring any clear insights. Li Hua could only make judgments based on other aspects. The energy fluctuations were strong, but it seemed that he and Lixian were still in the same realm without any qualitative difference. Could it be that they were still in the same realm? Damn, it would have been better if someone had told him that Lixian had already broken through to the next level. The gap was just too big. How on earth did he cultivate to such an extreme level? Li Hua was internally astonished as he assessed Lixian's combat power. He had thought himself quite formidable, commanding hordes of zombies and advancing in cultivation at a breakneck pace. Now, it appeared that Lixian's cultivation speed was even more exaggerated, far surpassing his own. Fortunately, he had been cautious and had always hesitated to make a move. As Li Hua alternated between exclamation doubt and relief, Lixian for the first time stopped his slaughter and descended, sitting cross-legged on the ground. His consciousness had still not returned, remaining in that seemingly real yet illusory place. A force appeared again, pushing his consciousness upward. He had a premonition that if he could find a way to leave this place, he could break through to the 7th tier. His consciousness thinned as it ascended endlessly, but why was there no ceiling to the sky? Lixian glared furiously, gritting his teeth and straining to fly upwards. He refused to believe there was no ceiling, refused to believe there was no way through. Not enough, far from enough. Spiritual energy, I need more spiritual energy. Lixian thought and acted accordingly. Soon an even more vast surge of spiritual energy emerged, driving his consciousness higher. He believed that the path lay above. Ascending endlessly, spiritual energy was recklessly spent. Every 3 hours, an amount of spiritual energy equivalent to a peak 6th tier would be exhausted, and this time frame was getting shorter as he ascended. He seemed to be getting closer to that other shore, with voices from the real world almost fading away, leaving only the silence of the other realm in his ears. However, the closer he got to the other shore, the more distinct and palpable the barrier became. A crisp sound echoed. For the first time, a sound emerged in this silent realm. Lixian had touched the barrier, but it was incredibly hard and stubborn. None of his methods left even a slight mark on it. His consciousness became lighter and nearly transparent. There was still spiritual energy, but his consciousness could no longer endure the strain. He understood that if he did not return soon, he would die here. But what of it? He wouldn't go back. Having come this far, he wasn't about to give up. He mobilized his spiritual power, no longer using it to envelop his consciousness but instead gathering it all together. His consciousness began to morph, drilling into the spiritual power, and the vast spiritual power and consciousness became a fist. A transparent, almost colorless fist swung at the barrier. Thump, thump, thump. The dull sounds echoed like stones thrown onto a calm lake, causing ripples to spread. Back in the real world, Li Hua was curious why Li Xian had suddenly become motionless. Suddenly, the dull thumping sounds emerged from the depths of his heart. The sounds grew louder with each beat, shaking his spirit unstably. Pooh! A mouthful of black blood spurted out. What was happening? Li Hua clearly felt a change in his body, as if a lost traveler had found a signpost, with pleasure spreading from the depths of his consciousness throughout his body. He couldn't help but groan softly a few times before regaining his composure. When he looked up again, he was shocked. The place where Li Xian had been was now empty, with invisible colorless flames burning the space. From the depths of his heart, a sorrow too profound to conceal welled up, and tears traced lines down his cheeks. He was gone. Li Hua closed his eyes in the prime reality. Li Xian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze still clouded with emotion. If it hadn't been for his decisive action at the last moment, severing the barrier breaker, he might have truly died there. He took some time to control his emotions before he began to assess what he had gained from this experience, particularly regarding the barrier breaker. The insights gained were significant. He had come to understand the rules of using the barrier breaker. Firstly, it indeed could restore anomalous knowledge. The influences born from researching divine powers had been cleared. His mental state at the time had clearly been affected, and he had been unaware of it until he returned to the prime reality, only then realizing how he had changed. Li Xian took a deep breath, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to his current strength. Weak, far too weak. Unfortunately, he did not know the extent to which this clearing could go. Facing a deity directly, could it clear that? Well, better to play it safe, fear the worst, hope for the best. He had plenty of opportunities to confront them, there was no need to rush. Beneath him, the plum blossom deer he was riding called out, drawing his attention. Mei Ling, it had been some time since he'd last seen it. Li Xian glanced at it. In the sub-reality, ever since he had reached the capital, he had released Mei Ling to lead the mutant animals, but the results were disappointing. Perhaps due to the low spiritual intelligence of the animals, even with mutations, no significant powerhouses had emerged. As for cultivating techniques, they were nowhere in sight, completely reliant on instinct to absorb spiritual energy. Initially, their size might have given them an advantage, but from the second tier onward, there was a significant gap in strength. By the time he returned, the third tier was pitifully small and the fourth tier had only one. The path of spiritual energy became increasingly demanding the further one progressed, requiring more spiritual energy, which, without proper techniques, was difficult to absorb quickly. This was why the reserves of spiritual energy were massively depleted, leading to its exhaustion. Currently, there were only two ways to increase spiritual energy. First, through the death of creatures. Second, the revival of deities, which would significantly raise the spiritual energy of the world, not just from the extinction of creatures but undoubtedly other unknown methods as well. Until a way to increase spiritual energy was found, navigating through dead ends was inevitable. It was a path that had to be taken. Or perhaps they could forge a new path in cultivation, one that relied less on spiritual energy, otherwise it would be futile. Various thoughts flashed through Li Xian's mind, and he actually had a target in mind. The path of consciousness cultivation studied by the Western churches. He had made some improvements this time, but there were still significant flaws, even the theory was not fully refined. Eventually he patted the deer's head and whispered, "Let's set off." After returning from the subspace, Li Xian's perspective had broadened considerably. Having personally experienced it once, he realized the truth in the saying that standing higher allows one to see farther. With his current view, he understood that it was unnecessary to personally conquer every settlement. Controlling the major bases in the capital was sufficient. In the face of absolute power, other settlements would collapse on their own. It was merely a matter of the speed of conquest. Advancing the takeover of these settlements could hasten the unification of the Dragon Nation. Once unified, the next steps could proceed, but reaching the capital earlier wouldn't make much of a difference. Let's head to the capital sooner, he thought. After subduing some key settlements and leaders, we'll make a beeline for the capital. Fortunately, the nearest settlement had a special ability he needed and an interesting individual. Without any special abilities, this person had managed to survive until the very end. What could they achieve with special abilities? Li Xian was reminded of a person mentioned in his autobiography. Wu Xian navigated through the collapsed ruins, carrying today's loot back to the settlement. The day's haul was decent. It would cover 2 days' meals, and even after handing over 70%, he would have some left over. Special abilities, truly enviable, he thought. If only I had them, life wouldn't be so tough. After dodging a zombie, his face turned pale and his thoughts wandered. This encounter made him even more cautious. He crept low to the ground, stealthily making his way back to The settlement, in the post-apocalyptic world describing the life of an ordinary person, was difficult. Wu Xin considered himself lucky. The Lord he encountered still retained some humanity. According to others who had fled from different places, the outside world was in utter chaos, with some lords being extremely perverse. He had heard about a lord in a southern settlement who was bisexual and indulged in extravagant debauchery. Another lord in the same city was hideously ugly and forbade anyone from looking better than him, going as far as to disfigure others. Wu Xin always made a wide detour around these individuals, fearful of being captured. Lost in his thoughts but steady in his steps, he soon reached the settlement. It was called a settlement, but it looked more like the old urban villages, simple, low and dilapidated, with few people around, many of whom might never return. Seeing the Lord, Wu Xion's face fell, but he quickly composed himself and put on an exaggerated, ingratiating smile. He stepped forward to hand over his day's haul. "Brother Wang, here's today's collection." "Is this all?" the Lord asked indifferently. "Yes. Everything's here," Wu Xian responded. "You have great powers. I wouldn't dare hide anything." Wu Xian wasn't lying. The enhanced senses of those with abilities were much keener than his, making any hidden goods easy to spot. Thus, he kept his stash outside. Each trip outside allowed him to eat a bit more, a small bit of cunning on their part. However, the Lord had daily quotas, demanding they hand over a certain amount of food, leaving little room to hide much. The Lord casually looked over the food, picking out a few items and tossing them to Wu Xian. There was a packet of crushed instant noodles, a piece of chocolate the size of a thumb, and 2 packs of spicy strips of unknown brand. This was all he had for the day's ration. Honestly, if he hadn't filled his stomach before coming back each time, he would have starved to death here long ago. Wu Xian, with genuine gratitude, repeatedly thanked him. "Thank you, Brother Wang, thank you for your great kindness." He hadn't finished his thanks when suddenly the sound of an animal running could be heard. Thud, thud, thud. Wu Xian was puzzled. Horses? What joke is this? Where would a horse come from in the city? Both men turned towards the sound. To their astonishment, a large sick deer appeared, with a person sitting on its back. "A sick deer? You've got to be kidding." Both the Lord and Wu Xian exclaimed in unison, unable to believe what they were seeing. "Damn, where did this sick deer come from? You might as well have been a horse." Wu Xian complained inwardly, but cautiously stepped back, instinctively sensing danger approaching. The Lord, however, did not move an inch, watching coldly as the deer drew nearer. Just as it was about to enter their territory, he bellowed, "Stop!" The person on the deer did not react at all, continuing forward, completely ignoring his command. The Lord's face darkened. Ever since he had awakened his special abilities, no one had dared to ignore him like this, especially not in front of his subordinates. "Dare to ignore me, to seek death? Go repent in hell." With that, the Lord drew his sword and leapt forward, his blade covered in flames, aiming for the person's head. A quiet male voice spoke. "I didn't even want to bother with you, and yet you insist on courting death." The Lord's words were stuck in his throat as a hand grabbed his neck, suspending him in the air as he struggled, his long sword falling to the ground, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. A chilling crack sounded, and like a rag the Lord was thrown to the ground. Thud! His body hit the dust, blood mingling with the dirt, forming droplets that rolled outward until they burst. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the deer's hooves gradually faded away, and throughout it all the person on the deer had not once looked at the Lord. Wu Xian swallowed hard, crouching down low, trying his best to minimize his presence, fearful of being noticed. His mind was filled with shock. The Lord's power had completely dominated them. His formidable abilities left them no chance to resist, and now to see him killed so easily and casually by someone else was unimaginable. The strength of the person who could kill the Lord must be terrifying. Wu Xian did not want any association with such a powerful being. Following such a person might bring a slim chance of rising high, but more likely a tragic death. Wu Xian only hoped that he would be disregarded as insignificant. Unfortunately, his wish was not to be fulfilled. The sound of the deer's hooves stopped right in front of him. He trembled slightly as he lifted his head, his gaze meeting those of the other person directly, quiet and deep like an ancient well. That was his first impression of those eyes. Time seemed to pause in that moment. Wu Xian dared not speak, rashly hanging his head low, waiting to be dealt with. Li Xian, on the other hand, remained silent, observing Wu Xian quietly. It was his first time seeing Wu Xian in this state, with manifestations of Wu Xian from various timelines appearing before him. In the timeline of the barrier breakers, he had first met Wu Xian while he was affectionately with his girlfriend. In timeline 14, Wu Xian appeared as the last member of the Star Alliance. Now, in the primary timeline, he saw an earlier version of Wu Xin, a version who had not yet met the love of his life, had not yet revealed his exceptional cultivation talents, nor had he joined the Star Alliance. This Wu Xin was still a blank slate with tremendous potential, born with exceptional gifts. If he were to gain supernatural abilities, could he ascend to greater heights? Li Xian thought to himself as he sized up Wu Xin. His mind raced with various speculations before he finally spoke calmly, "Come with me. Get up." Wu Xian looked up at him, his lips moving slightly before he finally nodded in agreement, yet he insisted on something unusual. "No, no, no. I'll walk. Walking is fine, it's healthy." Li Xian glanced at him but said nothing and started walking forward with Wu Xian following closely behind. The journey was silent. Li Xian was not one to indulge in unnecessary chatter, he preferred straightforward actions, firmly believing that actions always spoke louder than words. He was now pondering over the location of an unswallowed fruit nearby. He had never paid attention to it before, only having read about it in an autobiography once. He was currently having his alter ego skim through autobiographies to gather information. Wu Xian meanwhile was too afraid to speak, fearing he might say something wrong. Even now he was utterly clueless about why this powerful figure had sought him out. What lay at the end of the road? What did the big shot want him to do? Could he possibly die? These thoughts involuntarily filled his mind. Wu Xian sighed deeply, reflecting on his life. He had been a bachelor for 23 years and hadn't found a girlfriend when suddenly the world had drastically changed. Though he had never been a particularly remarkable person, his life had been bearable. He had a loving family, a decent job, and friends he had grown up with. Suddenly his life had become as unstable as night and day, and the disparity felt like falling from heaven to hell. Thud! He bumped into a deer's leg, startling him into hastily retreating and apologizing. Sorry. Before he could finish, Li Xian's voice called out, "Come here." Wu Xian, steeling himself, walked over and followed the direction of Li Xian's pointing finger, seeing a wooden box. "Go open the box and eat," Li Xian said in a cold voice. Wu Xian looked up at Li Xian, seeing no hint of jest, resignedly sighed, and walked towards the wooden box, his steps growing heavier with each move. Just as he was about to open the box, he suddenly turned around, his tone earnest. "Boss, if I die, could you please go save my parents? They're in the neighboring Wood South City. You'll find their photo and information in my pocket." Li Xian jumped down, squatting in front of a blooming flower, touching its petals casually, and replied, "Okay, I promise you." He didn't bother with lengthy explanations. Once Wu Xian had eaten, he would naturally know whether he was harming him or helping him. Besides, a person could only eat one of those fruits, eating more would be useless. Wu Xian turned back to look at the wooden box in his hands, no longer wanting to ponder why such an object would be out here in the wild, nor why he specifically had to be the one to consume it. He knew his life might not be long for this world. Strangers all around with no kinship ties, why would they offer him something valuable instead of keeping it for themselves or enjoying it? He certainly didn't view himself as a protagonist who could shake the world and command awe and submission. To hell with this damn world, fuck it. Wu Xian suddenly cursed loudly, his teeth gritted as he opened the wooden box without even a glance and shoved its contents into his mouth. The next second, his consciousness slipped into unconsciousness. Li Xian stood up and in an instant was by Wu Xian's side, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Just as Wu Xian swallowed the fruit, Li Xian sensed an unusual fluctuation of energy in the air, an occurrence never before experienced. In every autobiography of alternate dimensions he had studied this fruit, but the results were always the same. Nothing could be discerned, no energy fluctuations detected, and eventually he had given up on this thought. Now things were different, perhaps due to the experiences with the barrier-breaking blade. He had begun to notice something unusual. Li Xian could feel an energy emerging under the influence of the fruit, distinct from spiritual or divine energies, giving him an innate sense of harmlessness and an urge to draw nearer. His consciousness and spiritual power began to interact with this new energy, and unexpectedly, this new energy easily connected with him without any resistance. Following the trail of this new energy, he tried to delve deeper into its source. However, the time was too short. By the time Wu Xian woke up, the new energy had vanished without a trace. Li Xian sighed. The time was too brief and his own power too limited to fully explore this mystery, but it was not without some gain. He realized that the new energies seemed to be suppressed by the surrounding spiritual energy. After the transformation, an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy enveloped the new energy, severing their connection. What was this? A mutual devouring of energies. Li Xian pondered deeply without resolution. Looking up, he saw Wu Xin standing respectfully before him, seeing that Li Xin had stopped contemplating, Wu Xin quickly bowed and thanked him profusely. "Thank you, master, thank you. What ability did you awaken?" Li Xin nodded and asked as he mounted a deer. It's the creation of a new substance." Wu Xin scratched his head, appearing somewhat troubled. "I don't fully understand it myself." As he spoke, he spread his hands and a gray crystalline substance appeared. Li Xion's eyebrows raised. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. With a gesture, the crystalline substance flew into his palm, and as his mind probed it, recognition dawned on him with a hint of surprise. A containment protection device. Wu Xian hadn't expected to awaken this power. In the realm of space-time number 14-inch, this power was awakened by another person with abilities possessing strong isolation and suppression characteristics. It was precisely because of this power that subsequent containment measures were taken, allowing for the short-term suppression of contained objects and sealing them. During the era of the Star Alliance, the ability user was known as the nemesis of contained objects and was a crucial member of the Alliance. Big Boss is this power. Called the Containment Protection Device. "From now on, let's call it that," Wu Xian hurriedly said. Now he was entirely different from his former self before consuming the fruit, displaying an enthusiastic attitude. When he regained consciousness and sensed the power within him, he realized what the wooden box truly was. He had never expected such a crucial item to be given to him directly by Li Xian. This was superpower. The reason those people outside could do as they pleased was precisely because of the existence of superpowers, which allowed them to leap over social strata. Now he too possessed superpowers. Such a favor was like being given a new life. How could he not be excited? "Call me Li Xian, you are my benefactor. I dare not address you by name casually." "Brotherly, is that an acceptable way to address you?" Wu Xian cautiously asked. "Whatever you prefer, just follow me," Li Xian responded, patting the antlers of his steed, Mei Ling, who naturally moved forward. Wu Xian hurriedly followed. He no longer cared about asking where they were going. In short, wherever Brotherly went, he would follow. Whatever Brotherly pointed at, he would attack. If he hesitated even slightly, not only would he not agree with himself, but if he found his parents, they would likely have to scold him as well. The 2-inch along with the deer continued forward. Wu Xian was intelligent, knowing when to speak and when to remain silent. For instance, at this moment, as Li Xian was deep in thought, Wu Xian wouldn't dream of disturbing him and instead followed quietly. Meanwhile, he completed the tasks assigned by Li Xian, setting up base stations. Li Xian was now lost in thought, not because of the transfer of powers, he had experienced that before, but because he was pondering the origin of the new energy. Previously he had thought that superpowers were created by spiritual energy or deities, but it seemed this was not the case. The new energy was the key. Li Xian had just personally experienced the entire process of energy granting superpowers to a living being, a sensation difficult to describe. Since superpowers were a product of this new energy, what about the concept of infinity? Based on previous analyses, infinity might have been created by the deity behind Tianshui City. Perhaps that deity had mastered the use of this new energy. Without concrete evidence, it was difficult to deduce the entire process through logical reasoning alone. No one knew what a deity truly looked like or whether their thought processes differed from humans. So far, his deductions about the apocalyptic truth were based on existing information and human reasoning. The emergence of errors was unexpected yet reasonable. The more he knew, the more he doubted the truth about the apocalypse. The waters of the apocalypse were getting deeper. Who were the demons and spirits lurking behind? It might be worthwhile to collect more wooden boxes and investigate this new energy further. Currently, it seemed that the new energy only appeared when a superpower was awakened. Indeed, it's interesting how something once deemed useless can shine so brilliantly when the time comes. Li Xian's thoughts flowed as he noticed the evening sky. Deciding to halt his journey for the day, he retrieved his dinner from the storage space. "Come, let's eat together." "Alright, thanks, Brotherly. After dinner, we'll stay here for the night, go through these materials, and if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me." "Yes, I got it. Thanks, Brotherly," Wu Xian replied, his speech muffled because his mouth was full of food. As he ate, tears began to stream down his face, but he did not bother to wipe them away. He just continued eating through his tears. "It is so delicious. How many days had it been since he last had such good food?" Wu Xian voraciously swallowed the food, not caring if his stomach could handle it or not. He had been terribly hungry these past days. Li Xian, who had long been used to such sights from their time in Breaking Barrier Front, had first met him looking just like this, almost as if he would burst in the next second. His gaze drifted towards the deep woods as he leisurely ate his compressed biscuits. For the current, him eating a lot every day was essential, sometimes taking over an hour, which felt like a waste of time. Although compressed biscuits were dry and not tasty, they were sufficient to fill the stomach without wasting much time, a habit he had developed during his time in Breaking Barrier Front, now mainly limited by the lack of materials and manpower. He couldn't produce new types of compressed food, which he really liked. After arriving in the capital, he had arranged for the production of these using mutated flora and fauna, ensuring they were filling and decent in taste. Snapping back to reality, he answered a few of Wu Xian's questions. Seeing that Wu Xian looked worn out, Li Xian said, "Rest early, we still have a long journey ahead." "Okay, brotherly." Watching Wu Xian fall asleep, Li Xian felt no urge to sleep himself. The journey with Breaking Barrier Front had significantly impacted him. How could he afford to waste precious time sleeping? To avoid wasting time, he had developed a unique sleeping method tailored to his physique, allowing him to catch some rest on the back of a deer during their travels, eliminating the need for a full night's sleep. Being a power user meant needing less sleep. Their robust physical health, altered body structures, and the mysterious spiritual energy gradually exempted them from conventional sleep patterns. He pulled out his autobiography and began reading, a smile unknowingly forming on his lips. The joy brought by knowledge far surpassed other pleasures. This gradual understanding of the world peeking into the true essence of reality was indeed addictive. Time quietly passed as they traveled and learned. Before they knew it, 3 days had passed and Wu Xian, following Li Xian, arrived at a city, Munin City, his heart filled with excitement and joy. He knew that aside from subjugating Munin City, this journey offered him an opportunity to search for his parents. Over these days of close interaction, he had gained a basic understanding of Li Xian, for instance, the force behind him and their strategy in the upcoming grand scheme, evident from their control of bases and recruitment along the way, especially towards the ultimate destination, the capital. He dared not contemplate what might unfold once they reached the capital. For the politically astute people of Long Country, such boldness was both audacious and terrifying. Additionally, he had come to recognize Li Xian's personal likes and dislikes. Over these 3 days, he observed that Li Xian was akin to an ascetic scholar, rejecting anything that might hinder his studies. One night, when he awoke, he had assumed Li Xian was sleeping too, only to find him engrossed in reading, vibrant and unaffected by fatigue, occasionally nibbling on compressed biscuits. Having tasted those biscuits himself, he remembered their dreadful flavor vividly. This shattered his stereotypical image of those with abilities who often leveraged their powers merely as tools for personal desires. But Li Xian was different. He too had desires, but was not devoid of passion. His desires were for power and knowledge, self-directed and nearly devoid of any other cravings. Such purity was rare to witness in reality. Pure, powerful, efficient, these were the words Wu Xian used to describe Li Xian. His efficiency and strength were palpable, evident in moments like now. Wu Xian watched as a lord who had just appeared and hadn't spoken a word was immediately killed by Li Xian. To be precise, his neck was crushed, his head rolling off like a decapitated structure. Wu Xian didn't ask why. It wasn't his place to question. If Li Xian chose to explain, he would naturally learn. Sometimes knowing too much wasn't beneficial. Li Xian calmly wiped his hands on the lord's clothes. In his autobiography, this lord had betrayed him twice, obstructing his plans. Now faced with him, Li Xian showed no mercy, preferring to extinguish potential threats early rather than dealing with them later. Wu Xian, go find your parents. They are in Munin City. The organization has located them for you. Really? Wu Xian's heart raced, tears welling up in his eyes. Thank you, brotherly, thank you. Li Xian turned and mounted a deer, his voice unusually gentle. From today you'll stay here, taking over Munin City. Soon people from the institute will come to assist you in managing the city. Perform well. Managing a city will be a good experience for you. As Li Xian's words settled, Wu Xian's body stiffened, his expression frozen. Coming to his senses, his lips quivered, his fists clenched and then relaxed. Eventually he bowed his head, his voice somber. Yes, brotherly. Li Xian nodded and had barely taken 2 steps when Wu Xian's voice called out from behind, brotherly, may I continue to follow you? He couldn't help but ask. Li Xian turned his head to look at him. Just focus on your work. You're already part of the organization. After saying that, he didn't wait to see Wu Xian's reaction but urged Mei Ling to leave. Li Xian's figure gradually faded away until it disappeared from view. Only then did Wu Xian divert his gaze, staring at the address on the communicator, and clenched his fists. These past 3 days could be considered the most unforgettable in his life. He had undergone a Transformation evolving from an ordinary person to a revered power wielder absorbing much advanced knowledge. Now everything he had was given by Li Xin. How could he possibly forget? Brotherly, I will work hard, sooner or later I will be able to help you, Wu Xian silently vowed as he rose and left the spot. According to the intelligence, his parents were in Yunnan City, taken in and cared for by a woman. Her name seemed to be Yun Chanying. After leaving Yunnan City, Li Xian was not worried about Wu Xian's capabilities. Those whose names and life stories he remembered were always individuals with unique talents. He had great confidence in Wu Xian. Moreover, in Yunnan City, Wu Xian would not only find his parents but also meet his beloved. With this higher starting point, the lives of these two individuals were likely to improve. However, life is unpredictable. Who knows whether this time they would end up together? Lost in these thoughts, Li Xian hardly noticed as the day turned to evening. A warmth spread through his chest. He exhaled in relief, murmuring, finally updated. Let's see if your destinies will change this time. On the evening of March 14, 3 days after the return of the barrier breaker, the autobiography had not been updated. I had already prepared to continue moving forward, conquer large bases, collect wooden boxes, and recruit talents. By March 25, I had reached the capital city. After abandoning some minor settlements, our speed increased significantly. I wasted no words, sticking to the original plan to take control of the capital and subdue the zombie king. On March 29, at my request, both parties were ready and we began our campaign, one side managing human society and the other rounding up zombies. The Research Institute began its relocation, aiming for the yet-to-be-built 5th base. On April 28, when the Dragon Nation was unified, I met Wu Xian again. Interestingly, he hadn't yet united with his lover. I inquired a bit and understood why. Perhaps because of my words, Wu Xian had become a workaholic, too busy to engage in romance. Their relationship had remained merely casual. I decided not to intervene. Letting things take their natural course seemed best. On May 26, Asia achieved unification. Wu Xian and Yunchani, oddly enough, became rivals. As Wu Xian complained about Yunchani in front of me, I couldn't help but recall their inseparable sweet interactions in Barrier Breaker. It almost made me laugh. By June 30, all lands except the Americas were unified. The construction of bases was in full swing and the rebuilding of civilization was underway. On July 29, global unification was achieved and the Stellar Alliance was established. This happened much faster than I had anticipated. At the same time, the Ultimate Skyreach project was officially launched. Individuals with abilities faded from public view and built a new base far from the other 14 bases known as Base Zero or City of Superpowers. By September 13, after a thorough search, not a single wooden box remained worldwide. All the remaining boxes, totaling 98, were in my possession. The selected individuals proceeded to consume the fruits one by one. And I took this opportunity to comprehend the new energy. By October 2, only 2 wooden boxes remained with mediocre results. Interestingly, Wu Xian got married to Yunchani. I thought they had truly reconciled, but on their wedding night Wu Xian came to me instead. It turned out that a drunken mistake with Yunchani led him to feel obligated to marry her, and he found it awkward to face her on their wedding night. I was speechless. Was this young man confused by his own actions? Later I learned that the wine Wu Xian drank was spiked by Yun Chanying. Such fools, they have mouths but won't speak their affection, instead choosing to hurt each other. Are they children? Their relationship was too messy and they were too foolish for me to bother with. On November 28, containment items appeared ahead of schedule. That seemed too early, but fortunately there were only 3, all previously recorded. They were sealed and contained. By January 9, 2026 things escalated. Previously, only a few containment items would appear each month, but suddenly their numbers surged, many of them entirely new and requiring time to explore their characteristics. Damn it, dealing with too many containment items at once contaminated my consciousness. I needed to find a way to clear the contamination. By March 14, 2026, the number of containment items continued to increase. Interestingly, these items began to exhibit new characteristics, not just for slaughter, some could even be utilized by us to counter other containment items. Curious, who else had intervened? By July 21, 2026, containment facilities were spread worldwide. Damn it, where were all these containment items coming from? There were 436 contained items with at least 3 times that number uncontained. We had no information on many of the items, only aware of their existence, which was a headache. The contamination's impact was growing stronger. only the information in my autobiography remained uncontaminated, but that was limited to me alone. Others would be contaminated if they knew. Fortunately, over this long period of struggle, we developed specific methods against the containment items. Otherwise, humanity would have been doomed. On September 4, 2026, an accident occurred during Wuxian's containment operation. The sealed item came to life. It was no longer just alive, it was genuinely alive. I even suspected that the will of gods resided within these sealed items. By October 13, 2026, security measures failed and the deeds of the sealed items spread wildly across all bases. The casualties were incalculable. December 9, 26th year, Li Hua is dead. He encountered a sealant too powerful and eerie, designated as number J28. Note that a lower number does not necessarily indicate greater strength. The numbers are assigned based on the difficulty of containment. On January 28 of the 27th year, humanity was doomed. The sealants wreaked havoc and the Star Alliance was nearly wiped out. They either died during containment, succumbed to pollution, or perished on the path of the Seventh Order. I decided to attempt to break through the Seventh Order. Whether successful or not, the outcome would be the same. The Seventh Order is no match for the deities. This time I decided to take a risky approach by using the sealant as a trigger to break through the Seventh Order. I had researched this path for a long time and conducted more than a dozen experiments. Theoretically, there should be no problem. Using external forces to break through the Seventh Order, the power of deities starts at the Eighth Order using their power to find the breakthrough in the unknown. February 1, 27th year, everything was ready and I began the breakthrough. Again, I was in that vast white space. However, this time was different. I had a direction. I no longer had to rely solely on intuition and fly upwards as I had done before. This time, it only took me the equivalent of 3 sixth-order spirit energies to arrive at the indicated location. It was then I realized why I had failed before. The gates of the Seventh Order were not above at all. Instinct was wrong. My body was rampaging outside, absorbing spirit energy while my consciousness delved into the gate of the Seventh Order. The spirit energy was transforming my consciousness, completely different from the spiritual energy transformation at the Sixth Order. I understood the mystery of the Seventh Order. The soul, this unique existence, can only condense in special locations. Without guidance, it is very hard to find these places in the vast white space. The transformation of consciousness was extremely painful. I felt like a piece of iron being tempered under a heavy hammer and fierce fire until I either transformed or died. On March 29, 27th year, I awoke. The outside world had changed dramatically and the deities had long since revived, sparing no one from the old era. But why was I still alive? Before I could understand this question, the star spirit race found me. Their power was weak, the highest among them only reaching the Fourth Order. What puzzled me was that they told me I was one of them. What a joke! I never believed such words until I saw their souls. Yes, only after breaking through to the Seventh Order, possessing the power of the soul, did I realize that this new race, they are born with souls, not just consciousness. In other words, they are naturally completing the path of the Seventh Order, needing only to accumulate spirit energy to break through. Although my soul differs from theirs, our essence is completely aligned. According to them, the simplest and most direct way to determine if one belongs to the same kind is by examining the soul. On April 1, 27th year, despite my reluctance to admit it, I indeed fell victim to their ways. Using a sealing artifact, one can indeed break through the seventh tier, but the price is becoming a follower of the divine. My soul began to worship the star spirit god and my will was tampered with. This process was irreversible. I watched myself soberly as I sank into the mire, slowly descending into the abyss. By July 19 of the same year, I reached the pinnacle of the seventh tier. However, what terrified me was that I could no longer sense the existence of the next realm as I had before. The path of cultivation is predicated on this kind of instinctual sensing. Upon reaching the peak of a realm, one can faintly perceive the direction of the next. Now I could no longer see the path ahead. No matter how much I cultivated, I could only increase in quantity, never in quality. I was not willing to accept this. Surely I had not yet reached the true pinnacle. On July 25, under my instigation, the War of Faith erupted. I entered the fray personally with a completely overwhelming presence, slaughtering wildly and plundering spiritual energy to nourish myself. Now, the blue star is vast and filled with countless alternate dimensions, and the quantity and quality of life forms are sufficient to satisfy my needs. By November 29, my cultivation could progress no further. I was utterly convinced. The path to the 8th tier had closed its doors to me. On December 29, the War of Faith concluded. the Tri-God tribes took command over 100 tribes, with the Star Spirit tribe being just one among them, albeit ranked high. The Tri-God tribes were too powerful. They even had pseudo-eighth tiers. These so-called pseudo-eighth tiers possessed the power of the eighth tier but lacked the corresponding status or authority which is the true meaning of divinity. Yet even as a pseudo-eighth tier I could not reach it, not just me but no one among the 100 tribes had reached this point. Perhaps this is an innate flaw of the 100 tribes. The Tri-God tribes are different, their potential is greater than ours, and I suspect this has much to do with the divine beings behind them. By February 18 of the following year, the New World had completely stabilized and new races were proliferating, developing and growing strong. They began to establish their own cultures. For instance, they all enjoyed dance and music, believing these to be the creations closest to the divine, using them to praise the deities. I began contacting other 7th tier and pseudo-8th tier individuals from different tribes. By May 27, I was about to lose my patience. They were mere fools who only knew how to praise the divine, all having reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier, yet none thought of breaking through to the 8th. I gave up on these fools, deserving only to become vessels for divine descent. On June 3, I made preparations to request an audience with the Star Spirit God. Unexpectedly, the deity agreed. I went to the temple, and the one who met me was another 7th tier member of the Star Spirit tribe. However, I knew he was in a state of divine descent. If the deity stayed within him too long, he would die because of it. The Star Spirit God was not surprised by my arrival and immediately exposed my identity. I know you, the smuggler from the previous era. Knowing this, why did you allow me to stay until now? Does it matter? You are now a creature of this era, he said, looking at me with a benevolent gaze. The old era will eventually crumble. It is the torrent of the ages, and your choice to smuggle yourself is only human. I asked him if he could answer a few of my questions, and in return I would no longer resist the transformation of my soul by the will. He agreed. My first question was, in the previous era, before you appeared, was there an extraordinary system? His answer was yes, and he generously added another sentence, your extraordinary system has perished. My second question was about the real way to break through the 7th rank. His response was that the sanctuary is hard to find. Each era has its own sanctuary, and unfortunately the location of the sanctuary in your era has been lost. I could sense that after he answered this question his own will was almost obliterated. I thought I had only one last chance to ask. My third question was about the true nature of supernatural abilities. He was silent for a very long time, and only when my will was left with its last defense did I hear the answer. His response was, it is both a gift to you and a congratulatory gift from us, the last dance before the end of the era. My will was completely assimilated. From the second half onwards, Li Xian watched with furrowed brows. He really didn't expect such a big surprise from number 15. If everything the deity said was true, it would be very interesting, especially the truth about the 7th rank sanctuary. Is that what they call the gateway to the 7th rank? Are supernatural abilities a gift from the era? Our era also had a superpower system, but it eventually perished. Li Xian thought of the new energy. Could the new energy be the energy source used by the superpower system of this era? Or do all eras share the same type of energy called spiritual energy, and the new energy appeared for other reasons? This exchange was quite successful, but it does not rule out the possibility of the deity lying or telling 9 truths and 1 falsehood. Verification can be done slowly over time, as there is plenty of time to verify his words. Additionally, it's interesting to note that number 15 is the only one who did not die, yet his autobiography abruptly ends. Perhaps because his will was altered, the power of his autobiography left number 15. Li Xian's lips curled up, feeling exceptionally pleased. He didn't care whether the deity was telling the truth or not. There was plenty of time to verify, and for now he just needed to continue his exploration. Sooner or later he would find the truth. Next is the wooden box. If it's as the deity said, a product of our era, could it contain information about the sanctuary? Perhaps instinct is not wrong, and flying upwards is the sanctuary of our era. If a seal is used as a guide, the outcome might be the same as number 15. The era of superpowers has ended. Does that mean all the strong figures of our time have perished, leaving no one to suppress those below them? If that's the case, it would surely be an improvement over the current sanctuary, where one is not subjugated to others and perpetually stuck at the 7th rank. Li Xian patted the antlers, signaling Mei Ling to continue walking. The future is merely a possibility, requiring the efforts of the present to turn it into reality. There's another special ability nearby. After absorbing it, they could return to the capital. it was a shadow control technique, a forced immobilization ability. They could also pick up a researcher. In Quanpan Town, Wang Wei-chang lay on the sofa listening to his subordinates report. "Sir, we've checked all the newcomers. There are 4 married couples and 1 couple, all quite attractive. Then why are you still wasting words? Go bring the prettiest one first." "Yes, sir, same as before, and no, change it up this time. I want the man to watch, to witness my prowess. I'll arrange it right away." After speaking, Zhang Ka stood up and walked out, his heart pounding with excitement. Each time Wang Wei-chang finished, it would be his turn, and thinking about the beauty he had just seen made his lower abdomen heat up, his mouth dry and his pace quicken. For convenience, he had arranged for the people to be nearby. It didn't take many steps before a young man and woman appeared before him, their faces nervously concealed. The woman was exceptionally vibrant and charming, previously disheveled and dirty, almost causing him to overlook her. If it weren't for their rule that each newcomer must clean up to restore their usual appearance, he would have indeed missed out. The man had long hair and was very handsome, covering half of the woman's body. Zhang Ka approached with a smile, taking the man's hand with great enthusiasm. "Gu Cheng, right? Congratulations, the Lord has decided to meet you. Come with me." "Thank you, Brother Zhang." Gu Cheng smiled. "Brother Zhang, we've been on the run these days, and my fiancée has fallen ill. It wouldn't be good if she infected the Lord. How about I go alone?" He felt a tug at his ham but did not turn back, instead gripping the woman's hand to reassure her. Indeed, Gu Cheng's words were true. The apocalypse had come so suddenly. They were utterly unprepared, constantly on the run. His fiancée had been weak to begin with, and the constant stress had made her severely ill. She had only just recovered somewhat yesterday, but that wasn't the main reason. Knowing his fiancée was beautiful, he dared not gamble on human nature. During these apocalyptic days, he had seen enough of humanity's dark side and knew very well that in a world-ending scenario without power, beauty was a curse. Thus, they had deliberately made themselves look ugly, doing everything they could to cover their faces, which worked very well, until today, under coercion, they had to wash off the dirt on their faces. Zhang Ka's expression darkened instantly, not letting go of Gu Cheng's hand, his tone threatening. "Brother Gu Cheng, this isn't up to me to decide. It's the Lord's request, and it would be best not to refuse." Gu Cheng's face changed, and after hesitating for a moment, he silently handed over the medicine he had found earlier to Zhang Ka. "Brother Zhang, please let this slide just this once. You can ask me for anything in the future." Unexpectedly, Zhang Ka threw the medicine aside, his face suddenly contorted in anger as he pointed at Gu Cheng's nose and scolded, "Don't take my kindness for weakness. So many people want to offer gifts, but don't have the means. Now that the Lord has personally requested, and you still delay in fulfilling his wishes, do you even know who rules this place?" Gu Cheng's expression stiffened. He knew he could no longer delay. Rather than being captured without a fight, he decided to take a chance. He stepped back, grabbed his fiancée's hand, and with a swift flip of his right hand, a dagger appeared. He lunged forward, stabbing towards Zhang Ka while shouting, "Run!" The dagger plunged deep into Zhang Ka's chest, blood gushing out. Without a second glance, Gu Cheng pulled his fiancée and ran towards the exit. They barely made 2 steps before he felt a tug and nearly fell. "Damn, didn't we get away?" His face darkened. He turned around, ready to fight for their lives, only to see his fiancée letting go of his hand, her face showing an expression he couldn't understand. "Gu, I don't want to run anymore." Gu Cheng's face turned ashen, almost wishing he could crack open her skull to see what was inside. "Are you mad? Do you know what it means to stay here?" His fiancée's voice came cold and calm. "I know. But what can I do? I am just an ordinary person. I want to survive. Staying with them at least means I won't starve or have to dodge those horrors every day." "Gu Cheng, I am really tired of living like this." Gu Cheng, flustered, seemed to be seeing the true face of his childhood sweetheart for the first time. "Gu Cheng, don't let your pride force me back into that life, okay?" "Mean pride?" Gu Cheng scoffed, momentarily at a loss for words. "Go then, I don't want to see you again," his fiancée said as she turned away. Before Gu Cheng could speak, Zhang Ka's angry voice cut through. "Thinking of leaving? Dream on." The door creaked open. Wang Wei-chang stepped out, extended his right hand towards Gu Cheng and coldly commanded, "Shadow control." Almost instantly, Gu Cheng's body stiffened, unable to move, only his eyes still rolling in their sockets. "I leave it to you," said Wang Wei-chang as he walked towards Gu Cheng's fiancée, his eyes flashing with admiration as he lifted her chin. Truly a beauty. Gu Cheng's eyes were filled with rage, and despite being hurt by her words, he couldn't bear to witness the scene. Suddenly, a hand crept onto his chest and Zhang Ka's face appeared before his eyes. "You were quite fierce just now, weren't you? Stabbing me, right? Now it's my turn." In an instant, Gu Cheng felt a chill below as a cold breeze blew across His red underwear, a voice tinged with mockery and desire said, "Oh, it's still your zodiac year, huh?" Gu Cheng immediately understood the implication of those words, feeling his scalp tingle and goosebumps all over his body. "No, no, no," he screamed in his heart, feeling the capriciousness of fate and the sadness of the chrysanthemums deeply. "What are you doing here instead of treating your wounds? You're bleeding all over, big brother." Suddenly a loud noise startled the four men. Looking towards the source of the sound, they saw a large sika deer calmly stepping on the chest of a man on the ground, blood splattering everywhere. On the back of the deer a man watched them indifferently. Gu Chen couldn't turn back. He didn't know who had arrived behind him and could only guess by the reactions of the three in front of him. Wang Wei Chang let go of his grip, his eyes wary and full of warning as he asked, "Who are you?" Wu Zhangka quickly retreated, his wounds healing rapidly without him trying to recover, and he moved next to Wang Wei Chang. Though both were lustful, they knew when to prioritize. The newcomer was clearly a foe. Li Xian ignored them and instead focused his gaze on Gu Cheng, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. In timeline number 15, he had arrived too late and the scene had exploded enough to shatter the values of any strayed man. This time he chose to hasten his steps. Although he was a bit late, the scene had not yet fully unfolded. Gu Cheng's personality wouldn't twist, allowing him to die early from the pollution. In past timelines, Gu Cheng had been rescued prematurely twice, contributing greatly to the development of martial techniques. The creation of exclusive martial techniques benefited from Gu Cheng's theories. "I'm talking to you, can't you understand?" Wang Wei Chang shouted explosively, extending his hand towards Li Xian's shadow control. Buzz! Wang Wei Chang's spiritual energy rapidly depleted, reaching a critical point, yet he failed to control Li Xian and his shadow control technique was forcibly interrupted. Pft, pft. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out and his eyes instantly cleared. Until now he had never encountered someone he couldn't control. Almost without thinking, he concluded this person must also be a capable individual. Now, with his own energy drained and the opponent unscathed, he was doomed. It seemed he had provoked someone formidable. Remembering how he dealt with offenders in the past, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, raising his hands high. He now only hoped that this person would not hold a grudge. Thump! Wang Wei Chang kneeled abruptly on the ground, his head nearly sinking into it, his attitude sincere and his tone earnest as he shouted, "Big boss, please forgive me." He couldn't help but praise himself inwardly. What's called knowing the current affairs is being wise. With this posture, this attitude, how could the other party find an excuse? Zhang Ka stood by stunned. What happened? Why did my boss suddenly kneel? He looked around and, thinking if he didn't kneel he might get into trouble later, made up his mind and with a thud knelt deeper than Wang Wei Chang. "Big boss, please forgive me." The sudden commotion broke the waist of Gu Cheng and his fiancée, who stared in disbelief at the two men suddenly kneeling down, completely baffled. The fiancée even thought perhaps she should kneel too. Gu Cheng felt as if ants were crawling in his heart, very much wanting to turn around and see who this almighty person was who could make the most arrogant men kneel and beg for mercy in an instant. Alas, he couldn't move. Behind him, Li Xian averted his gaze for the first time to look at the two individuals prostrating themselves on the ground, his eyes filled with admiration. Their demeanor was excellent, arguably the best he had seen in days. They knelt without hesitation, clearly understanding the times. Li Xian could see why they had been praised on the 15th. Unfortunately, he possessed the skills they needed. As for the other, he thought he might leave that one to his future assistant to deal with his frustrations. With a wave of his hand, a dagger appeared out of thin air and vanished at a speed invisible to the naked eye. With a puff, the dagger reappeared, this time in the back of Wang Wei Chang's neck, blood spurting as his body collapsed to the right, revealing the blade protruding from his neck. It was a lethal strike. Immediately after, black flames ravaged out, rapidly disintegrating the body, which vanished without a trace in just 2 seconds. The fiancée, who had been scared stiff until now, finally snapped back to reality, screaming before quickly covering her mouth, her eyes wide with terror and helplessness. Zhang Ka turned his head stiffly, looking at the empty space beside him, his mind in turmoil. Li Xian waved his hand again, lifting the shadow control technique from Gu Cheng, who looked at Li Xian with a mix of confusion, incomprehension and gratitude. "Can I really do anything I want?" he asked. "Of course," Li Xian replied, pulling out a book to read. This page documented the encounter between number 15 and Gu Cheng. He was curious to see what choice Gu Cheng would make this time. Meanwhile, he had also used the shadow control technique on Zhang Ka. Turning back, Gu Cheng took a deep breath, picked up the dagger that had been drawn earlier and stepped towards Zhang Ka. With each step his desire to kill intensified. Just a bit more, you deserve to die, you must die. Gu Cheng grabbed Zhang Ka by the neck, stabbing once, twice, 3 times. Blood spurted, the blade slicing through flesh, cutting deeply. Bloody chunks of flesh either fell to the ground or stuck to his clothes. Throughout, his expression was stone cold. His movements quick and steady. It was not until Zhang Ka's innards were hollowed out, leaving a hole in his chest larger than his head, that Gu Cheng finally stopped. He turned to his fiancée, who was now dry heaving uncontrollably, and slowly wiped the dagger with Zhang Ka's clothing. His mind wandered back to their past. They had grown up together, known each other for nearly 25 years, and had been discussing marriage since they were 18. They were engaged and had even registered their marriage, but both were graduate students preparing for doctoral studies, busy with academics, and never had the time for a wedding ceremony. Gu Cheng had always wanted to make up for this regret. He believed that only by holding a wedding and receiving blessings from friends and family would they truly be married, hence he still referred to his partner as his fiancée. After the apocalypse, they had supported each other until this tragic day. Gu Cheng was at a loss for what to do: forgive, let go, kill. He was engulfed by confusion. Li Xian was flipping through his autobiography, in the space-time of number 15-inch, because he was a step late. Tragedy had already struck. Gu Cheng couldn't bear this truth, but years of friendship also prevented him from taking drastic action. Ultimately he chose to let his fiancée go. Unfortunately, Gu Cheng overlooked one thing. In the apocalypse, a defenseless woman, especially a beautiful one, walking alone outside, would face terrible ordeals. Roughly 3 days after she left, she died in a gathering place. This incident further exacerbated Gu Cheng's illness. Now Li Xian was simply waiting for his decision, ready to support whatever he chose. For him, it was a simple gesture that could stabilize and win back a talented individual, a worthwhile trade. In their waiting, Gu Cheng stood up, walked over to his fiancée, his tone icy cold. Fan Xiuyu, I give you 2 choices, he said. First, continue to follow me, but from now on you belong only to me. We can't go back to how things were. Second, leave on your own and find another place. Gu Cheng stared intensely at Fan Xiuyu, unable to let go of their past. Fan Xiuyu paused, not answering him, but instead turned to look at Li Xian. Sir, I would like to know what kind of treatment Gu Cheng will receive if he follows you. Li Xian put down his book, his smile amiable. For talents, the research institute is very welcoming. Just by joining one can have the status of a formal researcher. Fan Xiuyu didn't ask further. This answer was sufficient for her. She turned back to Gu Cheng, her smile both radiant and tragic. I just want to survive, to have enough to eat and wear. Whoever provides for me, I will follow, whether it's you or someone else. She tiptoed and whispered in Gu Cheng's ear, her warm breath caressing his earlobe, her tone seductive. Ah, Cheng, keep me, will you? Gu Cheng felt his brain tingle, an indescribable emotion bubbling up from his heart. Past affections, now so repulsive, felt like a knife stabbing into his heart. He suddenly understood a saying: the closer people are to you, the more they know how to hurt you. He coldly pushed Fan Xiuyu away, his expression filled with unprecedented disgust, watching her expression freeze as she fell to the ground. Provoking me, you win? He angrily turned and walked towards Li Xian, not seeing the shattered teardrops of Fan Xiuyu. Through her blurred vision, Fan Xiuyu watched Gu Cheng gradually move away from her, pushed away by her own hands. She knew how to hurt Gu Cheng's heart and how to please him, but what did it matter? As Gu Cheng had said, from the moment she chose to stay, they could never go back to how they were before. Once a wound appears, it can never heal completely, like a chasm between their souls. Amidst her tearful eyes and the spotty light and shadows, only the eternal sun hung in the sky, casting into her eyes, deeply embedded in her heart. Fan Xiuyu knew she would never forget this moment in the bizarre and illusory bubble of reality. Only that scorching truth remained unchanged. Hot flame reality, I see the eternal unchanging truth, she thought. In a daze, she felt her spirit drift into that scorching heat, the boiling truth enveloping her. Li Xian's gaze fell upon Fan Xiuyu, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over him, a feeling he once experienced and could never forget. How far can you go, you who see the illusion? He wondered quietly to himself with a faint smile, then shifted his attention away. He had seen many who by chance had seen through the world's illusions, but confronting the truth was like looking directly at the sun. Too many were afraid of the sun's glare, spending their days cowering, wearing hats and standing at the boundary of light and shadow, unable to move forward or back, like fish stranded on shore. Few among the multitudes could transcend under the scorching sun. The truth varied from person to person, but invariably it was a revelation that could change their lives profoundly. Such joy was beyond words, understood only by those who experienced it. In ancient times in the East, this was called enlightenment, sudden realization, with a harmonious response between heaven and man, considered the essence of the world. As a poem goes with the title News from Qiantang River, today I finally realized that I am myself. Li Xian called it truth, the sole remainder after stripping away all falsehoods. Gu Cheng's words interrupted his thoughts. Sir, what do you need me to do? Join us and then complete the project assigned to you. After answering all of Gu Cheng's questions, Li Xian handed him a communicator. Someone from the Research Institute will come tonight. Use this to prove your identity, and they will inform you of your specific tasks. Yes, thank you, Sir Li. Li Xian glanced at him. Suddenly, after all this modern influence, why do you speak in such a feudal manner? Then brotherly, that sounds better. Li Xian patted Gu Cheng on the shoulder and continued forward, glancing at Fan Xiaoyu as he passed. She still seemed to be in a trance, as if only an empty shell remained. What effect will the truth realized in this apocalypse have? It's an unexpected pleasure, but you without any special powers, being a canary, can you change your destiny? It's uncertain if you can survive this ordeal. Tonight we'll see the results. If outstanding, why not share one of the 92 fruits with you? Li Xian's thoughts raced, but he said nothing in the end, mounted a deer and left Qiantang town. Gu Cheng watched him go, then sat beside Fan Xiaoyu, silently watching the sunrise in the distance, occasionally staring at her face in a daze. Time quietly passed. The evening glow fell upon the earth. Fan Xiaoyu came back to her senses, looked at the man beside her who seemed lost in thought, and noticed her body was covered with a jacket. Gu Cheng's indifferent voice came through. Wake up and follow me. Fan Xiaoyu licked her lips and subconsciously reached out her hand, but Gu Cheng did not move, just coldly watching her. Her right hand hung awkwardly in the air before she pulled it back, propped herself up from the ground, dusted off her clothes, and handed them to Gu Cheng. Here. Gu Cheng took the jacket and walked ahead on his own. Fan Xiaoyu followed by his side, staring at his profile until she tripped over a stone on the ground, scraping her knee and blood seeping through. She couldn't help but frown, tearing the fabric at her knee and gently brushing away the dust and gravel. Gu Cheng said nothing, merely stopping to watch quietly. Night fell. Both adhered to their agreement strictly, one fulfilling her duties as a canary and the other exercising his rights as the financier. After a stormy night, Gu Cheng fell into a deep sleep. Fan Xiaoyu, disheveled, rubbed her sore lower body. Her gaze no longer held the tender charm of before, replaced by an indecipherable expression, as if numerous emotions had been crushed and smeared across her face. She stared at the bright moon outside the window, unable to snap back to reality for a long time. Meanwhile, Li Xian stopped in the wilderness. Perhaps due to the aura of the place, coupled with the lack of human interference, the vegetation grew astonishingly fast. In just over a dozen days, it resembled a primeval forest. Fortunately, not many creatures had died yet, and the world had not reached the critical point of expansion. Otherwise, the journey to the capital would have been indefinitely postponed. According to as many autobiographical studies, if everything went smoothly, the world's expansion would likely begin around March of the following year. Remembering this, he thought of Event 7, the first observation of the world's expansion and the strange changes in the stars. To this day, he had only understood the mechanism of world expansion, while the stars remained largely a mystery. One thing was certain. Once the world began to expand, it meant the gods were about to revive, their powers greatly influencing reality. The revival of the gods was inevitable, and all he could do was try to delay it as much as possible, though it seemed he was reaching his limit unless he could achieve a major breakthrough. The earliest he could advance to the 6th stage was by May, and it would take another month or two to gather enough energy to reach the 7th stage, and the 8th stage. Reaching it before the revival of the gods was his only chance for survival. Li Xian pondered this issue again as the heat on his chest awakened him. The autobiography had updated. On March 15, the autobiography ceased updates. He had someone keep an eye on Fan Xiaoyu, one of the few who had undergone changes, who typically died early or existed merely as an appendage to Gu Cheng. Now that she had found her own truth, he didn't believe she would remain inactive, though she might also become despondent, afraid to confront the reality. A trial, wasn't it? On March 25, he arrived in the capital and everything proceeded according to plan. Knowing the outcome already, he didn't pay much attention. It was quite boring. On April 9, interestingly, Fan Xiaoyu joined the Research Institute as an assistant, having persuaded Gu Cheng. On May 29, she passed the assessment and became an official researcher on equal standing with Gu Cheng, yet she still fulfilled her duties as a canary. Observing Gu Cheng, who was becoming increasingly haggard, I couldn't help but wonder who was the real canary. On July 29, the world united under The Stellar Alliance and the construction of joint bases was in full swing. The Absolute Skylink project was officially implemented. Gu Cheng was assigned to the third base and Fan Xiaoyu to the fifth base, which was basically the headquarters. By August 19, I grew tired of watching them. They, like me, spent their days buried in studies and experiments. Surprisingly, Fan Xiaoyu did not use her advantages to secure more resources, which caught me off guard. On September 1, all the existing wooden boxes were in my possession. I gathered some people and had them consume the fruits, including the two of them. The results were quite good. The abilities they acquired were supportive in nature, fitting for personnel in the rear. By November 28, the containment entities appeared ahead of schedule. Since I was already aware of their locations and details, it did not cause any disturbance. We contained and sealed them without issue. On January 9 of the following year, containment entities began appearing on a large scale. Fortunately, I was prepared, though unfortunately, due to errors made by two individuals, one escaped. I decided not to use them next time. On March 14, the opposition seemed to have noticed something was amiss, as many new containment entities appeared. Thankfully, most of the previously appeared entities had been contained, so there was no need to dispatch more personnel to handle them, and the situation was still under control. Fan Xiaoyu requested to study the containment entities and I agreed. Strangely, I wondered why the expansion of the world hadn't started yet. On April 16, the first Class A containment entity appeared, labeled A37. Currently, we classify containment entities into 4 categories: A, B, C, D, indicating the level of threat, followed by a number indicating the difficulty of containment. So far, we have been unable to contain any entities with numbers in the top 10. The difficulty is too great and the cost too high. Aside from some special entities, we only take measures to supervise the others. On June 9, an interesting phenomenon occurred: the world began to expand. At the same time, a Class A containment entity accidentally leaked, causing a massive number of organisms to become pregnant regardless of gender and give birth to a multitude of malformed newborns within a day. Then, the world's expansion stopped and no new land continued to appear. On August 13, Fan Xiaoyu submitted a research report, a rather arcane piece. In essence, she had discovered the inherent traits of the containment entities, the source of their energy. She combined this discovery with various theories of cultivation to create a new set of practices. These practices did not use spiritual energy as their source. Instead, they connected directly to the containment entities, borrowing their energy for power. In other words, she had found a way to transfer divine energy, exploiting a loophole to allow this energy to be transmitted to the user. It resembled the divine vessel spoken of in Legend 15. I sensed something amiss and investigated further. Initially, I thought the two had reconciled, but to my surprise, Gu Cheng had been confined. Now, Gu Cheng is Fan Xiaoyu's canary, dearly kept and pampered at home, looking healthier but bearing the expression of someone who no longer wished to live. I generally avoid meddling in marital affairs, but without a doubt I had stumbled upon a golden leak. I thought Gu Cheng was my only find, but it turned out to be a double yoke. On September 11, 26, after some testing, her technique proved effective but highly damaging to the human body, akin to self-mutilation with each use. Though entirely acceptable, this meant more people could partake in the war, significantly boosting our living forces. By December 6, 26, numerous Class A containment items suddenly appeared. Fan Xiaoyu's technique still required refinement. The primary focus was to enhance energy transmission and reduce harm to the human body. We've improved it to the third version, but progress is increasingly slow, needing more theoretical support. The expansion of the world had begun, and no amount of aberrant life could halt it. By February 9, 27, we couldn't wait any longer. It was time to commence the mass breakthroughs to the 7th tier. I made dual preparations. Some would break through using containment items, while others would do so independently. I provided all the scouted location information, asking them to report their final position post-breakthrough. Thanks to the properties of several containment items, they could forcibly survive a few more seconds. The location information of the sanctuary was a complex system, not just encompassing existing positioning systems but also several additional dimensions. This system was compiled thanks to the experience I accumulated after multiple 7th-tier breakthroughs documented in my autobiography. By August 14, 27, all capable of reaching the 7th tier had done so. Only 21 who used containment items remained by my side. The rest perished during the breakthrough, with some managing to send back their location information. Most, however, returned nothing, their consciousness utterly scrambled. To date, I hold only 18 pieces of location information. Now, the deities are nearly revived. Nearly everyone is dead, surrounded only by familiar faces. Fans show you couldn't. Hang on. The higher she climbed, the more she doubted the sun. She died during her sixth-tier breakthrough, unable to survive the first challenge of consciousness transformation. On September 19, year 27, the deities revived. Apart from us, the seventh tiers, all other beings had perished. Due to the diversity of our containment items, we joined different divine races. I remained with the star spirits. As before, the deities showed no concern for us. On February 14, year 28, I reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier only to find the path to the 8th tier severed. Despite my mental preparations, I was still enraged. I could not endure such a disparity. On that day, I gradually received messages from other 7th tiers. Following my instructions, they requested audiences with the deities, all of whom succeeded. They each posed questions to the deities. Some received answers, while others gained nothing, for instance, all from the Trigod race failed, as did the top 10 of the 100 races at the 7th tier. I cannot verify the accuracy of the news. After all, their wills have been tampered with. Who knows whether the messages passed on are true or false, but it doesn't matter, even lies are needed by me. Time will validate everything, and sooner or later, the truth will be pieced together from these lies. On March 11 of the 28th year, all the 7th ranks had become the dependents of deities. I could still hold on for some time. The war of faith erupted under my instigation. They became my enemies, and it was the first time I saw them with their wills tampered like puppets. On June 19 of the 28th year, the war was nearing its end and I was also reaching my limit. I requested an audience with the deity. The star spirit god agreed. It was still in that temple, and it was still that priest. His voice was magnificent. Leader of the smugglers, you are finally ready, he said. I couldn't help but instinctively praise him. The submission from the depths of my soul tormented me. My heart spoke one language, but the words uttered were entirely different. The deity who controls the stars, your dependents greet you here. Before fully integrating into this era, I wish to ask you a few questions. His gaze became benevolent and kind, nodding at me to continue. I asked my first question. Are there any items left over from the extraordinary beings of the previous era? He implied something in his response. Aren't the techniques you practice left by them? I frowned, as the origin of the techniques was deduced by my repeated reasoning. How could they be relics of a past era? I asked directly. His answer touched on my knowledge blind spots. Beings dying, materials dissipate, but information does not, knowledge does not. Your insights and sudden realizations are all influenced by contemporaries. They died, but their influence on the era will continue until its end. I found it hard to understand this, it was too incredible. Does this not mean that everything is just a cycle? He continued, the end of an era is always like this. You are luckier than them, moving from the end of an era to the beginning of a new one. I couldn't help but ask another question. It seems you have survived many eras. He chuckled softly. As eras change, all things rise and fall, but deities are eternal, everlasting. As my will was about to collapse, I heard his voice again. Yet another uninteresting era. However, Li Xian couldn't recover from his astonishment for a long time. The amount of information was overwhelming. It overturned many of his previous theories, especially those about the last few sections representing things that were rather terrifying. Everlasting, deities eternal, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Is this boss a bit too much? Where's the designer? Come out for a bit, I'll treat you to something to eat, Li Xian muttered to himself sarcastically before calming down. After a long while, he began to gather his thoughts, summarizing the information he had collected over the past few days, weighing the pros and cons and planning his next steps. First, he needed to discern truth from deception. Considering the worst possibility, he knew he had to take it seriously. Otherwise, if it turned out to be true, it would be disastrous. If it were true, in what ways would the immortality of the gods manifest? Superfast healing, resurrection after death. He recalled a term that had appeared before, or perhaps the power of authority, but now the path to the 8th order was entirely blocked. No, even the 7th order was unreachable, and he knew nothing of the 8th. Moreover, it seemed that having authority was what made one a god. Merely having power was characteristic of the 8th order. Could it be assumed then that authority was the most crucial aspect of a god? Li Xian stood motionless, his mind a mess, and chuckled at himself mockingly. Regarding gods, there were two things he didn't note: this and that. Planning, what a joke. His anxiety stemmed mainly from two reasons. First, he was utterly in the dark about everything. Second, what if this time he was meant to be the vanguard? His autobiography offered no hints. He could only infer the timeline from its updates. therefore every time it updated he behaved as if he were the vanguard pressed for time and unable to afford any delays. Only at the moment of an autobiography update could he briefly relax, then based on the autobiography he would either confirm or overturn his plans from the day before. Doubt contemplation decision action relief adjustment doubt contemplation. He repeated this cycle over and over again. Of course Lee Xin blamed no one but himself. It was just his nature that had led to such bitter outcomes. He had noticed that compared to the Lee Xin of the main timeline, the Lee Xin of the sub-timeline had a more distinct personality, often making decisions contrary to his. The divergence between the main and sub-timelines perhaps began the moment the autobiographies ceased updating, leading them onto completely different life paths. Various thoughts flickered through Lee Xin's mind, ultimately culminating in a deep sigh. He was thinking too far ahead. He needed to focus on the path immediately before him. These recent days of travel had not encountered many talents. People from other directions from research institutes were heading to recruit them. Many gathering places did not require his intervention. The institute's people would handle it. He just needed to take care of a few major bases. It seemed he would spend the next couple of days on the back of a deer. Lee Xin glanced at Mei Ling but did not set off immediately. He indeed did not need rest, but Mei Ling did. No matter how minor a first-order creature it was, now it needed rest. Taking out his autobiography, he began to browse through knowledge. He had already completed basic theories, and what remained was the black technology of various timelines. In the dense forest, Lee Xin leaned against Mei Ling, legs stretched out supporting the autobiography on his thighs, slowly flipping through it. It was early morning. Lee Xin did not hurry to leave. In this spacetime on the 16th he had encountered several people nearby. At that time, the 16th was too busy traveling and did not interact with them, which later during the reclaiming of the Dragon Nation these few people had caused some troubles hindering progress. This had not been an issue before. Upon closely examining his autobiography, Lee Xin discovered the reason for the unexpected turn of events. The primary factor was the gathering points that he used to conquer along the way, which were then managed by the Institute's powerful personnel to suppress any dissent. However, Route 16 had been redesigned and no longer included the conquest of these gathering points ahead. This led to the group reaching the gathering point, assessing the situation, confirming they could defeat the local leader, and then seizing control, claiming the territory as their own. In the subsequent battles to subdue the Dragon Nation, the capital identified these individuals. Some were from the military, others were top students from military academies, including theoretical experts and seasoned practitioners. The capital, accustomed to dealing with irregular forces, was caught off guard by this organized military, resulting in a shortfall in the planned number of troops. This caused a stalemate at the front, hindering the expeditionary forces from reaching their destination on time, which in turn led to a blunder on another front, costing them significantly more to secure the base. It was a domino effect. As Lee Xin pondered this, he continued flipping through his autobiography, estimating that it wouldn't be long before he encountered this group again. Now he wondered, should he subdue them or eliminate them? Their ability to hinder the expeditionary army was undoubtedly strong. Subduing them could significantly aid the upcoming battles, but eliminating them would similarly remove obstacles. Su Qingyun led the team. His special ability allowed him to see great distances, making him responsible for scouting ahead. "Gentlemen, there is someone about a kilometer away." He paused, his footsteps halting momentarily. "Just one person, let us go around." "Don't waste time," came the reply from Zhang Zhe behind him. Su Qingyun nodded, took a few steps forward, then stopped again, swallowing hard and clutching his empty stomach. "Wait, it's a superhuman, possibly with a storage space ability. I saw him pull out food from thin air," he announced, and the marching team instantly buzzed with excitement. "Food? That's great, our food supplies are running low," someone exclaimed. "Since he has such an ability, he must have a good amount of food, which could really help us out. We still have more than a day's journey ahead and we need enough food." Zhang Zhe stepped forward as the leader of the group. "Old 3 Fatty Tiger, go and make contact. See if we can trade, and if he refuses," he sneered, "grab him and force him until he hands over all his food. The rest of you rest here until the food is secured." Zhang Zhe spoke indifferently. "Let us hope he is sensible, otherwise don't blame us for being ruthless." Fatty said menacingly. Su Qingyun glanced at the three men and advised, "Be careful, he is also a superhuman." Lao San sneered. "There are differences among those with special abilities. This one merely possessed a support ability. How could he possibly stand a chance in a fight to the death against us?" Huzi nodded in agreement, reassuring everyone, "Don't worry, wait for our good news." Su Qingyun didn't say much more. He had mentioned it casually, not expecting any issues with the operation. Moreover, he could monitor the situation in real time and arrive quickly in case of an emergency. After all, weren't all 17 of them capable individuals? To them, dealing with a lone support ability user would be like capturing something effortlessly. They watched as the three men departed, using their abilities to keep tabs on the situation in real time. The trio hastened along, covering a kilometer in the blink of an eye. Huzi spotted a man's figure ahead and gestured to the others to follow him. They moved through the bushes and a small clearing appeared before them, occupied by a man and a beast. Huzi glanced at Mei Ling and relaxed. Initially startled by the large size of the wild beast, he now realized it was just a sika deer, posing no threat to them. The man was their real focus now. As the man looked up at them, his gaze seemed to size them up. Pondering silently without uttering a word, Lao San arrogantly pointed at the man and said, "Hey kid, hand over the food and we'll let you go." The man's expression turned strange as he observed the three before him and shook his head dismissively. Before anyone could react, Li Xin raised his hand and made a pressing motion. Bang! Lao San's expression froze instantly, overwhelmed by an unbearable force from all directions, leaving him gasping for air and his knees buckling, pinning him to the ground, immobilized. His eyes reddened in anger as he tried to summon his brothers for help, but suddenly the sound of two bodies hitting the ground followed. Bang, bang. Dust covered his face. Damn it, we've run into a tough one. Huzi felt a tremor of fear, unable to speak due to the invisible pressure, his only hope now laying with Su Qingyun. "Old Su, come save us," he screamed inwardly. Meanwhile, almost simultaneously, Su Qingyun exclaimed, "Not good. They've been caught." Instantly, everyone stood up, pulling out their weapons, each clutching a gun. Zhang Zhe frowned deeply and cursed, "Useless fools, 3 against 1 and they still can't win. Let us go help them, old Su, keep us updated as we move." He was truly annoyed. How could things have gone wrong so quickly? "Old Su, what's the situation on the other side?" "Just one person, but we underestimated his strength," Su Qingyun replied. Zhang Zhe was surprised, then sneered as he glanced at their numbers and the firearms in hand. "So we underestimated him, but he's just one man. I don't believe he can withstand a barrage of bullets." Once everyone arrived at the location, positions were taken. Zhang Zhe, visibly angered, commanded, "Rescue them first, then fill him with bullets. He dared to capture our people. I think he's tired of living." "Yes," everyone responded in unison, gripping their firearms and charging forward. Su Qingyun's gaze sharpened. "Hurry up, he's disappeared." Zhang Zhe was truly anxious now. "Running? It seems he knows we're here, but it's too late to run now. Speed up, we must capture him alive." "Yes." The group quickened their pace, but before they could take many steps, a man abruptly appeared before them. "Everyone is here." "Perfect." Su Qingyun's pupils contracted. "It's him." Zhang Zhe halted without a word. He quickly raised his gun and fired. Bang! A gunshot spread through the jungle and the others also raised their guns, aiming at the man before them. Bang! 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 The bright yellow bullets tore through the air, flying straight at the man. "Seeking death," Li Xian's icy voice echoed. The next second, everyone suddenly became unable to move, as if time had frozen at that moment. Li Xian stood with his back to the group, his right hand loosely clenched, then suddenly tightened. Bang! 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 14 bursts of blood and flesh exploded like fireworks in the jungle. Bloody chunks mixed with bones flew in all directions. "This way is more efficient." After dealing with these troublesome guys, Li Xian continued on his way. It was now March 16, 2025, and he was expected to arrive at the first major gathering place in city by the next afternoon. Strictly speaking, In City wasn't a city but a military district well stocked with firearms and personnel. After the initial days of chaos, the people of In City had managed to fend off the zombies using firearms. Within the borders of Long Country, there were 8 major military districts. At the onset of the apocalypse, only 10 cities, including 8 military districts along with Jing City and Tianshui City, managed to hold their ground. The rest had fallen, with only some scattered small gatherings remaining. Among the 8 major military districts, 2 had pledged allegiance to Jing City. This was possible because the original leaders survived and regained control of power. This also meant that if one wanted to conquer Long Country, there were only 7 major bases that needed to be taken. With communication cut off, these 7 major bases operated independently, making it difficult to coordinate with each other, and thus each had to be conquered separately. Under normal circumstances, this stalemate might have lasted a long time, but Li Xian, having peered into the future multiple times, was well aware of their situations and strengths, and he also possessed future technology. In contrast, the 7 bases knew nothing about him and were far behind in terms of equipment, technology, and the power of their capabilities. Li Xian led Mei Ling forward, occasionally taking out his autobiography to read and correcting their course. Although Mei Ling had gained some intelligence, it couldn't compare to humans and often strayed due to its instincts. In other words, this creature had a poor sense of direction. Li Xian didn't mind this. Instead of finding a new mount, he preferred to let Mei Ling continue serving as his transportation. As the sun set and the crescent moon hung high, Li Xian updated his autobiography. It had taken him 2 hours to review it, and he shook his head in frustration. The gains on the 17th were actually not bad, about the same as the 16th, fairly standard. He had developed some theories, some of which had been turned into reality. Regarding the location of the sanctuary, this time some different individuals had made a breakthrough, obtaining 20 coordinates. The dealings with the divine also made progress. On the 17th inch, after numerous inquiries, a language trap based on logic was designed using the information obtained from various deities, cross-verifying certain matters. This included the superpower system of this era and some details about the gods themselves. After all, lies are inherently false. The more one speaks, the more discrepancies arise, especially with the gods, who were unaware that number 17 had already learned much, making it easy to extract more information from them. Surprisingly, the star spirit god hadn't lied to me at all. Li Xian found this baffling. Was it the magnanimity of the gods, or did they think it inconsequential whether I knew or not, or perhaps there were reasons unknown to me? Unable to find an answer, Li Xian simply turned to reading his autobiography to learn more. Meanwhile, as he was busy traveling and studying, another quarrel broke out in the research institute. As usual, it was about who would take charge of the new research projects. These projects were highly coveted. Whoever took them on would gain access to continuous resources, a tangible benefit. Moreover, being all research enthusiasts, none were willing to let such opportunities slip away easily. However, the allocation of resources by the institute would depend on new discoveries. This project is meant for me. I recognized instantly, it seemed tailor-made for me. When have you not said that? Stop fighting, the capable should handle more. This project aligns perfectly with what I managed before and should logically be mine. Don't think I don't know you, re a materials scientist. This is about energy studies. What does it have to do with you? Huang Bo slammed his hand on the table, his face red with anger. You guys are too much. We agreed I would take this project, and now you come to snatch it from me. Last time was last time, this time is now. If you can bring the past me here, a corpulent man retorted. Huang Bo was shocked, pointing at him and trembling with anger. Before he could speak, others joined in the commotion. Old Bo, you're the one who's overdoing it. Last time, that was 4 days ago. You've used that excuse to snag 2 new projects since then. Leave us some scraps. Huang Bo retracted his finger, coughed lightly, and smoothly changed the subject. Haha, researchers, right? How can we talk about deception? By the way, the weather is really nice today. It's my turn this time. I haven't received a new project in 3 days, and if this continues, my subordinates will start cursing at me. 3 days? That's only because you've taken on too many projects. With that few people and still taking on more, you really think of your subordinates as beasts. You better sleep with one eye open lest they strangle you in your sleep. As the argument escalated towards a full-blown brawl, a special envoy from headquarters seated at the head of the table cleared his throat. Alright, enough, let us not damage the harmony. Since you haven't decided on the project's allocation, let me handle it. What do you think? Huang Bo was the first to agree. I agree with Brother Joe's suggestion. We being too inefficient with all this quarreling. We as researchers value efficiency. Upon hearing this, the rest glared at Huang Bo in anger. It seems that the honored ones often forget, not recalling who initiated this tradition. If I remember correctly, it was you rascal, who started it all. Despite the disdain from others, they all agreed. Eventually, these projects based on future information were assigned to the most suitable individuals at present. Joey finished allocating the projects and moved on to the next process, involving the handover to newcomers, taking over gathering spots and various other tasks. As he watched everyone leave, Joey, also known as Li Xian's clone number 1, is silently opened a document storing knowledge and began to study. So far, the research institute has blossomed everywhere, with many conquered gathering spots now housing personnel from the institute. Many people left with projects in hand. Excluding temporary staff, the institute has grown to a scale of over 10,000 people. The scientific research department alone boasts more than 10 top scholars, over 100 scientific research leaders, and more than 1,000 assistants, making up 1/10 of the institute's size. The research institute is thriving. The previous interaction seemed as if he possessed spiritual intelligence, but in reality it was Li Xin remotely controlling it. This was made possible by the study of the star spirit race, a technique about consciousness splitting that allows his consciousness to branch off and inhabit a clone. Li Xin also made subtle adjustments. The split consciousness could only focus on learning, thereby accelerating the accumulation of knowledge. When interacting with others, the original body would take over this physical form. Thus, although Li Xin appears to be constantly on the move and studying every day, he's actually quite busy. On March 17, 2025, early in the morning, Huang Bo got up early, washed up, and headed to the laboratory. The branch he is currently in is no longer in Tianshui City but in another city which boasts more advanced research facilities and larger venues meeting most of their needs. He is now an A3 level personnel, part of the management of the institute, where A stands for the area he is responsible for, scientific research. This is the core department of the Divine Spirit Research Institute. All operations are centered around ensuring the smooth functioning of the research department. A 1 level represents those who have just joined the institute, unable to complete scientific projects independently, lacking sufficient professional knowledge, primarily serving as assistants responsible for simple scientific tasks, in other words, those who handle miscellaneous knowledge tasks. A 2 level denotes those who can proficiently and independently complete scientific projects, have deep expertise in a specific field, and serve mainly as researchers, forming the backbone of scientific research, essentially, the knowledgeable workers. A 3 level indicates those who have deep accomplishments in multiple fields, can develop new theories based on existing ones, possess sharp insight and practical experience, can establish their own laboratories, and participate in managing the operations of the research department. Leading scientific projects. To put it simply, the management personnel possess strong professional knowledge. The distinction in authority between different divisions is generally the same. However, the field operations division is different, where authority is divided based on level and strength, encompassing 7 levels of authority. It is rumored that there are even more detailed subdivisions internally. Apart from this, the 3rd level of authority is the highest in other divisions, followed by the 4th and 5th levels of authority, which belong to the senior levels of the research institute. Huang Bo is unclear what these 2 levels of authority represent. Currently, the only person he can interact with is a special envoy from the headquarters who holds the 4th level of authority. Unfortunately, this person is rather aloof, spending most of their time on their own tasks, meeting with them only when there are orders from the headquarters or new projects. In the Divine Research Institute, authority is of utmost importance. Many matters and secrets are inaccessible without sufficient clearance. Huang Bo is eager to elevate his authority level. With level A3 authority, he has already gained access to numerous confidential insights. What more could levels 4 and 5 hold? His dedication to taking on projects is driven by a desire to improve through practical experience, a curiosity about the unknown, and a hope to enhance his own authority. Through his research findings, curiosity gnaws at him. Where does the institute gather such vast knowledge from? It's overwhelming. He had not noticed it before, but as his clearance level has increased, the revelations have been astonishing. When he was initially recruited, it was probably by someone from the Field Operations Division, though he doesn't know their exact level of authority. He recalls hearing from the newcomers that many had met Li Xin, lost in thought. Huang Bo soon arrives at the laboratory. After completing rigorous sanitation procedures, he enters. The lab is not small, spanning over 500 square meters, with more than 100 people divided into areas conducting experiments. Currently, he is managing 4 projects. One of them is about to be completed due to new theoretical insights, another is midway, and the remaining 2 have just started. Logically, in times of staff shortage, managing 1 or 2 projects is most prudent. However, Huang Bo has noticed that almost daily new knowledge emerges in the data repository, much of which relates to the ongoing projects and can accelerate the experimental process. Some even yield unexpected results, providing a batch of resources for free. Thus, he took a risk and took on 2 more projects, which turned out to be gratifying. Unfortunately, others have noticed this and started to take on more projects as well, which was the main cause of yesterday's argument. It's hard to determine just how many divisions the institute has, and how many people are engaged in research simultaneously yielding so many results. It's all quite elusive. Huang Bo feels somewhat emotional but more so fortunate. He has never experienced such research conditions before. Here he doesn't have to worry about funding issues, misguided directives from laymen above, suppression by seniors, poaching of results, or the tediousness of showmanship and networking. These were all issues that used to give him headaches. In this institute he can fully demonstrate his talents, propose any wildly imaginative ideas, and as long as there's a theoretical basis, or even a slight possibility of realization, the institute is never stingy. He can avoid socializing altogether and immerse himself entirely in scientific research, with the upper echelons respecting his ideas and not interfering excessively, granting him ample freedom. He had no concerns about his achievements being stolen. Credit was given where credit was due. Just 2 days ago, a researcher tried to steal the results from one of his assistants. However, Joey exposed the deceit the very same day. The researcher was stripped of his privileges, power and resources, reduced to a non-staff member, a status known mockingly as expendable. The assistant, on the other hand, because of his outstanding results, was promoted to A2 level, though he had to pass an assessment within a set time frame. Furthermore, the ever-expanding database provided a level of comfort he had never experienced before. His reverie was interrupted by a voice. "Manager, the Spirit Pattern Project has yielded results that align with the theories, and it has passed all tests. It can perform stably and is ready for real-world trials." Huang Bo nodded and moved to the outside of the laboratory to inspect the activation, use, power and recovery processes of the Spirit Pattern Restraint device. "You've done very well," he praised. "Content. Bring the device and contact the Field Operations Department to carry out the experiment." Once a prototype was produced, it represented the overcoming of a major challenge. What remained was simply to refine and adjust in practical applications. After watching the researcher leave, Huang Bo proceeded to other areas to check on their progress, correct any mistakes and conduct experiments they were unable to complete. Amidst the bustling activity, it was suddenly noon. That meant it was lunchtime, yet few people left the lab. It is worth noting that in the research department the most popular food was actually an energy liquid. Their current technology had developed an energy liquid that could quickly replenish human energy consumption, akin to a deluxe version of glucose. Some drank it in small original bottles, sipping at a time. Others, more extreme, infused it directly, claiming this method was more effective and convenient. The most radical even proposed using it rectally, believing it to have the highest absorption rate. Though most people despised this method, there were always a few who headed to the restroom at mealtimes and reappeared shortly after. All these activities were observed by Li Xin, who quietly watched, never intervening or correcting unless someone's actions threatened the integrity of the research institute. But such incidents would only occur in subspaces. As his consciousness gradually withdrew and returned to his distant original body, it was the afternoon. After 2 days on the road, Li Xin finally arrived at Anqing, the first major base on his journey. Having dealt with Anqing, he could head north directly to the capital with no other significant bases to obstruct his path. The construction speed of an city is remarkably fast, not only due to its well-established production lines and the large labor force that can be mobilized, but also due to the indispensable role of special abilities. It has been just over 10 days since the apocalypse began, yet towering city walls over 10 meters high have already risen from the ground. These walls protect the undestroyed sectors of an city, providing a significant sense of security. Observation posts are strategically placed on the walls to monitor the surroundings, and teams of 8 soldiers patrol in shifts, each armed with real weapons. Li Xin stood in the shade of the trees observing from a distance. Having completed the Blue Star scenario multiple times, he was well aware of how to deal with an city and had already identified the fastest and most secure approach among various strategies. Li Xin knew there was no need for the brute force tactics that were used at the beginning, where physical prowess alone was used to eliminate all opposition. Although quicker, requiring only half an hour to resolve, this approach would not preserve an city's strength, leading to a shortage of talents during subsequent global campaigns. Instead, the path he chose was meticulously selected. He had gathered intelligence from the future and learned that on this day the high-ranking officials of an city would be out, which historically led to a power shift facilitated by those with ambition. An city was originally a strong supporter of the capital, but today, when the original leaders were ambushed during their outing, it led to a change in control. Subsequently, an city fell to the capital, and one of the ability users who lost his family to the capital's forces went into hiding, refusing to surrender until the resurgence of the divine beings, when he soared to the heavens alone, striking a god in a blaze of life. Remembering the man from the 8th dimension who had greatly shocked number 8-inch and the honest, straightforward middle-aged man from the breech blade scenario, Li Xin realized that today in the primary timeline he would meet this man of great contrasts, Huang Wei. Li Xin squinted his eyes and smiled. Suddenly his keen senses picked up the roar of an engine. Judging by the sound, the high officials of an city were only about 2 kilometers away from him, indicating they were about to enter the ambush zone. Let them come slowly. Without trials and despair, how could they swiftly return to allegiance? He thought, recalling the old saying that heroes appear at the crucial moment, not too early, not too late, but just before the event unfolds to reap full benefits. Of course, Li Xin did not consider himself a hero. He never saw himself as a protagonist in any positive sense. He felt more like a meticulous businessman at this moment. Zhu Linen's armored vehicle was positioned in the middle of the convoy, now moving along a highway flanked by dense forests. His expression was calm, as if the previous events were trivial. Not long ago, they had discovered several still functional heavy machines outside which could compensate for the inadequate production capacity within the city and were surrounded by a wealth of necessary raw materials. However, that area was heavily infested with zombies, forcing them to deploy almost their entire force, leaving only the minimal security forces behind. Even as the supreme leader of an city, he went to the battlefield, serving more to boost morale than to participate in actual combat. To him, this was normal, something he had experienced many times before and expected to experience in the future as well. His deputy's voice came through the walkie-talkie. General, the statistics on casualties and material losses have been compiled. This time, 631 soldiers were deployed, 94 were killed in action, 334 sustained minor injuries, and 115 suffered severe injuries and disabilities. There were 74 superpowered individuals among them, with 5 killed and 29 lightly injured. Each person carried a day's supply of food and water, along with standard combat weapons. The adjutant had not finished speaking when a massive roar overtook his words. Boom! Zhu Linen's pupils shrank violently and he instinctively thought to flee by opening the door, but he quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly crouched down in a protective position. However, it was all too late. He watched helplessly as the armored vehicle tilted. The blast from the explosion dizzied him and the upheaved ground blocked the windows, mixing steel shards with dirt. At that moment the world seemed to mute. Boom! The steel beast, already weighing 5 tons empty, flipped onto its side on the highway, its dust settling slowly, covering the vehicle's body and the crater it had created. Behind and in front of this steel beast, 10 other armored vehicles, only slightly less formidable, were almost simultaneously attacked and flipped over. The human cries, screams and curses were drowned out in the thunderous explosion, nearly vanishing in the subsequent collapses. The next second, over 60 people emerged from the woods on both sides. They were burly, dressed in military uniforms and armed with machine guns, crazily firing at the middle vehicle with hundreds of bullets pouring out every second. The golden bullets converged into fiery red tongues. Bang, bang, bang. Zhu Linen woke up amidst the loud and intense gunfire, shaking his head vigorously, trying to discern who was outside, but restricted by the tilted body of the vehicle he could not see to either side, unless he was willing to open the window and look out. At this moment he was immensely grateful that he had enhanced the bulletproof measures of this vehicle. However, seeing the direction of the vibrations, his expression darkened instantly. Damn, the chassis was within their firing range. No matter how good the bulletproof measures of the chassis were, they couldn't withstand such a furious barrage. As for the other side, Zhu Linen was not worried. The primary enhancements were on the body of the vehicle, the chassis was the only oversight. He had realized something with a grim expression filled with anger. To know our exact location in such a short time and organize such a scale of attack, it could only be an inside job. He remembered the troops left in Anqing. How could he not know who was responsible? In an instant, a rage almost overwhelming enough to crush a person buried his mind. Old Bai, all these years I have been nothing but generous to you. I left you in charge of Anqing because I trusted you, and now this is how you repay me. Zhu Linen was so furious it felt like his heart was under siege. He could hardly believe that over 20 years of brotherhood could be so easily shattered. Following that was a piercing sadness. He couldn't understand why his own brother would treat him this way. He had never wronged Old Bai. On the contrary, Zhu Lin had sincerely treated Old Bai as a brother, always trying to help him out, only to be repaid with such betrayal. Bang! A muffled sound snapped him out of his thoughts. Focusing his eyes, he saw a dent in the armored vehicle's body, a hole formed by a bullet impact appearing before him for the first time in such a reversed form. Zhu Linan looked at the 4 people unconscious inside the vehicle, squatted down, his face full of guilt. In the second-to-last armored vehicle of the convoy, the adjutant stood up, feeling dizzy and disoriented, barely able to hear or see clearly, even seeing double. This state lasted only a few seconds. He bit his tongue sharply, the painful jolt spreading throughout his body, clearing his muddled brain. A rusty taste filled his mouth, a streak of scarlet blood trickling down from the corner of his lips. Only at this moment did he clearly perceive the ongoing low noise of the world around him, identifying what had caused it. He shook his head in disbelief. Had they walked into an ambush? But who would dare to attack them? As this thought crossed his mind, the adjutant shivered, his expression turning ugly. He looked in the direction of the gunfire and saw a group of people through the front window of the vehicle, along with their distinctive uniforms, a deep mix of confusion and anger flashing in his eyes. Damn, it really was him. No good. The general is under attack. We must rescue him quickly. The adjutant's mind raced as he carefully counted the number of soldiers on both sides, almost exactly the number they had left in Anqing. A full mobilization, huh? What audacity! He hurriedly woke up the people who had fainted in the vehicle, moving through the connecting devices to the carriage, where some were already awakening. This was an armored transport truck containing dozens of soldiers. The adjutant woke the others, urging them to grab their weapons and leave the carriage, while pondering, looking at the heavy truck ahead. As the leader of this operation, he knew it held this mission's haul. He realized why the attackers had targeted only the general's armored vehicle. They were all acquaintances of the general, well aware of his operational style, such as always being in the middle of the convoy during missions. Because the communication devices were down, the attackers couldn't know which vehicle carried people and which carried goods. He chuckled dryly, thinking that even at this point they were still thinking about preserving their gains. What a way to court death! The adjutant sneered as he flung open the doors of the train cars, leading his soldiers in a swift disembarkation. One group was tasked with drawing enemy fire, while another was responsible for escorting those inside the cars into the fray. With time pressing and having just sustained an attack, the adjutant could sense something was amiss, but had no time to ponder what it was. Amidst the loud report of gunfire, he and his men managed to open the nearest few cars, and over 100 people rejoined the battlefield. He sneered again, watching his adversaries retreat into the jungle to dodge the bullets. Your indecisiveness is your biggest flaw. Soon he saw shadows emerging from the cars ahead. Clearly most had regained consciousness. Without the element of surprise, how could you possibly defeat us, he thought. Don't forget, the elites of Anqing are mostly here, and there are not many left guarding Anqing. Anger brewed within him. Suddenly he saw people ahead inexplicably falling, and deafening gunfire erupted. No, that can't be right. All of Anqing's people were accounted for. How could there be others? Before he could react, gunfire rang out almost simultaneously from behind him, so close it was as if it was right beside his ear. The hot barrel of a gun pressed against his neck, making him stiffen. A familiar voice reached his ears. It was from a vigorous young officer who had emerged from the train with him, a colonel who had always been by his side. Commander Fu, General Bai sends his regards. You. The adjutant trembled with rage, listening to the relentless gunfire, painfully closing his eyes. He knew his brothers had died, not at the hands of zombies, but by the hands of ambitious traitors. Commander Fu, please stay calm. Don't make this difficult for me, the voice continued. Can you tell me why? After all these years, the general has treated you well, yet you repay kindness with betrayal. The adjutant's voice suddenly became composed, yet if one listened closely, they could detect the immense hatred seething within. The voice behind him quieted for a few seconds before replying. General Lin and is a good man, but times have changed. We want to progress, to live better lives. General Lin and is too old-fashioned, always clinging to the capital, never thinking of independence. How can we live better that way? The voice grew impassioned. But General Bai can lead us to a better life. Following General Bai is the only way to a bright future. The adjutant coldly exposed his lie. No matter how sweet your words, they cannot mask your true nature, you ungrateful traitors. Unexpectedly, the man behind him did not argue back. Instead, another voice chimed in. Little Fu, you are wrong to say that. It is natural for people to aim higher, like water flows to lower places. The land is full of gold. Who wouldn't want to prosper? Wold Bai, overcome with rage, the adjutant could no longer contain his fury. He spun around, intending to perish together with the treacherous scoundrel. Then he saw General Bai standing behind the crowd, smiling at him. Before General Bai, over 100 firearms were aimed at the Aduka. It was not until this moment that he realized how formidable General Bai's influence had become. A profound sense of powerlessness engulfing him. The aide-de-camp muttered, "No wonder you dared to stage a coup and usurp the throne. You've been amassing power under our noses. How about it, join us?" The aide-de-camp said with a scornful smile, lifting the pistol from his waist, the only weapon he had left. He took aim at General Bai, his movements deliberate and slow, as if he had no fear of being interrupted. General Bai sighed and waved his hand to the right. Bang, bang, the aide-de-camp, like a rag doll thrown aside, fell heavily, his head smashing onto the ground. His blood soaked his hair and spread around him. Staring at the fierce sun above, his vision gradually blurred. With his last ounce of strength, he moved the pistol to his temple, his eyes straining to gaze directly at the sun, the eternally burning orb, for the last time. In a daze, he heard General Linen's voice. "Xiao Fu, Don T. Be foolish, how could it be possible?" He smiled foolishly. "General, see you in the next life." Bang, blood splattered. Following the gunshot, a brief silence fell over the battlefield. In front of General Bai, in the direction the aide-de-camp had faced, a middle-aged man screamed desperately and almost fell, but was caught by those behind him, avoiding complete disgrace. To be precise, it wasn't so much support as it was a hostage situation. Zhu Linen walked slowly, everyone watching him with complex expressions. Just minutes ago he had been their supreme commander, General Bai included. Zhu Linen looked disheartened. "Why, I was going to give you my position anyway. You should know I was planning to retire. Time waits for no one and I couldn't wait any longer." General Bai chuckled, giving him a deep look and lifting the pistol that Zhu Linen had gifted him upon his promotion 17 years ago, which he had maintained well. "General Linen, I will see you off on your final journey." Zhu Linen stood still, the cold barrel of the gun pressed against his forehead. His posture, usually erect, now seemed more hunched, his eyes lifeless as he looked at General Bai. His mind was filled with memories of their years together, and he had to admit he had been wrong. He had been wrong for a long time. "As seems like the farce is over," a strange voice echoed in the center of the battlefield. General Bai's brow furrowed, and he suddenly pulled the trigger. He did not wish to be interrupted. But wait, why couldn't he press it down? He felt as if he were pressing not on a trigger but on a diamond, using all his strength, but unable to make it move. A bad premonition rose within him. He quickly drew his saber with his other hand, swung it powerfully with his left hand, and caught the flying saber with his right, gripping the handle tightly and slashing fiercely at Zhu Linen. Clang, clash. To General Bai's astonishment, just as his saber was about to graze Zhu Linen's neck, it shattered into two halves, the silvery blade flipping through the air and embedding itself into the ground. How is this possible? A superpower user. Protect General Bai. The soldiers quickly turned their guns, alertly watching the man who had suddenly appeared on the street. Zhu Linen's eyes narrowed as he turned his head. Who was this? Why did he come to save me? General Bai looked towards the source of the voice, his brows furrowed deeply. What came into his view was a very young man sitting atop a massive cicadere. Just one glance was enough for General Bai to conclude that this man was an enemy, not an ally, and one who could not be swayed. Fire at will, he commanded, believing that even a superpower user couldn't withstand the force of their firearms at this stage. This troublesome young man would be torn to shreds. As the roar of gunfire filled his ears, General Bai no longer paid attention to the young man. Instead, he drew another saber from a nearby soldier and recklessly lunged at Zhu Linen. He had a feeling that the earlier anomaly was caused by this man, but now with the guns firing, he doubted the man could use his powers to continue protecting Zhu Linen. "Die!" he shouted. Clang! The saber broke just like before. The difference this time was that a man had caught the blade between two fingers and with a slight twist snapped it into three pieces. Li Xian chuckled lightly. "Are you so afraid of my presence? How is this possible?" General Bai stared at Li Xian in disbelief, retreating rapidly, trying to blend into the crowd. However, a hand clasped around his neck from behind, thwarting his escape completely. "Thinking of running? Isn't it too late now?" came Li Xian's relaxed voice. General Bai looked around in shock, realizing that no one around seemed to notice the anomaly. They were still firing towards the previous spot, yet he was only an arm's length away from them. How can a superpower user be this strong? His gaze shifted back to Li Xian, his emotions spiraling out of control. "Who are you? Why are you stopping me?" Almost simultaneously, Zhu Linen, who stood behind Li Xian, also spoke. "Thank you for your intervention, but I don't believe we've met before. My name is Zhu Linen, may I know your name?" Li Xian, representing the capital. Li Xian turned back with a smile, not bothering to explain the real situation, thinking it wouldn't be long before he truly represented the capital. Zhu Linen's Expression fluctuated between surprise and inquiry. General Bai, on the other hand, turned pale, his voice almost a shriek. Impossible, how long has it been? How could the capital have the power to come here? Zhu Linan remained composed, though he harbored similar doubts. According to their estimates, it would take at least 2 months for the capital to reorganize its forces and reclaim lost territories. Does it matter? Li Xian grinned, not wasting words with a defeated foe, and with a squeeze, General Bai passed out. Turning to Zhu Linan, he said, "Today I represent the capital to help you retake Anqing. It won't be long before the capital deploys its forces to reclaim lost lands. From now on, these rebels are ours." Li Xian didn't seek Zhu Linan's opinion. He had already made his decision. Zhu Linan let out a sigh of relief. Honestly, he was somewhat unsure how to face these people. After so many years together, they were brothers who had been through life and death. The thought of having to kill them all was unbearable, yet if he couldn't just keep them around, and letting them go would be a disservice to his fallen comrades. It was truly a dilemma. It wasn't until this moment that he realized he was getting old, starting to cherish old connections. There's a saying, the merciful cannot command an army and the just cannot handle wealth. Perhaps it was indeed time for him to retire. I have no objections, but with so many people, how will you take them away? Don't worry about that. Li Xian waved his hand, and a group of fully armed personnel emerged from the dense forest, their faces well concealed. At the same time, over 200 rebels suddenly passed out. Li Xian, observing his rapidly recovering spiritual energy that had hit rock bottom, didn't seem concerned. Dark flames raged, burning the bodies on the ground, totaling over 400. His spiritual power restored at an unimaginable speed. I could break through to the 3rd tier now, Li Xian introspected. His body emitted a faint blue glow, signifying the completion of spiritual energy transformation, yet he did not rush to break through. This was just the preliminary transformation of spiritual energy. With his capabilities, he could achieve much more. No rush, he thought. Continue to fill the flesh with spiritual energy until it can absorb no more. That will be the peak. For now, this is merely an advanced stage. Although he had not yet found a way to ensure a future free from concerns about reaching the 7th tier, he had deep insights into the first 6 tiers. Everyone has a limit to how much spiritual energy they can absorb. Preliminary spiritualization is just the minimum. Before reaching the 7th tier, the difference in strength fundamentally depends on who has more spiritual power, a higher realm, a stronger body, and more suitable special abilities. If not advancing further, continuing to absorb spiritual energy would enhance his own strength. Even though being inherently invincible at his tier, this act was merely digging deeper into an already profound foundation. Zhu Linan, unaware of Li Xian's situation, was staring dumbfounded at the scene. These suddenly appearing soldiers seemed to be all capable individuals, immensely strong, with groups of 5 managing to ride a toppled armored vehicle. They were skilled in their movements, stuffing the unconscious men into the vehicles until they could fit no more, then someone would drive the vehicle away. By the time the 3rd vehicle departed, he saw someone inserting a small capsule into a rebel's mouth. What is this, a sleeping pill? Zhu Linan was utterly baffled. Before long, all the rebels had been taken away and over 100 soldiers remained. He seemed to understand something. "Mr. Li, are these the support troops from the capital?" "You could say that," Li Xian replied. "Get on the vehicle, they will take you to Anqing to become your support." Zhu Linan had many questions, but ultimately he kept quiet and obediently boarded the vehicle. He knew that boarding meant his power was being overridden, but he was already prepared to submit to the capital. Li Xian did not go to Anqing. The recapture of Anqing was already a certainty. Almost all of Anqing's defensive forces were here, half of them dead, the rest taken by him. Only civil servants and production staff remained in Anqing. Zhu Linan was originally the lord of Anqing. With the protection of the External Affairs Department, retaking Anqing was a breeze. As for the rebels, they were given specially designed capsules that made them forget certain things, turning them into auxiliary personnel. There was a chance that they could become members of the External Affairs Department in subsequent missions. This was the main method of expansion for the department. Some individuals were highly capable but were enemies. Through this method, their potential would not be wasted. Li Xian's mind raced with these thoughts as he climbed onto the back of Mei Ling. Flipping through his autobiography, heading towards the capital city. By night, updates to the autobiography would be made. On the evening of March 17, 25 years later, the updates ceased and he continued forward. On March 24, he arrived in the capital city a day early, just in time for the first zombie siege. In the midst of battle, he advanced 3 ranks. The next steps were routine. Defeat the Zombie King, take control of the capital and assemble troops for an expedition. By April 27, the Dragon Kingdom was unified. The theoretical prototype originating from the Western Church was perfected and formed into a new theoretical system, a second path of transcendence outside the psychic system. He named this the faith system, based on the characteristics of contained artifacts, the faith of new races, and the traits developed at the seventh rank. Unfortunately, the system was not very effective. Conservatively estimated, one needed to reach the seventh rank to harness the power of faith. Below that rank, the power of faith was unusable. On July 29, the world was unified, the Stellar Alliance was established, and the Absolute Heavenly Plan was initiated. Construction of large bases was in full swing, everything progressing as planned. He did not pay much attention to these matters, as they were already decided. Instead, he was more concerned with the progress of various experiments, the potential value of which was still rising. He spent nearly every day and night in the laboratory, leaving the affairs of the Stellar Alliance to others. On September 28, apart from him, the first person to reach the peak of the sixth rank appeared, to whom he imparted some knowledge of the seventh rank. This time, he planned to mass-produce individuals at the peak of the sixth rank in an assembly line fashion, although they almost lacked the combat power of the sixth rank and were essentially hastened existences. He intended for them to break through to the seventh rank to obtain more coordinate positions, which was undoubtedly a profitable deal. The necessary technological and theoretical support already existed. What followed was continual adjustment. According to current intelligence, the sanctuary was eternal and unchanging, always located in the same place, with each era having its own sanctuary. It was certain that the sanctuary was somewhere in that area, but the space was too mysterious. A slight deviation in the coordinates made it impossible to locate the sanctuary. Currently, he had 48 coordinate positions in hand. However, he still wondered about one thing: were there many sanctuaries, or being in the early stages of an era, were there not many eras past, and hence the sanctuaries were still sufficient? On October 18, the first sixth order peak appeared on the assembly line, ripening over a period of 5 months and 8 days. I selected the first batch of 136 individuals who have all reached the sixth order by now. And it won't be long before we can harvest the results. As expected, the first breakthrough failed, and due to the accelerated ripening process, his time spent in that space was only 2/3 of what a typical sixth order peak would experience. However, this is not a concern. With such a large number of participants, even if they reach the seventh order, they won't pose a threat to me. Moreover, I previously had to rely on containment items to temporarily stabilize the breakthrough subjects' mental state, but this is no longer necessary. By December 24, no containment items had appeared. The world remained as tranquil as ever, yet I cannot help but wonder if the souls of those who fail to advance to the seventh order also return to the deities. It seems that this might indeed be the case. Nearly 200 sixth order individuals have gradually attempted to break through during this period, yet only 85 successful coordinates have been harvested. The rest, having failed, suffer from confused consciousness and are unable to communicate. I have paused the breakthrough plan, but the assembly line continues. By April 19 of the 26th year, the third batch of subjects broke through the sixth order and are soon to be harvested. The ripening time has now been reduced to 4 months and 12 days. I refer to this technology as fertilization, inspired by the cultivation methods of spiritual herbs using similar techniques to nurture sixth order beings. On May 29 of the same year, the first batch of containment items appeared. They are still registered, but their order of appearance has changed: capture, contain, and research. Many scientific projects that were on hold have been reactivated due to the arrival of these containment items. For example, the God-Descended Warriors, a supernatural system dependent on containment items, though costly, proved to be highly effective. Ordinary people can join the supernatural battlefield with minimal impact from death of far lesser cost compared to the demise of a superhuman. By August 19 of the 26th year, the number of containment items reached a critical mass, prompting superhumans to begin withdrawing, making the God-Descended Warriors the main force. Under the influence of memory capsules, superhumans have become legends akin to urban myths. The Star Alliance leads the God-Descended Warriors, assigning them missions and guiding them in the use, containment, and control of various projects. A new generation of supernaturals now has their own dedicated departments and serial numbers, but they are still primarily based in scientific research departments. The retreat locations for superhumans are largely in the City of Supers, a city that does not exist on any map or in any memory. others have mostly entered scientific departments. In the world of superhumans, where power is revered, the foundation of power is knowledge. The exceptions are those involved in the Lightning Plan, who are distributed around the world, closely monitoring the movements of containment items and god-descended warriors handling anomalies they cannot resolve themselves. By June 9 of the 27th year, the battle situation had become deadlocked with the ongoing struggle between containment items and god-descended warriors. I must admit the costs of alliance with containment items are substantial, and often I find it difficult to watch. The origin of the god-descended warriors, aside from the earliest batches, consists entirely of individuals who survived anomalous events. Once they intersect with containment items, they are inevitably entangled and compelled to become god-descended warriors. They possess power beyond ordinary human reach, yet each use comes at a cost. Thus, they live hidden among the masses, appearing as normal citizens, but when containment objects appear, they transform entirely. Under the threat of death, their extraordinary path evolves in unimaginable ways. The cost is the lives of tens to hundreds of divine warriors daily. Many superhumans have left the city of superpowers, moved by the spirit of these people. Ordinary humans protect the world, yet these beings with their unrestricted powers remain bystanders. On December 25, 2027, a 7th-tier divine warrior emerged. A young man, either fortunate or unlucky, accidentally merged with a containment object, becoming a 7th-tier dependent on it. Silence dominated the night. This kind of 7th tier is peculiar, like a glass cannon, lacking the endurance of a normal 7th tier. They can only unleash a few attacks in their lifetime, yet their power is astonishing, almost reaching the pseudo-8th tier. Undoubtedly, this change was completely unexpected, defying the normal cultivation process. We found a true shortcut to power. The existence of suitable candidates allows ordinary people to possess the power of a pseudo-8th tier within a single day, although the odds are slim. The number of people who can normally cultivate to this level is pitifully small. The potential of this cultivation path has surprised me. Now, the situation has reversed. Superhumans can no longer match the top combat power of the divine warriors, though they have only a few chances to attack. Each is devastating enough to destroy worlds. By February 12, 2028, there were more suitable candidates than I had imagined. Superhumans can also become suitable candidates with much higher durability than ordinary humans. They have become the foundation of the Star Alliance. The two extraordinary systems merged. Superhumans supplemented their powers with divine warrior techniques, and divine warriors cultivated superhuman powers. They are truly the foundation, several levels higher than I had originally planned, possessing the combat power of a pseudo-8th tier. Oh, fate is indeed wondrous. By April 25, 2028, it was confirmed through practice that 7th-tier divine warriors can sense containment objects, gaining advanced knowledge of their locations and partial information. Suddenly, the difficulty of containment dropped from hellish to simple. I completely withdrew to the background to continue my research. Only a few know of my existence. Outsiders only know me as a member of the research department. On August 12, 2028, the first 7th-tier divine warrior was killed by backlash, and the containment object he was attached to remained in place, consuming the space around it. Observations showed that it devoured not just the real space but also dozens of subspace levels. My intuition told me that the devoured space hadn't vanished but had transformed into a new subspace that could be entered, though a method needed to be discovered. I reassigned the division within this subspace. They were all experts in such fields. On September 14, 2028, we found a stable method to enter using items that belonged to the deceased, but how to exit remained unknown. A special task force was assigned to venture in, including 4 individuals with level 6 superpowers and 2 with level 7 divine powers. As they entered, all our prepared observational equipment malfunctioned. We could only wait outside. When they went in, I noticed fluctuations in the space, a characteristic of dimensional spaces, but what followed was beyond anyone's expectations. The fluctuations didn't cease. Instead, they grew more intense, like boiling water, even visible to the naked eye. On October 9, 2028, the fluctuations ceased abruptly, and the space, as if regurgitating, spat out the task force. Only the 2 with level 7 divine powers survived, contrary to our predictions that they would be the first to perish. Upon questioning, we discovered that in this magical space, the divine soldiers could use their powers without limit, free from adverse effects. We Named the Secret Realm 1-inch, and the scene inside was strikingly similar to Base 3, albeit devoid of humans and filled instead with bizarre species. Entrants had to fight these species continuously, and by slaying the leaders, they could obtain a stone that allowed them to leave with infused power. There were no other gains. I also received descriptions of these species, confirming my inner suspicions. They were a new species evolved from deities, the Hollow Circle tribe. I saw many familiar faces, however, they existed within the secret space. Was it a change in the way of the gods, or had they always existed in the subspace? After all, the subspace is vast and mysterious, and to this day, our understanding of it remains superficial. On December 13, 2028, one of the previously surviving Level 7 divine powers succumbed to backlash, dying in the same way and forming a second secret realm. We continue our research. On January 3, 2029, almost the entire task force left the secret realm, this time bringing back spoils, minerals and flora from the realm. It was confirmed that Secret Realm 2, like the first, was a scene of the deceased's long residence. This time in Secret Realm 2, it was the Star Spirit tribe. We prepared to conquer Secret Realm 2. The bodies of the Star Spirit tribe could accelerate our consciousness research. Moreover, the environment of the Secret Realm was rich in spiritual energy and its minerals were well suited for crafting psychic weapons. This could indeed be a good thing for us. On March 19, 2029, the Star Spirit race could not be completely destroyed and we were unable to take over the second Secret Realm. Either, we could only establish an outpost and continuously plunder the products of the Secret Realm. Based on these products, we barely managed to create communication devices that allowed us to communicate with the outside world, though the signal was terribly weak, so weak that text messages could not transmit much information at once. My research focus also shifted entirely to the Secret Realm. This was a whole new change. The third Secret Realm had also taken shape. By May 21, 2029, it was confirmed that numerous forces had begun to covertly hunt down those of the 7th tier of divine descent. No matter how strong they were, they only had the strength for a few blows and could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The United Front was completely disrupted, and all those of the 7th divine tier entered the Secret Realm space, increasing the divide between them and the superhumans. They even began to monopolize the Secret Realm space, allowing only personnel from the scientific research department to enter, as they too needed to understand the Secret Realm space. They approached me hoping I would mediate negotiations, but I couldn't be bothered to deal with their mess. They were dreaming. On June 21, 2029, an anomaly occurred in the Secret Realm space and a new race of the 7th tier was born. However, they were no match for the pseudo-8th tier and were still suppressed. I felt like I could foresee how this would end. Currently, there are only 8 secret realms, but one of them belongs to one of the 3 godly tribes, the Giants, a rare humanoid race. The 3 godly tribes have the potential to break through the 8th tier, making them genuine pseudo-8th tiers far stronger than those of the 7th divine tier. We began to station a large number of troops in the 5th secret realm, closely monitoring it and exterminating all giants of the 6th tier and above. This method was applied not just to the 5th secret realm, but to the other 7 as well. The landscape was strewn with corpses, blood flowing like rivers. This operation led the new race to completely defend themselves, no longer venturing out. I decided that from then on, we would conduct a major purge every month, especially targeting the giants, pseudo-8th tier. As long as I live another day, U1T breakthrough. The new races saw us as butchers, as demons, but if the roles were reversed, they would have done the same, a fact proven by many futures. Now, the roles of attacker and defender had switched. By August 14, 2029, under my control, those of the 7th divine tier lived securely and the 8 secret realms were sufficient. Any more would be uncontrollable. The previously halted breakthrough project now found its use, with the 6th tier strength becoming our backbone in clearing the secret realms. It is undeniable, the secret realms are full of treasures. Their abundant spiritual energy allowed many to train and break through. The mineral resources were extraordinarily mysterious, not resembling anything from a newly born world. Upon testing, the geological age of the 5th secret realm exceeded 1 billion years, and the soil composition was completely different from that of Earth. What exactly was the original form of this secondary space, a remnant of another world? Then why is there no trace of any civilization? Everything was proceeding normally until October 30, 2029, but why did I always feel uneasy? I had a premonition that something bad was about to happen, and on November 14, 2029, my premonition came true. The secret realm space disappeared along with all our station troops, vanished without a trace. In a flash, our defensive forces suffered a massive blow, almost entirely decimating our God-sent warriors who had long taken residence in the sanctuary. I had no choice but to recall all forces deployed abroad to mount a defense in the real world. The simultaneous disappearance of many key figures plunged the Star Alliance, the base, and the zombie kingdom into chaos. The 6th tier squad, which was in the midst of a cleansing operation in the sanctuary, suffered heavy casualties. To make matters worse, the number of containment items surged unexpectedly, and we lost the sensing ability of the 7th tier godsent, making containment exponentially more difficult. In an instant, our losses were innumerable. On December 13, 2029, the Blue Star expanded. The revival of the gods became inevitable. Ironically, I had only considered the first layer where a pseudo-8th tier might emerge from the sanctuary, but it never occurred to me that the sanctuary itself would escape. This was a major oversight. By February 15, 2030, the Star Alliance was retreating step by step. This was due to the sudden increase in containment items, causing many previously contained anomalies to escape, exacerbating the situation. Fortunately, another batch of 6th tier forces was produced on the assembly line, which alleviated some of the pressure. I abandoned the Star Alliance and the base, taking a large number of 6th tiers to a subspace to attempt a breakthrough to the 7th tier. On April 21, 2030, another batch of new 6th tiers reached their peak, continuing their breakthrough. I hoped my luck would improve so that I could find the sanctuary of the 7th tier soon. On June 13, 2030, the gods revived. My luck remained as bad as ever. Using containment items to attempt a breakthrough to the 7th tier, I joined the Star Spirit clan. Upon their appearance, the Star Spirit clan already had several 7th tiers, and from their prison I saw several 7th tier godsent. On August 29, 2030, my identity was exposed. The Star Spirit clan knew I was a stowaway and that I had organized the cleansing operation. They attempted to kill me. Then, the War of Faith erupted. They had no choice but to shamelessly ask me to join them. I agreed, as falling out with them would not benefit me. Moreover, I distinctly sensed that this time, the transformation of consciousness by the soul was much stronger than before. I guessed the reason. This time too many 6th tiers had died, over 400 in their attempts to break through to the 7th tier. Perhaps this was the price of survival until now. On October 28, 2030, the War of Faith was not yet over, but I was reaching my limit. I requested an audience with the deity. He agreed, and this time his voice directly appeared in my mind. I went to the temple and saw the priest who had served multiple times as a vessel. I heard his voice: "You have done remarkably well to manage this in the end times, causing us quite some trouble." I was taken aback. Causing trouble for the deity who controlled the stars? Thank you for recognizing my efforts. Despite my failure, I responded. Curious, I asked, your extraordinary system has been extinct for over 30,000 years. Even if there are remnants, most have been lost in the river of time. Who exactly are you? The reincarnation of a reincarnation. Do you recognize the extraordinary beings of our time? I pressed, hiding my astonishment. You underestimate the gods too much. Time never obstructs our vision. We are the sum of all that is past. I was momentarily bewildered. Does this not mean that the gods have always been observing us in secret? If so, then time is not a straight line, is it? To you, it appears linear, but for us, it is like a girl dressing whimsically. Time means nothing to us. The enviable power, I pondered before my consciousness faded. Can you tell me what authority really is? I have been pursuing it for a long time. The devoted seeker, it seems your legacy has lost much. Authority is the ultimate. When you reach the end of a path, authority naturally appears. His voice carried a tone of regret. The ultimate? Can the path also have an end? I was momentarily distracted, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. Of course, everything has an end, even the gods are no exception, he said with a nonchalant voice. You too will die. I found it hard to imagine what could affect the gods, as even time does not. He suddenly looked at me, his words heavy with the weight of a test. When you reach the end of everything, transcending time and life and death, becoming a spokesperson for a concept, no one in the world can kill you, then who is your greatest enemy? I involuntarily echoed his words with uncertainty. Myself. His tone was approving. Smart. From the moment we took control, we have existed forever in the world. Thus our only enemies are ourselves, the past, future, and every moment of ourselves. When I am surpassed, the true me will die and the false me will take control. But authority does not recognize the false. This is the universe's punishment on us. All selves uniting? No, it is all selves coexisting. You can never stop because the other selves have the same power as you. His voice filled with profound regret. I was plunged into deep fear and I thought of my original self. That absurd idea, it was suffocating. But why tell me all this? He looked at me, his gaze sly. Because I smell the scent of a pillar on you. What is a pillar? His tone turned disdainful. A bastard, a curse upon the universe seeking transcendence. Suddenly, my brain was in chaos, filled with noisy, confused murmurs. My will collapsed instantly, nearly driving me mad. He waved his hand and the murmurs in my mind lessened. Significantly, he looked at my distorted body, my pained expression, and shook his head in regret. I thought you were him. Unfortunately, you are not. As well as the final communication with the divine being, the information he gathered far exceeded his expectations. For the first time he glimpsed into the realm of the divine, authority, omnipresence coexisting. And the last words spoken by the divine being, pillars, me. Li Xian looked at his autobiography and smiled lightly. At last he had found the message he was searching for, a curse upon the universe to seek transcendence, predicting the future. Such a magical function. Could it be that you are the embodiment of the pillar's authority? Or Li Xian's eyes slightly stirred. Are you the pillar itself? There was no response, just like before. Li Xian did not mind, without concrete evidence. Everything was mere speculation, regardless of who was behind this autobiography and their purpose in choosing him. His greatest reliance now was the autobiography itself. To abstain from eating for fear of choking was not a sensible approach. However, our extraordinary system had been extinct for so long, no wonder everything had to start from scratch. Most likely, the majority of the legacies had been obliterated by time. At least in terms of Earth, he had searched through countless futures, nothing existed. But within the new energy there might be something. Li Xian remembered that mysterious force. There were results, but not many, similar to a secondary space, elusive and unclear. He took a deep breath and began to peruse the newly arrived knowledge, simultaneously arranging for his research institute's duplicates to catalog this new information. Indeed, several of the theories were incorrect. Fortunately, he had not progressed that far yet. Conversely, some theories previously deemed incorrect were proven true in later experiments. Indeed, the longer one lived, the greater the breakthroughs in research one could achieve. But now knowledge had accumulated to a certain extent. Without a year or half, it would be difficult to learn all the content of a major subject. The use of the barrier-breaking blade could be scheduled now. He could stay for an additional 2 months, until the end of September, allowing him to thoroughly understand much knowledge. Li Xian's thoughts flowed. The method to open the barrier-breaking blade would not be like Protocol 18. He planned to employ an earlier strategy, allowing the containment items to appear earlier. Much of the theory and research were based on these containment items. Without the actual items, progress in learning would be slow. Maximizing use was essential. This was obtained by updating his autobiography 3 times, and he couldn't afford to waste it. He could even use Plan 7, allowing the divine beings to appear earlier, which was also a good option for him, although it was a bit risky, and he would keep it as a backup plan. A night of studying, March 18, 2025, early morning. Li Xian ate as he traveled. Today he needed to take a slightly longer route, a curved path, as there was a special ability he needed along the way. Although it had its own name, Li Xian preferred to call it the Supreme Forbidden Curse Meteorite Descent Technique. It was a tribute to the great mage Xiao. This ability was exceedingly unique because what it summoned were real meteorites, the cosmic dust from the periphery of Earth. However, the cost of using such power is the consumption of spiritual energy, and it is unattainable below the 4th rank. Only Li Xian has enough spiritual energy to afford this expenditure. Although he is currently only at the 2nd rank, he can afford it at the lowest grade. This is one of the rare abilities related to the stars, something he has never forgotten. There was a time in an ancient subspace when a deity replaced the moon. That was a true monster. In later epochs of subspace, such occurrences became more frequent but only appeared when a deity was about to awaken. He speculated that it was the power of a certain deity infiltrating reality prematurely, just like that statue. As his understanding of deities increased, he could categorize them into different tiers based on their manifestations, representing only the relative strength of the deities according to the current intelligence. The top tier included those deities who had infiltrated reality prematurely, powerful perhaps due to their might or special authority. The 2nd tier consisted of the deities from the Trigod tribe, and the 3rd tier included deities from other races. The 4th tier was reserved for deities who had fallen in the wars of faith, and the 5th tier consisted of sub-deities, the most mysterious group for which Li Xian could gather no information and thus categorized them thusly. Sub-deities referred to the gods of faith in various races in the New World, divided into primary and secondary gods. Primary gods are the main deities of their races, enjoying the majority of the faith's power, whereas secondary gods do not participate in the wars of faith and receive only a minor share of this power. However, this was just his arbitrary classification. Even if there were differences in strength, they were not something non-deified beings could withstand. Moreover, from the current intelligence, the power of the deities, or rather the authority they wielded, was exaggeratedly strong, transcending time and life and death, the pinnacle of the great path. How am I supposed to fight this? Li Xian pondered, yet his pace did not slow in the slightest. Before long, a small village appeared before him. It was not a traditional rural village, but what the officials would call a new modernized rural village, not much different from a town except for the surrounding mountains and farmlands. The village was sparsely populated, but the streets and buildings were relatively well maintained. Upon arrival, Wu Huaqing sat slumped in his chair, his face a portrait of despair. He knew that outside dozens of people were waiting for him to make an appearance. The issue at hand was that the food supplies in their settlement were insufficient, and they needed to raid a supermarket in the town, which was infested with over 100 zombies. Their strength was not up to the task. In the entire village, only he had the capability, and usually he didn't need to venture out since the villagers provided him with food and resources. Now that the settlement was in trouble, he, as the nominal leader and without a valid excuse, had to step forward to resolve their predicament. Wu Huaqing had been delaying for 3 days now, but today he could not put it off any longer. If he were a normal power user, he would have set off already, but the problem was that he couldn't use his own abilities at all. Feeling the energy within him, he wanted to cry but had no tears. He had met other power users, but none were like him, possessing abilities yet unable to use them. Since Wu Huaqing discovered his ability, he had been trying to use it, but each attempt ended in failure. He was well aware that the problem lay in the lack of sufficient energy within his body to meet the minimum requirements for its use. But what good did knowing the problem do? Did he have a solution? No. Thus, although he appeared to be a person with supernatural abilities, he was essentially just an ordinary man with a bit more strength. Wu sir, have you finished dealing with your affairs? Yes, we're all ready and can leave at any time. Wu sir, we need to hurry this time, we really don't have enough food, and if we don't replenish it, people will starve. Wu Huaqing listened to the voices outside the door, his heart torn. If he didn't go, his conscience would suffer. If he went, his life would be at risk. Embarrassingly, since the apocalypse began, he had never killed a single zombie. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat them, he was simply afraid, just as he feared insects. Every time he saw the terrifying face of a zombie, his legs trembled. To this day, he still couldn't imagine how humanity, once the dominators of the blue planet, had fallen so low. Before they became zombies, they were living humans with families, friends and lovers, each with their own lives. Yet, the apocalypse made no sense, turning them into these disgusting creatures. Now he was expected to kill them, but Wu Huaqing couldn't bring himself to do it and found himself praying softly, God save me, please tell your devout follower an answer. Before the apocalypse, he had been educated in the West from a young age. Although he returned to the Dragon Country during high school due to family reasons, he was greatly influenced and, disregarding others' opinions, became a missionary. How he wished now that the God he believed in would manifest and guide him out of this predicament. Maybe I should run. This thought suddenly popped into Wu Huaqing's mind. He was silent for a few seconds. Is this the divine guidance then your follower understands? If there had been light inside the room, his blushing face would have been exposed under the bright sun, but the room was dim, only his silhouette vaguely visible. Just as he was about to act, the voices outside suddenly stopped, and he could not help but release the packed suitcase. Had they given up? That would be great. Having stayed here so long, he was reluctant to leave just like that, Wu Huaqing thought. Then the door opened. More precisely, it was kicked open. Blinding white light streamed into the room, and he squinted his eyes to adjust to the long-lost sunlight. He saw a strange man approaching. Behind the man, his familiar villagers followed. But why were they motionless? Who are you? Wu Huaqing swallowed and tried to sound calm. However, the man ignored him and continued to approach slowly. His voice suddenly rose several octaves. You've got some nerve. I am a person with abilities. If you know what's good for you, stay back. This time he was cut off before he could finish speaking, his words stifled as a hand clamped tightly around his neck. Note, this wasn't good. Wu Huaqing's eyes were filled with terror, pleading apparent in his gaze. Helplessly he slapped at Li Xian's arms, trying to break free from the grip. His mouth opened and closed, attempting to speak, but his words were choked back, leaving only meaningless syllables to escape. With a grisly twist of his neck, black flames spread from Wu Huaqing's throat And within a matter of seconds the robust adult was reduced to ashes. Li Xin shook the residue from his hands, turned around and faced over 50 people whose eyes were wide with fear. This fear stemmed from his desire to avoid unnecessary chatter. Upon entering he had immediately used the shadow control technique, taking over everyone present. His gaze then shifted to an inconspicuous corner of the crowd where a capable individual skilled in the art of survival pretended to be just another ordinary person. This individual was the instigator behind the scenes, seeking to use the zombies to eliminate Wu Huaqing, another capable person. Tracing the roots of the information about Wu Huaqing, it was this man who had disclosed it, known to Li Xian's alternate self in another dimension and subsequently to the main dimensional Li Xian, just a somewhat clever fellow who, until his demise, had never advanced beyond the fifth order. His abilities were commonplace, suitable for the field agents to handle. Li Xian had more urgent matters to attend to and couldn't be bothered with such minor characters. Had it not been for this person's connection to Wu Huaqing, Li Xian wouldn't have even recognized him. Li Xian smiled faintly and walked through the crowd. It was only after he left the room and withdrew his spiritual power that a buzz of noise erupted. However, it quieted instantly with his mischievously loud cough, and silence fell so deep you could hear a pin drop. Time passed, and it wasn't until someone's legs grew numb and they collapsed to the floor that the room slowly began to stir again. Oh, how terrifying! What kind of power is that? How come we suddenly couldn't move? A Lord Wu died so horribly. Now that Lord Wu is dead, what are we going to do? Yeah, and we're all still hungry. Maybe we should make a run for it. Just be a bit careful and probably not too many of us would die. Listening to the complaints and anxious discussions, Qianli silently joined in without revealing his inner thoughts. To him, this place was just a temporary stopover. Whether there was food or not had nothing to do with him. He had originally planned to kill Wu Huaqing and take over the place for some fun, but now it seemed rather risky. What bad luck, he thought, finally finding a gathering spot without any capable individuals, only to encounter Wu Huaqing just as he was about to make his move. Although he didn't know what Wu Huaqing's abilities were, he was still a capable person. If Wu Huaqing hadn't been unaware of his presence, he would have fled earlier. Now, just as his plan was beginning, he had run into such a formidable person. It was downright sinister. Scared to death, he thought, could the gap between capable individuals be so vast? He had no chance to fight back. But fortunately, he hadn't been discovered, or else his life would have been at risk. With these thoughts, Qianli planned to make his escape soon and find a new refuge populated only by ordinary people. His second brother was already famished and parched. After a lengthy discussion that bore no fruit, the people had no choice but to leave and plan to convene a larger meeting later, inviting everyone to join in the discussion. This was a matter of life and death, and they all understood its importance, but no one was willing to step forward. The responsibility was too great and they dared not shoulder it. Qianli listened silently, his heart filled with contempt. With such a disposition, if it weren't for the fear of that formidable person returning, he could easily take control here. Still, he decided not to gamble. One's life was precious. It's better to vent tonight before leaving. I can just waste these days, he thought. However, a noisy commotion from nearby suddenly caught his attention. Someone else had arrived? Qianli was shocked, thinking it was the subordinate of that formidable person, and he looked up to see over 20 soldiers armed and wearing thick masks that obscured their faces appeared. He then heard the leader's voice. Folks, we are from Anqing here to get you. It was over, time to run. Just as Qianli was about to make a move, two individuals approached him, radiating an aura of spiritual power that immediately made him comply. Leaving the village, Li Xian hit the road again. For the next 3 days, there was nothing noteworthy on the road. There were neither gatherings that required his intervention nor capabilities he needed. This meant no surprises for these 3 days, though it also allowed him to use the barrier breaker blade once. By the time he was close to the capital, its internal cooldown would have reset, Li Xian thought to himself, but he alone knew this wasn't the main reason. Only within the confines of the barrier breaker blade could he truly relax. In the real world, he had to constantly be on guard, his nerves always taut. The barrier breaker blade was different. It was a place where he could immerse himself fully in learning without the daily tension. For him, it was an ideal vacation spot. Time always flew when he was learning, and before he knew it, the moon was already high in the sky. Today he updated his autobiography. Stopped updating my autobiography. Journeying alone. April 25th, Unification of the Dragon Nation. May 23rd, Unification of Asia. July 29th, Global Unification, the establishment of the Star Alliance and the execution of the Celestial Pathway Plan. Everything proceeded as planned without any disturbances. The acceleration plan was ongoing, but it didn't push them to break through to the 7th tier. I needed containment objects. September 19, the first batch of 6th tier under the acceleration plan was born, totaling 123 individuals. The subsequent 4 batches of 6th tier were steadily progressing with an expected harvest of over 500 more in the next 3 months. October 23, containment objects appeared listed and located exactly as predicted. This became the basis for allowing the 6th tier accelerated ability users to ascend to the 7th tier, compensating for their combat power. December 29. 39 7th tier celestial descendants were ready. The situation was controlled from the start, progressing smoothly. March 24 of the 26th year, the noble families still harboring ill intentions towards me secretly recruited 10 7th tier celestial descendants in an attempt to assassinate me. Suppressed. For direct lineage, 7th tier celestial descendants were killed, forming a secret realm. All members of the noble families were controlled with memory capsules and sent into the secret realm to scavenge resources. His second brother was already famished and parched. After a lengthy discussion that bore no fruit, the people had no choice but to leave and plan to convene a larger meeting later, inviting everyone to join in the discussion. This was a matter of life and death, and they all understood its importance, but no one was willing to step forward. The responsibility was too great and they dared not shoulder it. Chen Li listened silently, his heart filled with contempt. With such a disposition, if it weren't for the fear of that formidable person returning, he could easily take control here. Still, he decided not to gamble. One's life was precious. It's better to vent tonight before leaving. I can just waste these days, he thought. However, a noisy commotion from nearby suddenly caught his attention. Someone else had arrived? Shanli was shocked, thinking it was the subordinate of that formidable person, and he looked up to see over 20 soldiers armed and wearing thick masks that obscured their faces appeared. He then heard the leader's voice. Folks, we are from Anqing, here to get you. It was over, time to run. Just as Qianli was about to make a move, 2 individuals approached him, radiating an aura of spiritual power that immediately made him comply. Leaving the village, Li Xian hit the road again. For the next 3 days, there was nothing noteworthy on the road. There were neither gatherings that required his intervention nor capabilities he needed. This meant no surprises for these 3 days, though it also allowed him to use the barrier breaker blade once. By the time he was close to the capital, its internal cooldown would have reset, Li Xian thought to himself, but he alone knew this wasn't the main reason. Only within the confines of the barrier breaker blade could he truly relax. In the real world, he had to constantly be on guard, his nerves always taut. The barrier breaker blade was different. It was a place where he could immerse himself fully in learning without the daily tension. For him, it was an ideal vacation spot. Time always flew when he was learning, and before he knew it, the moon was already high in the sky. Today he updated his autobiography. Stopped updating my autobiography. Journeying alone. April 25, unification of the Dragon Nation. May 23, unification of Asia. July 29, global unification, the establishment of the Star Alliance and the execution of the Celestial Pathway Plan. Everything proceeded as planned without any disturbances. The acceleration plan was ongoing, but it didn't push them to break through to the 7th tier. I needed containment objects. September 19, the first batch of 6th tier under the acceleration plan was born, totaling 123 individuals. The subsequent 4 batches of 6th tier were steadily progressing with an expected harvest of over 500 more in the next 3 months. October 23, containment objects appeared listed and located exactly as predicted. This became the basis for allowing the 6th tier accelerated ability users to ascend to the 7th tier, compensating for their combat power. December 29, 39 7th tier celestial descendants were ready. The situation was controlled from the start, progressing smoothly. March 24 of the 26th year, the noble families still harboring ill intentions towards me secretly recruited 10 7th tier celestial descendants in an attempt to assassinate me. Suppressed. For direct lineage, 7th tier celestial descendants were killed, forming a secret realm. All members of the noble families were controlled with memory capsules and sent into the secret realm to scavenge resources. On July 15, 2026, a breakthrough was made in the research of the mysterious realms. The construction of the gate that allows people to enter and exit these realms at will was completed. Interestingly, chaos erupted within the base as someone disclosed the existence of the memory capsules, attempting to shake the foundations of the Star Alliance. How foolish, How could the contemporary star alliance be resisted by mere mortals? Even if their secret is exposed, it merely shifts the oppression from the shadows into the light. What does it matter if they harbor dissatisfaction? Today's society is entirely built upon the Star Alliance and they cannot detach from it anymore. In response to those who criticize me, I had only one statement: obey and live, disobey and die. The weak do not deserve my explanation and the strong do not care for it. Thus, there is no reason to hesitate, suppress, purge. By September 29, 2026, the conspirators behind the scenes were apprehended. I must admit they hid well. Even I took 2 months to locate them, control, sent into the mysterious realms. Along with all the ringleaders within the base, each one was dispatched to these realms. By November 23, 2026, mysterious realm number 3 proved to be quite intriguing. My purge plan was ongoing, yet it produced a being of the 7th order. Kill. Mysterious realm number 3 was nearly wiped out, with over 1 million of the tri-headed bird species reduced to just over 1,000. This was the limit. Continuing would likely lead to the self-destruction of mysterious realm number 3. These new species are also one of the anchors of the realms. Since the killing had begun, it might as well be thorough. Interestingly, in mysterious realm number 2, I saw humans among the new species. Traitors, dead. By December 1, 2026, the forces behind the traitors were rooted out completely. Some attempted to plead on their behalf. They were killed alongside them. Executions were broadcast live. Over 3,000 heads fell to the ground. People feared me even more. By April 29, 2027, the base was incessantly troublesome, with groups opposing me emerging every now and then. If their arguments had been rational, it might have been acceptable, but they actually sympathized with the new species within the realms. They spoke of equality for all beings. It seems their minds are broken. I needed to find a permanent solution. On November 20, 2027, I found one such method. It required 4 special abilities as raw materials combined with memory capsule technology. I seized these 4 abilities and unexpectedly, they merged into a new ability. Abilities can merge, however, the fusion of these abilities resulted in the loss of their original effects and the plan failed. Research had to begin anew. By December 28, 2027, the characteristics of this new ability were researched. It combines charm, memory alteration, and illusion, and the effects are very promising. Most importantly, this ability can be used on a large scale, affecting everyone with lesser strength than mine. Infinite power. I've never fully mastered it, yet it seems I've stumbled upon an intriguing line of research. On April 19, 2028, I finally apprehended those who malign me. If I kill enough of them with enough precision, they'll eventually run out of people to use against me. Now my patience has paid off. I investigated their backgrounds and found they all came from families of overseas scholars. Case closed. There's nothing more to say. I don't even want to see them or hear their grievances and justifications. Just execute them. Display their heads publicly. On August 26, 2028, a new secret realm emerged. Investigations revealed that the deceased was an ordinary person who, having acquired a divine descent technique from an unknown source, attempted to emulate it. He died from backlash shortly after his initial breakthrough. Foolish. Without the appropriate spirit patterns, containment artifacts, or techniques, it's incredibly difficult for ordinary people to reach the 7th level of divine descent. To this day, only the very first person has managed to break through on their own. The current divine descent technique is only suitable for those at the 6th level. I haven't released a version for ordinary people. I'm furious now. The divine descent technique is a level 4 secret, inaccessible to outsiders. It could only have been leaked from within the Star Alliance. A bunch of insatiable fools. It's so annoying. I really feel like killing someone. All I want is to conduct my research in peace. Why must they always disturb me? It seems I can't completely resolve all major issues. I need to reintroduce a sense of crisis among them to make them realize that it's not that I can't do without them, but that they can't do without me. A bunch of well-fed middle-aged men altogether are nothing but trouble. It's necessary to separate these dangerous individuals and give them more tasks, otherwise they'll keep coming up with rotten ideas and disrupt my research progress. So troublesome. Killing is simpler after all. On October 19, 2028, I separated those dangerous individuals. They seemed shocked by my uncharacteristic actions. If it were the old me, I wouldn't have cared about their reactions, but now they've completely angered me. If they weren't still useful, I'd be tempted to kill all the unstable elements and be done with it. On December 30, 2028, another year comes to an end and I am deeply dissatisfied with this year's work. My research progress is far below my expectations. I had already delegated authority to them, focusing solely on my research, yet even so, they still fear my presence and constantly test me, trying to eliminate me. Utterly irrational. Since they are so keen on testing my limits, let them come. I must live up to the nickname they've given me, the dictator. I'll show them what true dictatorship means. A bunch of individuals with a maximum clearance of level 4, how could they possibly understand? The highest secrets of the Star Alliance are all in my mind. I would never reveal such crucial information to them. The so-called level 5 council has always been just me and my clone. A bunch of fools, even trying to coax my clone. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have been able to catch their trail. On March 12, 2029, it finally became quiet. I had obtained their secretly stored technology, the memory capsule eraser. I had anticipated this. Without such technology, they wouldn't dare confront me. This operation probably killed over 40,000. I didn't care whether they were wrongly accused. My stance was clear: touch me and die. Punish only the ringleaders. Sorry, I am a dictator. Anyone even slightly associated was sent to be beheaded. Under such extreme oppression, they organized 3 resistances, drawing in many newcomers, which led to heavy casualties. Originally, I anticipated that killing just over 3,000 would quell the unrest. Now, my will is the will of all humanity. On May 18 of the 29th year after managing the aftermath, I immersed myself in research again. This time, no trivial matters could disturb me. I felt relieved, and my research progressed rapidly, conquering 5 or 6 subjects at once. On October 5 of the 29th year, a new type of material emerged, capable of amplifying the effects of spirit patterns. I seemed to see the hope for the 7th tier. Without delay, I restarted the breakthrough plan. By now, the number of matured 6th tier individuals had reached over 9,000, nearly 10,000 including the regular 6th tiers. If not for my control, they would have already transformed into divine 7th tiers. The divine system is strong due to its quick results and formidable combat abilities, but it ultimately relies on external forces and lacks the versatility of the spirit system. This time I decided to break through slowly to prevent the gods from reviving abruptly. Meanwhile, the newborn project within the base was being vigorously pushed forward. Due to the oppressive policies previously, the birth rate had plummeted, but it had eased a lot over the past half year. We needed more new spirits to combat the erosion by the gods. For this purpose, I specifically established a department of fertility to research this issue. With supernatural abilities and an abundance of social resources, it is not difficult for ordinary people to reproduce. After all, the resources of human society are of no use to me. Plus, with the assets of the many traders we had purged, there was quite a lot to distribute. By April 29 of the 30th year, all was calm and no incidents occurred. The humans inside the base had forgotten the past and healed their emotional wounds. They began to embrace this world. For ordinary people, the era of the base was undoubtedly better, free from the pressures of life and the oppression of the powerful. They could do anything they liked within limits. The world of the capable had long ceased to relate to ordinary people who couldn't participate in it. However, there were still annual selections allowing ordinary people to enter the extraordinary world. I had found many promising individuals, especially for the scientific research department, which replenished a great deal of labor, enabling more extensive research. On September 28 of the 30th year, the birth rate reached a new high. Let them give birth as much as they want. I can support them all. With the current technological conditions, the production of food was beyond imagination. I cannot help but continue to praise the spiritual energy, this high-dimensional power that truly defies logic. Unfortunately, spiritual energy does not belong to our era. What wonderful applications might the high-dimensional forces of our era have? Regrettably, the wooden box in my hands has become useless, no longer able to draw out that energy. Perhaps it has been devoured by the spiritual energy. On November 2 of the 30th year, Sanctuary number 3 self-destructed. Fortunately, I was always on guard and most people evacuated immediately, resulting in minimal casualties. The loss wasn't significant. Sanctuary number 3 was nearly exhausted anyway, merely one less place for cultivation. I currently have 247 sanctuary locations in hand. The progress is slow, but safety is paramount. Moreover, I can feel that the discovery of the sanctuary is not far off. That space is vast, but our senses are concentrated in that small area. Using basic elimination, trying 1 by 1 inch, we will eventually find the location. By June 23 of the 31st year, the number of sanctuary locations in my possession reached 342. In my data model, there are only a few positions left in that space that we haven't tried. it's just my bad luck that after such a long time I've never had a stroke of good fortune. All the sanctuary locations have been achieved through sheer human effort. On July 8th of the 31st year, only one last location remains, after traversing multiple subspaces and more than 30 years. In time, consuming over 3,000 Tier 6 individuals, we have finally reached this stage. The sanctuary belonging to humanity will open today. Under my witness, the Tier 6 began his breakthrough. A great amount of spiritual power was consumed, and after some time it stabilized. I could even feel that force, a miraculous and unimaginable power transforming his will. I smelled the essence of a soul. Suddenly, the sky thundered with lightning. That Tier 6 opened his eyes and I felt it. He was now a Tier 7, a soul unlike any from the new races. Then, under my gaze, his body slowly dissipated and I could feel that he had something to say to me. No, how could this be? He had clearly broken through. On October 29th of the 31st year, this was the 86th attempt and it failed again. Despite my reluctance to accept it, I had to admit that something unexpected had occurred with the sanctuary. This time I was completely baffled. Everyone was the same, successful in their breakthrough, and then their bodies slowly dissipated. Unfortunately, previously to counter those divine Tier 7s, I had to advance to Tier 7 prematurely, and now I am unable to try. Those bastards ruined my great plan. Although I had already crushed them to dust, now even whipping their corpses was impossible. What I regret more is that this time, too many Tier 6s died. According to the latest report, the observatory noticed that the blue star showed signs of expansion. The deities are about to revive. On November 27th of the 31st year, the moon was devoured. I sensed countless terrifying figures approaching blue star, their malevolent gazes fixed on us, yet I was somewhat impatient. The secrets of the sanctuary were incessantly pricking at my heart. I wanted answers. By January 29th of the 32nd year, the visions of the deity's revival were clearly visible and the Star Alliance began to fall into panic. They firmly believed that I knew the secrets, just as I had always solved any difficult puzzles in the past. I remained silent. At this time I no longer wanted to deal with them. I only wanted to complete one last minor task before the revival of the deities, a task of no great importance. As long as I wished, no one could find me. In the final years, I spent some brief moments of tranquility and my anxious heart found peace again. Meanwhile, they were plunged into chaos with doomsday prophecies rising to the forefront. One of these prophecies unexpectedly revealed the truth, claiming that the apocalypse 7 years ago was merely a prelude to the true end of humanity. Apart from that, they made many futile efforts, such as breaking into the Star Alliance's authorization system, attempting to uncover the truth. Unfortunately, they found nothing and could only catch glimpses of the truth in the corners of certain research studies. On March 29, 32 years later, the revival of the deities was imminent and a new race emerged from the mystical lands. Their powers had leaped qualitatively. The first thing they did after their emergence was to distance themselves from the Star Alliance and move to newly grown lands, areas beyond our reach. On April 15, 32 years later, the deities revived. Humanity was extinguished. It was then that the new race touched the territories of the Star Alliance. Then they saw me standing by the side of the deity. Their expressions were quite amusing. I couldn't help but laugh out loud, a laugh so wild, though my vision was inexplicably blurry. On May 19, 32 years later, I continued to roam alone with many of the new race whispering behind my back, firmly believing that it was I who had deceived the deity. A trivial matter indeed. On July 18, 32 years later, I had traveled all over the blue planet. It must be said, the changes to the blue planet were immense. The land had expanded many times over. And even at my current speed, it took me 3 months to traverse such immense changes. On September 12, 32 years later, the War of Belief concluded. I requested an audience with the Spirit of the Stars. He agreed. Inside the temple, I met with his priest and witnessed a scene that had occurred many times before. His gaze fell upon me. I carefully savored the feeling that the arrival of the deity brought. The final inheritor of the last era. You seem puzzled, he said. Great deity beyond space and time, my inheritance has suffered a loss, please enlighten me. I responded, wanting to know why, despite finding the sanctuary, I was unable to break through the 7th level. His tone was steady and as grand as ever. Perhaps it is not that the inheritance has suffered a loss, but rather that the one who left the inheritance did not understand the meaning of the era, he explained. My eyes flickered. Not quite understanding why the sanctuary would be related to the era, he looked at me and slowly said, in each era, only one sanctuary can exist, not because the power of the sanctuary has vanished, but because the era does not permit it. I carefully pondered his words and posed another question. I really wanted to know what exactly is an era. His tone fluctuated as he spoke. The universe's punishment for those who transcend is the most fundamental rule of the world. My confusion deepened. Why would an era be a punishment? In my original understanding, an era was like the normal succession of dynasties, the weaker are more susceptible to harm. I'm sorry, I cannot understand. Haven't you transcended space and time and life and death? Do you know what lies beyond an era? Beyond an era, he paused. An era is like a poison coated with honey, causing a slow death. Outside of it, your power cannot grow. You can only watch helplessly as your own authority is taken by newcomers. I found myself even more puzzled, as this seemed contradictory to his earlier statements. But haven't the gods transcended all others from the moment they gained their authority? How could they lose it? He looked at me, his eyes filled with inquiry, and my body couldn't bear it. My right arm uncontrollably fell off and ran away. He suddenly shifted the conversation. Would you like to become my apostle? An apostle? He seemed impressed by my potential. If it weren't for the burden of the era, you would have the qualifications to become a god. My soul roared, breaking free from my control, and my body responded for me. God who controls the stars, I am willing to become your apostle. As the narrative concluded, Xin couldn't help but shake his head. The answer was right before him, yet it was cut off. Can't you speak plainly? Why must I become your apostle, preventing me from seeing what comes next? No, perhaps he didn't want to tell me, hence he diverted the conversation. Can there only be one sanctuary per era? Although unclear about the principle, it seemed to hold true from his observations. Moreover, Xin reflected on the behavior of the number 19 from the book, quite surprised by the changes. He had long realized that while number 19 foot in the subspace seemed identical, the focuses were quite different. Through comparisons, he could see that number 19's personality was greatly influenced by his mood that day. This time, number 19 seemed to amplify his current mood. Besides, number 19 had made significant breakthroughs, greatly advancing many projects over more than 7 years. Another curious aspect was the fusion of different abilities, an intriguing concept yet to be fully explored. Though he had always chosen quality over quantity early on, it was normal not to notice. In fact, from his current perspective, the difference between the two paths was not substantial, merely a diversity in methods. Against those weaker than me, abilities are often unnecessary. Against stronger foes, more abilities prove futile, Xin thought as he opened his autobiography, deciding to use the barrier breaker. Firstly, Xin planned to enjoy a vacation, advance his knowledge, and attempt something new. He decided to explore the path of leveraging quantity to achieve success. Personally experimenting with the fusion of extraordinary abilities. Even though this path harbored potential risks, it was merely a simulation. The barrier breaker was initiated. A slight dizziness overcame him, and while his surroundings appeared unchanged, Xin knew he had entered the world of the barrier breaker. He could return to this time node whenever he wished. The barrier breaker differed from the time-space diary. The latter focused more on survival, compelling oneself in that realm to prioritize living over taking risks. Conversely, the barrier breaker was a world under his control, allowing for entirely different experiments without affecting the main timeline. During his first trial, Xin only tentatively explored, holding back from executing many bold plans. Now, with many aspects verified, he felt confident to proceed with other schemes. His original plan had shifted, sparked by curiosity from discovery number 19, aiming to maximize the development of limitless potential, a promising plan in his view. Without leaving for the capital, Xin used the spiritual internet to contact the shelter, issuing a mission to capture all individuals with extraordinary abilities. With their powers currently weak, it was the perfect time to seize them. Waiting until their powers strengthened would only complicate their capture. Xin was indifferent to the possibility that killing too many might hasten the emergence of deities. After all, he could only stay until September and needed to maximize his interests in this limited time. He proceeded slowly. With the current capabilities of the Research Institute, he expected to capture the first group of individuals with abilities within a week or so. Until then, he would focus on his studies, cherishing the undistracted peace. Xin felt somewhat nostalgic as he flipped through his autobiography, directing Mei Ling towards Anqing. He chose his destination to be the nearest city, leaving the logistics of how the Institute's personnel would transport the captures to others. At the apex of the power pyramid, many tasks required merely his command, with the subordinates handling the complexities. Thus 10 days later Li Xian received the first batch of 546 individuals with abilities along with detailed information about their powers sorted according to his specifications meticulously prepared by Wang Xian. As Li Xian reviewed the data he headed towards the detention area located far from the main urban district and previously a large warehouse now barely recognizable. This facility hastily constructed in Anqing over recent days was characterized by its size soundproofing enclosure and difficulty to escape. Now that the division of abilities has been arranged, all that's left is to make an attempt. As the gate closed, Li Xian's figure disappeared from everyone's view. The person in charge of the escort this time was Wang Xian. The reasons were twofold: the proximity was relatively close and his abilities were suitable and his realm sufficient. Wang Xian nudged Zhu Linan with his elbow, trying to make conversation. "Hey bro, do you know what this is all about?" "That's something I should be asking you," Zhu Linan responded calmly. "I'm just an external staff member and haven't been in contact with you all for long." Zhu Linan spoke openly. He had already decided to retire soon and saw no need to put on airs. Moreover, he was curious about this mysterious organization, what exactly it was and how many secrets it hid. But one thing he was sure of was that it couldn't possibly have originated from the capital. Firstly, due to the issue of power, as he himself had been a high-ranking official in the Dragon Nation, it was impossible for such a massive force to have been assembled without his knowledge. Secondly, the issue of style was evident from the team assigned to him. There was absolutely none of the decay typical of bureaucratic circles. Instead, the decisive action reminded him of the military from long ago. Thirdly, the issue of the banner. If it really were from the capital, they would constantly mention it, instead of showing no reaction to the capital and merely calling themselves a research institute. Thinking this, Zhu Linan couldn't help but want to criticize. If they wanted to deceive him, they should at least put on a convincing act. It was clear as day that there was an issue. But even knowing there was a problem, what could he do? He couldn't rebel. He could only pretend to be unaware, blindfolding himself. "Haha, you jest, brother. When I came here I saw it myself. There were hundreds from the external operations department here with you. How could you possibly be an external staff member?" Wang Xian laughed off, changing the topic. Zhu Linan gave him a look and briefly explained his own situation, which silenced Wang Xian. "Well brother, your situation is indeed quite special. I see you're also a capable person. How about we spar?" Despite trying to hold it back, Wang Xian ended up revealing his real intention. "Spar? Sure, what are the rules?" "That depends on what your abilities focus on. My ability leans towards support. I can control gravity within a certain area. Mine is combat oriented. I can accelerate the speed of objects." "Well then, let's see if you can break through my gravity field." In just a few exchanges, the two had agreed on the terms of their spar. However, the outcome was quite clear. Wang Xian was already a Tier 1 ability user, whereas Zhu Linan had recently suffered a major setback and had not acquired any special techniques, remaining only at Tier 0. After the spar, the two sat down on the ground chatting casually while waiting for Li Xian to come out. Suddenly, the gate creaked open, drawing everyone's attention. Wang Xian instinctively peeked through the gap toward the inside of the building, but unfortunately it was too dark to see anything. Li Xian looked towards Wang Xian. "From now on you will be in charge of this matter. You may apply for the necessary resources and support from the field operations and research departments. As long as it's reasonable, you'll get the green light." Wang Xian instantly perked up, grateful for the trust. "Thank you, boss. I guarantee to complete the task and make the organization proud." He knew there were benefits to this role and was glad his efforts were paying off. "Now, we'll be sending a batch of people every 2 weeks with the same requirements as this time," Li Xian added, considering the recent emergence of crystal cores that significantly enhanced the abilities of the empowered. With a slight relaxation in the timeline, he then mounted his horse Merlin and left alone. This time, the harvest was mediocre. Out of over 500 people, he managed to integrate only 3 different abilities. The effects were average, while the range of a single ability widened. It was not irreplaceable. The probability of successful integration increased with the similarity between abilities. At least 3 abilities were needed to complete the integration. Moreover, the absorption of abilities had to be done simultaneously. Any difference in timing could lead to failure. Aside from his abilities, this time's absorption of spiritual power pushed him to the peak of the 2nd tier. Although he had planned to move to the capital and reach the 3rd tier by now, he decided to settle temporarily in Anqing. The convenience was undeniable. It was originally a military area equipped with specialized laboratories, adequate facilities, and decent equipment quality. plus the newly constructed castle, essentially just a large one-story warehouse with high ceilings, pleased Li Xian greatly. Zhu Linen seemed to be preparing for retirement, showing no interest in deepening ties with the research institute. His daily work was perfunctory. While flawless, it lacked sincerity. During this period, his interaction with Li Xian was minimal, mostly limited to work updates. Eventually, Li Xian, finding him bothersome, asked him to report to someone else, further reducing their communication. General, someone from the capital has arrived, Zhu Linen reported calmly. Despite not seeking information actively, the daily observations gave him a glimpse into the tip of the iceberg that was the Research Institute's capabilities. The mere surface strength was terrifying and despairing, and he could roughly guess the purpose of the capital's visit, though he doubted they could match the Institute's power, especially not the individual in the lab. When the second batch of empowered individuals arrived, Zhu Linen had the chance to witness Li Xian in action. Over 400 empowered, mostly first tier and one who had reached the second tier, attempted to strike simultaneously, yet they were all suppressed single-handedly by Li Xian. After the doors closed, he couldn't see what happened next but knew that half an hour later Li Xian emerged unscathed and the warehouse was left empty. Over 1,000 empowered individuals had been sent in 2 batches, all vanishing without a trace. The deaths were so calm that it often sent chills down his spine, waking him up in cold sweats during the night. Zhu Linen couldn't help but wonder where all these people had gone. Why was Li Xian capturing so many capable individuals? What was being concocted in the laboratory every day? Various signs always sparked endless speculation. He had to admit that a big reason for his reduced communications was Li Xian. General Linen, long time no see. A familiar voice roused Zhu Linen from his thoughts. He looked towards the source of the sound and was shocked to find it was an old acquaintance. Why aren't you welcoming the general? Yi Dinghua asked with a stern face. Ha, please have a seat, it's been a long time since we last met, brother. We really should catch up today. Of course, I specifically volunteered to come here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let me go, Yi Dinghua said with a laugh. But it's only been 2 years and your influence has expanded quite a bit, hasn't it? Oh, Zhu Linen's expression changed. He dismissed the people around him and said with a bitter smile, all right, brother, you stop teasing me. Others might not see it, but can't you? And city is nominally under my control, but in reality it has long since changed hands. Yi Dinghua's expression grew serious and he lowered his voice. Indeed, the capital sent people here earlier to gather information and found discrepancies, which is why they delayed until now. Quickly tell me everything in detail. Zhu Linen sighed. He knew he would have to reopen old wounds once again. After he finished explaining the situation, the reception room fell into silence. Yi Dinghua frowned, not expecting the situation to be this complicated, especially with this new power that had emerged, which was not the first time the capital had noticed. The origins could be traced back to the end of the second zombie siege, when the capital repelled the zombies and gained a surge in strength from harvesting crystal cores, preparing to reclaim lost territories. However, a special forces team went missing under mysterious circumstances while on a mission. Investigations revealed they had been forcibly taken. The capital immediately established an investigation team which, through inquiries at one settlement, learned part of the intelligence. According to them, a group had arrived earlier, forcibly abducting their leader. As the investigation deepened, more signs were uncovered, and it became clear that not long after the apocalypse began, a powerful force had suddenly risen with a large number of strong members. They also discovered that this force was capturing capable individuals, all of whom were ultimately sent to An City, the original domain of Zhu Linen. This was precisely why the capital had sent Yi Dinghua. Linen, can you arrange a meeting with that person for me? Zhu Linen sighed. Why must it come to this? He's dangerous, and if he wants to harm you, I can't stop him. Please, just listen to me and leave. Yi Dinghua patted his shoulder and said solemnly, the national interest comes before everything. Some things, someone has to do them. Zhu Linen stared at him, trembling with anger. The two individuals stared intently at each other, motionless like statues, until Zhu Linen finally bowed his head and muttered gruffly, you know, with Xiaofu gone and old by no more, you're one of the few acquaintances I have left. I'm sorry, but there are things I must do and I hope you can understand me. Yi Dinghua remained silent for a moment, not looking at Zhu Linen. Go on, get lost. Damn it, good words can't persuade a damned ghost. Don't expect me to offer incense for you when you're dead, all a bunch of bastards. Zhu Linen cursed as he left. Yi Dinghua watched his departing figure, his back erect, and said with a smile, don't stick your neck out. No matter what happens, you need to stay calm, brother Linen. Jinger is in your care. Zhu Linen stood abruptly, responded gloomily, and left the reception hall at almost a running pace. Shortly after, he received a message from the security guard directing him to the laboratory. He didn't see Zhu Linen there, but he knew that Zhu Linen was keeping an eye on him. Yi Dingwa handed an envelope he had just written to the security guard. Some words, some matters still require this ancient method of communication. Making his way to the laboratory, Yi Dingwa, now fully cleansed and dressed in a pristine isolation suit, knocked on the door. "Come in." As he pushed open the door, a very young man appeared before him, also in an isolation suit, only his face mask was transparent. "General Yi, I didn't expect Beijing to send you." Li Xian observed the situation in the petri dishes, speaking casually. "Hello, I am Yi Dingwa here on behalf of Beijing, hoping to reach an agreement with you." Yi Dingwa wasn't surprised that the other party recognized him. He had been somewhat famous as a hawkish general before the apocalypse. "I don't think today's Beijing has what we need. On the contrary, it's you who need the results from our research institute. There's no basis for cooperation as the conditions are not equivalent," Li Xian stated calmly, his indifference stemming from his thorough understanding of Beijing's situation, having long known that anything useful had already been taken. Yi Dingwa fell silent. "Human resources eventually run out. There are always some research directions that you haven't touched upon," Yi Dingwa said gravely, not believing Li Xian's words as he stated his reasons. "It seems you still don't understand my point. I admit you are not wrong, but that doesn't mean Beijing has what we need. Whether it's crystal core compression technology or psychic protection plans, our institute is ahead of you." Li Xian, tired of beating around the bush, laid out Beijing's research directions openly. With each point he made, Yi Dingwa's expression grew more troubled, a storm brewing in his heart. He struggled to inquire about specific details, but Li Xian simply brushed over them, offering even better alternatives. At this, Yi Dingwa had to believe him. "So, do you understand now?" This was the first time Li Xian shifted his gaze, his indifferent eyes resting on him. "When you think of enough bargaining chips, then come find me." As he had said before, he didn't care about Beijing, or the world for that matter. With his current strength and foundation, he had long surpassed all powers, and in a generational leap. With the edgebreaker in his possession, he was unconcerned about the risks. That was precisely why he allowed Yi Dingwa to enter, because he didn't care. He spoke freely about whatever came to mind, even if this information could potentially enhance the strength of the capital. What of it? His indifference was clear. Yi Dingwa wanted to say more, but recalling the significant revelation he had just heard, he chose to remain silent, turning around and silently leaving. He needed to survive, to inform the capital of the traitor within. Without removing this mole, the capital would always be at a disadvantage. As Yi Dingwa exited the laboratory, he was still in a daze. Hearing those confidential project names had completely disrupted his original plans and intentions. These were true secrets, some of them were even unknown to him. Now he was contemplating whether to disclose this situation, considering only those in the highest positions, possibly even higher than his own, would have access to such classified information. With the capital already unstable, revealing this scandal could worsen their precarious situation. No, he decided he could at least inform number one. Others might betray, but number one would not. Yi Dingwa left with a heavy heart. Zhu Linen watched him depart from atop the city walls, relieved, albeit unaware of the specifics inside, but at least Yi Dingwa was alive. The last of his sharpness had faded with the betrayal of his brothers, and now all he hoped for was the safety of those around him. It was 3 days later when Yi Dingwa returned to the capital. He immediately requested a private meeting with number one. Sensing something unusual, the high-ranking officials, shrewd politicians they were, cautiously pulled back their direct forces, gathering in the secret council chamber. In the meeting, Yi Dingwa sat across from number one, articulating the details of his encounter. Number one tapped the table, suppressing the anger in his heart. "Investigate this. I want to see who dares to leak national secrets with such audacity." As Yi Dingwa was about to leave, having received his orders, he was stopped. "Wait, tell me more about the projects Li Xian knows about." Number one, having calmed down, realized something was amiss, especially concerning 2 of the projects, which he knew were secretly ordered by him for research, meaning, aside from the scientific team, he was the only one aware of them. As Yi Dingwa narrated, the absurdity grew in number one foot's mind. It couldn't possibly be that he himself had leaked the information, could it? What a joke! But wait, there was a problem. Number one held his forehead and thought. "No, go and investigate, focus on the scientific department, the others are old colleagues. Any issues would have been evident by now, but don't overlook this, and try not to alienate them," number one instructed slowly. Yi Dingwa nodded in understanding. Indeed, even number one wouldn't want to upset the higher echelons of the capital at such a time. the search for traitors within the capital was in full swing, and not far away in Anqing they welcomed their third batch of power users. After delivering the people, Wang Xian did not linger. He was to make a living at the research institute. He knew well enough what he should and should not see. In fact, he only stayed the first time, quickly evacuating on subsequent occasions after delivering people and documents, fearful of seeing something he shouldn't. In this world, it truly is a dog-eat-dog world. With the loss of national and social constraints, these big shots didn't even need to pretend anymore. Wang Xian muttered to himself, swallowing the taboo words that almost slipped out. Yet he was just venting and had no thoughts of leaving. Ever since he witnessed the disappearance of over 500 people, he understood there was no turning back. He realized more clearly that in today's era morality was the most useless thing. Only embracing his animal instincts could help him survive. Might as well follow this path to the end, Wang Xian thought, unconsciously curling his lips as he kicked open the door, facing the several dozen trembling survivors with a cold statement: search them, don't spare any power user. As his words still hung in the air, over 30 field agents entered, their cold gun barrels aimed at the survivors. 3 of them pulled out disc-shaped iron devices with small screens displaying 3 colors, red, blue and yellow. Red indicated unregistered power users, blue for ordinary people, and yellow for registered power users. Wang Xian did not speak further, leaning against the wall, coldly observing the survivors. In this oppressive atmosphere, no one dared to speak. They almost curled up like quails, hoping this disaster would pass quickly, except for those represented by the 3 red dots. As the field agents approached, they decisively used their powers. One was a speed-type power user who dashed through the crowd, choosing the path with the fewest people. Unfortunately, the path with the fewest people was always guarded by Wang Xian. Gravity suppress, bang. The speed-type power user was instantly slammed to the ground, unable to move under the intense gravity. Wang Xian, seeing that the other 2 fights were about to conclude, slowly approached and pulled out a syringe. It was an enhanced version of a muscle relaxant specifically developed for power users, rendering them unable to control their bodies for a day. To be safe, in case someone had a special ability, they would administer another dose every half-day to prevent escape. Not long after Wang Xian administered the injection, the other 2 fights also ended, and each power user was injected with the muscle relaxant. He didn't look at the survivors again. These ordinary people didn't need his attention, as the research institute would send someone else to take them away, provided they did not run around. The 14th power user, he muttered, glancing at the map. Indeed, there's another gathering spot nearby. Intelligence reports 5 power users there. Not bad at all. Huang Bo furrowed his brows. He clearly sensed something was amiss. Over the past 2 months, the direction of the research institute had shifted. Although the work in the research department was still ongoing, he could distinctly sense that the institute's focus had shifted from scientific research to field operations, and this transition was remarkably abrupt. According to the field operations department, their previous mission was to peacefully take over settlements. Overnight, their objectives changed, abandoning the settlements to capture individuals with abilities instead. This shift was evident in many ways, such as personnel reassignments. He knew that the field operations department originally had 900 members from the research department, but now only 200 remained, and they were relatively weaker. For instance, in terms of scientific projects, many new projects had been launched recently, all invariably centered on capture, combat, and warfare. Former projects were massively scaled down, some indefinitely shelved, and resources were severely cut. It seemed foolish to resort to militaristic fervor. Several promising projects were halted. With the Institute's capabilities, there was no need for such haste. The benefits that could be reaped from applying their findings to real-world applications were immeasurable. The Fifth Council had truly made a blunder in passing such a resolution. Huang Bo shook his head internally, but his hands did not stop their work. He remembered some recent information he had heard from the Field Operations Department. Since abandoning the settlements, the Institute's influence was nearing global coverage. However, their power bases were few, primarily consisting of scattered members around the world. Honestly, he was not clear on how this was achieved. Given the current global paralysis in transportation, he could understand the situation on land, having participated in some related projects, but he was completely in the dark about sea routes and airways. He could only speculate based on some of the materials from the projects. With his current level of access, he was still far from reaching such knowledge, but he was certain that the database held more insights. As he pondered this, Huang Bo glanced at the person next to him, Li Xian, who had been transferred to Anqing over a month ago. Only then did Huangbo learn that Li Xian was not from the field operations department but like himself belonged to the research department. However, one thing baffled him: what level of membership did Li Xian hold? Judging from the resources allocated to him, he was at least a level 3, yet he had never seen him lead a team. Li Xian always worked alone on experiments, barely communicating with others. Huangbo recalled a previous attempt to engage him in conversation which Li Xian had completely ignored. Despite this, Huangbo remained curious about Li Xian and frequently tried to initiate conversations. Unfortunately, his luck wasn't great today. Just as he was about to broach a prepared topic, Li Xian concluded his experiments for the day and left the lab alone. Huangbo glanced at the time, realizing only then that it was the monthly activity day, a term he coined based on Li Xian's behavior. Most of the time Li Xian was holed up in the lab. There were occasions when Huangbo returned to the lab at midnight to retrieve materials, only to find Li Xian still engrossed in an experiment. One could say that regardless of how early or late he arrived at the lab, there was always someone there. However, even the most diligent need rest. Li Xian would leave the lab every 2 weeks or so. Sometimes he would return in an hour, other times it would take him half a day. Huangbo was curious about these absences, but he didn't have the bad habit of disturbing others' rest. After asking once and getting no answer, he never tried again. On the other side, Li Xian had arrived at the large warehouse once more. After several expansions, it had become almost like a castle, vast in size and fully equipped. Perhaps due to a sense of ritual, he preferred the lab. This was his 5th visit here, and except for the second time when the numbers were below target, all other visits had exceeded expectations. This time, there were over 700 and the quality was several notches higher. The data showed that their abilities mostly complemented each other. Carefully selected, Li Xian was very pleased. Wang Xian was indeed suitable for this kind of task. Good that the promotion could be started earlier than planned, he thought as he slowly pushed the door open. Through the previous 4 experiments, he had roughly figured out the new possibilities of the infinite. In professional terms, one needed to absorb 3 to 6 abilities that were similar and complementary within a certain period, and then expend a corresponding amount of spiritual power to obtain a merged superpower. However, this task was almost over. Too many had died in a short time. The new function of the infinite was clear, and continuing it seemed meaningless as the effects were mediocre and the enhancement to his own abilities was only average. Of course, he didn't rule out that he might not have found the true method yet, but for now it wasn't worth his time and energy. Other projects had greater potential. If there was no new discovery this time, then this project could be terminated, Li Xian thought as he closed the door. The sun was setting, the sky filled with the glow of a fiery sunset when the tightly closed door slowly opened. Li Xian shook his head. Just as he had expected, no miracle had occurred. He connected to the spiritual internet and, in the name of the 5th Council, announced the termination of the previous mission. The captured ability users were to be assigned to appropriate departments according to their powers. At the same time, he appointed Wang Xian to a level 3 clearance, allowing him to choose his own department as recognition for his recent work. Now focus on your studies. Li Xian sighed deeply as he returned to the lab. Halfway there, a member of the field staff stopped him. Sir Yi Dinghua from the capital has sent someone again. Tell them to go away, I won't meet them. They've come 3 times in a week, it's endless, Li Xian said irritably, his mood already soured by the lack of new findings and now further annoyed by the intrusion. Don't bother me with this sort of thing in the future, just refuse them outright. As he finished speaking, a familiar voice rang out again. Mr. Li, please don't be upset, we come with ample sincerity this time. Yi Dinghua's figure rushing towards him caught Li Xian's eye. Li Xian felt an instinctive twitch in his brow and took a deep breath. By the time he exhaled, Yi Dinghua had already reached him. Without giving Yi a chance to speak, Li Xian's eyes were frosty. You've been pestering me over and over again. Who gave you the courage? Don't tell me you actually think I wouldn't dare to kill you. Yi Dinghua's smile faded as he carefully moderated his tone, handing over a set of documents that had been difficult to gather. In an era where much information had been lost, finding these documents was no small feat. He believed this information might make Li Xian more amenable. Mr. Li, this is a small gift prepared for you by the capital, please have a look, Yi Dinghua said as he handed over the documents, carefully watching Li Xian's expression. He couldn't be sure whether someone with Li Xian's vast influence might have already obtained these documents, but the likelihood was slim. This was a desperate measure. Over the past days he had approached Li Xian numerous times, each attempt ending less than satisfactorily. No matter what bargaining chips they presented, they could not close the deal. What they once took pride in seemed worthless before Lexin. After numerous meetings, the capital decided to make every effort to garner support while maintaining their autonomy. They needed the research results from the institute. It was crucial for them. To achieve this goal, the capital had gone to great lengths to gather the necessary documents and used various means to reach their ends, including giving gifts. For this purpose, they had collected extensive information about Lexin, trying to cater to his preferences. However, they initially hit a deadlock and were astonished to find that there were no records of Lexin before the age of 11 in their database. This certainly piqued their interest. The intelligence department scoured for information, but unfortunately most leads were buried in the chaos at the dawn of the apocalypse. For a long time, they came up empty-handed. Then by chance they arrived at Shanli village, where they met several women who mentioned that Lexin had once visited the place. This was a new direction for their investigation, and they began to focus on Shanli village. Some secrets, no matter how deeply hidden, can be uncovered by the collective effort, exposing the truth layer by layer. They discovered the secrets of Shanli village and used it as an anchor to keep searching upwards, eventually finding the person behind the village. And behind this person there were other forces. They followed the trail and finally found the source of it all. To be precise, the source himself was unaware of these dealings. It was his subordinates who, using his name, had been extorting wealth from the locals. They conducted illegal activities openly while secretly making extra money without the boss's knowledge, who only handled the finances. "Is this the guy?" Lexin asked after reviewing the documents, a flash of surprise in his eyes. This was indeed something he had not been aware of. By shifting the perspective slightly, it becomes clear that before this moment the capital had always been trailing behind him, with the higher-ups feeling incredibly stifled, keeping their discoveries hidden from him. But now the situation has changed. The capital is trapped on all sides, and not far away looms the massive presence of the research institute. They are virtually defenseless, forced to find a way out at all costs. This is the art of survival, akin to a gecko shedding its tail. To escape danger, a skill they have now mastered. Consequently, that person was pushed forward, becoming the severed tail. Lexin looked towards Yidingwa, his irritation dissipating. He cracked a slight smile. "I am very satisfied with your gift," he said. Yidingwa let out a long sigh of relief. "What about our collaboration? Talk to the field operations department. They handle these matters," Lexin replied, glancing at a member of the department nearby. The man quickly nodded in agreement. Following Lexin's departure, Yidingwa proceeded to the reception room with the man. The negotiation expert Yi had brought along was already in place, having waited in Anqing for a long time and now finally proving useful. Watching the spot where Lexin had last been seen, Yidingwa sighed internally, realizing that the research institute's true master was this young man. Such immense power unfortunately was not in their hands. They had exhausted their wits just to gain his agreement. Something unimaginable in the past. It had been just over 2 months since the apocalypse began, yet it felt like half a lifetime. Yidingwa chuckled self-deprecatingly. This gift was a blow to him, as they should have been the staunchest defenders of the system, yet they were inadvertently undermining its very foundation. If not for the special circumstances this time, not even the highest authority would have been informed. Nowadays such matters could be easily resolved, but what about before the apocalypse? Who would have been there to enforce the rules? And what about after? As society reshuffles, new interest groups will emerge, possibly leading to a restart. This thought pulled him out of the grand narrative, prompting him to view the world from an even higher perspective. Lost in a storm of thoughts, Yidingwa journeyed through his mind, seeking his ultimate answer. Meanwhile, Lexin had already set off. His actions were driven purely by his desires. In just over an hour he had covered what would normally take days. Arriving at the capital, the towering city walls stood dozens of meters high, with the gates tightly shut and squads of heavily armed soldiers patrolling. Lexin regarded the surrounding guards as if they were nothing, stepping over the city wall in a single stride and heading towards his destination with a slow, resolute pace. Bang! A soldier, acting on reflex, pulled the trigger. The bright yellow bullet, just a dozen feet away from Lexin, suddenly lost all momentum, defying the laws of physics and stopping midair. Murmurs of shock filled Lexin's ears. He frowned slightly, scanning his surroundings. Everyone and everything he laid his eyes on became frozen in place, maintaining their previous expressions and movements. Some were even suspended in midair, along with the chaotic debris that had been falling or thrown. Zooming out further, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Within an 8-mile radius centered on Lexin, nothing could move. Even the wind would freeze upon entering. The world became silent. Lexin continued forward. In the vast capital only his footsteps could be heard, though light, they sounded like heavy hammers striking at the heart of every listener. Inside the council hall of the capital, almost all the high-ranking officials gathered, staring dumbfounded at this display of extraordinary personal power, a type wholly different from that of mechanical creations. It shattered their worldview completely. How can he be so powerful? They wondered aloud. Such power, such terrifying power, how can anyone possess such strength? Thankfully we did not choose the other path, such a despair-inducing power. Number 1 couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart as he watched the young man on the screen, recalling the documents sent 2 days ago and understanding his purpose. However, he hadn't anticipated such a swift arrival. According to earlier estimates, Yi Dingwa should have only just handed over the documents to Li Xian. He could hardly imagine how the capital could deal with such an adversary. Amidst the astonished cries of the crowd, suddenly one person stopped moving, their expression and motion frozen in an instant. Then one by one others became immobilized, their thoughts seemed frozen too, unaware of how much time had passed, until a voice rang out, "I am taking this person with me, any objections?" And before their eyes Li Xian took someone away. That day the capital was quieter than it had ever been. This silence, along with the footage, spread across the globe. Every power remained silent before this might, even if they were reluctant to admit it. The facts spoke louder than words. Blue Star, a planet that had never had a master, had now welcomed its first. 2 months had passed since Li Xian entered the capital alone, and the world's situation had become clear. The foremost power was the Institute, which actually controlled the globe, far surpassing all other forces in every aspect. Following were the major official powers, primarily the former great nations, with the other countries mostly destroyed and their survivors merged into these powers. They nominally managed Blue Star, engaging in extensive dealings with the Institute. Lastly, there were individual powers who had risen in the apocalypse with formidable personal strength, carving out territories on Blue Star and clashing with official forces. They yearned for the Institute, seeking ways to advance themselves. Apart from these, there was another force, or perhaps a social class on Blue Star, the scavengers, mostly comprised of those deeply scarred by the apocalypse. They chose not to rejoin human society and spontaneously left the cities to survive in the wilderness. Blue Star was vast, especially post-apocalypse, with countless lands unclaimed and the living conditions for scavengers relatively decent. Yet, despite humanity's selective ignorance, it was undeniable that another force existed on Blue Star: the zombies. Feeding on spiritual energy and gaining intelligence after the 4th tier, under the leadership of a zombie king, they had formed a vast nation spanning Blue Star. Regarding mutant animals, they are either enslaved or turned into food. From the 3rd tier onwards, they can no longer defeat humans and zombies. Even though they have gained intelligence, it takes a long time for them to learn. They lack a civilization of their own and can only learn from humans, understanding human ways of thinking and drawing nourishment from the existing human civilization. Those in the oceans are luckier than those on land, as current technology is not yet capable of massively exploiting the oceans, and the true deep sea remains largely unexplored. Each fleet must have at least one Tier 4 or higher powerhouse to navigate the oceans. At this moment Li Xian is in the deep sea aboard a modified military vessel. He gazes at the azure waters, his eyes filled with curiosity. Until now, exploration of the oceans has been superficial, partly because the benefits are unknown and likely less rewarding than secret realms. Another concern is the inability to monitor the movements of deities in a timely manner after venturing deep into the ocean, which could result in losing control of the situation. Thirdly, apart from him, the strength of others is insufficient. Ordinary Tier 6 individuals cannot reach the deepest parts of the ocean, and when a divine Tier 7 appears, there are other important matters to handle. Therefore, ocean exploration has been continuously postponed. Now things are different. Stationed at the barrier breakthrough vanguard, Li Xian can personally step into the deep sea, his strength having already reached the peak of Tier 6. In fact, 2 months ago he had already reached Tier 6. By utilizing the crystallized essence born during his Tier 5 phase and combining multiple fused abilities, he had achieved such a state. "Sir, we've arrived at the designated location. How is the equipment?" Li Xian asked. "All tests are complete. At a depth of no more than 10,000 meters, it can withstand most environmental interferences, but the effects worsen as we go deeper. Get it ready for me and follow me to gather data from the seabed." "Yes, sir." After all preparations were made, Li Xian dons a solo diving suit, resembling a spacesuit equipped with multiple environmental analyzers. With the injected essence and the Enhancement of various abilities. It can comprehensively analyze the marine environment. For this deep-sea journey he opts not to use a submarine, first to test his own strength and second because submarines are too cumbersome for many of the tests he plans to conduct. Standing on the deck he jumps down causing only ripples to spread with the sound of the surging sea by his ears. The beautiful yet cruel ocean unfolds before him. Although the concentration of spiritual energy is weaker than on land, it doesn't affect him. With his current strength and body he has already overcome most limitations. He takes a brief look around and then continues downward. The shallow waters have already been thoroughly explored and his target is the deep sea, at a depth of 1,000 meters. Sunlight is completely absent. At such depths even nuclear submarines designed for special scenarios are restricted to within 1,000 meters. The increasing atmospheric pressure makes Li Xian somewhat uncomfortable. The highly diluted essence begins to retract. What originally covered a radius of 10,000 meters around him now shrinks to 8,000 meters. In the spiritual power system, when one's strength reaches the 5th level, a magical reaction occurs between one's will and body with spiritual energy, resulting in the creation of a substance known as condensate. This substance lies between the realms of idealism and materialism. Condensate possesses many unique traits. For example, it can extend someone's eyesight and limbs, allowing clear visibility of all scenes within its range and the ability to move objects through space. Condensate also serves protective functions, providing extremely strong defense. This stage marks the rise of the extraordinary, where the protective capabilities are so robust that they can even withstand nuclear explosions provided there is enough condensate. Additionally, condensate can be applied over other materials, offering effects similar to spiritual runes. It can also gather or disperse according to the user's will, intensifying its traits when gathered and expanding its coverage when dispersed. At a depth of 3,000 meters, the pressure has reached a terrifying 300 megapascals, causing most living creatures to flee. Li Xian gathers his condensate again, fearing damage to his equipment. Otherwise, he does not need sunlight. What condensate reveals is far clearer than what eyes can see. He has tried communicating with creatures using his powers, but unfortunately, most cannot understand him. It seems the likelihood of a civilization emerging from the depths of the ocean is far lower than he had imagined. Perhaps with consistent alteration by spiritual energy over the years, they might develop a new civilization, but for now they are merely beasts lacking intelligence. This was expected, yet it is somewhat disappointing. With these thoughts, Li Xian continues to dive deeper. At a depth of 7,000 meters, the creatures here can hardly be called fish, perhaps because they are unseen by others. Their appearances are bizarre, and even Li Xian feels nauseated by them. Most importantly, these are ordinary animals, unaltered by spiritual energy, and killing them serves no purpose. However, the seafloor here is unexpectedly shallow, prompting him to seek deeper locations. He seems to have taken the wrong direction. His original destination was definitely not this shallow. With an expressionless face, Li Xian changes direction, continuously adjusting his position through the spiritual internet. Finally, he finds the correct path, relying on his physical body supported by spiritual energy, and swims towards his destination. The concentration of spiritual energy on the ocean floor is surprisingly low. The amount of spiritual energy within every 500 meters here could barely compete with that in 1 meter on land. Perhaps it's the location, or maybe it's just the way it is. Although his spiritual power is substantial, in such a place where replenishment is nearly impossible, it's better to conserve energy. After approximately 2 hours, Li Xian detects a fluctuation of spiritual energy ahead. Comparing it to his rudimentary map, he realizes it's one of his destinations, a cluster of underwater volcanoes. The fluctuation of spiritual energy ahead faintly confirms his hypothesis. Long ago he wondered about the nature of spiritual energy, a high-dimensional energy seemingly a tool of the gods. How does it manifest? He speculated it might be through various methods, or perhaps as a force of the era. Now, it appears one of his theories has proven true. Spiritual energy partially deriving from volcanoes led Li Xian to ponder whether it could also exist within the Earth's crust. Carrying this question, he didn't hesitate to use his spiritual power to swiftly reach his destination, a volcano actively erupting before his eyes. Even under the sea, the high-temperature magma flowed, glowing and emitting heat. He approached slowly, sensing an increasing activity of spiritual energy. Through concentrated perception, he observed that the spiritual energy emerged at the moment the magma contacted the seawater, spurred by their collision. Li Xian's eyes lit up as he quickly gathered his concentration to sense the changes: the temperature of the magma, the temperature of the seawater, which parts reacted upon contact, and when the spiritual energy appeared, he recorded the data in real time, transmitting it to the spiritual energy internet. Meanwhile, he pondered whether this phenomenon could be replicated. If so, it would mean another source of spiritual energy was available. He experimented for 5 hours, intervening multiple times to alter the contact method between magma and seawater to explore how spiritual energy was generated. As the eruption began to subside, Li Xian used his powers to encapsulate the magma and seawater, leaving the seabed with his samples. These needed to be analyzed further ashore as mere sensory perception was insufficient compared to professional equipment and could only provide preliminary checks. Upon reaching the deck, it was already dark. Li Xian tried once more to see if the contact between magma and seawater could still produce spiritual energy. The answer was affirmative, suggesting that replication would be significantly easier. Following this, he secured the remaining magma in a special container and used the experimental equipment available on the military ship for further testing and analysis. Comparing it with previous data on magma, Li Xian discovered that this batch was primordial magma captured from the core's molten substances and contained an additional material. After numerous refinements and purifications, he obtained a small tube of blue semi-solid substance resembling jelly. Holding the tube under the light, he admired it with appreciation, naming it spirit source. Subsequently, Li Xian took a small amount of spirit source and attempted to contact it with seawater. However, there was no reaction. The two were as incompatible as oil and water. Recalling the data he had recorded, he knew the equipment at hand couldn't achieve the necessary temperatures. Igniting a flame in his hand, he used his powers to heat the spirit source, preparing to replicate the earlier scene. As the temperature rose, the spirit source reacted, melting from a semi-solid into a liquid. Once it reached the desired temperature, he introduced it to seawater. The hissing sound filled the air, steam floated around the lab, and as the seawater nearly depleted, the spiritual energy still did not appear. Li Xian frowned, using his power to connect to the ocean, summoning a massive influx of seawater, and the sound intensified. As he was enveloped by the vast ocean, Li Xian discovered that when hot and cold characteristics collided, a reaction occurred within the spiritual source. A strange gurgling sound ensued, and a light green spiritual aura floated upwards. Success! Li Xian couldn't help but laugh, his eyes blazing with excitement as he gazed at the spiritual source. He had found the birth method of this high-dimensional power, significantly accelerating the progress of decoding spiritual energy. Li Xian once again entered the spiritual internet using his level 5 council authority. Facing the field service department, he issued a directive to collect magma, while the scientific research department received the task of studying it. Native magma, a product from the Earth's core. This time it was an underwater volcano, but what about terrestrial volcanoes? Did they have the same effect? Perhaps it was time to compile statistics on the number of global volcanic eruptions since the apocalypse began, which would undoubtedly be many times higher than before. Interestingly, if the birth of spiritual energy required the collision of hot and cold materials, where did the terrestrial spiritual energy come from? Or perhaps there was more than one way to generate spiritual energy. According to pre-apocalyptic data, the number of known underwater volcanoes was not large, but with such a vast ocean capable of producing such amounts of spiritual energy, there were only two possibilities. First, the number of underwater volcanoes was beyond imagination. Second, there were other ways to generate spiritual energy. Li Xian's gaze returned to the ocean, filled with fervor. After nearly 20 subdimensions and a long accumulation of time, he finally grasped the tale of spiritual energy. He uploaded the process of this experiment into the database for others to reference and once again dived into the ocean. This dive lasted for half a month. It wasn't until mid-August that Li Xian emerged from the ocean. Apart from collecting various data, he had not discovered other ways to generate spiritual energy. However, he found a containment artifact. On the surface, it was just a simple stick, yet it possessed incredible power previously unrecorded. Li Xian put great effort into containing and controlling it. Or perhaps this was his original goal, and the discovery of the spiritual source was just a beautiful accident. Ever since he encountered the statue on land, he had been searching for traces of containment artifacts. Unfortunately, before the gods massively deployed these artifacts, only the statue was known. Li Xian's mind was filled with various speculations, but he simply brushed them off with a smile. time was running out for him. In just over a month he would have to return to the main timeline, which was scheduled for September 20th. Before that, he needed to gather the outcomes of his research and make the final attempts. These included breaking through to the 7th level, communicating with the high-dimensional energy of the blue planet and summoning spirits. Li Xin returned to the headquarters of the Research Institute to start the preparations for his departure. First on his list was the wooden box, but unfortunately, just like before, the results were minimal. The high-dimensional powers of the human era were too mysterious, their uses obliterated in the river of time and space. He could only refer to spiritual energy for analysis. Moreover, with scarce materials, the progress was painfully slow and he had to rely on sheer persistence to make any headway. Yet Li Xin was not disappointed. This was within his expectations. More than this, he was concerned about the spiritual source, the greatest achievement of his trip, as he had touched the essence of spiritual energy and elevated his utilization of it to a new level. After more than a month of research, although his understanding of the spiritual source was still superficial, his knowledge of spiritual energy had deepened. By deducing the characteristics of the spiritual source, the results were promising. Industries related to spiritual energy had mostly breakthroughs, although many were still at the theoretical stage and required continuous experiments for validation. What had been put into practice was the breakthrough in the spiritual energy internet, enhancing its stability and transmissibility. Next was the advancement in spiritual energy weapons, which increased the efficiency of energy usage and reduced wastage. Previously, only 70% of transmitted spiritual energy was effectively used, which had made the status of spiritual energy weapons somewhat awkward, neither fully satisfactory nor worth discarding. Now the efficiency had increased to 90%, significantly elevating their status. Currently, the number of individuals at the peak of the 6th level on Blue Planet was considerable. Should he arrange for them to attempt a breakthrough, the location of the sanctuary had been found, but each era could only host one sanctuary, which meant their role was now minimal. Still, he decided to give it a try. Although their era was nearing its end and not yet transitioning into the next, there might still be a turning point. It was worth letting them scout ahead. And Shang was the gathering place. Because Li Xin had not used the ultimate heavenly technique and merely controlled the spread of the technique, the superpowered individuals were dispersed, unlike before when they had congregated in the city of the superpowered. Therefore, gathering them was significantly slower. Today, only the 6th level peaks from Asia had arrived, totaling over 40, with others still on their way. Yi Dinghua was among them, accompanied by Zhu Linen. Linen, are you aware of the situation this time? I'm just an outsider managing affairs for others. How would I know such secrets? Zhu Linen replied. However, the Institute always believed in equivalent exchange, and now they were generously revealing the method to reach the 7th level, which probably meant there was a catch. Zhu Linen commented. Yi Dinghua merely shook his head. Who doesn't know this? Yet the importance of the 7th order is so critical that we cannot refuse it. It's a blatant scheme, but cleverly executed, preying on the certainty that no one would pass up this opportunity. Even if it meant leaping into a sea of flames and blades, we would do so without a second thought. Zhu Linen merely shrugged noncommittally, his gaze shifting as several figures appeared at the entrance, causing his brow to furrow. Zombies. It wasn't just him, the others looked over as well, their faces filled with disgust. Even though these zombies looked human, the stench of decay was unmistakable to everyone, not to mention the higher-tier zombies with their signature red eyes. Why had the Institute called the zombies here too? It was disgusting to be in the company of these creatures. Sure, something's wrong, there are too many of them. One after another, the zombies entered, changing the expressions of everyone present. How could there be so many at the peak of the 6th order? Yi Dinghua's throat felt dry. The zombies present already numbered over 100, each exuding a 6th order aura. And these were just the zombies from Asia. Others from different regions were also on their way. Recently, they had been busy rebuilding civilization, managing the zombies without letting them hinder their progress, so their attention was not focused on the zombie nations, but rather on the Institute. They had anticipated strong zombies, but not in such overwhelming numbers. Li Huan merely glanced at the crowd, ignoring them. He could feel their disdain and naturally would not impose himself on them. Getting humans to accept us is a big project, he thought. Let's take it slowly. His eyes scanned the surroundings, but he did not see Li Xin. Honestly, he was very curious about Li Xin, wondering what kind of person could wield such immense power. He still remembered when he was in the capital. The data sent by the Institute had prompted him to abandon the capital and establish the zombie nation. The video of Li Xin storming the capital alone had shocked him deeply. In fact, half the reason he was here was because of Li Xian. The zombies found places to sit quietly following Li Hua's will while the humans were preoccupied with their own heavy thoughts. For a moment the venue fell into an eerie silence which lasted until Li Xian made his appearance. Everyone perked up, greeting him eagerly. "Mr. Li, long time no see," one exclaimed. "Brother Li, do you remember me? You were the one who introduced me to the institute. I've been thinking of you all this time," another added. "Mr. Li, did you receive the gift I sent you earlier?" Li Hua watched with interest as these influential figures warmly greeted Li Xian. "Finally we get to see Mr. Li in person," someone sighed. Li Xian merely massaged his temples, feeling overwhelmed by the noise. Everything quieted down as I addressed the gathering. "I assume you all didn't come here just to chit-chat, right? Let's skip the small talk and get straight to the point." Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. They were eager to dive into the main agenda. They promptly closed their mouths and awaited further details. Li Xian glanced at the attendees, and behind me a large screen displayed a long sequence of symbols, numbers and English letters, an assembly that pinpointed the exact coordinates of the sanctuary. "I believe everyone here has learned how to compute these coordinates. The Institute will provide you with the necessary materials. Feel free to ask any questions now." The crowd's eyes lit up. Ever since they had received the materials, they had been bursting with questions. Now that I had invited them to speak, they certainly wouldn't hold back. Yi Dinghua was the first to voice a question that puzzled everyone. "Mr. Li, what exactly is the sanctuary?" I found it bothersome to divulge complicated details and chose to withhold some information. "The origins of the sanctuary are mysterious," I began. "The Institute suspects it's a fragment of a higher dimension, crucial for breaking through to the 7th tier. Once you enter the sanctuary, higher dimensional forces will transform your consciousness. Be aware, this isn't an elevation. It's a transformation, altering your will into an existence with higher dimensional qualities, which the Institute refers to as soul. Only by acquiring a soul can one step into the 7th tier." The words transformation, higher dimensional fragment and soul stirred a brief commotion among the audience as they pondered the implications of these terms. Then another question arose. "Mr. Li, since you've convened us here, can I assume that there are risks involved in this breakthrough?" "Of course," I replied, not attempting to hide the truth. "The 7th tier is unlike any other realm. The risks are substantial. This isn't something that can be kept secret. Once someone breaks through, everyone will know. In our theoretical framework, all tiers before the 7th merely utilize spiritual energy to alter our physical bodies, allowing us to accommodate more higher dimensional power for the transformation. The entire process is perilous, and even the Institute cannot guarantee survival." Hearing my words, the atmosphere in the room abruptly turned cold. They all wanted greater power, but if the cost was death, it warranted serious consideration. Not everyone was prepared to sacrifice their life for the truth. In today's society, being at the 6th tier already placed one above the rest, sufficient for securing desired benefits. I didn't need to look to know that they were having second thoughts. But that was not an issue. I had several methods to pique their interest. The first method: incentives. Those who participate in the breakthrough will have their descendants and factions protected by the Institute. Each generation will have at least one individual with a 3rd tier authorization free from the Institute's directives. Should the breakthrough succeed, they will become honored members of the Institute with 4th tier authorization. Some here might not fully understand these authorizations, so I offered a temporary opening. With a slight smile, I watched as a cell phone landed in each person's hands. "The cell phones you now hold are temporarily connected to the Institute's database with 4th tier authorization. Feel free to browse through it." As the attendees flipped through their phones, exclamations of surprise filled the air. Li Xian was not playing games. These were genuine 4th tier authorizations, with access to the research outcomes of 20 subdimensions, all available at their fingertips. My goodness, we've just started researching this technology and the Research Institute already has an advanced version. Wow, so many techniques. How can there be so many? Holy moly, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Did you guys stumble upon an alien database or something? Li Xian sat quietly in his chair waiting for everyone's response. In the end, only 5 or 6 people stood up. He didn't mind. This was just the beginning. The second method: appeal to their emotions and reason with them. "Do you know why we are revealing this information?" The crowd shook their heads. If they had known, they wouldn't have been puzzled for so long. Their think tank's CPU nearly burned out without guessing the reason. "I don't know if you've noticed, but recently the blue planet has gotten bigger," Yi Dinghua said with a frown. "Our country discovered this situation. According to our measurements, the blue planet has increased in size by 1/10. To correct that, as of today, the blue planet has grown by 1/4, Li Hua stated. Clearly, it wasn't just them who had noticed, anyone from a major power knew something about it, except for those few individual powers who were completely clueless. You can search for the containment items, look through them all, and you will find the answers, he advised. As the crowd flipped through the documents, the venue fell into silence again, more precisely a deadly silence, as everyone's expression grew increasingly grave with each passing moment. Yidingwa hadn't finished reading when he suddenly stood up and said, "I need to report this to the capital." "How on earth did you find out about this?" This is beyond my capabilities. Sorry, I need to report this to my superiors as well," he added. "Please go ahead. I need to remind you all that the stronger our strength, the better we can resist the upcoming crisis. 6th level is far from enough, only at 7th level can we fight for a chance at survival," Li Xian said with a smile. "Also, do not disclose these documents lightly, insufficient strength could lead to death upon seeing them." The crowd nodded solemnly. For a moment, the venue had fewer people. Yidingwa only realized outside that Li Xian had started a live broadcast accessible only to those at the pinnacle of the 6th level on the psychic internet, and correspondingly, they also temporarily possessed 4th level permissions. The psychic internet was extremely lively as well, with 6th level individuals from around the globe eagerly absorbing knowledge. They weren't from the research institute, so such opportunities to enrich themselves were rare. Eventually, those who had left returned to the venue. This time, many more joined, including almost half of the 6th levels globally via the psychic internet. Interestingly, all the zombies had joined, despite everyone understanding that this was due to the zombies' unique social structure, a purely dictatorial society. Still, the irony was palpable. Li Xian pondered for a moment, taking note of those who hadn't joined. His consciousness accessed the psychic internet, issuing commands to the ready field agents, "Bring them all here." For a moment, the number of viewers of this livestream significantly decreased. Li Xian also received messages one after another of tasks being completed. The third method, use force, apprehend and implant memory capsules. A bunch of fools, a beating would make them behave. Li Xian didn't bother saying much. After wasting so much breath earlier and still facing stubborn resistance, he wouldn't be polite. So it was decided, master these techniques well, and in 5 days we begin the breakthrough, he declared. Without waiting for any pleas to stay, he walked away alone. 5 days later, in a desolate wilderness far from any base, the 6th tier beings from around the world gathered. Over 700 6th tier zombies, more than 200 human 6th tiers, and 324 assembly line 6th tiers, making a total of over 1,300 6th tier beings. Li Xian looked on with satisfaction. His efforts across multiple dimensions had not been in vain. He had unearthed and nurtured nearly every individual with potential, leaving no stone unturned. In just over 6 months, so many 6th tiers had emerged. Among them, how many would break through to the 7th tier? This was his experiment. Unlike previous attempts, which were done one at a time, carefully to avoid too many deaths that might awaken the gods prematurely, now he was not worried. Let them awaken if they must. At worst, I'll end the barrier breaking myself. Begin the breakthrough, Li Xian declared. The field agents activated their spiritual runes, and powerful waves of spiritual energy spread out as many began their breakthrough. The skies changed as these attempts unfolded. The surging auras and spiritual forces mingled, altering the local climate. Thunderstorms raged under a glaring sun, creating a scene of utter chaos. Li Xian adjusted his own state, moving close to those on the verge of breaking through yet who had not started, allowing him to sense that mysterious space. He saw thousands of consciousnesses appear, heading towards the sanctum. Under Li Xian's watchful eyes, these consciousnesses laden with vast spiritual energies swam towards the sanctum. They were enveloped in a pale green mist, mostly just covering their bodies, though some extended a few centimeters outward. The consciousnesses overlapped without interfering with each other, and Li Xian suspected they were unable to see one another. The pilgrimage was fraught with hardship. The pale green mist thinned as they moved, and those with unstable foundations turned to ash along the way. Time passed slowly. Li Xian noticed that the vast majority who did not reach the sanctum were products of the assembly line. It wasn't a lack of spiritual power that held them back, but rather a deficiency of will. They hadn't experienced anything since being infused with memory capsules and had stayed in nurturing rooms until they reached the 6th tier. Although there was some combat training, it was infrequent, sacrificed for the sake of nurturing speed and no match for real life or death. Battles. According to the original plan, they were supposed to gain experience by undertaking missions with their 6th tier abilities after coming out, but there wasn't enough time now. They had almost just been nurtured when they were brought to the Sanctum space. It seemed that training intensity needed to be increased in the future. Watching over 300 assembly lines 6th tiers, only about 50 had reached the Sanctum. Li Xin shook his head in disappointment. Additionally, there were only about 40 individuals who collapsed on the road. The rest made it to the sanctuary, totaling 1043. As people reached the sanctuary, an incomprehensible mighty force began to transform their wills. A pale green light thoroughly merged into their consciousness, causing it to shrink and round off into small spheres. Some of these spheres burst forth with light again, almost materializing into tangible souls, which then disintegrated into dust within the sanctuary. Li Xin could even see their astonished expressions. Many more spheres, however, never regained their radiance, rolling gray and listless within the sanctuary before vanishing. As the number of consciousnesses dwindled, his heart sank, knowing this attempt was doomed to fail. Li Xin did not intend to give up this rare opportunity. Instead, he keenly observed the space from an outsider's perspective. He felt the emergence and disappearance of the mighty force, pondered its operating mechanism, and attempted to mimic this force. Once, twice, thrice he tirelessly imitated the energy. Although he used spiritual power, the act of mimicking the operation of the force without involving the actual energy turned out surprisingly simple. After only about a dozen tries, Li Xin succeeded. He looked at the spiritual energy in his hand, which had almost changed its form, and shook his head quietly. However closely imitated, it was still fake. Then a bold idea struck him. What if within this sacred space I used this kind of spiritual power? Could it provoke a reaction from the sanctuary? He concentrated part of his mind and looked outward. By then the sky was densely covered with clouds and the vast wilderness had emptied considerably, save for the field operations team and a few dozen individuals who were still making breakthroughs. Having encountered divine beings and containment objects multiple times, he sensed the overwhelming presence of divinity intense enough to suffocate, making one believe that these beings could manifest in reality any second. It was expected just sooner than he had anticipated, based on past information. Even if all breakthroughs failed, there was still a month's time. Now it seemed he had miscalculated. At most in 3 days the divine beings would manifest in this world. His mind returned to the sacred space and he allowed himself a slight smile. Why not try a bold move? Li Xin increased the flow of his spiritual power, his consciousness crossing the thin layer and reaching into the sacred space. Unlike others, a pale green mist almost solidified around him, extending nearly 10 meters outward. If one did not look carefully, it was almost imperceptible that it was being consumed. He slowly approached the outside of the sanctuary, not entering but using his spiritual power to mimic the mighty force that had just disappeared. However, this act seemed to have angered the sanctuary, pulling him in with an irresistible force. Inside, Li Xin transformed into a sphere about the size of a fist. Unlike the other gray spheres, his shone with light and pale green spiritual power moved across its surface. If one looked closely, they would notice that the fluctuation of this spiritual power was almost identical to the mighty force currently transforming Li Xin. The next moment, sphere after sphere emerged, rushing to attach themselves to him, seemingly endless, with voices of both men and women, young and old, echoing in his mind. Join us, merge with us, the mighty force, the force that changes the world, I bestow upon you. Come, just nod your head and you can become me, become the most important thing of an era, humanity. Do you not pride yourself on pursuing the truth? Why then, when truth is before you, do you not reach out to touch it? Do you not wish to become the sun? Come, embrace me and you will become the only sun. Are you still in pursuit of beauty? Praise me and you will be the embodiment of beauty. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Li Xin's mind was turbulent, yet a sliver of clarity remained. He forcibly controlled his consciousness, but the words he spoke contradicted his thoughts. I am willing to replace you to become the cornerstone of the era. Instantly, the beads disappeared and the incredible force vanished. The bead that Li Xin had transformed into gradually enlarged, and his solid soul stepped out, looking at himself in dismay, always feeling as though he had been tricked. But this was undoubtedly a symbol of the seventh order. He looked up, his gaze sweeping across the sanctuary space, an indescribable shock reverberating through his heart. Suddenly, the previously empty sanctuary space filled with various shapes of souls, their forms ethereal, their faces full of malice, mocking him unabashedly. Hey, another fool tricked! You wretched boy! Why weren't you born in my era? He actually ran away. I want to leave too, you wretched boy. Come and replace me. I want to get out. I want to become a god. I am not content. Why can he run and I cannot? I can become a god too. Li Xian felt dizzy and confused, unable to grasp the situation, but from the words of these fellows he was definitely severely duped. He glanced at these fellows, his gaze moving, and his intuition told him that they could not touch him. He did not understand where this intuition came from, but he firmly believed it in his heart. He looked around the sanctuary, and now he seemed to have a new perspective, able to discern the true size of the sanctuary, but this size was just enough to accommodate his body. He could stretch his limbs, but could not jump, fall, or move forward, as if he were in a transparent rectangular box, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not leave. Li Xian admitted to himself that he had been tricked, and quite badly at that. It was over, trapped with no way out. He couldn't help but cover his forehead, full of frustration. However, he could still sense the effect of the barrier breaker, which meant he could leave this predicament at any time, which somewhat eased his mind. He began to focus on himself, carefully feeling what was different from a normal seventh order. The answer was no different in essence, just larger and more solid. He couldn't help but think back to what that scoundrel had said. This was a scam, wasn't it? Li Xian, skeptical, continued to feel and use his body as it was now. Li Xian faced a horrifying revelation. He could no longer increase his strength. His power would forever remain at the initial stage of the 7th rank. Not only could he not reach the 8th rank, but he couldn't even touch the peak of the 7th. It was a scam. Meanwhile, the mocking laughter from the group outside grew even louder. Ha 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 ha, does it hurt? Are you despairing? This is the price. Good riddance, good riddance, good riddance. Their cackles filled the air, reveling in the downfall of a newcomer. How many years has it been? To witness the fall of a genius once more, truly exhilarating. Die, all must die. Li Xian's head throbbed even more amid the chaos. Only a few of the voices formed coherent sentences. The rest were just malicious laughter. What troubled him more was that this group had no clear leader. Each member unabashedly spread their malice, which was shrouded in mystery. He could even glean knowledge from their meaningless laughter. His sanity teetered on the brink, seemingly about to plunge into the abyss at any moment, yet whenever he was close to falling, a rope seemed to pull him back. His sanity grew stronger, or perhaps more integrated, in this constant tug-of-war. In this chaotic scene, Li Xian could no longer distinguish between reality and time. Madness grew, chaos spread, sanity shrank. Only during very brief moments did his sanity prevail, but these moments were far too short. Before he could even ponder, madness and chaos engulfed everything. He was submerged in a sea of madness, bathing in waters named chaos, his sanity drifting with the waves. His appearance began to undergo wild transformations. One moment his body swelled to fill the sanctum, and the next he was as tiny as an ant. Sometimes he was nothing but tumors and tentacles, then suddenly back to his original form. At times upside-down legs growing from his shoulders, then suddenly sprouting numerous heads of varying sizes while the senseless laughter continued. Li Xian suddenly opened his eyes, covered in cold sweat. Damn! As he grasped his surroundings, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. That had been too dangerous. Had he not decisively used the barrier breaker at the moment of regaining his sanity, he would have truly been trapped. Once he calmed down, he began to carefully reassess the situation and immediately noticed a problem. He strongly suspected that the group had the ability to influence the mind. Under normal circumstances, he would have sensed the danger and used the barrier breaker to escape. Reflecting on his previous thoughts, he realized he had been consumed by curiosity, curious about the transformation, curious about the secrets of the sanctum space, curious about the knowledge spouted by the group. Thus he had sunk into the ocean of chaotic knowledge. Li Xian admitted that since obtaining the autobiography, his curiosity had grown daily, but it had never reached the point of recklessness. It was dangerous, yet the gains were significant. He began to summarize what he had learned in the sanctum, specifically the knowledge he had perceived from the chaotic laughter. Li Xian found himself grappling with a headache every time he tried to summarize the knowledge he had encountered. The information was chaotic and fragmented. Most of it consisted of mere snippets that couldn't be pieced together into a coherent whole. The few fragments that could be connected often contradicted each other, offering conclusions without explanations. For instance, the reasons they were trapped varied wildly. One claimed it was for atonement, another for punishment, yet another attributed it to the forces of the era, and one even said it was the price of immortality. Beyond that, most of what was mentioned were just nouns, devoid of any explanation, like the nonsensical mutterings of a madman, incomprehensible yet strangely potent. Li Xian felt a shiver down his spine every time he recalled the scenes from the sanctuary space. He could never have imagined that the mysterious sanctuary was alive and teeming with presences. Moreover, from his brief understanding, once a being became part of the sanctuary, it was impossible to increase their power, indicating that these beings were all at the 7th tier. The sanctuary, shrouded in mystery, only revealed itself when one broke through to the 7th tier and remained inaccessible at other times. Of course, Li Xian didn't rule out the existence of stronger entities, but they were likely no more than pseudo-8th tier. It was improbable that deities resided there, the reason being that with countless selves existing simultaneously without progress, one would be replaced by another self, leading to the loss of authority. The good news was that Li Xian had found a way to distance himself from the deities. The bad news, however, was that it seemed better to be a deity's retainer than to be trapped in a box. Recalling his past experiences, Li Xian could roughly confirm that what had pulled him back from madness was indeed the power of the sanctuary. These souls were likely just stewards of the sanctuary's mighty power, possibly waiting for someone to break through to the 7th tier to make use of this power. Frustrated by the convoluted nature of this world, Li Xian felt his defenses breaking down. He had come close to success time and again, only to fail at the last moment due to secrets that were previously beyond his reach. He truly felt that this world was like squeezing toothpaste, it wouldn't reveal new knowledge unless it was absolutely necessary. Li Xian swore vehemently. After a while, Li Xian managed to calm down, consoling his wounded spirit with great effort before continuing on his journey. His next destination was still the capital city. The barrier breakthrough was just one attempt. The most prudent approach remained to center his efforts in the capital city, to conquer globally, establish the Star Alliance, and engage in a prolonged tug-of-war with the deities. This strategy had been deduced over numerous subdimensions and had proved effective, though the outcome seemed invariably the same. Until a better method was found, Li Xian was not inclined to change his course abruptly. The barrier breakthrough had yielded significant insights, particularly regarding the nature of the sanctuary. Maybe this time, the 20th trial could bring unexpected discoveries. Today was the evening of the 19th. In 3 days, on the night of the 22nd, his autobiography would be updated again. He was expected to reach the capital city by the 24th. 3 days later, Li Xian retrieved a wooden box from a tree hollow and stored it in his spatial storage. Over these 3 days of travel through the wilderness, he had focused on collecting wooden boxes scattered throughout the wilds. He only picked up those nearby during his journey, leaving the ones farther away to the field operations department along with any special flora and fauna. He anticipated arriving at the next human settlement by tomorrow morning. Beyond that settlement lay the capital city. A fiery passion surged within his chest as Li Xian materialized his autobiography. It had updated for the first time since his return from the edge of barrier break. The autobiography ceased updates on March 22. It didn't bother him. He was prepared for that. The next day, March 23, within the settlement, he ended the Lord's life, and as usual, a woman wanted to join him. However, this time she confessed her love for him. Unfortunately, her acting skills were so poor that even a child could see through her lies. He detested such deceit and eliminated her. By the afternoon of March 24, Li Xian had reached the capital. He subdued all the high-ranking officials to control the military forces. By March 29, after reorganizing and arming his troops with new weapons, they marched across Dragon Nation. On April 27, he reclaimed control of the entire nation, and the allied research institutes expanded their reach while others were tasked with collecting magma. Li Xian needed spirit source, a more efficient source of spiritual energy. 10 kilograms of magma could yield 1 gram of spirit source, which could release the equivalent spiritual energy of a third-tier practitioner. He planned to use this as a basis to refine the spiritual power system, such as concentrating spiritual power into spirit source for more sustained combat effectiveness, though it would significantly slow down the rate of breakthroughs. By May 23, with Asia unified under his command, Li Xian had amassed more military forces. With memory capsules' interests in military power, he had little concern about rebellion. Improving the spiritual energy system proved more challenging than anticipated. His deep understanding of the original system ironically hindered his progress, managing only a rudimentary form so far. He decided to open the project to public collaboration, allowing those newly acquainted with the old system to contribute potentially valuable ideas. On June 19, after equipping the expeditionary forces with spirit source, their development exceeded his expectations. They did not seek stability in the spirit source. Instead, they pursued its instability, leading to the creation of several types of spirit source missiles with surprisingly effective results, allowing an earlier than anticipated reconquest of Europe. Indeed, war proved to be the best catalyst for technological advancement. By July 20th, the world was unified under the Star Alliance and the Cosmic Pathway Project was officially underway. Construction of large bases progressed rapidly. However, the Star Alliance was not as peaceful as before, fraught with deceit and long-standing grievances among the powers which he had previously suppressed by force. After the events of the 19th, however, Li Xian felt no need to forcibly suppress these conflicts anymore, believing that a certain degree of strife could actually foster the development of the Star Alliance. By September 18, the members of the Star Alliance proved more volatile than he had anticipated, with their intense conflicts starting to disrupt the normal operations of the Alliance. Li Xian spared no courtesy and proceeded according to the Star Alliance's regulations. Those who needed to be demoted were demoted, those who deserved imprisonment were jailed, and those who warranted exile were banished. Although I never explicitly stated it, the powers that be understood where the bottom line of the Star Alliance lay. On October 11, they fully grasped the rules of the Star Alliance and fought even more vigorously. Perhaps humans are naturally inclined to dance in cages, creating their dwellings within confined spaces. I didn't interfere with them, my example had shown others how to act. I just needed to focus on my research. However, this time I retired much earlier than planned. On October 23 the containment items appeared, and as expected, there were many in the first batch. The Star Alliance also released some information, such as removing the divine descent system tailored for ordinary people. These folks had found a new way to struggle. By December 25, the political situation on Blue Planet had completely stabilized. The Star Alliance was universally recognized as the strongest organization responsible for leading and governing all affairs on Blue Planet. Officially, the Star Alliance was the only power on Blue Planet, but in reality, where there are people, there is conflict, and where there is conflict, there are groups. Dominated by the forces of the old era, the Star Alliance internally was divided into 9 major factions. The 5 gangs, 2 lucky tycoons, Li Hua and the research department. In fact, the research department was full of conflict maniacs, each fighting fiercely over projects. This internal strife spilled over externally, with other powers supporting various researchers to share in the fruits of the research department's labor. Consequently, it was only logical that the research department became another major faction. On March 19, 26th year, a 7th-tier divine descent died unexpectedly during the containment of a Class C anomaly, and a secret realm was born. I could guess with my bottom that they had discovered the secrets of the divine descent system, but this was inevitable, and the Star Alliance simply sent people to explore the secret realm. On May 23 of the same year, a rebellion by the 7th-tier divine descents occurred. Thousands of them gathered at the headquarters demanding the culprit be handed over and that no further underhanded tactics be used against them. It was then I learned that 14 secret realms had been born in those 2 months. How dark indeed! I didn't bother to intervene. After all, it wasn't my responsibility and someone else had the headache. On June 2, negotiations concluded, and each major faction handed over a scapegoat of adequate rank and compensated with a vast amount of materials, technology, and projects, which finally stabilized the restless 7th-tier divine descents. The Star Alliance also issued a decree strictly forbidding such incidents from occurring again. On August 12, the 4th secret realm spawned its first 7th-tier entity, and the Star Alliance, at the cost of multiple severe injuries to their 7th tiers, managed to kill it. Subsequently, using this as a justification, the Star Alliance officially launched a purge plan which received strong support. This time, no one played the saint to obstruct. Well, to be precise, there were some, but the first to react were the previously injured 7th tiers who rushed over, blocked the door, and those who lost their temper even dragged out and severely beat them. On November 9, 2026, a sudden surge in the number of contained entities marked the arrival of the second phase, quicker than anticipated. Fortunately, I was well prepared. Although the initial casualties were significant, we quickly brought the situation under control. By February 5, 2027, the period of rapid increase in contained entities had finally ended, and we managed to restore the usual shipment rate of 8 to 20 per month. Over these 3 months, more than 3,000 entities appeared, far exceeding previous numbers. If not for the persistent intervention of the 7th Order Divine, this could have directly led to the resurgence of the gods. Nonetheless, the containment issues were significant, necessitating the construction of temporary storage facilities for the entities. On May 19, 2027, we finally completed the enhancements to the spiritual system. Although it wasn't quite friendly to us elders, it required starting over, which led to the development of a new method for retraining our powers. Only by starting from scratch could one benefit from the new system. I decisively chose to retrain, storing my original spiritual energy in an avatar which I could use for further training or as a defense, a unique privilege I had. Others wishing to retrain had to disperse their spiritual energy in specially designed chambers to prevent leakage, staying inside to absorb spiritual energy until it reached a liquid state of the spiritual source. Ideally, a semi-solid state would be perfect, like the golden cores described in novels, but this was unattainable due to the nature of spiritual energy itself. By June 21, 2027, after absorbing the spiritual power from my avatar, I reached the third order, which was frankly ridiculous considering it represented the full power of my former peak at the sixth order, greater than the combined power of hundreds at that peak, yet it only allowed me to break through to the third order. The good news, however, was that for those retraining, there were no bottlenecks. As long as there was sufficient spiritual energy, one could quickly return to their peak. I was an exception, needing an immense amount of spiritual power. To amass this power, I took on exclusive cleansing missions, slaughtering widely in 14 secret realms. On July 9, 2027, others finally decided to undertake retraining. The Star Alliance promptly implemented policies preventing anyone from hindering the retrainees. The Star Alliance officially entered an era of significant retraining, with lower-level cultivators now more common than the previously ubiquitous 5th and 6th orders. By September 5, 2027, these gluttonous beings had virtually drained the spiritual energy of Blue Star, although a significant reason was my own extensive mining of spiritual sources. This led to a severe shortage of spiritual energy, making spiritual sources highly sought after. The difficulty of entering secret realms skyrocketed for two reasons: to prevent them from also being devoid of spiritual energy and to guard against the gods using their vanishing techniques again. Although progress was slow, there was still hope, and with the Star Alliance's suppression, those who killed for spiritual energy were almost non-existent. If even the secret realms ran out of spiritual energy, the Star Alliance would face unavoidable massive turmoil. On October 19, 2027, in order to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy within the body, the research department worked overtime to develop and announced a technique known as leak-proof body. The principle is derived from spirit patterns. Users must follow the diagrams to use their spiritual energy to draw these patterns on their skin, flesh and bones, and reposition their internal organs accordingly. Once completed, this technique can reduce the user's aura and decrease the loss of spiritual energy. Surprisingly, the effect was exceptionally good, making it an essential technique for superhumans. By December 14, 2027, I finally returned to the peak of the sixth stage. I had gone to absorb spiritual energy from the seabed myself. The announcement of this technique was a bit premature, leading to an immediate shortage of spiritual energy on Blue Star. Newly emerged spiritual energies were absorbed as soon as they appeared, never accumulating in significant amounts. It is said that the team members involved in the project had their share of beatings until the development of the leak-proof body, which reduced their daily thrashings. On February 21, 2028, unable to withstand the pressure, several factions resorted to underhanded tactics. The number of mystic realms increased to 20. The arrival of the seventh stage caused an uproar. There are now over 3,000 individuals at this level. The two sides clashed fiercely, resulting in severe conflicts and bloodshed. By April 12, 2028, the conflicts had escalated to a breaking point, and I had to intervene to mediate. Unfortunately, my efforts were largely ineffective. The seventh stage is a vast group with immense individual power, unable to tolerate being treated as mere resources. With the Star Alliance lacking overwhelming military power, they had to make concessions to the expanding numbers at the seventh stage. I had somewhat miscalculated. The situation had escalated severely, and it was no longer just about spiritual energy. With so many at the seventh stage, resistance was formidable, especially since this involved fundamental interests. They were unlikely to yield. Essentially, the problem was insoluble. The stakes of the mystic realms were too high. Unless the Star Alliance was dominated by them, or unless only the god-descended system remained in the world, there would be no resolution. All measures could only delay the inevitable outbreak. On April 15, 2028, I set up a platform in Antarctica, challenging all. At the seventh stage, it was time to show their true strength. Otherwise, they might really believe they were invincible. The rules of the platform were simple and favored the seventh stage. They could join forces and fight in rotation, but each person only had one chance to fight. If anyone could defeat me, the Star Alliance would meet their demands. Conversely, if they lost, the matter would be resolved. The Star Alliance would compensate for prior issues and ensure such conflicts would not recur. the news shook the extraordinary world. By April 24, the rotating battles had lasted for 8 days, a team of 14 collapsed before me. During this period, over 400 at the 7th stage had fallen by my hand with only a 1-hour rest at the very beginning. They could no longer hold back with as many as 37 attacking simultaneously. May 14, 2028, I can no longer recall how many have fallen, all I know is that there are fewer and fewer standing. Whenever someone falls, they are quickly removed before I have the chance to finish them off. Unfortunately, I never intended to kill anyone, otherwise I wouldn't have fought until now. Their attacks have become more frequent and intense, hardly giving me a moment to breathe, sometimes with hundreds attacking at once. This seems to be the limit for simultaneous actions. Any more would create chaos among them. By May 29, 2028, only 100 remained and I was completely out of spiritual power. My reserves of spiritual energy had been exhausted long ago. I had been without spiritual energy for 3 days, relying solely on my physical strength to fight. Now I'm truly exhausted. The remaining people look at me, but no one dares to step forward. I know they are waiting for me to surrender, but is that possible? I can accept defeat but not surrender. My voice is more tired than ever. I continue, but no one dares to meet my gaze. On May 30, 2028, I agreed to their request to allow them to establish a new organization called the 7th Tier Council. They will have autonomy, obeying only the commands of the 5th Level Council of the Star Alliance, and will be provided with resources, projects and access to a shared database by the Star Alliance. In return, they must not delay when commanded by the 5th Level Council. Overall, this bitter struggle was productive. It greatly enhanced my personal skills and experience. Moreover, I thoroughly defeated them, teaching them not to act recklessly and showing them that the individual combat power of the Star Alliance is not inferior to theirs. Meanwhile, the Star Alliance never ceased its demonstrations, unveiling unprecedented superweapons to further deter the 7th Tier Council. These dual strategies have achieved this result. By September 13, 2028, the 7th Tier Council was thriving, yet the Star Alliance remains the strongest organization on Blue Star. On December 25, 2028, it seemed they were plotting something. Had they discovered the clues I left? By February 14, 2029, the Research Institute's database was breached and numerous secret projects were leaked. This caused a major shock within the Star Alliance, prompting a stringent investigation of Blue Star. They approached me, but I did not agree to cooperate. Shortly afterward, a new assistant appeared in my lab. The large investigation concluded on June 14, 2029, without any trace left behind. My assistant also left, but a memory capsule box appeared in the trash can. This individual had stolen from the database in the temporal space 19 just as before, guided by the same noble family, attempting to incite discord between the Star Alliance and the 7th Tier Council. I disclosed this to the 7th Tier Council, making them believe they had discovered it themselves through my subtle hints. The 7th Tier Council acted swiftly. Almost overnight, the noble family was eradicated. By October 4, 2029, the spiritual energy of Blue Star had finally returned to normal levels, but only in specific regions. Through their research on spiritual patterns, they have developed a new array called the Spirit Gathering Matrix. Its function is to condense the spiritual energy from the surrounding area. In a time when the masses do not practice cultivation, this is quite suitable. Ordinary people cannot sense or absorb spiritual energy, so rather than letting it accumulate where they are, it's better to gather it in one place. On February 9 of the 30th year, I noticed that there were fewer people in the 7th Order Council. It seems that the plan was working. Humans, when faced with danger, can unleash potential beyond imagination. I am curious to see if they can find a new way out. By April 26 of the 30th year, the goal of the 7th Order Council was the secondary space, a prospect that seemed dim. The current secondary space is only in its nascent stages. Only a few spaces can accommodate matter, while most are chaotic and only hold energy flows. If we go by the current theories of space, secondary spaces do indeed hold promise, but only if they are perfected. From previous validations, a perfected secondary space can indeed allow for quick traversals of real distances to other places, but without guidance, it's very easy to get lost in these spaces, and the perfection of secondary spaces would need to wait until the revival of the gods. This is not a trait of our era. On July 3 of the 30th year, the 7th Order Council found me and requested information exchange about the secondary space. I did not hinder them and agreed readily, but asked for shared progress, which they accepted. Although the prospects were bleak, the other party, possessing many from the Seventh Order, might see things differently, possibly uncovering aspects I was unaware of. By December 25 of the same year, another year's end approached and no containment items had appeared for 2 months. I advised the Seventh Order Council to keep more personnel on hand in case of a sudden surge in containment items. Their exploration of the secondary space was still at a rudimentary stage. Previous guidance methods were unsuitable for this era and needed redevelopment. Reportedly, they had managed to create something new and were currently testing it. By February 1 of the 31st year, the guidance, now named Anchor, was finalized and over 700 of the Seventh Order entered the secondary space. By April 29, something was amiss. Why had the containment items not appeared yet? The Seventh Order members who went out had not returned, and according to the plan, they should have been back by now. I seriously suspected that the containment items, which should have appeared on Blue Star, might have ended up in the secondary space. Although we had never figured out how to store containment items in the secondary space, relying only on personal transport and guarding the gods might know the method, on May 19, the outgoing members of the Seventh Order returned. However, we did not let them enter the real space but moved the Anchor ahead into the secondary space, one of the few that could accommodate real matter. Our reasons were sound. Given the mysterious and unpredictable nature of the secondary space, we were concerned they might be influenced by unknown factors, thereby disrupting the real-world order. This had been predetermined long ago, but this time the scrutiny was stricter. On June 20, year 31, there were no abnormalities reported. However, the lack of anomalies was the biggest anomaly of all. After all, the subspace is a product of the next era and inherently it is closer to the divine. Before me, many had delved deep into the subspace only to have their erosion by the divine accelerate. I even suspected that the essence of the divine resided deep within the subspace. On November 7, year 31, the dissatisfaction of the Seventh Order Council deepened as they began to question my decisions. I could understand their concerns. After all, during this period I had never visited the subspace myself. Nearly half of the Seventh Order Council's combat power was stationed within the subspace. Naturally feeling uneasy, they wanted to liberate these forces. I left the headquarters of the Star Alliance and sat alone outside the subspace. They withdrew. On December 29, year 31, the Seventh Order Council could no longer tolerate the situation and openly declared war on me. What was there to fear in battle? On January 2, year 32, I seized the opportunity and for the first time dealt a fatal blow, killing a member of the Seventh Order who had returned from the subspace on the spot. The Seventh Order Council was furious. However, I uncovered a problem. My avatar approached the leader of the council, pointing out that the containment artifact exploded by the recently deceased member was not the one he had used to ascend to the Seventh Order. The battle abruptly ceased. The leader felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly recalled all the normal members of the Seventh Order. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Over 700 members of the Seventh Order simultaneously revealed smiles, flew towards the nearest person and detonated themselves, taking other normal members with them to join the underworld. The scene I least wanted to witness unfolded. Thousands of secret realms were born simultaneously, and due to their high density, multiple realms began to merge into a massive, composite super-realm. The Star Alliance and the Seventh Order Council urgently mobilized all forces surrounding the area. Various ultra-standard weapons were locked on in real time, ready to fire at any sign of trouble, but the cost was too high, almost unbearable for us, and any slight mishap could lead to the collapse of the blue planet. This was the power of spatial annihilation, inspired by the self-destruction of the secret realms. Should any problem arise with a realm, we would immediately detonate it, causing the blue planet's existing space and matter to disappear along with it. Long-term calculations and predictions by the Star Alliance indicated that the explosion of such vast and numerous realms could have unimaginable consequences. In the most extreme case, the blue planet could lose a significant amount of its mass due to this annihilation, possibly leading to an early collapse. A more likely scenario was that it could not resist the gravitational pull of the Sun, causing it to fall into Mercury's orbit. If it were lucky enough not to collide with other celestial bodies in the process, the blue planet would plummet into the Sun. On January 9, year 32, the merging of the secret realms halted. An unprecedented super-large secret realm was born. On January 21, year 32, those who ventured into the mysterious realm returned, bringing back information that was nothing short of shocking. The interior space of this realm is vast, larger than 10 Earths combined, featuring mountains, lakes, swamps, deserts, snowy fields, and other diverse terrains with an unimaginable concentration of spiritual energy. A new transcendent species is rapidly evolving within. I issued an order to initiate a purge. Massive numbers of personnel and weapons were deployed to Secret Realm 0-inch, carrying out indiscriminate attacks. Subsequently, a large number of containment items surfaced, appearing at a time when we were already short on manpower. By February 5, 32, we were desperately understaffed. I decided to unseal the common version of the divine descent techniques, starting to train those affected by the containment items into divine warriors. I could no longer manage the situation as before. Allowing the transcendent species to grow unchecked would be tantamount to our own destruction. The real world could barely maintain stability. As for the risk of self-destruction within Secret Realm 0, it seemed unimportant now. If Secret Realm 0 were to self-destruct, Earth would inevitably perish. Whether we die in the Secret Realm or on Earth, what difference does it make? On March 1, 32, the containment items became increasingly numerous and I could no longer bear it. Our current power cannot be spread any thinner. The creatures in the Secret Realm are growing too quickly. In just a short time, creatures of the 7th Order have emerged. I have made a decision. Fine, you want Earth, take it. I am moving everyone to Secret Realm 0. If we continue to spread our forces thin, we are doomed anyway, so we might as well make a final stand. On April 8, 32, faced with a life and death crisis, we unleashed an unimaginable mobilization force. Extraordinary personal strengths appeared frequently. Disregarding the opinions of ordinary people, we simply grabbed them and sent them into the Secret Realm. In this efficient manner, in just over a month, all humanity was transferred to Secret Realm 0, along with external equipment and production lines dismantled and brought inside. Besides houses and railways which couldn't be moved in the short term, almost all valuable things were brought in, leaving Earth stripped bare. On May 14, 32, after a brief reorganization, I began to massively distribute divine techniques and arranged for professionals to explain them, with the aim of enabling everyone to embark on a path of transcendence to combat the incredibly fast-growing new species. Previously, this was not feasible due to the limited amount of spiritual energy on Earth. Now, in Secret Realm 0, where spiritual energy is abundant, we no longer have to worry about them absorbing it. Moreover, I started to arrange for the destructive harvesting of spiritual sources, fundamentally reducing the concentration of spiritual energy and slowing down the training speed of the new species. The amount of spiritual sources in the Secret Realm is beyond imagination. Many things that couldn't extract spiritual sources on Earth can do so in the realm. It's thanks to these spiritual sources that the Secret Realm possesses such rich spiritual energy, but now it's mine to control. Interestingly, these malformed children are born with the ability to absorb spiritual energy. The original strong beings who could no longer cultivate had to compete with these malformed offspring for spiritual energy. For instance, the genetic weapons developed specifically for the new race, which combined extraordinary powers, performed surprisingly well. There were weapons that plagued the new race with diseases, weapons that slowed their absorption of spiritual energy, and weapons that increased their desire to reproduce. Under these almost insane measures, the advancement of the new race was greatly hindered. Even reaching the 3rd tier became rare. Surprisingly, their resistance was weaker than expected, and I still had many strategies left unused. On September 18, 32, I took a trip outside and observed Planet Blue. It was hardly a place for any being to stay, with all kinds of containment objects rampant and racing around. What puzzled me was why the gods didn't deploy these containment objects into the secret realms. Could they be worried about the new race? But if you don't put some in soon, this group will be completely doomed. No, to be precise, they are already doomed. Their highest strength is only at the 2nd tier, and once they reach the 3rd tier, it would trigger the alarm I had planted, leading to their elimination by the capable beings in that area. The so-called alarm is essentially a form of spiritual internet technology that encodes the spiritual energy to become sensitive. Once it senses similar spiritual fluctuations, the spiritual energy in the area becomes abnormal. This anomaly is then reflected on the spiritual radar, guiding the person in charge of the area to the location. On February 7, 33, all was peaceful and calm. Having overcome the initial chaos, humans quickly adapted, thriving and reproducing on this unfamiliar land. I still went out from time to time to check the situation and see if there was any expansion on Planet Blue. On April 9, 33, at the very edge of the secret realm, the spiritual energy issued an alarm. Upon investigation, it was discovered that a new race had been born. This was an unprecedented race, humanoid in shape but with thick scales covering their bodies. I named them the Scale People. When confronted by my envoys, they chose to surrender. I did not accept. They were all killed. On May 29, year 33, something was amiss. The number of new races being born during this period was too many, averaging 2 new races per day, and all of them humanoid in appearance. It is noteworthy that as time went on, the new races looked increasingly like humans. The new race born today was hardly distinguishable from humans, the only differences being their cat ears and tails and their refined appearance. I dissected several bodies of the cat people and found that their internals were identical to humans. This news, once out, immediately sparked massive curiosity among the masses, with many petitioning not to kill the cat people. What is this seduction? I couldn't comprehend. After several studies confirming that the cat people had no special abilities, I decided to confine a portion for further observation. On June 24, year 33, the birth of new races finally ceased. According to statistics, during this period a total of 436 new races had been born in the secret realm, all of them resembling humans without exception. There was another reason I discovered. Every time I annihilated one race, another humanoid race would emerge. This cycle of birth would only cease when the number of humanoid races reached 378. After some research, I decided to resurrect an ancient human institution as slavery. All humanoid races were branded with the mark of slavery and replaced some basic jobs. Everything was going according to plan on July 21, year 33. What puzzled me was why the gods had not yet intervened. Or perhaps they had and I simply hadn't noticed. I grew increasingly uneasy. The ideological trends within humanity also shifted, particularly among the younger generation who believed that humans were the true rulers of this secret realm, acting more recklessly and arrogantly. Fortunately, as a collective, their behavior was predictable and we managed to prevent the spread of these ideologies, but it was merely a superficial solution. On December 25, year 33, the secret realm was calm, the new races stirred no waves, and the humanoids were under control. The oppressive policies originally directed at humans were now transferred to the humanoids. Only humans were beings I could truly trust, as they naturally stood by my side. The effectiveness of slavery was proven, especially now when there were significantly fewer objections, with the absence of many champions for these races. Moreover, we didn't need to worry about the physical well-being of the humanoids. If they died, new ones would soon be born within the realm. This fact justified the various brutal policies that were implemented, and we had mastered many methods of enslaving the humanoid races. They became the lowest social stratum, unnoticed and unimportant. Most importantly, their power was also contained. Any humanoid advancing beyond the third level was immediately executed. On April 21, year 34, a containment object was born in the secret realm, which should have been a significant event, yet I felt a sense of relief. I wasn't afraid of the gods' interventions, I was only afraid of their inaction. On May 28, year 34, a large number of humanoids mysteriously vanished from the secret realm. I detonated a bomb that I had previously planted, to be precise, a kind of remote control technology based on a psychic internet. I had implanted a psychic bomb in every humanoid, which would explode remotely as long as they were within the modified psychic energy field. Once they left the range of this modified field, the bombs would automatically detonate. I didn't care about the gods' purposes in creating these humanoids. As long as they were dead, all would be settled. On June 8, year 34, the gate to the secret realm was opened. The containment object that hovered over the blue planet entered the secret realm. This was the real disaster, because it involved not only the newly appeared containment object but also those that had not been moved previously. Humanity was plunged into a bitter struggle once again. On September 24 of the 34th year, after paying a heavy price, humanity finally gained control over the containment object and began resealing it. Other races within the mystical realm could not seize this opportunity to rise, for under my command humans were simultaneously resealing the containment object and eliminating other races. It was an utterly mad war, with the loss of life visible everywhere. In just a few months, over 10 million lives were lost. Among them, human casualties exceeded 400,000, nearly reducing our forces by 2/5, a blow that shook our societal foundations and necessitated a massive redistribution of interests. It was a troublesome time, especially since too many high-level divine warriors had fallen, leading to numerous mystical realms merging into mysterious Realm Zero. Strangely, since that event on December 25 of the 34th year, there have been no large-scale attacks. I had expected the deities to pursue their advantage, but it seemed they were resting instead. By August 18 of the 35th year, still nothing had happened, and my premonition grew stronger. For the first time I left the mystical space and came to the blue planet, I suspected that all I had seen before might have been an illusion. On September 1st of the 35th year I confirmed it was not an illusion, everything was real, but then why had the deities remained inactive? Could it really be that they had no means left? Until June 13th of the 40th year humanity had experienced rare peaceful days, nearly 6 years of recovery had revitalized us. I often doubted whether the deities had truly run out of options or if I had lost, but the facts proved that we had won. Everything was progressing steadily and the turmoil of the war years had transformed into tangible victories. During this period of peace, humanity's strength steadily advanced. On September 28th of the 40th year a portal appeared in the mystical realm. I saw hundreds of new creatures emerge from it, their powers starting from the 6th level with more at the 7th level than us. Their language had changed somewhat, but I could still understand them. I heard them say, "Land forsaken by the gods, territory of demons." It seems rather unimpressive. For the glory of the gods, my children slay these demons and build a grand throne with their blood and skulls. After observing these beings for several days, I realized their strength was ordinary. Without my command, they would have been torn apart by human warriors long ago. The portal also completely closed and no new races emerged from it. I decided it was time to wrap up. By October 19th of the 40th year these beings, while not particularly strong, proved quite elusive, taking quite some time to capture them all. Through interrogation and research we pressed them for information. By November 1st one of them finally spoke. He claimed they came from a so-called realm of light, presumably a well-established subspace. He said the realm of light was a world created by the deities, and they were the offspring of these great deities. Now it is the 8th divine year. Using his information I recalculated the timeline. On April 8th of the 32nd year of the Blue Star calendar, the gods made their appearance, coinciding with the day humanity collectively moved into the sanctuary. By February 13th of the 41st year, the gates of space had opened more than 10 times each occasion, bringing hundreds of 7th-tier beings and thousands from the 6th tier, all hailing from different worlds. The one commonality among them was the date of creation by the gods, April 8th, 32nd year. In other words, our era was obliterated. The moment we collectively moved into the sanctuary, I had misunderstood the prerequisites for the resurgence of the gods. No, I had not fully understood them. What they needed was not our lives. They simply needed us to vanish. Death was the quickest method, but another way was through the sanctuary. The evidence before me was undeniable. The sanctuary had the capability to shield us, or rather the merged massive sanctuary possessed this ability. They cleverly brought an end to our era in advance. On September 28th of the 41st year more than 300 gates of space opened, each gate releasing forces similar to before, causing humanity to retreat step by step. Especially significant were their so-called divine artifacts, which greatly suppressed those of the god-descended 7th tier. I could hardly manage such an extensive battlefield. Humanity, it seemed, was on the brink of extinction. By November 27th of the 41st year humanity had been annihilated. Most people died, while a few survived as captives. They employed soul-based techniques, an area in which we had little expertise, rendering our physical strength useless. They declared that we must repent in front of the gods. I was among those who survived. On December 8th of the 41st year we were brought to the Temple of the Gods, which was actually the Blue Star. This era was unlike any before. New races resided in subspaces, while the Blue Star became their venue for interaction, known as the dwelling of the gods, the divine nation, or heaven. Inside, the largest church statues of all the chief gods were displayed, also referred to as the true gods. Beneath each statue stood a priest awaiting the descent of the gods. In the end, only 7 deities manifested their will, including the god of the star spirits. None of us who survived spoke. We simply watched everything silently. I distinctly felt the gaze of the 7 deities upon me. "The inheritor of the old era, would you like to become my apostle?" the god of the star spirits asked. I shook my head indifferently. What a pity. With the power of a 6th tier you've turned the world upside down. If you had advanced further, well, the deity who controls the stars, may I ask you a question? I said. I indeed hadn't broken through to the 7th tier, partly because the revised system of spiritual energy had already elevated my combat power to such a height that breaking through or not did not matter. I was invincible in this world. If I had broken through, it would have made me more susceptible to the influence of the deities and disturbed my thoughts. Previously, I chose to break through because the combat power of the 6th tier was insufficient, and without breaking through, I would lose my dominant position. In the ancient temple, the keeper of old rituals stood unwilling to submit or become my apostle. Now resolved, I beseeched him to resolve my doubts, promising in turn to become the sharpest sword in his arsenal. I interrupted him with a devout bow, and the atmosphere within the temple of gods thickened abruptly. It took a moment before he consented to my request. I was eager to know what had caused the Seventh Order to take control of the sanctuary. Suddenly, the wills of several deities descended upon us. Their gazes fixed upon me made my scalp tingle and my skin felt as if it were being sliced by knives. The deity of the star spirit spoke slowly. Control, you overestimate them. They were merely chosen by the sanctuary because they entered too early and their talents were exceptional. He seemed ready to elaborate, but the collective gaze of the other spirits upon him and the mysterious flows I could sense stopped him. Reluctantly shaking his head, he dismissed the rest as trivial. I scoffed internally at his dismissal but pressed on with another question. I was curious why the humanoid races had emerged and why their number matched that of the true gods. He seemed perplexed, the mysteries piercing through me and into him, yet he casually remarked, it was merely a beautiful accident. The confluence of eras is inherently tumultuous, and the place you dwell in even more so. A myriad of reasons intertwine to birth the humanoid races within the secret realms, he explained. With that, he declared our discussion concluded and the pact sealed. According to the agreement, I was to become his apostle. Overwhelmed, I found myself speechless as the power from the pact transformed my will with unimaginable speed. Li Xian, having finished reading this page, remained stunned for a long time. This time, document 20 had truly surprised him. It was a significant breakthrough, having lived only 16 years and already surpassing the typical scope of research projects. The knowledge unveiled was so vast that digesting it could take years and mastering just one major subject could take nearly a year. He couldn't help but comment on the rapid progress of these scientific projects. The pace in this subspace was alarmingly fast, with each researcher seemingly an Einstein, their achievements almost exaggerated. Was this a rescue operation before the end of an era, or was there another reason? Was everyone just experiencing a burst of inspiration? At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could escape the shadow of the deities. However, the sheer volume of material was exhausting to learn. Various speculations flickered through Li Xian's mind, yet no definitive answers emerged. He decided not to dwell on it too much, considering it a fortunate circumstance nonetheless. As weary as it gets, I'm willing to do it for humanity, Li Xian declared with a righteous expression which amused even himself. Returning to the main issue at hand, Li Xian faced a critical decision. Should he switch to the improved spiritual system now? With the capital city just within reach, lowering his combat abilities at this moment would be risky and unwise. He could simply wait until the system was further refined before making the transition. As he pondered, Li Xian rode his steed Mei Ling on the road while flipping through his documents, day and night passing by. By noon on the 23rd, Li Xian arrived at the gathering spot, the final one before reaching the capital. There wasn't much of interest here, the local powers were mediocre at best, and all that needed to be done was to replace the Lord with someone from his own ranks. As he approached the gathering area on his deer, he was halted by a man wielding a gun. Stop! What are you here for? Li Xian merely glanced at him and the man froze, unable to move. The population of the gathering place was sparse, primarily because it was daytime and most were out gathering supplies, leaving behind only the Lord, some attractive women sycophants and a few security personnel. Facing such weak opponents, Li Xian found the confrontation to be effortlessly straightforward, his moves both quick and ruthless. In just a minute he had reached his destination. The poor lord, unaware of the situation due to Li Xian's stealthy use of shadow control to enter, was inside diligently studying. With a kick, Li Xian brought the wooden door crashing down. The two figures on the bed trembled and the lord, infuriated and embarrassed, turned around but became rigid before he could speak. Li Xian slowly pulled out an RPG, his eyes briefly catching the woman on the bed, who by conventional standards was quite beautiful and fit the criteria for human male mating preferences. Unfortunately, Li Xian felt no stirrings in his heart, even feeling a bit amused. This was the same man who had declared his love on the 20th. Not wanting to hear more nauseating declarations, Li Xian abandoned his original plan. Goodbye, he said politely, pressing the trigger. Boom! As soon as Li Xian left the gathering place, field operatives arrived to take over as per their assignment. He didn't stay, continuing northward with his deer. The scenery as mundane as ever. Having traveled this road numerous times, it held no novelty for him. Soon the day turned to evening and he paused to update his autobiography. Reading through, he shook his head. The events of the 21st were unremarkable, quite ordinary. This time he chose not to leak any secrets, and with the achievements of the 20th, the concentration of spiritual energy was controlled from the start. With no spiritual energy issues to provoke chaos, the 7th Tier Council never formed and the Star Alliance progressed smoothly. However, in 2034, a Level 4 authority holder during a routine inspection of containment experienced a failure of the containment measures, leading to a leak and release of all contained entities. Shortly thereafter, new entities emerged, quickly resulting in massive human casualties with only a few strong survivors and the resurgence of deities, leading to the death of the 21st. This breakthrough focused primarily on various projects deepening the foundation of psychic technology. He summarized the life of Number 21 and continued on his journey. On March 24, 2025, at noon, Lixian reached his destination, the capital city. At this time, the capital was facing its first siege by zombies. Due to his different arrival time, he decided not to use the original plan. Most of the capital's high officials were in the council hall, with a few in a temporary command center, simplifying matters significantly. Although there were many zombies, they were mainly concentrated at the main south and north gates. The west gate had the fewest zombies. However, Lixian knew this was a trap. As the war progressed, a large number of hidden zombies would suddenly emerge and attack the west gate. Even though the capital was aware of the trap, they were powerless to do anything about it. Their limited military strength meant they were already stretched thin defending three fronts. With no zombies currently at the west gate, they had no choice but to gamble that the zombies would not attack there. If these were ordinary zombies, they might have a chance to win. Unfortunately, these zombies were controlled by Old Six, who used the capital's resources to alleviate the mental strain caused by their special abilities. Moreover, Li Hua had great ambitions and wouldn't hesitate to seize power if the opportunity arose. Lixian bypassed the three main battlefronts and arrived at the west gate. His keen senses immediately detected a large number of zombies hiding beneath the buildings, glaring menacingly at the capital. He glanced at them but paid no mind. He applied invisibility and slow movement to himself, approached the city wall, and seamlessly merged into it like water. When he reappeared, he was already inside the city. Three men in military uniforms armed with guns walked past him, their expressions stern, yet they completely failed to notice Lixian. With a calm expression, Lixian materialized a book in his hand, flipping through it as he walked without stopping. It's a bit early, he thought, I'll just walk slowly. In the council hall of the capital, nearly all the high-ranking officials were present. Today marked the first major crisis since the apocalypse began, and they took it very seriously. The situation was dire. The number of zombies far exceeded their expectations. Damn it, where did all these zombies come from? We've already cleared so many, yet there are still so many left. Should we authorize a nuclear strike? No, it's too close and we can't use large thermal weapons. We can't let the walls we've worked so hard to build fall now, thought Number 1, massaging his temples with a headache. According to the original plan, they should have been starting to reclaim lost territory and re-establishing contact with other cities by now. 2 days ago, when a military unit was sent out to assess the environment, they encountered a massive horde of zombies moving towards the capital. With no other choice, they had to retract their forces and start exterminating the zombies halfway to ensure the safety of the capital. If not for this action, they would be facing even more zombies now. From within the screen, Yidingwa's voice could be heard. The situation is temporarily stable, requesting weapon support to target the distant zombies. Agreed, the situation is urgent, we won't go through a formal resolution, just authorize it directly. Agreed, generally you are authorized, make your own judgment on the specifics. The image of Yidingwa vanished from the screen and the brutal scene on the battlefield appeared, flesh flying and artillery fire lighting up the sky. Lu Juzhen tapped on the table. Since the situation is stable, shall we begin the next agenda? Number 1 nodded in agreement. Lu Juzhen signaled everyone to open the documents on the table. First, let's look at this data from the troops that went out to investigate. We've discovered that several towns are under the control of the same force. According to intelligence, in the past few days, numerous unidentified groups equipped with sophisticated gear have been spotted near the capital, moving between settlements and the wilderness with dubious intentions. I propose that after this crisis is resolved, we focus our investigation on this force, Lu Juzhen stated seriously. They have amassed such significant power right from the start of the apocalypse. I suspect they know the source of this apocalypse. Agreed, agreed, oh agreed, agreed. The others quickly agreed to this proposal, ready to move on to the next topic when they realized something was amiss. Wait, whose voice was that just now? Why have we never heard it before? Lu Juzhen was the first to notice. At the entrance of the council hall, a young man stood, his demeanor exuding authority and grandeur. Accustomed to high positions, who are you? How dare you barge into a meeting? What are the guards doing letting someone in without notice? Normally, if someone intruded, it would be overlooked, but now at this critical moment, discussing matters of great importance that could decide the future direction of the capital, how could he not be furious? Number 1 squinted his eyes slightly, trying to recall, but could not find any information on this person, meaning he was not part of the upper echelons of the Dragon Nation. The rest either frowned, showed disdain, or remained calm, but no more voices of reprimand were heard. They were all top figures in society, secure within their own power bases, and to publicly scold someone would be beneath their dignity. After all, everything would be settled and the guards would handle the situation. In their eyes, this young man had merely slipped in unnoticed by the guards, and even if he had some special abilities, what of it? Did they not possess such powers themselves? Having acquired such a vast influence, they had long obtained the wooden box, thereby gaining special abilities far surpassing ordinary humans in physical prowess. The general level of those with abilities was at most 1 against 3, and there were 14 of them against this lone individual, so they genuinely were not concerned about this young man. Nonetheless, they took note of his face just in case he climbed into the upper echelons in the future. Li Xian put away the book in his hands, glanced around at everyone, and silently activated his ability, boring, shadow control. Suddenly, everyone's expressions froze on their faces, their bodies maintaining the position of a moment ago like statues. Li Xian, a man who valued politeness, wouldn't just remove someone else to take a seat. He casually pulled out a wooden chair from his storage space and placed it at the end of the long table. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today on behalf of the Institute. The matters we discuss here are for your information, not for debate, thus I ask that you listen without the need to provide feedback. Firstly, effective immediately, the capital city will be under the formal control of the Institute. You will still be responsible for its daily administration and management. Secondly, once we have dealt with the siege of the undead, the Institute will assist you in regaining your strength, after which we will launch a campaign to reclaim our lost territories. I believe we are aligned in this regard. There are too many factions on Blue Star. From now on there should be only one voice. Thirdly, going forward you are to act according to the commands issued. The Institute will share its achievements with you. That's essentially everything. You are welcome to express any concerns you might have. The hall fell silent. Li Xian smiled slightly and nodded. Good, it seems you all agree. The executives were stunned. What? This is too democratic. Isn't it? Let us speak. Then they saw Li Xian turn his head towards the large screen. As a compensation for my sudden visit, I will take care of a small problem for you. No, we think it would be better to remove the control. Let us go. You talk only for yourself. Do you even know what you're doing? Suddenly they realized that they could move again. No, only their necks could move, and why could they still not speak? They were forced to turn their heads silently towards the large screen. What appeared on the screen was the scene at the West Gate. A bad premonition rose in their hearts. The next second, that premonition turned into reality. Zombies, swarms of them, as far as the eye could see, charging towards the West Gate. With just one look, the executives could tell that the small forces at the West Gate would not be able to hold them off. The screen switched scenes, and an even more despairing sight appeared. At 3 other front lines, the numbers of zombies had not decreased at all. This meant they could not send reinforcements to the West Gate. Once the West Gate fell, the capital would be attacked from both sides. Unless they used nuclear weapons, there was no turning back. But could nuclear weapons be used here? This was the capital, not only a national symbol but also home to a large number of survivors. If zombies breached the city, all previous advantages would be lost. The person in charge maintained his usual expression, though his heart was already in turmoil. This won't do. The numbers are too great. If they used low-yield nuclear weapons now, they would only affect a small part of the city. Despite the terrible cost, it was better than complete annihilation. He wished he could speak or move. Then he could authorize action. But all he could move was his neck. The next second, several missiles flew in from the sky, launched from a site near the capital. It seemed Yi Dingwa had noticed the anomaly at the West Gate. This gave the person in charge a slight relief. The missile struck accurately into the mass of zombies. Boom! Dust billowed, blocking the sun, and countless zombies died instantly. The shockwave from the explosions, carrying high-frequency vibrations, spread outward, shattering the zombies' internal organs. But it was futile. The shockwaves, though powerful for humans whose fragile internal organs cannot withstand the high-frequency vibrations of sound waves, often result in death in modern warfare. Zombies, these psychic creatures, do not die even if their internals are completely shattered. As long as the core in their brains remains intact, they can still fight. This is why the war has continued until now. In the dust that covered the sky, countless zombies emerged, causing the hearts of the top brass to sink. After days of depletion, their stockpile of conventional missiles was low, leaving only weapons too powerful to be used near the capital. It was almost time. Li Xian gave a slight smile, drawing everyone's attention. They remembered something Li Xian had said earlier: "Let me handle a little trouble for you." Wait, could it be that this little trouble was what he meant? In the next moment, on the big screen, they saw thousands of fully armed soldiers behind the horde of zombies firing wildly at them. Some soldiers threw grenade-like devices into the zombie crowds, which, instead of exploding, emitted a pale green smoke. Centered around these grenades, zombies fell in heaps. About a minute after they collapsed, black flames rose from the ground, incinerating the bodies within seconds. What was this? In an instant, a huge wave of astonishment swept through the minds of the top brass, who looked incredulously at Li Xian. But this was not all they had up their sleeves. One after another, cutting-edge technologies were deployed with effects far beyond their expectations. The zombies fell like wheat in swaths. The efficiency was surprisingly high, yet it did not affect the inner parts of the capital. The control over energy and range exhibited by these weapons far exceeded their expectations. They could achieve similar effects, but the cost would be immensely greater. Li Xian glanced at the people, nodded slightly, and it seemed he had achieved the desired effect. With his overwhelming force, he deterred these leaders from harboring any thoughts of mutual destruction, forcibly changing their mindset to acknowledge the strength of the research institute. Only with this acknowledgement could the next steps proceed. As for himself, he was merely a clone, and after many simulations, none of which were done in vain, he had thoroughly understood the personalities and behaviors of these people with a success rate of 98%. The remaining 0.2% was due to individual unpredictability, for humans are complex creatures and someone might act out unexpectedly. If he were to actually bring outsiders here, relying solely on this clone would make survival difficult. Li Xian chuckled and released everyone from his control. Ladies and gentlemen, now we can have a proper discussion. After the battle for the capital city was concluded, the senior officers returned to the council hall. As they entered, they noticed a new face among them. Yi Dinghua frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Lu Juzhen, sounding rather dejected, responded, "Sit down and let's talk. This gentleman here is Li Xian." Yi Dinghua's mind raced as he realized something: the force that just helped us out of a bind. Li Xian pulled out a few more chairs and, with a smile, beckoned everyone to sit. Inside the council hall, Li Xian and the others reached an agreement. Each clause was precisely at their lowest acceptable limits. Any lower would jeopardize future cooperation. The senior officers were all amazed at Li Xian's grasp of the situation. What kind of person could so accurately gauge their inner thoughts? They all had their answers, and their regard for Li Xian undoubtedly climbed several notches. Since there are no objections, then let's issue the orders. Let my people come in. We march in 5 days, Li Xian declared. Agreed, they all responded. However, before the recovery of the Dragon Nation, Li Xian added, "I must inconvenience you all to stay here temporarily." The expressions of the senior officers changed drastically. Was this not house arrest? What do you disagree? Li Xian smiled, the chill in his laughter making everyone shiver. Disagree they might, but the situation was beyond their control. Reluctantly, they all agreed, "We have no objections." Meanwhile, Li Hua, with the remnants of his forces, fled as if his life depended on it. Damn, where did these guys come from? Their strength is terrifying. The scene from the earlier battlefield had deeply frightened him. His army of zombies, which should have steamrolled everything in its path, fell like cutting through vegetables, a ridiculous sight. It wasn't a battle but a slaughter. Damn it, we can't stay in the capital anymore, let's move the farther from these guys the better. As Li Hua fled, he dispersed his troops to confuse any pursuit. Passing a group of zombies, Li Hua's eyes lit up and he blended in. Being some distance from the capital, it wasn't easy to catch up in a short time. As long as he pretended to be a wandering zombie, he could likely escape this disaster. Now he realized his most significant advantage: his zombie appearance. No one would suspect a zombie of having intelligence unless absolutely necessary, and no one would actively clear zombies. His zombie identity was his best disguise. After being human for so long he had forgotten he was now a zombie. Li Hua successfully merged with the zombie group, which was just the right size to be intimidating but not enough to provoke a clean-up. To maintain the status quo, he even chased away other zombies trying to join the group. he directed the group's movement westward, planning to flee the country for refuge. Li Hua was skeptical that this group had the power to capture him abroad and bring him back. At the end of his gaze, a figure appeared, dressed simply in a t-shirt and casual pants, the strong smell of blood reaching their noses. Damn, there's still someone here. Li Hua frowned, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, but now that the person had appeared, it would be odd to divert the zombies abruptly. Don't blame me, blame your bad luck for being on this broken road. Do you think this place has fewer zombies and you can scavenge some supplies? Daydreaming. With that thought, he no longer suppressed the zombies' urge to attack, watching them move away while he quietly hid. He disliked eating humans, it was disgusting. Using the zombies' perspective, Li Hua saw the man turn his head, clearly noticing the approaching horde. What puzzled him was why the man didn't move. Was he paralyzed with fear, or perhaps a master of some sort? Whatever, I'm hidden far enough. If there's a problem, I'll just retreat. Then he saw a flash of a blade. More than 10 zombies at the front were killed instantly. He couldn't even make out the trajectory, only seeing the silvery flash of the blade as it swept through, severing his connection with the fallen zombies. Moments later, in just a few seconds, 100 more were dead. Watching this, Li Hua's escape became even more frantic. After witnessing that single slash, he ran desperately, wishing he had wings to fly away from this nightmare. What the hell kind of world is this? Those guys with their gear are one thing, but how is this guy so fierce? My luck really is terrible today. Everywhere I go there's a freak. Li Hua ran as fast as he could. Meanwhile, he methodically maneuvered the zombies in his mind, one group to block the man behind him, another to disrupt the battle scene, creating a chance for his escape. Suddenly, a voice sounded so close it was as if it spoke directly into his ear. Where do you think you're running off to? The voice startled Li Hua so much that he tripped over an obstacle he hadn't seen, falling face first to the ground. Before he could gather his senses, the man's face appeared before him. He recognized him instantly. It was the same person from before. Li Xian looked at his terrified face and said nothing. This reaction wasn't new to him. After so many simulations, he was very familiar with Li Hua's patterns. After burning the zombie corpses, he had come here early to wait. How many times had Li Hua fallen into his hands? He couldn't quite remember the count. Who are you? What do you want from me? Li Hua asked cautiously. The research institute needs you, so here I am. A research institute? What kind of force was that? He had never heard of it before. Now you have two choices. One, die. A sharp blade pressed against his throat, piercing the skin slightly. Li Hua believed that any wrong move would lead this man to decapitate him without hesitation. He didn't care what the second option was. Anything was better than death. He cried out loud. 2-2. As his voice trembled, the blade made a swift cut, marking his neck with a sharp wound. At this moment, he was immensely relieved that, after becoming a zombie, his perception of pain had almost disappeared. Otherwise, just that one hit would have been enough to make him writhe in agony. It was a wise decision. With a grin, Li Xian tucked away his long knife directly into his storage space. As for Li Hua the coward, what could he do even if he saw it? Li Xian didn't care about him. If it weren't for the fact that this ability required a zombie's body and would be unusable by humans, he would have seized it long ago. Here's the basic information about the Research Institute, take a look yourself. Li Xian casually tossed a smartphone to him, which was connected to the psychic internet, displaying the necessary information. Your task is simple, Li Xian continued. Subdue as many zombies as possible, keep them under control, and avoid unnecessary slaughter. Li Hua's face showed panic. The meaning of those words was clear. The other party knew about his abilities. Yes, I assure you, the task will be completed, Li Hua replied. He then checked his personal information where the Research Institute had prepared things for him. Blinking, Li Hua was familiar with this tactic, strike first then offer a sweetener. He opened his personal information and saw a long list of files. As he delved deeper into reading, his heart couldn't help but sink into the material. For Li Xian, who had long known the future, everything in the main timeline was so dull. There were no surprises, no accidents, everything was smooth with almost no resistance. What interested him more was the news about the future. The better the future developed, the greater his achievements would be. With Li Hua's submission, the main purpose of his trip to the capital had been achieved. The subjugation of the official forces and the allegiance of the zombie lord laid a solid foundation for his future. This path had been simulated multiple times with almost all possible contingencies observed. It could be said to be the most reliable and practical method. After sending Li Hua away, there was a warm feeling in his chest. Li Xian knew the autobiography had updated. March 24, year 25. The autobiography stopped updating. I had already been prepared. April 24, year 25, the Dragon Empire unified, and during this period I completed my transition to the second stage. The expeditionary force moved towards the world, my main body also moved. I needed war to help boost my strength, of course with moderation. I wouldn't expand the scale of the war unnecessarily, as that would be meaningless. May 26, year 25, Asia unified. July 20, year 25, global unification. The Star Alliance established. I implemented the Jedi Skyreach project again. The mass production of 6th tier was also ongoing. They would be the main source for the future God Descend 7th tier. Different from before, breakthroughs were made in spirit energy coding technology on the 21st, and I decided to restart the previous plan. August 19, year 25, it succeeded. The first controllable mass-produced 6th tier appeared. I specifically took out containment items, allowing them to break through to the 7th tier. It was only half successful. This technology was still effective on the 6th tier, but it failed on the 7th tier. I suspect that the transformation process in the sanctuary caused the technology to fail. October 29, year 25, the first batch of containment items appeared. I just sent a few 6th tiers to contain them. My attention still on another path. Sanctuary. I plan to cultivate a group of geniuses, teaching them the operational processes of the sanctuary's immense power to be used during their breakthroughs. In the blade of barrier breaking, I too was once deceived in such a manner. I need to verify something. On December 25th of the 25th year, the first qualified individual emerged. I gave him a sanctuary coordinate and instructed him to break through there. It wasn't the sanctuary of the next generation but of this era. I wanted to know what changes would occur if the sanctuary changed hands. I entered that state again, observing the movements within the sanctuary. I sought him delineate the trajectory of movements using spiritual power inside the sanctuary, and strangely, nothing happened. Watching that consciousness being transformed under the immense power, I withdrew my gaze. On December 26th, I received news that this eligible person had successfully broken through. I went to see for myself. This person gave me an odd feeling, so I chose to continue observing silently. I specifically formed a group of 20 people to monitor this person's movements around the clock. On January 29th of the 26th year, indeed, this person's body had changed hands. It had only been a month, and he couldn't restrain himself, revealing his true colors. However, that initial feeling of awkwardness had completely disappeared. It seems the soul and body had fully integrated. I couldn't help but start thinking about how to get him to reveal more. On February 14th, a stage specifically built for him appeared. The legacy in the secret realm. I even killed a god-descended 7th tier to obtain this secret realm. To prevent him from noticing, I used the knowledge obtained from the deities to create a mix of real and fake fragments. Then, through a gentle approach, I let him discover and search on his own. On April 11th, had this guy been confined inside for too long, forgetting what caution was? It hadn't been long, and he had already taken the bait. Had I known he was this foolish, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. He had now obtained a pieced-together map through various means and was heading towards the so-called Land of Legacy. On May 3rd, the battle was fierce, and it wasn't in vain that I specially sent an avatar to act as the final boss. As a result, I glimpsed many techniques. No, according to that guy, these techniques were known as secret techniques in ancient times. On June 21st, after a long and arduous struggle, he finally defeated my avatar. Then, holding the spoils of victory, he rambled on alone for a long while. R&T, these ancient relics all prone to talking to themselves. I hadn't even asked anything yet, and there he was, spilling everything. For instance, his identity. He was a warrior from ancient times, exceptionally talented, who had independently pioneered the path of cultivation from the 3rd to the 6th tier. But it was only when he broke through to the 7th level that he realized the breathing technique he had been practicing all along followed the same trajectory as the great power. After entering the sanctuary, he unconsciously used the breathing technique and ended up trapped until now. Another important piece of information: he was the first prisoner in this sanctuary, and before him, no one controlled the sanctuary's power. This flood of information satisfied my curiosity, but I suddenly felt like I had been outsmarting thin air all this time. Only growing muscles, not brains, served him right to be duped. On August 24, 2026, I had a pretty good grasp of the situation. Going further down would mean delving into real secrets, which I guessed couldn't be unveiled without special measures. By December 13, 2026, all the strategies I prepared had failed. This guy was really tough to crack when others were around. Even using special abilities didn't work. Sun Hai suggested a strategy, a honey trap. With a "since I'm already here" attitude, I agreed. On December 14th, he spilled everything. I was at a loss for words, so he really was more susceptible to soft tactics than hard ones. A woman appears and he starts confessing secrets as if afraid we'd interrupt. Was he really that desperate? I even suspected that he had held out till now just for this plan. Old-fashioned thinking, I just don't get it. On January 26, 2027, after numerous tests, it was almost certain he was telling the truth. His real name was just one character, Wu. According to him, at the dawn of the universe, all powerful beings had only one character names. Thus, in that era, the length of a person's name was generally an indicator of their strength. Single character names belonged only to the world's top fighters. It seemed to be a custom of theirs. By February 18, 2027, I had thrown him out. The guy was pure laziness, spending all his days lounging on the bellies of women, a waste of my time and emotions. On March 18, my focus returned to the containment items. After this period of continuous fishing, I had obtained quite a few. There were many at the 7th level, but I always controlled the numbers to avoid the chaos of a 7th level council. Today there was another massive outbreak of containment items. I was still considering how to handle these items, and the choice of guardians needed to be cautious, preferably rotating them periodically. I even pondered whether it was possible to create something that wouldn't be tainted by divine forces. Otherwise, the risk of containment items breaking free would always exist. On April 19, another eligible individual appeared. By now, there were more than 10 eligibles. I had him repeat the process of the first one, then the soul of the first emerged and entered the second's body. His strength had also surpassed the 7th rank, belonging to this era's elite. On June 21, 2027, the soul transference process was conducted for the 6th time, with all attempts proving successful. Experiments confirmed that souls could return to their original bodies. With no hesitation left, I prepared thoroughly and entered the sanctuary. I wanted to experience firsthand the difference between the 7th rank of this era and that of the next. Many things can only be understood through personal experience. I successfully became a prisoner of the sanctuary. During that time, I managed to endure the chaos for longer than before, but eventually succumbed once again to madness. On August 29, 2027, while my consciousness was still mired in insanity, an indescribable repulsion erupted, ejecting me from that state. Yes, ejected. Just as I had once cast out Wu, my consciousness, or rather my soul, entered a new shell. It felt awkward, almost like being human for the first time. This new body was so alien and the energy within it was minuscule. I couldn't even fully control my limbs. Walking was enough to make me stumble. Fortunately, the personnel I had prepared in advance came forward to support me, and with the help of spirit patterns, I successfully transferred into the body. Power returned to me, enveloping me in a profound sense of security. On September 2, 2027, after testing, I found that this new form was almost identical to the 7th rank of the next era. Could this be an issue of energy? At least one thing was certain: my soul would no longer be controlled or forced to worship deities. For this, I specifically called back Wu, who arrived with lipstick marks on his face and immediately praised the era, exclaiming, "You guys are amazing. My turtle, all these charming ladies." In silence, I punched him. Such an improper fellow. Wu commented, "What twisted path has this era taken? How is it so strange? Where is the difference?" He confidently displayed his soul for my study. "Aren't you offended by this?" he asked. "No, not allowing me to touch women now, that would be offensive," Wu stated earnestly. "In our era, it's normal for everyone to study those who have stepped forward. How else do we progress?" I nodded thoughtfully. Through comparison, I made a discovery. To put it simply, Wu's soul was like a sapphire, whereas mine was like an emerald, essentially the same. I decided to tell him the truth. "Do you know, our era is coming to an end?" "The end of an era? Impossible," Wu scoffed. "The celestial master said at the end of an era, the extraordinary would cease to exist. Does this look like the extraordinary no longer exist?" I pointed out, noting that our powers were much stronger than his era's. Wu's previous words implied that the so-called celestial master might equate to the deities of the next era. Take a good look at this document. The extraordinary have been extinct for 30,000 years. I calmly pointed at myself. I've received the legacy and thus created the Star Alliance. On September 4, 2027, after multiple verifications, Wu finally accepted this fact. He had traveled from the beginning to the end of an era. He began to despairingly seek out women. "Are you sick?" I had hoped these words might awaken him, but it now seemed futile. He had fallen into the pit of reproduction. On September 17, 2027, unable to watch any longer, I had to drag him back again. "Please explain your behavior during this period. I find it hard to believe that someone who discovered the Location of a sanctuary on his own would be a person obsessed with beauty, who seemed a bit confused and took a while to respond. Hey, your era is really interesting. Reproduction is the most important thing for humans. Look at the women of this era, they dress up in every possible way just to get attention, right? If I don't pursue them, wouldn't that be a waste of their efforts? Known people should have greater aspirations, not just indulge in the pleasures of men and women. I find it hard to accept his values and rarely rebutted him. One should focus on the present, pay attention to one's body, that is the most real thing. As for what you said, it's all illusory. Tianzuan has said, the most shameless words in the world are those that make people focus on the afterlife. Please descend, do not waste your life in illusions. On September 19, 2027, our debate went on for 2 days and neither of us could persuade the other. I began to reflect on Wu's words and the materials and research results I had encountered before. I always felt there was a connection. On October 2, 2027, the number of contained items surged again and the one I called the object of desire appeared. Its shape was like that of a tree, and every creature that witnessed it was bombarded by the desire to reproduce in their brains. Those who did not hold on to their true selves became breeding machines, producing a large number of deformed offspring and subsequently perishing in mind and soul under the madness of reproduction. This was my trump card, specifically used to combat the expansion of the world. We had discovered early on that the more creatures there are, the slower the world expands. Wait, I seem to understand something. I found Wu again and observed his expression during mating. To my surprise, his face did not show the desire I expected, but a kind of devotion, as if he was on a pilgrimage. On October 9, 2027, perhaps I could draw a conclusion. The essence of an era is the number of living beings. Once the number falls below a certain threshold, it leads to the advent of the next era. This could explain Wu's anomaly, the halting of world expansion, and the fundamental reason behind the God's destruction of the world. I should have thought of this earlier, but I was still trapped by conventional thinking. I had confused the concepts linking the change of eras to human life and death. Previously, I always believed that the change of eras was a natural phenomenon and had not connected it with the destruction wrought by deities.